for our homeland's safety. In China, a netizen expressed shock at America's reckless actions, while also feeling proud to live in the safety of their homeland. Guys, look, America's enormous cherry blossom has bloomed, someone exclaimed online, the phrase dripping with irony. In Japan, another viewer watched the live stream and left a comment, barely hiding their schadenfreude. Within moments, countless people from around the world flooded the comment sections, some in shock, some condemning what they saw, and a few even reveling in the chaos. America's top officials, along with HYDRA, were now in a frenzy. They desperately tried to shut down the live streams, but there were always skilled individuals working against them. They hurried to contact domestic media companies, demanding the live streams be taken down and the comment section silenced. Yet, media companies around the globe, beyond their reach, continued broadcasting live. Unless they could physically reach every major foreign media outlet and pull the plug themselves, for now, they could only watch helplessly as the footage spread worldwide. Unfortunately for both the Americans and HYDRA, there were plenty of countries out there that they couldn't control or were openly hostile to them. Meanwhile, the camera drew ever closer to the nuclear warhead. The unmanned battle suit, far outpacing Stark, rapidly closed the distance and seized the missile in a powerful embrace. Ignace had no intention of playing the hero. He simply wanted the audience to get a closer look at the nuclear payload. Good grief. I live right next door in Pennsylvania. Wish I could emigrate right now, cried one American netizen. A torrent of similar comments appeared online from across the United States. People were terrified of their own wretched government. All around the world, millions watched as the cameras captured the nuclear warhead in stunning clarity. Hearts everywhere tightened at the sight. Ignace, operating the suit remotely, directed it to clutch the nuke and race through the skyscrapers, speeding toward Manhattan. Stark flew alongside in his own armor, fending off the attacking Chitauri flyers. Ignace made the unmanned suit tilt its head back, aiming the camera directly at the swirling portal in the sky. The target is the aliens' main base. Are we about to strike back? Long live Stark, unstoppable hero. Take the fight to the aliens' lair. Cheers for Stark erupted across the internet, until the comments ground to a halt in surprise. Tony Stark himself commented, Ignace Mola is controlling that suit. I'm the one in the back. Long live Ignace. The American government can go eat dirt. He's not a superhero, but he's trounced every super. The U.S. government is a garbage heap. Around the globe, comments poured in. Meanwhile, on most domestic platforms, moderators, under orders from the authorities, were frantically shutting down live streams and banning users at a furious pace. However, while they could shut down domestic streaming platforms in the United States, they had no authority to block live broadcasts on overseas platforms. In that instant, even before the nuclear missile crisis was resolved, the American government's reputation had already been dragged through the mud for the whole world to see. The unmanned battle suit clutched the nuclear missile tightly and raced upwards toward the portal above Stark Tower. 30 seconds until the nuclear bomb detonates. Ignace's voice rang out in the live stream. After Fury briefed Stark on the unfolding events, Stark instructed Jarvis to begin the countdown, sharing the ticking numbers with Ignace and streaming them to viewers around the globe. Suddenly, every live stream flashed with a red border and a rapidly decreasing countdown. Anxiety swept across countless viewers as the numbers ticked down. Meanwhile, Black Widow arrived on the rooftop of Star Tower with the scepter Thor had snatched from Loki, ready to shut down the portal device. The portal pulsed with raw energy, something only the scepter could close. Ms. Natasha, please hold on for a moment. I have a special gift to deliver to the Chitauri as a token of our hospitality. Ignace's voice echoed in Black Widow's earpiece. She immediately halted, glancing down in confusion. She saw an unmanned suit of armor soaring skyward, the nuclear warhead cradled in its arms, barreling straight toward the portal. Stark, in his own suit, flew alongside, providing cover. Ignace and Isdeath had ceased their attacks for now. He certainly didn't want to risk setting off the nuke prematurely. That would be a disaster no one wanted. Everyone, are you ready? Let's give the Chitauri a grand surprise. Earth's counterattack. Ignace's words surged through every superhero's earpiece and resounded across all the world's live streams. The unmanned suit weaved between the Chitauri invaders, Stark blasting away at any enemy who drew near. Only 20 seconds remained. The warhead and the portal were now almost within reach. The heroes on the ground all craned their necks skyward, watching as the suit controlled by Ignace hurtled straight into the portal. A Chinese netizen cheered. Let's send the Chitauri a gift and show them our hospitality. A Russian user shouted, Yura, this is Earth's fight back. A European viewer chimed in. Dear Chitauri friends, hope you enjoy this romantic surprise. Other spectators from around the world joined in. We can't see it, but I can imagine it. Out there in the unknown cosmos, the Chitauri's home world is about to be lit by a beautiful firework. With a burst of speed, the unmanned suit plunged into the portal, taking the nuclear warhead into the depths of space and aiming it directly at the Chitauri's massive war fortress. In an instant, the unmanned battle suit lost all contact with Ignace and the rest of the world. Without anyone at the controls, it clung to the nuclear missile and, following its pre-programmed Instructions: shot toward the enemy war fortress at full speed. Every ounce of its remaining power surged to life. Engines blazing as the suit rocketed the warhead straight at the Chitauri stronghold. Even then, it continued recording, and in front of the camera, a countdown, different from the detonation timer, suddenly hit 0. According to its preset orders, the suit released the missile and pitched itself toward the portal. At that very moment, the detonation countdown also reached 0. The nuclear warhead struck the fortress, and in the blink of an eye, the Chitauri base exploded in utter silence. Dazzling light blossomed in the darkness of space, and a tremendous fireball devoured the fortress, wave after wave. Outside, all Chitauri troop carriers and mechanical soldiers instantly lost control, plummeting helplessly from the sky. Black Widow quickly raised the Mind Scepter to the portal device and shut down the gateway. The portal shrank, smaller and smaller, until it finally blinked out of existence. We did it. A shame we didn't get to see the explosion at the Chitauri headquarters. Humanity's victory. Pity we missed the fireworks of triumph. Online, netizens around the globe flooded the internet with frenzied comments, lamenting that there was no footage of the blast. In the very next moment, as the portal disappeared, the powerless unmanned suit tumbled out of the gateway and plummeted toward the ground below. Catch it. That's the proof of certain people's dirty deeds, and the evidence of humanity's victory. Stark shouted urgently to Thor. Thor swung Mjolnir with a flourish and instantly soared into the sky, snatching the falling suit out of midair. Stark hurried over, with Ignaz and Isdeth rushing down from Stark Tower to join him. On the street below, Loki was dragging himself along the ground, inch by inch in the opposite direction from the superheroes, clearly trying to make his escape. Suddenly, a barrage of footsteps thundered his way. A sense of dread swept over Loki. He turned to see himself surrounded on all sides. The heroes glared at him with righteous fury. Hulk clenched his fists menacingly, and Hawkeye aimed an explosive-tipped arrow right at Loki's head. Ignaz and Isdeth stood at a distance, waving at him. Loki shot them a puzzled look. "Stand aside, fellas," Ignaz said, and the superheroes immediately parted. "Crab baskets." Loki yelped, a strange phrase, but something told him this guy definitely meant trouble. With a deafening blast, a shockwave slammed into Loki, sending him flying. In a flash, Isdeth snapped her fingers, and Loki was instantly sealed inside a block of ice. "You call yourself a god? I've never seen a god so pathetic," Ignaz said with a dismissive wave. "Weakling," Isdeth added with a scoff. With that, Ignaz took her hand, and the two of them turned to leave. Captain America stayed behind to keep an eye on Loki, while Stark hurried to catch up with Ignaz. "Hey, listen, partner, let's forget about the company tomorrow. Ever tried Turkish kebab? There's a place just 2 blocks from here. Honestly, I've never had it myself, but I figure, after exposing some folks on camera and announcing humanity's victory, we ought to treat ourselves, right? Celebrate a little." Stark chattered on, quickening his pace to keep up. Thor glanced at his brother, still encased in ice, then looked over at the others in the distance. "Well, compared to my jackass of a brother, I've changed my mind. I want kebab and good wine." With a shrug, Thor abandoned Loki without a second thought. After the battle, inside a shabby Turkish kebab joint, Stark had paid the staff and owner handsomely to bring them back and whip up a feast. Captain America handed Loki over to a designated guard and hurried over, taking a seat among the others, looking puzzled. Why isn't anyone talking? Ignaz and Isdeth were in their own world, feeding each other affectionately. Thor sat beside them, looking utterly dejected, as if life had lost all meaning. Stark kept shooting glances at Black Widow, then at Banner, his expression playful and full of innuendo. Between Black Widow and Banner sat Hawkeye, a perfect third wheel, twisting his neck in silent exasperation as he gnawed on his kebab. Black Widow rested her chin on her hand, her gaze fixed unwaveringly on Banner. Banner kept his head down, quietly eating, pretending not to notice. On a battered television set with cracks spidering across the screen, post-battle media interviews played. Though the city has suffered greatly in what has now been confirmed as an alien invasion, the heroic deeds of this small team, known as the Avengers, have brought comfort and cause for celebration to many. Hawkeye, bored, picked up the remote and changed the channel. "It's just great knowing they're out there. Someone's watching over us." 2 men sat in a barbershop, one sporting a freshly trimmed goatee, just like Stark's, the other with wild cannon barrel curls imitating Ignaz's hair when he cast his signature spell. "Honestly, this hairstyle is just awesome." Hawkeye quickly changed the channel again. "I love you, Ignaz. Being a hero isn't just a title you throw around. Some people might not wear that label, but they deserve even more praise. And by the way, screw the damn government." Hawkeye switched the channel. "To be honest, the way that guy greets people is pretty unique, but I've got to thank the Hulk. That big green guy saved my life." Hawkeye changed the channel once more. "Their existence makes me feel unsafe, uneasy. They're just too dangerous. They're far too powerful, especially Ignaz and his death. They need to be monitored." A black couple stood in front of the camera, speaking earnestly. "Superheroes in New York? Come on, give me a break." An elderly, stylish man with a head of white hair and dark sunglasses appeared on camera, making a playful remark. These superheroes must be held responsible for the destruction in the city. After the battle, where did they all go? A member of Congress stood before the camera, his voice ringing with anger. But why did you use that kind of weapon on New York? A reporter shouted indignantly, nearly shoving the microphone into the congressman's face. Hawkeye couldn't stand watching those two act like lovebirds any longer, and bored, he switched the channel again. People are curious about superheroes. They're frightened, and they're in awe. But I want to ask, if they were to vanish, what would we do the next time a crisis strikes? A young man stood earnestly in front of the camera. And please, stop at the insults. From what I've heard, Ignace and SDs were only invited to help. They haven't even joined the superhero team. Your hostility will only turn against you in the next crisis, leaving you alone with no one to help. Hawkeye finally turned off the TV for good. Stark, meanwhile, was watching a recording he'd extracted from one of the unmanned armors. He played the footage and set his phone down on the table. Guys, there are some real bastards who are about to have a bad day. After the Chitauri assault on Earth ended, online media, newspapers, and TV stations were flooded with criticism of superheroes, as well as warnings about Ignace and SDs. Some people labeled superheroes as monsters, while others claimed Ignace was an uncontrollable threat and called for them all to be kept under strict supervision. Honestly, it was no surprise people felt this way. Whenever someone has something others lack, jealousy tends to arise almost automatically. Of course, jealousy doesn't necessarily mean they'll hate someone. Stark began looking up the backgrounds of those posting these opinions online, only to discover that many of them were paid trolls hired for the purpose. With that, Stark uploaded Ignace's footage directly to the internet. He and Ignace even posted it on their respective companies' official websites. Certain people wanted to use this opportunity to stoke public suspicion of them. After all, that was just standard procedure. For some professional agitators, manipulating public sentiment in America was as easy as breathing. But just as they began to push the narrative and steer public opinion against the heroes, Stark released the footage. In an instant, nobody in America cared anymore whether the superheroes, Ignace, or SDs were dangerous. All the outrage was directed at the American government. The video of the nuclear missile being launched at New York was everywhere. Even those who'd missed the live broadcast earlier had now seen that moment. The entire country was seething with fury, and the video was rapidly shared by countless ingenious netizens to social media platforms around the world. The Western powers, together with the covert Hydra organization, kept relentlessly threatening company after company, forcing them to take down the videos. Yet, countless backups kept appearing, continually uploaded to other platforms by the vast and resourceful online community. Whenever a video was deleted, someone would re-upload it. When accounts were banned, they'd simply register new ones and post again, stubbornly standing their ground against the Western powers. They fought back with gusto, taking endless pleasure in clapping back at the establishment. Hey folks, doesn't the US claim to have freedom of speech? How come my Facebook and YouTube accounts both got banned? I mean, what harm could I possibly do? All I did was share a video of some fireworks. One netizen from across the ocean lamented on Twitter. No sooner had he hit send than his Twitter account vanished as well. Damn it, all I did was post 2 famous paintings on Pixiv, and now my account's gone too. Unbelievable. A frustrated Japanese user chimed in. Which site was that? A flood of replies poured in below, since, after all, there are 2 major P sites. The one for illustrations and comics, Brothers. Say no more. Let me share with you my rendition of these world-famous paintings. With that, he uploaded 2 images. One depicted fighter jets soaring toward New York with an exaggeratedly large stars and stripes painted on the jet. The caption read, "For its own survival, America abandoned millions of its own citizens. May they rest in peace in hell." The second illustration showed a nuclear blast engulfing a Chitauri stronghold, but the artist mischievously relabeled the Chitauri as Big Apple City. Good stuff. Top tier. How did you get banned again? Other Japanese netizens replied with laughter, and soon enough, that user's account disappeared as well. It seemed that as a father, America was now keeping its sons firmly in line. How dare you mock your father? Such disobedience. Strong condemnation. The Western authorities deliberately stoked public opinion, trying to pin the blame on the superheroes. A classic case of the thief crying stop, thief. Their plan has completely backfired. China issued a stern condemnation of the Western powers' actions. In an instant, the scheme to shift blame onto the superheroes fell apart. No one believed it anymore. Several days later, Allentown, Pennsylvania. On a road beside a bank, a man and a woman sat in a car, each taking deep breaths, trying to steady their nerves. Don't. What? I know what you're about to say, don't. The woman, wearing a pink knit hat, sat in the driver's seat and glanced at her boyfriend. I think we should back out, the man admitted, a hint of fear in his voice. Benny, it's too late, the woman replied regretfully, looking at him. Come on, Claire, we're not cut out for this. I get it. No, you don't. I do. The young couple kept arguing, their struggle caught between the voice of conscience and the allure of a comfortable life. I could do this. A gift falling from the sky. Surely that's a sign of good fortune. The girlfriend lowered her gaze to the mysterious weapon in her hands and hurried to speak. How do you know it's a good sign? The boyfriend looked at her, utterly bewildered. It's the feeling you give me. Because you fixed it. She quickly replied. Aren't you always saying we should live better, have a better life? Together, they turned their eyes to the weapon. So, I've decided I won't beg for handouts anymore. We'll take matters into our own hands. I hope you're right, the boyfriend said, glancing at her. She immediately nodded. I'm always right, especially about choosing to be with you. In that instant, her words gave him all the courage he needed, and what had started as a reckless, spur-of-the-moment heist was now set in motion. Benny pulled a black woolen mask over his head. Claire donned her pink adventure cap, and after a quick, nervous kiss, Benny hefted the heavy alien weapon and dashed with his girlfriend toward the bank. As they ran, Claire's eyes widened at the sight of a supercar parked beside the bank. The car's windows were cloaked in black, opaque one-way glass. She tapped Benny's shoulder and pointed. What if we make our getaway in that supercar? I've never driven one in my life. She looked at him with a longing that was impossible to resist, and he nodded at once. After all, if they were about to commit armed robbery, what was a stolen car on top of that? Besides, the car they'd come in had been stolen by her anyway. Benny raised the alien weapon and fired a beam of light straight ahead, instantly blasting apart tables and chairs in a shower of debris. Then, without hesitation, he turned and unleashed another beam at the counter, tearing part of it apart and sending the staff flying. With his girlfriend in tow, Benny charged the counter, reaching over to frantically scoop up handfuls of cash. Meanwhile, in the supercar parked beside the bank, Ignace gave a helpless shake of his head. He'd only brought Esteth out for a little vacation, a getaway, just for the two of them. They'd stopped here for a drink, but now, thanks to these would-be bank robbers with a taste for the extravagant, their quiet afternoon had been interrupted. He hadn't planned on playing the hero, but if these two insisted on tempting fate, what choice did he have? Inside the bank, the big boss stood watching the couple as they frantically stuffed money from the counter and even from the customers themselves, but never once thought to break into the vault. The boss could only shake his head. So unprofessional. The cash out here is just a tiny fraction of what's in the vault. He sighed, watching the would-be robbers with their flashy gear, but not much in the way of brains. A short while later, Benny and Claire burst out of the bank, a sack of cash in hand, and made a beeline for Ignace's supercar. Open the door. Out now. Benny raised the alien weapon, pointing it at the car window as he shouted. The window slowly rolled down, and Ignace looked at them. Took your fancy sports car for a spin, only to end up getting robbed. So, my beautiful lady and handsome gentleman, tell me, how should I deal with the two of you? Benny and Claire froze for a moment. Was that Ignace? Recalling Ignace's mysterious and formidable abilities, Benny's hand gripping the heavy alien weapon didn't tire, but it began to tremble. He was afraid. Darling, what are you hesitating for? People die when they're killed, and he's the one with an alien weapon pointed at his head. He should be the one who's scared. Claire called out urgently, helping Benny regain his composure. He quickly nodded. Then, he glared furiously at Ignace. You damn monster, get down here right now, or tomorrow's headlines will be all about your brains being blown out. Are you sure I'll be the one with my brains splattered? Not you. Ignace took a sip of his drink, casting a disdainful glance at Benny. That's right. I mean you. Get down here now. Benny roared, then raised the alien weapon and fired a shot, sending a fast-approaching J-car flying in the distance. Why don't you two take a look behind you? There's a surprise waiting. Ignace smiled at the pair. Benny exchanged a puzzled glance with Claire, then sneered at Ignace. Shut up. Your tricks won't fool us, you bastard. Your little games are pathetic, Claire sneered as well. Drop your weapon, you worthless scum. A cold voice rang out from behind them, Esteth's. Two icicles hovered menacingly at the backs of their heads, ready to strike at any moment. Benny could feel a bone-chilling cold that made his whole body tremble. He and Claire slowly turned around, terror in their eyes as they stared at Esteth looming behind them. I told you to turn around, didn't I? But you just wouldn't listen, Ignace said with a wry smile. Esteth stared at them coldly, glanced at the weapon in Benny's hand, and with a snap of her fingers, Benny and Claire were instantly frozen where they stood. She took the alien weapon from Benny's frozen hands, tossed it aside disdainfully, and stomped on it with force. Esteth, the one who could take down even the most dangerous creatures with her fists and feet, crushed the weapon Benny had just repaired with a single stomp. Loki and Hulk could withstand being frozen solid, but Benny and Claire were just ordinary humans. They didn't stand chance. For normal people, being frozen meant only one thing. Game over. After that, the pair were loaded into the car and driven away. Ignace took the opportunity to contact Carlson and give him an update. Not long after, Carlson hurried to the scene aboard a Quinjet, anxiously rushing to check on Item 47. Since the Battle of New York with the Chitauri, all alien soldiers, transport creatures, and alien weapons have become useless. No matter how hard S.H.I.E.L.D. tries to repair them, nothing works anymore. Not long ago, Carlson was discussing the matter of Item 47 with the director. Item 47 refers to one of those alien weapons, the only one that Benny managed to fix and actually get working again. Don't be fooled by the soul-searching conversation those two just had in the car. Before this, they'd already used the alien weapon to pull off a few heists. Fury's plan was simple. Capture Benny and Claire, confiscate the alien weapon, and then recruit them into S.H.I.E.L.D. as scientists and agents. What really caught Fury's eye was Benny's knack for repairing alien tech. But then his death stepped in and, without hesitation, froze Benny to death and smashed the alien weapon with a vicious stomp. Carlson could only stare helplessly at the broken weapon and Benny's lifeless body. It looked like the hope for exciting breakthroughs in Chitauri weapon research was gone for good. Meanwhile, Ignace was already driving away from the scene with his death. Seriously? You just confessed to us about researching weapons of mass destruction, and now you think you can sneak off and study more dangerous tech? Dream on. When Carlson called, Ignace glanced at the screen and promptly declined the call. He looked at his phone, then started browsing the web. Isdeath was at the wheel, driving for him. What are you looking at? Isdeath asked, curiosity in her voice. There are two hot topics online right now, Ignace replied. One is just how low the bottom line of the American government can go. The other is whether to send war criminal Loki back to Asgard for imprisonment or keep him locked up on Earth. As he spoke, Ignace scrolled further down the page. Someone suggested Loki should get a 500-year prison sentence. Oh, Isdeath replied with indifference, nodding slightly. None of this concerned her. The only things on her mind were Ignace and war. Ignace left a comment online. 500 years is too light. Asgardians have an average lifespan of 5,000 years. Even though Thor admitted Loki isn't Odin's biological son, Loki's lifespan should still be pretty long. The comments section instantly exploded. If that's the case, should Loki be sentenced to several thousand years? At the same time, in New York, inside a rented apartment, Thor was staying at Jane's place, using her phone to read the online comments, his feelings in turmoil. He and Loki were now unable to leave. After the battle, the cosmic cube vanished. One moment it was there, and the next it was gone while Black Widow's attention was elsewhere. No one knew who had stolen it. Some suspected it was the work of the mysterious cursed spirits rumored to be haunting New York lately. The cosmic cube was lost. Previously, when Loki seized the throne in Asgard, his reckless actions led him to try to use the Bifrost to destroy a certain realm. Thor, in a desperate move, shattered the Bifrost to stop him. Unless he and Loki's father were willing to pay a tremendous price to bring them back, Thor and Loki would have no choice but to remain on Earth for the foreseeable future. Coincidentally, since they stayed behind, internet users on Earth had started discussing what kind of sentence Loki deserved. Thor glanced at his phone and let out a heavy sigh. If they couldn't leave, Loki really might end up convicted. No matter how powerful Loki was, humanity had even greater powers on their side. Ignace and Isdeath. It seemed that Loki's fate was truly sealed. The first god in human history to be sentenced by mortals? Seeing Ignace's comment, Thor felt even more stifled. Ignace actually supported keeping Loki imprisoned on Earth. Forget it. Loki brought this on himself. I should stop worrying about it, Thor muttered, shaking his head helplessly. Half a month later, New York, Queens, at Life Cradle Corporation. Ignace entered his private laboratory, where he found the big boss and Ivan Vanko standing at the workstation. Master, we've successfully deciphered the Chitauri weapons, Ivan Vanko reported, turning to face Ignace alongside the big boss. Ignace nodded and stepped forward to examine the test bench. On the table lay two weapons. One was a spear-like device, suitable for close combat and capable of firing energy blasts. The other was a hefty, weighty weapon, precisely the one Ben had repaired. Excellent. Any progress with the other pieces? Ignace asked, looking at them expectantly. With the brilliant mind of the big boss and the genius of Ivan Vanko, he was determined to study Chitauri technology thoroughly. Chitauri tech was a key, a crucial step for humanity to enter the cosmic era. After the battle, when official teams moved in to take over the Manhattan battlefield and began the cleanup, Ignace had already dispatched swarms of cursed spirits to collect a large number of intact alien artifacts, each one carefully gathered. The Americans, S.H.I.E.L.D., and a few other opportunists all believed they had managed to secure those alien items. In reality, the majority of the extraterrestrial tech had been taken away by Ignace. Have you managed to figure out the Chitauri single-soldier flight devices? Ignace asked. We're still working on it, Ivan Vanko replied. Ignace gave a satisfied nod and turned to leave. Several months later, Queens. Snowflakes drifted down from the sky. On Christmas Eve, the streets were alive with joy and celebration. Ignace drove his SUV through the festive streets and stopped in front of Peter Parker's house. Peter hurriedly opened the car door and dashed outside. Ignace stepped out of the car and walked with Peter to his home, where he met Aunt May and Uncle Ben. Oh, thank you for bringing him back, dear. Would you like to come in and have a seat? We've just finished making dinner, Aunt May said with a warm smile, embracing Ignace and ushering him inside. Ever since Ignace had taken Peter Parker in as his apprentice, he had also been supporting Peter's living expenses and tuition fees. Ignace knew well, Peter Parker was a genius. In the future, he could have Peter work for him. All things considered, it was a pretty good deal. No need, I'll be heading home soon. Isdeath is waiting for me, Ignace replied with a smile. Oh, you two are just adorable together, Aunt May teased, her face glowing with motherly affection. She and Uncle Ben chatted with Ignace for a while longer before warmly seeing him off. Parker, your mentor is a good man. Don't let him down, you hear? Uncle Ben said, ruffling Peter's hair. I know, Peter nodded eagerly. Ignace left and made his way home. He still lived at the top floor of the company building, as he needed to keep a close eye on Ivan Vanko and the others' research, so he hardly ever left and hadn't bothered to buy a house in New York. Once home, Ignace had dinner, then he and Isteth delved into one of their philosophical discussions about life. Just then, Stark called. "Hey buddy, I've got some new ideas for the suit. You're a genius too, right? Come over and help me brainstorm," Stark said through a yawn. "Stark, it's already 11. I need to get some rest," Ignace replied, declining as politely as he could. If he brought Ivan Vanko or Big Boss along, even if Stark started grilling him about armor tech, he could hold his own. But come on, did Stark even check the time? It was already 11. "Oh really? No worries, I just need a bit of your advice. If this works out, you'll get a share," Stark insisted. "Fine, but this is the last time," Ignace relented. He turned to Isteth and told her, then got ready to head for Stark's mansion. "Where are you going?" Isteth asked, looking puzzled. "To see Stark," Ignace replied. Isteth's expression instantly soured. "No cuddling with her husband tonight." "I don't care. You're not allowed to go," Isteth declared, grabbing him and tossing him straight onto the bed. Ignace sighed in resignation. Life was tough, he thought, echoing Mora's famous lament. Was this what they called the domineering CEO forcing the pure-hearted hero to stay? He couldn't help feeling a little intrigued. An hour later, Isteth sat in the bedroom, licking her lips in satisfaction before finally letting Ignace go. Much later, outside the gates of Stark's mansion, Ignace arrived, and Jarvis quickly activated the system, causing the door to slide open automatically. "Mr. Mora, Mr. Stark is waiting for you in the underground lab," Jarvis announced. "Understood," Ignace replied with a nod. He followed the stairs down, making his way to the laboratory. The cursed spirit Ivan Vanko trailed behind him toward the lab as well. Now, stripped of his former memories, the cursed spirit Ivan Vanko felt nothing about coming to Stark's home. Ignace reached the glass door, which Stark had already opened for him. Inside, the place was a chaotic mess. Stark sat disheveled atop a luxury sports car, slowly eating a donut, while armor parts littered the floor in every direction. Mechanical arms were still spraying fire-retardant powder, which drifted down like a thin snowfall. On the display stand where Stark kept his suits, one helmet was badly damaged, sparks flickering from its ruined shell. Much of the room's decor and furniture looked as though they had taken direct hits from armored fists, smashed and broken. What happened? Did a dead Chitauri suddenly rise from the grave to attack you? Ignace asked, picking a sports car to sit on, surveying the wreckage of the lab. Stark gave him an exasperated look. "Come on, I asked you here for advice, not to have you mock me. I've got nothing to suggest. If that's the case, I'll just go," Ignace replied. With that, he stood up to leave. He didn't know Stark anything and certainly didn't plan to indulge him. "My bad, that's on me. Hey, are you really leaving? You came all the way from the East Coast to the West. You won't stay a bit and offer a tip?" Stark watched as Ignace walked out, ascending the stairs until he disappeared from view. For a long while, Ignace didn't return, leaving Stark at a loss. He let out a weary sigh, a wave of helplessness washing over him. Thor truly had no way to return to Asgard, and just a few days ago, Loki had finally been sentenced to thousands of years in prison, locked away in a secret cell. The Chitauri had been defeated too, and yet, for reasons Stark couldn't quite name, whenever he sat alone late at night in front of the television, watching replays of the Battle of New York, seeing the remote suit's footage soaring into space, capturing that colossal space fortress, a nameless fear would well up inside him. Such powerful and unknown enemies. How many more of them were out there in the universe? The New York incident had long since passed, but Stark found no peace. Instead, a persistent sense of tension and looming danger made his fear only grow. Night after night, his sleep was haunted by nightmares. He dreamed that Ignace and Isteth had left Earth. With their immense power gone, even more terrifying enemies appeared. The Avengers were utterly powerless, overwhelmed by a single opponent who pressed them all into defeat. In the end, the battlefield was strewn with bodies. Every Avenger had fallen, and he himself, clad in battered armor, was hoisted by the throat by this unknown, dreadful enemy. Stark was gripped by fear, lost in confusion. "Stark, your family's wine isn't bad at all." Ignace walked in, arms full of bottles of red wine. Stark looked at him in puzzlement. Hadn't he already left? "Don't look at me like that. I'm not an idiot, you know. I traveled all this way. Do you really think I'd leave without taking a little advantage?" Ignace sat down nearby, uncorked a bottle of wine, and tossed the cork into the trash can with a casual flick. 3 points. "Then give me some advice," Stark said, grabbing a bottle of fine, red wine himself. For some people, these bottles would be outrageously expensive, but to him, it was no different from drinking soda. He tried to toss the cork into the trash, but it bounced off the rim and skittered away. Stark pressed a hand to his forehead, exasperated. His mind really wasn't in top shape today. "I don't feel like giving you advice," Ignace replied, continuing to sip his wine as he took a donut from Stark's box. "Then you'll be leaving empty-handed. Come on, you're rich enough now. Surely you're not still worried about the price of a few bottles of wine." Stark shrugged. Ignace picked up a piece of armor lying nearby, while behind him, Ivan Vanko was also examining the armor components. "Stark's trying to develop a device to summon individual armor pieces remotely," Ivan Vanko remarked. After speaking, he glanced at Stark, genuinely perplexed as to why this genius was having trouble with something so simple. Stark, how long has it been since you slept? Ignis asked. Not long, Stark replied quickly, setting his wine aside. The alcohol was making him even sleepier, so he brewed a cup of coffee. Falling asleep was the last thing he wanted. Not long. So how long is that exactly? Ignis grinned, taking a big swig of wine before continuing. Your eyelids are drooping. You can't even aim your throws straight. Are you trying to drop dead from exhaustion? Mr. Mola, Stark hasn't rested for at least 72 hours, chimed in Jarvis, the mischievous AI. 3 days and 3 nights without sleep. You really get a kick out of your research, huh? Ignis laughed, while Stark could only shake his head in resignation. There were things he wouldn't confess even to those he loved, let alone to another man. Stark really didn't want to talk about his own problems. Have some wine. Go get some rest. After Ignis spoke, he had Ivan Vanko hack into the Stark family system and pull up the video of Stark testing his new armor. Hey, how can you hack into my system like that? Jarvis, delete that video right now. Stark looked anxiously at Ignis, ready to stop him from watching the video, and called out to Jarvis to erase it. Jarvis is under my control now. Let's see what's on this video. Ignis held up his phone as Ivan Vanko broke into the system. All it took was a tap for the video to play. In the next instant, footage Stark had casually recorded during his experiment began playing on the TV. Sir, you haven't rested for 72 hours. Jarvis's voice sounded from a video, reminding Stark. Stark waved his fist, deliberately acting energetic in front of the camera. Attention, ladies, good evening, and welcome to the delivery room. Stark stood before his many suits of armor, speaking with playful flair. I'm honored to announce that starting today, you'll have another powerful brother among you. Close up, then pull back, mark the date. Mark 42, Autonomous Adaptive Navigation Armor, Initializing Process. Standing among his armors, Stark extended his arms. The camera panned over to a distant table, where a pile of armor components was laid out. He waved his hand, and one of the components gave a brief twitch, but nothing else happened. In the video, Stark put on some energetic music and started dancing flamboyantly. Suddenly, he thrust his hand out toward the armor parts, but nothing responded. Oh, can you delete this, please? Stark watched the video, mortified, but Ignis ignored him and kept watching. In the video, Stark failed on the first try, reached out again, but still the components didn't budge. Useless. Stark grumbled about his own creation, then adjusted the sensor on his arm and reached out again to summon the armor pieces, giving them a little pat. With a sudden sweep of his arm, the left arm piece shot over at high speed and successfully latched onto his left hand. Then came a left shoulder, right arm, and right leg pieces. In the next moment, another part flew in at frightening speed, so fast it was dangerous, and Stark had to dodge out of the way. That piece smashed right through the glass of the display stand, damaging one of the armors. Another component hurtled toward him, and though it wasn't even the helmet, it shot straight at Stark's forehead, forcing him to raise his arm to block it in a panic. The left arm piece, now out of control, crashed violently into another part, sending sparks flying before ricocheting off and slamming into the ceiling. Then, another component hurtled toward him at breakneck speed. Stark quickly dodged, but just as he finished a few words, yet another part shot toward him, smashing through 2 rows of pipes behind. A sharp whoosh sliced through the air. Oh! The lower half of the armor, missing its target, suddenly flew straight at Stark, slamming into him and forcing him to stumble back. The pain drew a startled cry from him. The backplate came barreling in, crashing into him so hard Stark nearly went flying. He hastily fired the thrusters on his limbs, steadying himself in midair. Could you take it a little easier? Stark grumbled. In front of the television, Stark watched the footage, sipping his coffee with a look of frustration. On screen, he was suiting up, piece after piece assembling around him, until, with a dramatic flip, the mask snapped into place. He landed with a heavy thud, the sound echoing with authority, utterly imposing. I'm the best. The Stark on the video had barely finished his triumphant declaration when the real Stark, sitting at the TV, jumped up to unplug the power. Ignatius quickly intervened, grinning as he blocked him. In the next instant, a recessed component from the armor display shot out from behind, slamming hard into the suit and sending Stark flying. Armor pieces clattered everywhere. That was fantastic. Ignatius applauded enthusiastically. In his opinion, that last bit was the real highlight. Hey, are you here just to laugh at my expense? Well, congratulations, you got what you wanted. Stark threw his hands up, exasperated. No, I actually came here to give you some advice, Stark. You need to take a break. Ignatius said earnestly. A break? So what? I'm supposed to close my eyes and dream of a future where you're gone and the world is in crisis? Honestly, these days I'm having nightmares every night. The pressure is enormous. Stark couldn't hold it in any longer. He finally confessed the truth. He couldn't sleep. The stress was so overwhelming. He was on the verge of a breakdown. Ignatius studied Stark's face. If he told him there were countless other universes out there, each with their own path, wouldn't Stark have a meltdown on the spot? Stark, you're pushing yourself too hard. In just 3 days, you're almost done with this suit. What's next? Walk off the planet in a month. Out of the galaxy in a year? Come on, man. That kind of pressure will only lead to mistakes. Ignatius tried to reason with him. Then again, he thought Ivan Vanko and the Big Boss were already close to leaving Earth. After all, Ivan Vanko and the Big Boss were currently studying Chitauri technology. By researching their personal flight devices and troop carriers, they had uncovered some of the Chitauri's technological secrets. These two brilliant jujitsu spirits were relentlessly analyzing Chitauri tech, hoping to extrapolate from it and build a spaceship of their own. By the way, I really should take some time to study Chitauri technology. A surge of new ideas instantly bubbled up in Stark's mind. Are you planning to reopen the weapons division? Ignace asked, watching him closely. Stark fell silent. The memories of all those Stark Industries weapons he'd seen outside the cave and the devastation he'd witnessed in Afghanistan were still vivid in his mind. The thought of becoming an arms supplier again was deeply unsettling to him. No, I just want to study other people's technology, make ourselves stronger so we can better protect the Earth. With that, Stark glanced at his empty coffee cup, then reached for the wine, tilting his head back and gulping it down, one mouthful after another. Hey, to be honest, pal, Bang! Much later, the floor was littered with empty wine bottles. Stark, his head swimming, managed just 2 steps before collapsing face first on the floor, instantly drifting into a deep, snoring sleep. Ignace shrugged helplessly, then turned to Pepper Potts, who had just arrived at the door. He gestured toward Stark and said, "The pressure's just been too much for him, so I let him drink himself unconscious. You better take him home." "Thank you. And I'm sorry Stark's put you through all this trouble." Pepper hurried over, grabbed Stark by the shoulders, and with great effort hoisted him up, half carrying, half dragging him out of the lab toward the bedroom. In Ignace's hand was Stark's latest suit, and Ivan Vanko stood beside him, nodding thoughtfully. "Give me some time. I can build something like this too." Ignace didn't respond until they'd left Stark's house. Then he turned to Ivan Vanko. "That's not what I meant. What I want to know is, now that he's developed nano suits, why bother making this kind of armor? Wouldn't a pair of sunglasses do the trick for everyday carry?" "It's not quite that simple, sir. You see, the endurance of nano suits still leaves much to be desired," Ivan Vanko explained. "I see. Will that be overcome in the future?" "It'll take some time." Satisfied with Vanko's answer, Ignace nodded. He wasn't particularly interested in Stark's little invention this time. The nanosuits still didn't have the staying power of traditional armor, but that didn't concern him. As long as he wore the cursed spirit armor, he could keep supplying it with energy indefinitely. "All right, let's head back." Ignace shook his head with a wry smile. He'd expected Stark to come up with something more impressive. For Stark, this was progress, but for him, it didn't really matter. As they flew home, Ignace sat inside the nanosuit, connected to the network, and switched an entertainment channel onto his screen. While he watched a funny cartoon, the nanosuit handled the autopilot, deftly avoiding commercial airliners and military airspace as they soared through the sky. The television screen abruptly went black. Then a new image appeared, a background of colorful bars, overlaid with a logo, a pair of crossed knives encircled by 10 rings. A man wearing sunglasses and sporting a thick beard stood before the camera, his gaze fixed on the prisoners below. "Some people call me a terrorist. I see myself as a teacher. America, are you ready for another lesson?" The man continued to stand before the camera, launching into a monologue. At that very moment, television channels all across America were hijacked, each broadcasting the same video. The sudden takeover sent a wave of panic rippling through the media. The next day, at the top floor of Cradle of Life Corporation, Ignace was reading a book, basking in a luxurious massage provided by Queeness Death herself, when a phone call came through. "Mr. Mora, there's a female scientist at the front desk who calls herself Maya Hansen. She says she'd like to meet you." The company receptionist hurried to relay the message. "Send her up." Ignace recalled the name Maya Hansen. She rang a bell as an outstanding scientist from the storyline of Iron Man 3. He would never turn away a talent like that. At the same time, Ignace instructed Ivan Vanko to begin looking into Maya Hansen's background. By the time the guest reached the top floor, Ivan Vanko had already pulled up her information and sent the details to Ignace's phone. "Hello, Mr. Mora. I'm Maya Hansen, The woman entered, smiling as she looked at Ignace. "You're not Maya Hansen. Miss, who are you really?" Ignace, eyes on his phone, and then on the woman, cut straight to the point, his expression stern. The woman before him looked nothing like the photo of Maya Hansen on his phone. She might fool some with her forged identity, but not Ivan Vanko. "I'm sorry, I'm not sure what you're talking about. May I sit down?" Feigning composure, the woman smiled at Ignace. Without waiting for a response, she took the liberty of sitting herself on the sofa opposite him, near the floor-to-ceiling windows. "Let's hear it. Who's the organization behind you, and what do you want?" Ignace questioned her, while Ivan Vanko continued to dig into the organization she might be working for. Ignace couldn't shake the feeling that her using Maya Hansen's name to approach him might be connected to AIM, the group founded by Aldrich Killian? Or perhaps some other careful schemer had simply picked a random scientist's identity as a cover to get close to him. "Mr. Ignace, you certainly don't mince words. Here's what's really going on." The woman began to explain, but Ignace cut her off. "Let's drop the pretense, Miss Christo." At that moment, Ignace received a message. Ivan Vanko had uncovered the woman's true identity. A sudden jolt shot through Christo's heart as a streak of fiery red light flashed across her pale neck. Ignace understood instantly this really was AIM. AIM, the company founded by Killian, seemed like an ordinary research firm on the surface. But behind the scenes, ever since Killian had been humiliated by Stark, he turned it into a dark organization dedicated to extremist virus research. Killian had teamed up with Maya Hansen to study the extremist virus, and even hired Trevor Slattery to play the Mandarin, known as the infamous Mandarin. Ignace let the plot of Iron Man 3 replay in his mind. So, this woman before him, she must be one of Killian's test subjects, created by infecting her with extremists. I don't care who you are. Just tell me, what kind of collaboration are you looking for? Ignace said, his voice firm. The extremist virus wasn't inherently unstable. The problem was that Killian was a fool, and Maya Hansen's skills weren't up to par. Besides, the files Maya Hansen got from Stark were just some notes he'd scribbled after a wild night, nothing more. Even Pepper had the extremist virus injected into her, and she survived just fine. It all depended on who was doing the research. That's why Ignace wanted both the Big Boss and Ivan Vanko to try their hands at studying the extremist virus. This is a product developed entirely by our company. You're welcome to take a look, and we even brought a sample. Christo hesitated for a second, then hurriedly forced an awkward smile and handed over a USB drive along with a small inhalation device. All right, Ignace replied. He plugged the USB into his computer and watched Killian's promotional video, which painted the extremist virus in the best possible light. The accompanying documents were just as flattering. Ignace picked up the small device containing the sample, intending to set it aside for safekeeping. There was no way he'd use himself as a guinea pig. Mr. Mora, there must be some misunderstanding. Since this is a proprietary drug in development, you can't simply keep it. But you're welcome to try it here and now, Christo said quickly, her smile never wavering. In the video, Killian described extremists as a miraculous medicine, capable of regenerating the human body. He claimed it was an invention even greater than the cradle of regeneration, a revolutionary breakthrough. Bring me a lab mouse. I want to run an experiment, Ignace said, lifting the phone to call Dr. Helen Zhao. Mr. Mora, our product is designed specifically for humans. It doesn't work on other species, Christo responded with another quick practice smile. She was clearly trying to nudge Ignace into testing it on himself. Ignace glanced at the woman before him. Killian wanted to lure him in and use the dangers of extremists to keep him under control. Miss Christo, why don't you help me with the experiment? After all, I value my life, Ignace replied, handing the device back to her. You must be joking. Our drug is perfectly safe. Aren't you the one who can make a severed arm regrow? This shouldn't pose any risk to you at all. There was a covetous glint in Christo's eyes as she looked at the despair virus, desire barely concealed. But she knew all too well that the despair virus was unstable. If she took even a bit more of it, she might end up losing control, becoming nothing more than a ticking time bomb, seconds away from exploding on the spot. Ms. Christo, for a research company, your methods are astoundingly sloppy. Ignace shook his head, then continued speaking into the phone. Come over here. I need you to analyze something for me. All right, I'll be there right away, Zhao Hailuan replied hastily, getting ready to fetch whatever Ignace wanted her to examine. Mr. Mora, this is a company secret. You can't just take it away for research. Unless our two companies collaborate, we absolutely cannot allow you to study it on your own. Christo blurted out in a panic, jumping to her feet. And what would a collaboration look like? Nasi asked, eyeing her with amused curiosity. You try it yourself. We sign a contract, and that's all there is to it, the woman replied urgently, desperation leaking into her tone. Why should I risk my own body to test it? Can't I just hire some test subjects at a high price? Ignace lounged across from her, smiling as he watched her reaction. No, she snapped. With a sharp crash, Christo slammed her palm onto the table. The metal surface instantly began to melt beneath her touch. Her whole body glowed crimson, threads of red light crackling across her face in jagged patterns. The sight was terrifying. She looked like a demon straight out of hell. You will take it, right now, immediately. No more discussion. She glared daggers at Ignace, her threats growing colder with every word. Isdef fixed the woman with an icy stare, a chill radiating outward, freezing the very air. If you think you're so tough, then try me. My heat is more than enough to melt your ice, you fool. Christo roared back. Ignace gazed at her calmly. And what if I refuse? Are you going to kill me? Oh, how frightening. Yes, I'll burn you and your wife alive, slowly and cruelly, until you both die in agony. Christo howled, voice raw with rage. Stronger than a superhero? Oof, you're nothing special. My heat can reduce you all to ash. But I don't think you're capable of killing me. What's wrong? Are you scared I won't take the bait, that you'll fail your mission and have nothing to show when you go back? Ignace taunted, realizing this woman was nothing more than a disposable pawn. If this pawn somehow managed to get Ignace to use the despair virus, then Killian would have hit the jackpot. If that expendable pawn hadn't forced Ignace to use the despair virus, Killian wouldn't have suffered any loss anyway. When the time came, he could simply hide, let the pawn blow up Ignace, and avoid any retaliation himself. So what if it is? You piece of trash, swallow it. This is the despair virus. Don't fail to appreciate what's good for you. Christo roared furiously, advancing menacingly toward Ignace. Isdef strode forward, her gaze blazing with anger as she glared at Christo. "Idiot, stand down." She gripped an ice blade, pointing it at her opponent with wrathful intent. In the next instant, Christo seized Esteth's ice blade in her hand and melted it to nothing in a single motion. A surge of fury rose within Esteth as she prepared for an all-out battle. "Let me handle this." With that, Ignis stood up, walked to Esteth's side, and fixed his gaze on Christo. "You're losing control. It seems this product is nothing but an unfinished prototype, destined only for ruin." Ignis had barely finished speaking when Christo, seething with rage, tried to deny his words with a howl. But at that moment, a dangerous red glow surged over Christo's entire body, her eyes blazing with crimson light. Christo herself hadn't realized it. She was already on the brink of losing all control. In the blink of an eye, Ignis chanted a spell, clenched his hand in the air, and, mimicking the technique from the Cormorant Pavilion, swept the space like a silken veil and slammed it down toward Christo. Christo's searing hand lashed out toward him in retaliation. With a thunderous crash, Christo was struck by the sweeping spatial force, smashing through the floor-to-ceiling window and hurtling outward. A deafening explosion followed outside the building. In the sky, a massive fireball erupted and expanded wildly, its dazzling light blazing as scorching hot currents tore through the air. Christo exploded midair. The blast was so powerful it shattered the windows of several floors of the building. Quickly, Esteth conjured an ice wall that angled upward from the building's exterior, trying to shield against the explosion. But the heat was unimaginably intense, thousands of degrees Celsius. The section of the ice wall closest to the blast melted and vaporized instantly. Ignis hurriedly invoked the Cormorant Pavilion's spell again, swirling the space to shield himself and Esteth. Shards of glass burst apart, flying wildly in all directions. Tables and chairs were sent tumbling through the chaos. The room was left in utter disarray. When the explosion subsided, Ignis released the spell and surveyed the ruined interior. The place was a complete mess. At the doorway, Zhao Hailuan pushed against the door, only for it to crash to the floor with a resounding thud. "What happened?" "I heard this huge boom." She stopped mid-sentence, staring at the devastation inside, utterly dumbfounded. "I'll call the NYPD." Wait. Zhao Hailuan hesitated for a moment, thinking that in New York, seeking help from NYPD might not be as effective as turning to Ignis. "Zhao Hailuan, take this sample to my private laboratory. You may extract a small portion for analysis and research, but under no circumstances should you use it in any experiments," Ignis instructed, handing Zhao Hailuan the respirator containing the despair virus, which he had produced from inside his clothing. "All right," she stammered. "Downstairs, not long ago." The instant Christo exploded, the deafening blast and shockwave immediately triggered panic among the crowd. People looked up in alarm. A massive, dazzling ball of fire blossomed above, detonating not far from the top floors of the Cradle of Life Corporation. Cries of alarm filled the air as everyone stared upward. By the time someone managed to raise their phone to record, the fiery ball had already dissipated. In the sky, several large pieces of ash, once clothing, drifted slowly downward, heightening the sense of dread among the onlookers on the street. That evening, outside a grand theater, Stark's bodyguard and driver, Happy, watched two people engaging in a strange exchange, suspicion flickering behind his sunglasses. When the two parted ways, he deliberately walked over, accidentally bumping into the briefcase held by the man with short hair. A cascade of small, metallic respirators tumbled out from the case. "Sorry about that, friend," Happy said quickly, squatting down to help gather the scattered devices. As he returned them, he deftly palmed one while the other man was distracted. They glanced up at each other as they collected the items. A dangerous glint of red flashed across the cheek of the scarf-wearing, short-haired man. Happy's heart skipped a beat. He realized he'd stumbled into something dangerous. Outwardly, he maintained a casual air, finished helping the man, and stood up, eager to get away from his trouble. Just then, a bald man strode over and accidentally bumped into Happy. Both men turned at once, sizing each other up. The bald man grinned wickedly, while Happy managed an awkward smile in return. The bald man had seen this big guy sneakily pocket a little gadget, and Happy had witnessed the bald man's transaction with the dangerous short-haired man. "Hey there, buddy," the bald man greeted with a broad, seemingly friendly smile. "Spending a cozy night alone, watching a romantic flick?" "Yeah, movie nights just ended," Happy replied, feeling a rush of nerves. He knew he'd been caught, but forced himself to act nonchalant, gesturing animatedly. "You and that girl you were with are the stars. Here, this is my ticket stub." As Happy finished, the bald man eyed the device in his hand. "Joking aside, that's not yours," the bald man said coldly, shaking his head as his expression hardened. He suddenly reached out and seized Happy's arm in a vice-like grip. Happy struggled twice, but couldn't break free. Happy swung a fist at the bald man, but he dodged with lightning speed. Undeterred, Happy threw another punch, this time landing hard on the bald man's face. To Happy's astonishment, a red glow flashed across the man's features, and the wound on his nose bridge healed instantly, leaving Happy dumbfounded. Another dangerous opponent. Happy quickly launched another attack, but the bald man caught his arm in midair, effortlessly tossing Happy aside. Happy crashed heavily into a nearby street stall, sending goods and shards of glass scattering everywhere. At that very moment, the short-haired man gulped down a large dose of the extremist virus in one go. The bald man strode rapidly toward Happy, intent on retrieving the item and capturing Happy for interrogation. "Savon, help me. Please, help!" The short-haired man cried out in agony, his voice desperate. The bald man, Savon, turned to look. Now, the short-haired man's entire body radiated an alarming heat. His eyes, cheeks, and every inch of exposed skin flickered with a dangerous red light, pulsing with intensity. A chill ran through Savon. This idiot, did he just take a massive dose all at once? Is he trying to get himself killed? "Arg!" the short-haired man suddenly screamed, reaching out for Savon with a tortured grasp. Terrified, Savon spun around and bolted. Realizing the danger, Happy quickly ducked behind the remnants of a stall. Bystanders, witnessing the terrifying transformation of the short-haired man, scattered in frantic terror. The next instant, blinding white light burst from the man's eyes and mouth, and the red glow from his body grew so intense that not a trace of human skin remained visible. A deafening explosion ripped through the air. A colossal blast wave erupted, surging outward with unstoppable force. In a heartbeat, the surroundings were reduced to a post-war wasteland. Smoke darkened the sky, and ash drifted down like a grim snowfall. The shockwave tore down the street, throwing vehicles into chaos. Several cars collided in a tangle of screeching metal. Smoke and ash billowed across the entire avenue, plunging it into panic and chaos. Even sheltered by the street stall, Happy was gravely injured, unable to move. The stall itself was gone, obliterated without a trace. With great effort, Happy managed to turn his head weakly, forcing his eyes open just a sliver to glimpse the distant wall. On the wall, shadows of human figures appeared in twisted, unnatural poses. These were the marks left by the explosion. The bodies vaporized, their outlines seared onto the wall. It was a horrifying sight. Amid the ruins, Happy was horrified to discover that the bald man was still alive. Savin's scorched hand gripped a chunk of the shattered wall as he dragged his burned, glowing foot forward. After only a few steps, sparks flickered across his body, and, with uncanny speed, he began to regenerate, the red glow gradually fading away. Surveying the panic in the streets, Savon seized the moment and fled into the chaos. Happy watched as Savon vanished into the thick, black smoke. At last, pain overwhelmed him. He closed his eyes in agony and slipped into unconsciousness. On this single day, New York was rocked by 2 consecutive terrorist attacks. The first took place at Cradle of Life Corporation. Media reports stated that Ignace had been targeted by unknown terrorists, and there was even speculation that the emergence of the regeneration Cradle threatened the interests of certain pharmaceutical giants. Perhaps this was a warning from those giants to Ignace. The second attack occurred outside a Grand Theater. Stark's personal bodyguard was caught in a similar terrorist assault and now lay unconscious in the hospital's intensive care unit. Countless innocent bystanders at the scene were obliterated by the blast, leaving no trace behind. For a time, the American media erupted in a frenzy. Some called this the next great crisis after the events of New York Time. Others speculated that both Stark and Ignace had been threatened and warned by powerful forces. One had disrupted the old guard of the pharmaceutical industry, stripping them of considerable profit. The other, Stark, had drawn the ire of the military by halting Stark Industries' weapon supplies, depriving them of their most advanced equipment. America had never lacked for conspiracy theories, and, as the media speculated wildly, that very evening, the Mandarin could no longer hold back. He released another video, loudly claiming responsibility for all these incidents. "Damn it, are you alright?" On the way to the hospital, Stark ran into Ignace and immediately asked after him in concern. In the space of a single day, his bodyguard and chauffeur had been viciously attacked. Before that, even his friend had come under assault. Just waking from sleep, Stark was seething with anger. "It's nothing. That guy was never a real threat to me," Ignace replied, shaking his head with a smile. "But what happened? Why were you attacked?" Stark pressed. For someone to dare target both Ignace and Isdeth, Stark was truly shocked at the audacity of these terrorists. Ignace was about to answer when suddenly, his phone rang. Carlson was calling in a hurry. "You want to ask about it too?" "That's right. Then let's talk together." "All right." Shortly after, inside the hospital where Happy was being treated, in Happy's ward, the medical staff had stepped out for a moment, leaving Carlson, Stark, Ignace, and Isdeth sitting together in the room. "Tell us, why did they try to approach you? What caused the conflict? And how did these attacks happen?" Carlson asked urgently. Stark, too, looked at Ignace with a grave expression. With Happy now in a coma, Ignace was the only victim who had survived the attacks. He was their only source of clues. They called themselves AIM, a company, and introduced me to a so-called miracle cure, supposedly even more advanced than my own regeneration cradle. Ignace began to speak, and then, on his phone, he played for them the backup video Killian had used to glamorize the extremist virus. Stark and Carlson watched the video with grave expressions, both sensing that the reality was far less rosy than what the footage suggested. Ignace also suspected that Killian, knowing Thor was still in America, feared his plan was unstable and couldn't withstand the combined force of Iron Man and the God of Thunder. That's why Killian wanted to recruit an ally. He wanted to seek out Loki, but couldn't since he had no idea where Loki was being held. So, Killian set his sights on Ignace Mora, the man who refused to become a superhero. But Ignace knew exactly what kind of person he was dealing with. To make Ignace comply, Killian intended for him to use the extremist virus first, then hold him hostage by threatening him with the virus's unstable dangers. Unfortunately for Killian, his scheme had failed. What a terrifying madman. After watching the video and listening to Ignace's account and his deductions, Stark and Coulson exchanged uneasy glances. What about the sample? They both asked at once, concern evident in their voices. He said he wouldn't give it to me unless I used it myself, Ignace replied, telling a lie. Partly, it was to keep trouble at bay, and partly to prevent S.H.I.E.L.D. from pestering him for the extremist virus sample. S.H.I.E.L.D. never gives up, like a dog returning to its old habits. If the extremist virus ended up in their hands, they'd surely run experiments on it. And wouldn't it mean Hydra would get their hands on the research too? Looks like when the explosion happened, the sample was destroyed along with everything else, Coulson said with a resigned shake of his head. He genuinely hoped to bring his sample back. But these terrorists were truly outrageous. After the explosion, not a single trace of his sample remained. Stark turned on the television, playing Downton Abbey softly in the background. He let out a sorrowful sigh and shook his head. Sunday night's regular program, Downton Abbey. It was her favorite show. Make sure everyone wears their badges. He takes this seriously, or my people won't let them in. Finishing his statement, Stark clenched his fists in anger and looked at Ignace. Don't give me any tearjerker lines. Beating those people up is a given, but this is personal, just payback. Ignace waved his hand with a smile. His home had been left in utter ruin. Until he'd given Killian a thrashing, he couldn't rest easy. Whether it's payback or counterattack, I'm declaring war on him. Stark roared. No, this isn't a declaration of war, Ignace replied. This is like crushing some brat, beating him until he calls for his daddy. Ignace waved with a bright smile, determined to defeat Killian thoroughly and turn him into the most dazzling firework in the night sky. Stark grinned, while Ignace shook his hand dismissively. What's wrong? Stark looked at him, puzzled. I have a feeling the guy tried to trick me into using something dangerous before, so it'd be easier for him to control me. That probably means one thing. He's actually weaker than I am, and he's scared of me. That's why you can't act with me, or else he'll never reveal his true colors. Having said this, Ignace's meaning became clear to Stark. So, I should challenge him out in the open, make a big show of it, and help you lure him out? Stark asked. Ignace nodded eagerly. Not long after, outside the hospital, Stark stepped out and was instantly swarmed by a sea of reporters. Cameras flashed wildly in his face, and microphones jostled toward him from every direction. Mr. Stark, our sources indicate that all signs point to these two explosions being terrorist attacks orchestrated by the Mandarin. Do you have any advice or comments on that? A female reporter fired off her question with rapid precision, her words coming so quickly they felt like a barrage. Other reporters crowded closer, surrounding Stark and his luxury car. Microphones piled up on the car's roof. A deafening chorus of questions assaulted Stark's ears, the sheer noise making his head pound. Mr. Stark, when are you going to take out that bastard? A bearded man, holding up his phone to record, blurted the question, staring at Stark intently. Can you comment? Stark's face tightened, suppressing the anger simmering inside. He spun around and glared at the rude man. You really want to know? The bearded man nodded eagerly, and the other reporters joined in, their excitement obvious. They didn't really care about the terrorist attacks, or whether Ignace and Happy were injured, or how badly. What mattered to them was the headline, the story that would help them win praise from their news director, maybe even promotion. What they truly cared about was cold, hard cash. I've got a holiday greeting for the Mandarin. I just figured out how to say it. My name is Tony Stark, and I'm not afraid of you. You're the coward here, so I'm telling you, get ready to meet your end. I'm going to take you down myself. Stark took off his sunglasses and stared straight into the camera, his gaze unwavering as he declared his challenge. Facing the crowd of media, he issued his declaration of war against the Mandarin, saying, If you're really a man, remember my home address, 10880 Malibu Street, zip code 90265. My door will be open, and I'll be waiting for you at home. He then looked back at the bearded man. Well, are you satisfied now? He snatched the bearded man's phone and slammed it hard against the wall. The bearded man winced, clearly feeling the loss. Go ahead, sue me. Stark shot the guy an angry glare, then turned to get into his car. Mr. Stark, are you this upset because your friend Mr. Mora was seriously injured? I heard he hasn't left the hospital since he was admitted. A reporter from India hurriedly blocked Stark's path, pressing him with questions. Stark glared at her as she shrank back, startled. He pulled open the car door and got in, but the memory of Ignace's plan made his face twist with fury. He stared straight into the camera lens. Mandarin, you bastard. My friend's been hurt, and I'm furious. You're finished. Just wait until I come for you. With a furious shout, Stark rolled up the window. The reporters scrambled out of the way as he revved his luxury car and sped off. The journalists exchanged uncertain glances. Was Ignace really that badly hurt? They rushed to storm into the hospital for answers. Just then, the NYPD arrived, quickly dispersing the crowd and forbidding any reporters from entering the hospital. It seems Stark's friend Ignace, as well as his bodyguard Happy, have both been seriously injured. Stark looked absolutely terrifying in his anger. Next, let's keep our eyes on this hospital and on Stark's mansion. We don't know how badly Mr. Moira is hurt, or if he's in real danger. And what challenges will Iron Man face now, without the protection of the powerful Ignace, when he goes up against the Mandarin? A reporter faced the camera, voice trembling with excitement. Some reporters decided to stay at the hospital entrance, keeping watch over Ignace's condition. Others hurried to catch flights to the West Coast, determined to stake out Stark's home and be the first to witness the showdown between Stark and the Mandarin. That very night, the entire American media world erupted into a frenzy. Speculation ran wild about the extent of Ignace's injuries and why his death still hadn't appeared. Was she hurt as well? Some outlets eagerly awaited Stark's official declaration of war against the Mandarin. Inside a VIP luxury suite at the hospital, Ignace sat comfortably, savoring fine food and good wine while watching TV with his death. He was pretending to be gravely injured. Ever since the attack, he had avoided everyone except Zhao, Helen, Stark, and Coulson. He'd warned all three of them not to reveal his true condition under any circumstances. After all, Ignace was simply too formidable. With his death at his side, even if Killian were feeling bold, he wouldn't dare make a move. Especially since Killian's so-called Mandarin wasn't the real deal. No matter how powerful the extremist soldiers were, Killian still feared that Ignace might hit him with a devastating blast from afar. So, he pretended to be ill, letting Stark openly and flamboyantly declare war, playing along with his scheme to lure out their enemies. At the same time, Stark was genuinely furious, so his outrage looked perfectly natural. Coulson knocked on the door and walked in, handing Ignatius a large bag. Opening it up, he found slices of lamb, beef, fish balls, and a mountain of vegetables and seafood inside. "Thanks, Coulson." Ignatius smiled as he spoke, took the bag, and started preparing the ingredients before tossing them into the hot pot. As he ate hot pot, he watched Tom and Jerry on the television. Coulson looked at Ignatius, who was clearly enjoying himself, and he shook his head helplessly. He sat down to the side, picked up his phone, and started streaming live TV on a certain TV channel. Judging by the level of protection the NYPD has provided at the hospital, I'm afraid the injuries Ignatius and Happy sustained might be quite severe, said a beautiful anchorwoman sitting in front of the camera, legs elegantly crossed. But I think, after all, Ignatius is the strongest man on Earth right now. Surely he'll pull through, right? Hey, you must be joking. You need to understand one thing. The temperature at the explosion site was reportedly over 1,000 degrees Celsius. The camera quickly cut to the black co-anchor. Taking full advantage of his charisma, the black anchor spoke with a natural rhythm, using expressive gestures and animated features. Over 1,000 degrees. Have you seen the photos of the Grand Theater? The anchorwoman quickly shook her head. The black anchor pointed urgently at the big screen, and the production staff immediately projected a series of photos. The ruins of the Grand Theater appeared in chaos, and on the battered walls, the shadows of several people were burned into the stone. See? Other than Happy, who found shelter just in time, everyone else was vaporized. No matter how tough Ignatius is, he's still human. I think the odds are stacked against him. He shook his head, clearly pessimistic about Ignatius's fate. The so-called strongest man on Earth is probably done for. Then, he turned to the camera and delivered a phrase that would become iconic. "If you're human and you get killed, you die." Coulson stared at the screen speechless, then glanced over at Ignatius, who was merely eating hot pot, singing, and watching Tom and Jerry as he relived his childhood. Coulson was left in stunned silence. Wasn't he just fine? How could anything be wrong with him? Coulson was now seriously doubting whether Ignatius was even hurt at all. Anyone who could take on the Hulk and come out on top. Coulson had a feeling Ignatius still had a few tricks up his sleeve, which explained how he emerged unscathed. The media had been thoroughly fooled by Ignatius, but there was nothing to be done about it. After all, the lives of the wealthy were simply beyond the imagination of most people. Several floors of Ignatius's company were reserved for his personal use, not to mention a fleet of private elevators and his own garages. The hospital had been reserved by Ignatius well before Happy was admitted or Ignatius himself arrived. The media had absolutely no way of knowing Ignatius's real situation. Even the news about Ignace being hospitalized was a rumor he'd deliberately set loose. Reporters thought they had bribed hospital staff for inside information, but in truth, it was just misinformation intentionally leaked by Ignace himself. After all, the meager bribes the journalists offered didn't even come close to what hospital employees would have to pay for breaking their confidentiality agreements. "Coulson, want something to eat?" Ignace asked with a friendly smile. Coulson shook his head helplessly and stood up, about to leave. He knew he couldn't keep up with Ignace's games. He needed to hurry and focus on Stark's affairs. After Coulson left, Ignace picked up the phone and got in touch with Stark. "What's going on?" Stark asked, then added, "By the way, are there any paparazzi sneaking around on your end? We can't afford to have our plan exposed. A few paparazzi have already been caught." Ignace replied, glancing over at a large, split-screen TV on the other side of the room. The screens showed surveillance footage of the hospital entrances and exits. At the same time, numerous cursed spirits roamed throughout the hospital, keeping a watchful eye on every movement. Just a moment ago, several paparazzi had tried to sneak in, only to be spotted by the spirits. Ignace then notified the NYPD to have him arrested. That's just how it is. Money makes anything possible. So what did you call me for? Stark asked. Don't worry. Even without your help, I can take Killian down and have him begging for mercy. Ever since Iron Man made his debut, Stark had realized that the moments when he was supposed to shine were often stolen by Ignace. The only time he'd really gotten to show off, when fighting Ivan Vanko, some mysterious figure had intervened halfway through and taken Vanko away. It's too dangerous for Pepper to stick with you. Why not let her come over here? Tell her she can visit me on your behalf, and I'll keep her safe. You have your Iron Man suit, but she's just a regular woman. Ignace spoke earnestly. Stark fell silent for a moment before finally responding. All right, I'll leave her in your care. He'd heard Ignace's descriptions of the extremist soldiers and knew just how frightening they could be. Stark had no intention of letting Pepper get caught up in this crisis. Just watch, pal. Tune into tomorrow's live broadcast. I'm going to beat those bastards so bad they'll be running for their lives. With that, Stark hung up, and the two ended their call. The next day, Ignace welcomed Pepper into his luxurious VIP suite, greeting her warmly and inviting her to join him for a meal. At the same time, on the west coast of America, above Stark's cliffside mansion, a fleet of helicopters hovered overhead, cameras trained on Stark's home as the media broadcast the event live to countless viewers. The audience was more excited for Iron Man's showdown with the Mandarin than they were for the opening ceremony of a sports event. Ignace, Steph, and Pepper were sitting together in his house, also watching the live broadcast. Nearby Stark's mansion, the entire American media had flocked to the scene. People parked their cars all around, raised their cameras, and prepared to capture every moment. No one wanted to miss out on Stark's latest drama. How could you resist that kind of scoop? At the entrance of Stark's home, a woman walked up and knocked on the glass door. Jarvis used the camera to scan her face, quickly matching it to a public identity. The glass door slid open automatically. At the same time, a beam of light swept over her, checking for any weapons. Stay right there. Don't move. Stark, clad in his armor, approached her, but kept a safe distance. You're not the Mandarin, are you? Stark asked. Maya Hansen couldn't help but laugh. Don't you remember me? That's not your fault. I can't even remember what I had for breakfast, Stark replied, hinting that, back in his Playboy days, there were a bit too many women he'd known. It was gluten-free waffles, sir, Jarvis interjected promptly. Yeah, got it, Stark replied impatiently, annoyed by the interruption. I'd like to talk to you privately, just for a moment. It's important, Maya said hurriedly. I suppose I shouldn't refuse, but I do have an official girlfriend now, Stark said as he walked toward the main hall. But then he remembered, last night, how he'd chatted with Pepper, hoping she'd go stay with Ignace for safety, and how Pepper had agreed without the slightest hesitation. She'd packed her things as if she were moving out for good. But she's not speaking to me at the moment, Stark added helplessly. At least Pepper wasn't here, so there were some questions he could ask more freely. Suddenly, he remembered. This was Maya Hansen, someone from his past with a bit of history between them. Don't tell me there's a 12-year-old I've never met waiting for me in the car, Stark said to Maya, a sudden pang of regret hitting him. He really shouldn't have cut corners back then. He's 13 now, and he keeps asking to meet his dad, Maya teased. With Stark's girlfriend out of the picture for now, she felt free to joke around. Oh no, Stark froze, caught off guard. Maya burst out laughing. Relax, I'm just here to ask for your help. There's no kid, she reassured him. Stark breathed a sigh of relief. Oh wait, is that your house? Maya suddenly pointed at the television. Stark quickly turned to look. On the screen, the camera was broadcasting a live shot of Stark's home. The lens panned out over the sea, catching a missile streaking across the sky, its tail flaring as it sped directly towards Stark's mansion. Crabbed with lavish gifts, they really do have a nerve to show up. Stark quickly grabbed Maya Hansen, controlling his suit to dash toward the door. In the very next instant, just as Stark burst out of the mansion, missiles rained down, striking the house. In a flash, the entire mansion was blasted to ruins. 3 helicopters sped towards Stark's home, each aiming their weapons at the house. Stark set Maya down outside. Listen, whatever you have to say, let's save it until this is over, all right? Get out of here now. With those words, Stark shot up into the sky. Savon, one of Killian's men, sat in the co-pilot seat of a helicopter. All 3 choppers unleashed a barrage of missiles on the mansion. Meanwhile, Stark piloted his Iron Man suit high above, aiming his palm at one of the helicopters and firing a powerful energy beam. A thunderous explosion lit up the sky as fire blossomed overhead. Stark had taken down one of the attacking helicopters with a single blast. Without missing a beat, he turned and fired at another incoming helicopter. Another blinding burst of light erupted in the air. One more helicopter obliterated. New York. Inside a hospital, Ignace sat in front of a television, enjoying some snacks while watching the live broadcast. See? I told you there was nothing to worry about. At worst, the house gets trashed. Those guys are no match for your Stark, not even close. Ignace chuckled as he spoke. In his opinion, The extremist soldiers from Iron Man 3 were hardly impressive. Sure, they could heal themselves, were stronger, and could withstand extreme heat. But Ignace really didn't think these people could take down Iron Man. If Iron Man kept flying and blasting away at them from the sky, Ignace figured even the big boss Killian would be finished. But it seemed the plot of Iron Man 3 was deliberately written to make the fight appear more evenly matched, forcing the Iron Man suits to engage the extremist soldiers in close combat. All right, maybe I was too worried about him, Pepper said with a resigned nod. So what do we do now? She looked at Ignace, puzzled. Obviously, we watch your Stark put on a show. Ignace watched as the last helicopter on the television screen made a desperate escape. Stark would purposely leave an opening for the extremist soldiers, giving them a chance to slip in, infiltrate the enemy's lair, and uncover Killian's base of operations. Next up, it'd be time to go after them with everything he had. On screen, Stark pursued the fleeing helicopter in his suit. A swarm of media helicopters hurried to follow. Before long, Stark caught up to the helicopter. With a blast from his palm cannon, he blew it out of the sky. From a fiery wreckage, a glowing, red-hot figure suddenly leapt forth, grabbing Stark in a fierce embrace. The camera zoomed in, revealing that the brute was radiating intense heat, his grip warping Stark's armor out of shape. The Iron Man suit plummeted rapidly, prompting gasps of alarm from the reporters watching nearby. Not long after, Ignace received a notification from Jarvis. Mr. Mora, the fish has taken the bait. Tennessee, 5 kilometers outside Rose Hill. Snow swirled through the mountain forest. Savon, the bald man, stood in the snow, eyeing the Iron Man suit that lay on the ground. He looked down at the phone inside his jacket. The phone was blackened and fused. Its buttons and screen melted into a solid lump. A moment ago, he had raised his own body temperature to knock Stark out, and in the process, destroyed his own phone. Damn it. Savon flung the ruined phone into the snow, then grabbed one of the suit's legs and started dragging Stark away. Clang. Oh, come on. Could you try not to be so rough? Stark protested immediately, feeling the suit scrape hard against a hidden rock beneath the snow. If you got the guts, crawl out of that tin can and take me on. Hiding in their suits a piece of trash like you. Savon sneered. He glanced around, trying to figure out where they were, and began planning to find a phone so he could contact his team and take Stark away. I can't. You burned out some of the suit systems. I'm stuck in here. Stark replied helplessly. Hey, Q-Ball, you'd better watch your back. One day I'll get out and turn your head into modern art. I'll be waiting. Savon let out a cold laugh and kept dragging Stark along. Even in just a shirt, he felt nothing of the bitter cold as they moved through the forest. Some time later, in a small town, in a shadowy alleyway, Stark watched from inside the Iron Man suit as Savon met with Killian. At this point, he still hadn't recognized Killian. In truth, the suit wasn't nearly as damaged as Stark claimed. It was fully functional. Everything was working perfectly, and he was enjoying the warmth inside the armor. After all, Saban's leap of faith and surprise attack had been no accident. Stark had deliberately given him the opening. After that, Stark had simply powered down the suit's flight systems, making sure there was plenty of energy left. He also had several pairs of sunglasses and a few pens tucked inside his clothes. Each pair of sunglasses and pen was actually a piece of nanotech, disguise components for a new suit. Stark was planning to use them for a surprise attack on these bastards when the time was right. But first, he needed Savon to take him straight to their lair. Killian ordered his men to load the Iron Man's suit into a vehicle. He cast a mocking glance at Stark and said, Mr. Stark, who would have thought you'd end up like this? Hiv hiv. With that, Killian climbed into the front passenger seat, while Stark's suit was hauled into the back compartment of the car. Who is he? Stark felt this guy looked somewhat familiar. But because the story had shifted, Pepper had spent time resting with him earlier, so she hadn't been found by Killian. Stark hadn't watched over any meeting between Pepper and Killian, so it was no wonder he had little recollection of this man he once played a prank on so many years ago. Hey, how are things going on your end? Stark subtly moved his fingers, tapping lightly on the suit's glove. Jarvis interpreted the Morse code, converting it into a message for Ignace. Killian sat in the front, brooding over how to deal with Stark and finally get his revenge for the humiliation all those years ago. Meanwhile, Stark was teaming up with Ignace, fishing for information. Using Morse code, he let Jarvis translate and send texts as they chatted in secret. In New York, inside a hospital, Ignace was feasting on seafood while watching SpongeBob SquarePants. No matter how old a man gets, there's always a soft spot for SpongeBob. Back then, he watched it for laughs. Now it was still the comedy that kept him coming back. Hot pot and cartoons, life's little pleasures. Ignace texted Stark, content. Stark was speechless. Here he was, having to pretend to be helpless, hungry, and at the mercy of his captors. Yet Ignace was living it up, masquerading as a patient and thoroughly enjoying himself. Florida, Miami. Stark was escorted by Killian's men to his lavish mansion. And there, he ran into an old friend. Hey, Tony. James was inside the Iron Patriot's suit, looking uncomfortable as Stark's armor was brought in. Seems like you're in good spirits for a guy who just got captured. Stark was led over to James and couldn't resist poking fun at him. On the way, Stark had finally recalled who Killian was, but he still hadn't met the so-called Mandarin. So aside from sending his location to Ignace, he hadn't taken any extra actions. Oh, cut it out. Think of something We can't stay here. James shook his head in resignation, baffled by Stark's optimism under the circumstances. How'd you get caught? Stark asked, as if the two were swapping tales of disaster at some darkly comic support group. Our team found one of the Mandarin's hideouts. I managed to rescue a group of poor women working there, and then... James stopped, a little embarrassed. Turns out, the guy was some kind of monster who could heat his body to extreme temperatures. Before he knew it, James was knocked out and dragged here. Nice going, really impressive. Stark teased, and James could only chuckle sheepishly. You know what my old man used to say? A familiar voice rang out as Killian walked in. Stark glanced over, seeing Maya, Savon, and the so-called Mandarin following behind Killian. His favorite saying is, the early bird catches the worm, but the second old tree gets the cheese. You're still holding a grudge over what happened in Switzerland? So you sided with the Mandarin and now work for him just to get back at me? Stark asked, looking at Killian. Killian couldn't help but laugh, and the so-called Mandarin joined in with a chuckle. How could I be angry with you? In fact, I should thank you. You gave me the greatest gift in this world, despair. Killian let out a cold laugh as he stared at Stark. You know, that night, I waited alone on the rooftop, feeling so desperate that I almost wanted to jump. But then, fireworks blossomed in the starry sky, and I realized I could be reborn from despair. Isn't the extremist virus quite similar to my own journey? With that, Killian walked over to the Mandarin, giving his shoulder a friendly pat. From that day on, one idea has always stayed with me. Stay hidden, Tony. Ever since then, it's been my motto. Ruling from the shadows is so much safer. Killian grinned smugly at Stark. Stark eyed the Mandarin with suspicion. So this guy was just a front? A puppet for the public? So this is your idea of ruling from the shadows? Stark said, watching Killian. What Killian didn't know was that inside his armor, Stark was struggling not to burst out laughing. Killian claimed to prefer ruling from the shadows, but now everything about him had been exposed to Stark and Ignace. No. Ever since that guy with the hammer dropped out of the sky, subtlety has gone out of style, Killian said with a shake of his head, still smiling. Stark nodded with a wry grin. So what's your next move? Stark asked, knowing Ignace was already on his way. Before Ignace showed up to beat the living daylights out of this home-wrecking maniac, Stark wanted to squeeze out a little more information. Oh, I'm going to return the favor. I'll give you the same gift to repay you for your kindness back then. With that, Killian clapped his hands, signaling Savon, who stepped up next to Stark. We plan to give you a dose of the extremist virus and watch as you fail to adapt and die in despair, going out with a bang. Or maybe you'll survive your ordeal and end up begging me, desperate to be my slave. As Killian finished, he waved his hand at Savon. Since he won't come out, let's force him out. Yes, sir, Savon quickly replied, his hands glowing red-hot, radiating intense heat as he grabbed at Stark's Iron Man suit. There was a thunderous crash. In the next instant, Stark swiftly raised his palm, firing a powerful blast directly at Savon's face, sending him flying backward. I think you'll find you're the one surrounded now, Stark announced. As he spoke, a swarm of miniature missiles emerged from his suit, their targeting systems locking onto everyone present. Then, the armor opened up, and Stark stepped out from within. From his clothes, Stark produced a sleek pen. With a quick tap, it transformed instantly into a thin layer of nanotech armor, enveloping him completely. Well, looks like Savon was just too stupid, Killian exclaimed in surprise and frustration. Holy crap, are you alright? James stared at Stark in shock. Had Stark just lied to him about the armor system malfunctioning? What are you waiting for? Don't tell me AM tampered with your suit after the upgrades, and now you can't do anything with it. Stark shot a look over his shoulder at James, who stared back awkwardly. Honestly, other than opening it up, I can't do much. Their modifications really did mess with it, James admitted, embarrassed. Suddenly, a new voice broke into the comms channel between Stark and James. James, is your armor a public restroom now? Seems like anyone can waltz in and mess with it. The U.S. military sure is reliable, huh? Ignatius, both James and Stark exclaimed in surprise. The next moment, as Killian surged forward, radiating a terrifying red aura, a shockwave exploded through the wall, blasting Killian out of the room. A suit of nanotech armor landed inside, advancing toward them. The armor dissolved, morphing into a pair of sunglasses. Ignatius calmly slipped them into his shirt pocket, unfazed by the mercenaries firing bullets at him from across the room. Moments later, another nanotech suit materialized in the room. Isdeth retracted her armor, then snapped her fingers. Instantly, all the criminals were flash-frozen, transformed into icy statues. Man, your timing is impeccable, James said with a grin, choosing to ignore the earlier teasing. Ignatius wrapped his knuckles against the Iron Patriot armor, eyeing the extremist soldiers charging from a distance. Tony can fix you up, but honestly, your suit really is like a public restroom. Anyone feels free to take it for a spin, he remarked. James was left speechless. As harsh as it sounded, he couldn't deny there was some truth to that. Ivan Vanko had once hacked his suit, but back then, the U.S. military had needed Hammer Industries to help with upgrades, which opened the door to sabotage. After Hammer was jailed and Vanko vanished without a trace, the military still needed someone to upgrade the armor, so they turned to AM, and that gave AIM their chance. Killian nearly managed to have someone use James's suit to cause chaos. You coward. Just like Tony. Always hiding behind your armor. What's wrong? Are you only capable of attacking me from afar, like some kind of mage? If you got the guts, let's fight up close. In the distance, Killian's twisted figure began to revert to its original form. He glared furiously at Ignis, who had just appeared. You want close combat? Ignis looked at Killian, took the ice blade Isdeath handed over, let his aura entwine the weapon, and with a single stroke, sliced the steel pipe clean in two. I don't think that's a wise idea. You're just asking for trouble. Stark watched Killian with a playful grin. Ignis is just as formidable in close quarters. Author's note, ongoing live. Asking for first day subscriptions. 10,000 words coming tomorrow. The book goes live tomorrow. As a newbie author, I'm kicking things off with a 10,000 word update on day one. There's not much else to say. Even though my previous works flopped again and again, I promise I'll see this one through to the end. Please rest assured. I'm asking for your first day subscriptions and your support. Though there are plenty of bookmarks, the number of dedicated readers is just average, so I really need everyone's help. I'm an office worker, juggling both a day job and writing, often running myself ragged. But even so, I'll keep pushing myself to update as much as possible for as many days as I can. If there's ever a day my updates slow down, don't worry. I have no intention of abandoning this book. Life just gets exhausting sometimes, and I might need a short break to catch my breath. Alright, I won't ramble on. Once the book is live, I'll do my best to keep up this high output pace. So, once again, I'd greatly appreciate your subscriptions. Thank you so much for your support. I'm off to write more chapters for tomorrow. See you soon in WA. Recommended new book, The String Fruit User in Marvel. Author, Wei Jian Zian Shangyu. Synopsis, Eustace wakes up in the Marvel Universe with a pirate-style system. Crush local extraordinary beings to get dream rewards. Initial bonus, String Fruit. Sit tight and wait for Thanos to snap his fingers, then wait for the superheroes to save the day. Why not strike first with overwhelming force? Sky Thread. Lets him swing through the steel jungle as a Spider-Man lookalike. Smash the Ironmonger. Reward acquired. Armament Hockey. Use 16 holy bullets. God Execution. To crush Abomination. Even Hulk can't tell friend from foe. Parasitic Thread. Makes Hulk break out into an awkward dance on the spot. And he even snaps a photo to commemorate it. When the Chitauri invade Earth, Eustace sweeps the endless alien soldiers aside with the overwhelming power of Conqueror's Hockey, stunning everyone present. Tony Stark. Honestly, I'm nowhere near as wild as him. He's the real madman. Spider-Man. I'm the real Spider-Man. Black Panther. I still believe Vibranium is the strongest. Eustace wraps his Conqueror's Hockey around his Vibranium sword, shattering Black Panther's armor with a single blow. Black Panther stares at his broken suit in confusion, looks up, and Eustace is already leading his men out of Wakanda with the Vibranium. Behind him, the city is swallowed by billowing smoke, fading into the clouds. Eustace cast a calm glance over his shoulder. There, the fire had already begun to blaze. Killian's entire body glowed red as he threw a punch at Ignace. In the blink of an eye, the icy blade in Ignace's hand flashed with cold light. Killian froze where he stood, and as he looked down, he saw a vicious slash across his chest. Killian's body began to heal itself automatically. He spun around, ready to land another punch on Ignace. Ha! Other than fighting like a mage, is there anything else you can do? Killian laughed heartily, but in the next instant, Ignace whirled and struck back with his own fist. Cursed energy coiled around Ignace's fist as it crashed down on Killian's head. In a fraction of a second, the collision of physical force and the surge of cursed energy twisted the very air, and the blow landed squarely on Killian's head. A flash of black lightning. Ignace's fist came down, and Killian's head burst apart. Literally burst. Killian, as a despair warrior, would start to self-detonate if his body was destroyed, recreating that infamous scene where a despair warrior's body explodes. In that instant, Ignace delivered a savage kick to Killian, sending him hurtling down the passageway. Flames erupted as Killian's exploding body transformed into a raging inferno that surged madly back into the room. Seeing the situation turn dire, Savon tried to flee, but Ignace and Ivan Vanko joined forces, unleashing a wave of cursed energy that blasted Savon into the flames. Stark grabbed Maya Hansen with one hand, while the Iron Patriot suit he'd just modified was now being piloted by James, charging out to safety. Isdeath wrapped an arm around Ignace, leaping out of the ruined house into the open air. Meanwhile, Trevor Slattery, the actor playing the Mandarin, scrambled and crawled his way out through a hole in the wall blasted by the nanotech armor. In an instant, the fire engulfed most of the villa, flames spewing through the breach in the wall. The next moment, a terrifying explosion rocked the building. Savon, who had fallen into the flames, detonated as he died, causing a large section of the villa to collapse in a thunderous crash. From the distance, angry shouts rang out as a horde of mercenaries came running, weapons raised, with several despair warriors charging alongside them. Ignace stared coldly at the advancing crowd and, together with Ivan Vanko, unleashed a spell. A sphere of cursed energy gathered before him and then shot forward as a blinding beam. A mushroom cloud, visible only to those with the right eyes, rose up, blasting mercenaries apart and scattering their bodies in every direction. Moments later, more explosions rang out in rapid succession, as Ignace's attack caught the Despair warriors in its wake. To be honest, if you can tear down anyone's house, just not his. That's truly terrifying, Stark joked with a wry grin. Ignace had arrived, and crushed everyone in his path. Oh, by the way, handyman, how did you pull off that move just now? You smashed that guy's head open with a single punch. So cool. Stark looked at him with a grin. It's simple. Just throw the punch, and that's it. Ignace gave Stark a sly look, and with that, he turned to walk away. Black Flash, huh? For a sorcerer, it really does just come down to throwing a punch. Whether the Black Flash actually happens, though, is all down to luck. After all, no one can deliberately trigger the Black Flash. And Stark wants to study that technique? Not a chance. Ignace pulled out 2 pairs of sunglasses, one for himself and one for his death. Both of them suited up in their nano armor, getting ready to leave. Handyman, thanks for helping me out with such a huge favor. I think after we hand these guys over to the authorities, we should throw a party to celebrate. And maybe, take the chance to talk through what's on our minds. Not that I'm saying you have issues. It's just that I could really use someone who's a good listener. Just as Stark was halfway through his sentence, Ignace raised his palm, as if to say, one more word and you'll get a repulsor blast to the face. Sorry, my bad. I know I can be a bit of a chatterbox. Stark shot him a sheepish look. I want 45% of AIM's shares. Goodbye. Ignace stated his demand crisply, and with this death, both activated their armor's thrusters and soared into the sky, leaving the scene behind. Stark shrugged, and James couldn't help but let out a resigned laugh. Hey, what's so funny? Stark looked at him, exasperated. I never thought I'd see the day when someone could give you a headache. James chuckled as he spoke. Trevor Slattery was just about to sneak away when Stark aimed his repulsor at him. Amazing actor. Where do you think you're going? I'm not going anywhere. Trevor quickly forced a smile and raised his hands in surrender. New York. Ignace returned to the tower and found Dr. Banner waiting for him. Dr. Banner was sitting in the guest lounge, wearing a pair of headphones. Whatever he was listening to, it gave him a calm, unfazed expression. Dr. Banner? Ignace called out. It took several tries before Banner finally responded. Oh, you're all right. Banner took off his headphones, looking at Ignace in surprise. Of course I'm all right. The injuries were just a ruse, to fool certain maniacs who blew up my place. With that, Ignace picked up the headphones, eyeing Banner with curiosity. What's this? He put the headphones on and was greeted by a stream of unfamiliar chanting, something oddly soothing that made his mood settle. Namo hina, denadu na yi, namo aliyi, palu jiadi. Ignace was stunned. The Great Compassion mantra had just been a joke suggestion he made earlier, but he never thought Banner would actually listen to it. Between the mantra and rock music, he'd still go for rock. You actually went and started learning Chinese? Ignace looked at Dr. Banner and asked him a question. Banner nodded and replied. These past days, I went to your hometown. I sought out a few venerable monks and asked them about the meaning of these Buddhist scriptures. I listened to their explanations every day. Banner recounted his experiences during this period to Ignace. He had made a special effort to learn Chinese and visited various temples in the land of blooming flowers, constantly seeking wisdom from eminent monks. Amazing. Ignace wasn't sure if listening to Buddhist scriptures could really calm Banner's mind and reduce the number of times the other Banner emerged, but he genuinely worried that Banner might get taken in by some charlatans. After all, there were temples out there that had practically become corporations. There were certainly genuine monks and enlightened masters out there, but meeting them was by no means easy. I heard you were attacked. What exactly happened? As Banner spoke, he almost instinctively put his palms together in a gesture of respect, leaving Ignace momentarily speechless. Was Dr. Banner really about to become a monk? After all, ever since they drove away the Chitauri a year ago, there had been something unusual about the relationship between Black Widow and Banner. But with Banner's academic background, he'd easily qualify for a spot in a monastery. Sorry. I've just spent so much time with those monks that it's become a habit, Banner said with an awkward smile. You haven't actually become a monk, have you? No. Banner quickly shook his head in response to Ignace's question. To his own surprise, Ignace felt a twinge of disappointment. What a pity. He almost got to see an enlightened Hulk. A few days later, America. Inside a prison, Trevor Slattery, having played the role of the Mandarin, ended up behind bars. Yet, as luck would have it, his newfound fame earned him a group of devoted fans among the inmates. Likewise, due to certain special circumstances, Trevor was assigned to a fairly decent single cell. Life wasn't so bad. He could even enjoy a glass of chocolate milk at lunch. Trevor, out you come. Just then, the warden arrived with a group of guards, pounding abruptly on his door. Trevor stood up in confusion, hurrying out with a smile for the warden. Starting today, you can't stay in a single cell anymore. Someone doesn't want you living here, the warden said before leaving. The cell boss escorted Trevor down the corridor to a room packed with white inmates. Trevor froze in place, staring in shock at the crowd before him. Not a single one of them was one of his fans. For the rest of his days, would he have to sing chrysanthemums blooming all over the mountain just to get by? Utter misery. Can I ask, who moved me out of my single cell and put me in here? Trevor asked quickly. He knew that in America, the rich could turn a prison cell into a paradise. But those with money could just as easily pull strings and make someone's life a living hell. You should know whose family you blew up last time, the old man said as he shoved the reluctant Trevor into the room and walked away. Trevor froze for a moment. Wasn't that the guy who smashed Killian's head open with a single punch? Well, if he's here, that means he's all right. Shaking from head to toe, Trevor turned around, only to realize he was now surrounded by a crowd of white inmates. Trevor, you lot even dare to hit that guy's place. Are you ready for some real fun? One of the men smirked, eyeing Trevor with a look of twisted amusement. No, I'm begging you. Please, have mercy, I mean it, don't do this. Trevor yelped in panic, bolting away as they gave chase. The very next moment, Trevor was slammed to the floor. No, stop, let me see what you've got. Yeah. A series of wretched screams rang out from the prison cell, carrying a foul undertone. A few days later, Trevor, looking utterly exhausted, sat down for a journalist's interview. Jackson Norris was conducting the interview, but Trevor kept trying to dodge the questions. In the end, Jackson Norris slid a file of the 10 rings across the table, briefing Trevor about the Mandarin's background. A camera set up in front of Trevor quietly whirred to life, revealing a concealed miniature handgun. Trevor, are you saying you thoroughly researched this file when you got it? Norris glared at Trevor, visibly annoyed. Yeah, but when an actor tells you he's done research, what that really means is he opened his laptop, Googled his own name, and then, well, took care of business. Trevor cracked a self-deprecating joke. But as soon as he finished, his expression darkened, haunted by the memories of those past few days. Trevor buried his face in his hands, breaking down in tears. In a corner, within a warped and twisted space, Ignace was casting his Ulu Pavilion sorcery, standing alongside his death, both watching Trevor's misery with a satisfied smile. Of course, Trevor's wretched fate was all part of Ignace's design. Though Killian had been the mastermind, he was dead now, and Trevor was one of his accomplices. There was no way Ignace would let him off the hook. And that reporter, Jackson Norris. Ignace watched him closely, his expression turning grave. He'd seen the Long Live the King short film and knew this guy was an agent for the Ten Rings. Through Norris, he could find the Mandarin. And, through the Mandarin, he could track down that disgrace and embarrassment, Shang-Chi. Compared to Nick Fury, Ignace was far more interested in turning Shang-Chi into a cursed spirit. So, you're telling me you know nothing about the Mandarin's history, and you don't know the real story behind the man himself? Norris stood up and started to take off his jacket. The moment Norris began undressing, Trevor jolted in alarm, casting a fearful glance his way. Norris looked at Trevor with suspicion. He was indeed preparing to take off his clothes, making it easier to take out the guards in the room. But this foolish actor Trevor, had he really noticed something was off? Sorry, I've had some pretty unforgettable experiences in the new cell lately, Trevor whispered, and Norris was momentarily speechless. He understood now. In the distance, the starstruck fan froze in disbelief. His idol, Trevor, had been treated like that? Oh my God, you've got to be kidding me, the black inmate cried out in alarm. Trevor immediately bowed his head in shame. It was so humiliating. But in prison, there was no way he could keep this embarrassing secret to himself. The Mandarin is a battle-hardened king. He inspired generations during the Middle Ages. Perhaps his legacy goes even further back. Norris began, his voice steady. In the corner, Ignace, standing in his warped corner of space, looked on in anticipation, hoping Norris would reveal more. Blah, blah, blah. Who the hell cares, man? The show, that's what people want. And I put on one hell of a performance. What they'll remember isn't the Mandarin. It's this name, Trevor Slattery. Trevor declared, beaming and pointing both hands at the camera. Fame was all that really mattered to him. You're right about that. And for crimes like these, you'll soon be wishing you were never born, Norris replied, rolling up his sleeves. Trevor watched him with a sense of unease. The way Norris was acting, it reminded him of those fights with the cell block thugs. Still, he consoled himself. With the camera rolling, surely Norris wouldn't try anything crazy. Every ring we believe in will leave a matching hole in you, Norris intoned. The very next moment, the camera's flip screen snapped open to reveal a compact pistol aimed squarely at Trevor. Did you hear me? Norris let out a cold chuckle. In a flash, the tiny gun sprang into his hand. With lightning reflexes, he fired at the nearest guard. The guard crumpled. Norris spun, firing again at a guard by the door. Another shot, another man down. Shot after shot, he dispatched every guard. The burly black inmate charged forward, ready to defend his idol. Norris turned and fired at the man's chest. The inmate, huge and powerful, wasn't hit in a vital spot. He barreled on, slamming Norris hard against the blinds. Norris drove his elbow into the man, catching him off guard, then launched a fierce kick that sent him sprawling. With practiced speed, Norris snapped off a piece of the camera's stand and, with a sharp flick, transformed it into a baton. The burly inmate staggered to his feet, determined to charge again and fight back. Norris relentlessly struck the burly black man with his baton, subduing him once again. He grabbed the keys from the man's body and, without hesitation, plunged the weapon into his neck, ending his life. In the next moment, Trevor picked up a handgun from the floor, aimed it squarely at Norris's back, and advanced toward him. You kill my butler, Trevor said angrily. You're not the kind of man who can pull the trigger, Mr. Trevor, Norris replied, breathing heavily, his tone dripping with mockery. I'm an out-of-work actor, darling. You have no idea what I'm capable of. And thanks to CBS, I've gotten pretty good with a handgun, Trevor retorted coldly, pressing the muzzle firmly against Norris's back. In a flash, Norris spun around, dodging expertly, and with lightning speed, wrenched the pistol from Trevor's hands. Now holding the gun, he pressed it against Trevor's head. Oh, Trevor groaned, rolling his eyes in regret at his own carelessness. Breathing hard, Norris sneered at him. Let's call this a lesson. Consider it a taste of reality. From the corner, Ignace caught sight of the 10 rings insignia on Norris's hand. Why do people always end up pointing guns at my head? Please, I don't want to die. Trevor's bravado collapsed instantly as he begged for mercy. Just as you can't afford to cross Ignace Mora, there are others out there who are far beyond your reach, Norris said with a cold laugh. Then, placing a communicator watch in front of him, he spoke into it, target secured and in position. Extraction team, move in. I'm not here to kill you, Mr. Trevor. I'm here to get you out, Norris stated. In the corner, a low-level cursed spirit drifted through the wall, waving its arm. Within the warped space, Ignace nodded to himself. The 10 rings were making their move, and his fishing expedition was about to begin anew. These 10 rings operatives would soon help him uncover clues about the real Mandarin. That's wonderful. Trevor beamed, delighted at the prospect of being rescued. The very next instant, a gunshot rang out. Don't be too sure. You angered Ignace Mora. He made sure Killian's remains were scattered to the winds, and you suffered the special torments of prison. There's someone outside who wants to see you. You used his name, and now he wants it back, Norris said, pressing the muzzle harder against Trevor's head. A chill ran down Trevor's spine as he realized with horror that there was a fate even worse than crossing Ignace. He had provoked the real Mandarin. Ivan Vanko, send a few cursed armor suits to tail them, Ignace ordered. The cursed spirit at his side, Ivan Vanko, immediately dropped to one knee and obeyed. Norris had taken the imposter Mandarin hostage and was leading him out. It wouldn't be long before they'd come face to face with the true Mandarin. Ignatius, with his death by his side, left the prison and ascended into the air. He invoked the spell of the Crow Pavilion, soaring high into the sky. He glanced down once, then departed without hesitation. No sooner had he returned to New York than, that very night, Ignatius received information about Ivan Vanko, who had just come back. Ivan Vanko shared with Ignatius the true visage of the Mandarin. Ignatius was momentarily lost for words. He now knew which incarnation of the Mandarin he was dealing with. 10 large rings adorned his arms. He wore a sharp suit, and his hair was slicked back. Wasn't this the Tony Leung version of the Mandarin? This version of the Mandarin did have a villainous air at first, ever striving for conquest, founding the 10 Rings organization and dominating for 1,000 years. But after that, everything changed. It turned into something of a farcical tale. How so? Because Shang-Chi was just so unimpressive. On his quest for power, the Mandarin arrived at the ancient city of Ta Lo, where he fell in love with Ying Li, the Guardian, and together they had Shang-Chi and Xiaoling. For his family, he chose to abandon his pursuit of power, but when his wife was killed by the Iron Gang, the Mandarin prepared to reclaim the 10 Rings and trained Shang-Chi for vengeance. Yet, in disgrace, Shang-Chi fled out of fear. The Mandarin decided to give Shang-Chi time to live the life he desired. Here, the Mandarin was practically a model Marvel dad. Later, the Mandarin heard a voice that seemed to be his late wife's. In his distress, he sought out his children for help, but Shang-Chi and Xiaoling believed it was a trick and refused their father. In the end, just before his death, the Mandarin saved his dutiful son, Shang-Chi, passed on the rings to him, and departed this world with a smile of apology. Before traveling to this world, Ignatius had never seen Shang-Chi and the Legend of the 10 Rings. The film hadn't even been released in his country. To be honest, just reading the plot summaries online had been enough to make him cringe. The only 2 appealing points about the whole movie, for him, were Tony Leung's appearance, and nothing else. Truly, it was just that Shang-Chi was too much of a letdown. The hero's actions were so laughably filial that it became a running joke. Shaking his head, Ignatius instructed his Shikigami to continue tailing the Mandarin. He had only read a synopsis and knew nothing of the timeline between the Mandarin and Shang-Chi. He would observe for a while before making a decision. A few days later, Christmas Eve arrived. Ignatius sat in an office at his company, playing a horror game. This floor served as his private recreation space. The top floor was still under renovation. Outside, Aunt May and Uncle Ben had been invited over, and together with his death, they were preparing dinner. In his previous life, Ignatius had never celebrated Christmas Eve, but in this life, he found himself adapting to local customs. While he still wasn't keen on celebrating, for the sake of his friends, he'd go through the motions and join in. Master, aren't you going to come help? Little Peter opened the door, poking his head in as he called out. What help do you need? All right, Peter, have you finished your homework yet? Ignace quickly paused the game and turned to look at Peter. Yes, I've finished it, Peter Parker replied in a hurry. And the books I bought you, have you read them all? Ignace pressed on, not letting up. Peter hesitated for a moment, then shook his head honestly. Young Peter was still quite innocent. He couldn't bring himself to lie. I spent quite a bit of money on those books for you, you know? Go on, get reading. When you grow up, you'll have to come work for your mentor's company. With that, Ignace spoke in a tone that brooked no argument, and Peter slunk away with a reluctant sigh, heading off to read. Ignace had specially ordered a whole set of textbooks for Peter from his hometown, titles like 5 years of college entrance exam, 3 years of practice, and from beginner to master in XX. The works. He was deeply invested in Peter's education. For Peter to end up as just a cameraman would be a terrible waste of his potential, Ignace thought. Whenever Peter had free time, he insisted that Peter come work for him. That, in his mind, was the true way to unleash Peter's value. When Peter Parker grew up, Ignace even planned to implant a special grade cursed spirit inside him, turning him into something of a cursed spirit knight to help fight off enemies. Well, villains, really. On ordinary days, Peter would don a suit and report for work, putting in hours for Ignace's company. Wouldn't that be wonderful? Ignace sighed contentedly, then turned back to his horror game. The music ramped up, and he dove once more into his favorite high-speed chase. Months later, a letter arrived at the Cradle of Life company, delivered straight to Ignace's office. Not only that, but the courier, a rather interesting character, was warmly and kindly invited to stay by Ignace himself. Under cover of night, in the darkness of Ignace's office, a figure, clad in a black tactical suit with a long blade strapped to her back and night vision goggles on her head, slipped quietly into the office. She placed a letter on Ignace's desk and turned to leave. "Won't you stay a while, my friend from afar?" Ignace's voice rang out suddenly, startling the intruder. She spun around in alarm. "Who's there?" She glanced about, searching the room. Through her night vision, she saw that a figure had materialized by the window, a spot she'd been certain was empty. She stared in surprise, not expecting to bump into the very person she'd been sent to deliver the letter to. The night breeze fluttered the curtains. The tall figure stepped forward, causing her to retreat in panic. "Relax. I'm just turning on the lights." Ignace chuckled softly. He had, of course, known someone was sneaking into his building. Earlier, he had used the spell of the Crow Pavilion, hiding himself in a warped pocket of space, simply to observe what this visitor intended to do. With a snap of his fingers, Ignace switched on the lights as he sat on the sofa. The intruder still hadn't removed their hood. Instead, they glanced up warily at the light bulb, peering through the darkened lenses of their night vision goggles. "She's a vampire," said the blood god, standing beside Ignace. Ignace understood at once. So, a foreign vampire had come to settle accounts with him? After all, over the years, he'd done quite a number on the American vampires. The defective vampire cursed spirits created by the blood god had thrown the American vampire organization, already headless, into utter chaos, leaving many dead or scattered. By now, the vampires in America were all but extinct in name and reality. "Are you from the European vampire kingdom?" Ignace asked, picking up the letter on his desk and regarding the visitor with a hint of amusement. The visitor quickly nodded. "Don't worry, that's not a UV lamp," Ignace said with a smile. Only then did the intruder relax, remove the night vision goggles, and take off the hood. A strikingly beautiful and composed vampire woman revealed her face, meeting Ignace's gaze. "I am Nissa, representative of the European Vampires Executive Council. I've come to America to negotiate with you on their behalf," she said. Ignace nodded, his eyes fixed on her. "I'm just a human. Why would you want to negotiate with me? There's no connection between us, is there?" Nissa shook her head and took a seat across from him. "We may soon have a connection. You know what vampires are, and that's good. But I want you to understand that our kind is quite disciplined. However, a new breed of vampires has emerged in the world, one that knows no rules. They attack humans and vampires alike, and those they bite turn into the next mindless monster. Just a few days ago, one such creature slipped aboard a cargo ship bound for America's east coast from Europe." Ignace thought for a moment. There were indeed such creatures in Blade 2. Vampire mutants impervious even to silver weapons, and their originator could withstand attacks from anticoagulants. He couldn't help but feel the blood god was rather unimpressive. After all, the blood god was defeated by anticoagulants. "So, why are you coming to me?" Ignace pressed, curious whether the Vampire Council knew the real reason behind the American vampire's downfall, and why they wanted his help. "It's simple. The situation is about to spiral out of control. Even Blade, with our help, might not be able to contain it. If we turn to the superheroes, they'll surely wipe out the mutants, but they won't tolerate our existence as a threat to humanity either. But you're different. We know that you are someone with your own unique ideas. Unless someone attacks you first, you're not the type to go out and provoke others. At the same time, we know you're someone who's willing to help out for the right reward. So, you're the most suitable person for this task." Nissa hurriedly chimed in. Ignace scrutinized her, not entirely convinced. He could barely remember the plot of Blade 2, just the opening, at most. He knew there was some kind of mutant vampire, and that they were formidable. But as for what the Vampire Council's true intentions were, he'd forgotten that part of the story. Still, he could sense the ill will brewing among the European vampires. Was this invitation from the Vampire Ruling Council really just to get his help wiping out the European mutants? He seriously doubted it. "Tell me, then, what kind of reward are you offering? And what sort of crisis are you really facing? I find it hard to believe that a bunch of mutants has you all stumped." With that, Ignace finished speaking, and Nissa shook her head in resignation. If it were only the mutants, that would be one thing. But what we're facing now is more than just one kind of mutant. As she spoke, Nissa placed a photograph on the table. Ignis recognized the creature in the picture. It was a lesser vampire spirit, one of those embarrassing failures created by the blood god, visible even to ordinary people. Hardly a success, but more than enough to deal with vampires. These mutant vampires first appeared a long time ago, in Monaco. At that time, we didn't pay much attention, since there were so few of them, and they didn't seem to be infectious. A week later, one of them was found in France. Still, we didn't think much of it. After all, there were so few, and what kind of vampire isn't infectious? One of the council members even joked about it. Then they started popping up in Italy and Spain, then Switzerland, Austria, Germany, the Czech Republic, Bosnia, the United Kingdom, and all across Europe. As Nissa spoke, she laid out a stack of photographs, each marked with a time and place. But later, we realized we'd made a grave mistake. These mutants, they just don't die. Even after death, their blood can reconstitute their bodies. As long as they get just a taste of blood, they can resurrect themselves on the spot. What's worse, these things can move around in broad daylight. They can drag us out of our homes like helpless mice and force us into the sun. Nissa shuddered involuntarily as she spoke. These two types of mutants, one attacks both humans and vampires, but still fears the sunlight. Another variant, however, targets only vampires. They are rare in number and lack any infectious capability, but for vampires, encountering one is like a deadly lottery. If you're the unlucky one drawn, you'll be dragged out of your bed and forced into the sunlight. Even when there's no sunlight, they attack by biting, and a single bite can kill a vampire outright. It's terrifying beyond words. Now, as Nisha recalls these two kinds of creatures, she can't help but feel the vampire kingdom is on the brink of doom. You're lying. Ignis fixed his gaze on Nisha. It's been 2 years. Only now do they claim to have discovered these variants? Clearly, they've been hiding this information all along. Although they are dangerous, their numbers have always been so small that most of the higher-ups never believed the threat would reach them. They dismissed it as a joke. But in the past few years, their numbers have skyrocketed. We found that a large portion of the sunlight-resistant variants come from the States, while another outbreak, just this year, has hit Europe. We can't figure out their true origin, and that's left us deeply unsettled. That's why we're hoping to offer a reward in exchange for the help of the strongest person on Earth. At least, the strongest out in the open. Nisha explained. You're still lying. You're not being honest at all. Ignis shook his head. He knew perfectly well that this year's surge of cursed vampire spirits in Europe was his doing. He'd tricked the blood god into creating an army of cursed vampires across the continent for months. Nisha fell silent for a moment, then looked at him awkwardly. All right, the truth is, some of the higher-ups want to capture these variants to study the secret of their immunity to sunlight. Ignis nodded. Now this was the real reason for the cover-up. Those ancient vampires, since the day they were born, they'd never seen the sunrise or sunset. Their true motive was to use the variants to overcome their own fatal weakness. What's your offer? Ignis asked. The vampire ruling party controls 20% of the wealth of every major corporation in the world. Nisha replied, confident that the figure was staggering enough. She was referring to the shares vampires held globally. Even though the States are currently the most developed nation, their foundation pales in comparison. Vampires actually possess far greater wealth. Money doesn't interest me much these days, Ignis said, shaking his head with a look that said, I'm just not into money. Nisha sneered inwardly, but relayed the message from her superiors. The upper echelon said that if you help us, even more shares can be negotiated. Plus, given how long we've existed, there's a wealth of secret knowledge about this world we could share with you. If you know so many secrets, then go ask Lord Man for help. Ignis replied, waving her off with unmistakable dismissal. Nisha was left utterly speechless. Just kidding. Tell the vampire party to brace themselves for a major bloodletting. I accept the deal. Ignace rose to his feet. Nissa breathed a sigh of relief and quickly stood as well, reaching out to shake his hand. No need for a handshake. My lady would get jealous. You're simply too beautiful. Ignace chuckled lightly, teasing her. Nissa awkwardly withdrew her hand. She had no desire to end up frozen as a specimen by that queenly lady. Give me the details of the ship that mutant is traveling on. We set out the day after tomorrow. Ignace spoke, and Nissa hurriedly handed him a photograph of a ship, with its information written beneath it. Ignace strongly suspected that this mutant had been deliberately sent over by certain factions within the vampire party, hoping to drag his side into the fray as well. There was no helping it. After all, in his previous life, Westerners had pulled this kind of stunt far too often. If they caught a disease, they'd make sure to share it with other countries too. That was just standard operating procedure for them. Thank goodness. We've been pushed to the brink by these two types of mutants. Thank you for your help. Nissa said hastily. I'll only see the payment. And the intel. Ignace waved his hand. Nissa was taken aback. Hadn't he claimed not to care for money? By the way, have your companion come in as well. What's the point of standing in the cold wind on the rooftop across the street? Come inside and rest. Before you head to Europe, you'll both stay here. Don't go anywhere else, and don't lose touch with your own people. Otherwise, don't blame me for being unfriendly. Ignace finished, and Nissa looked at him in surprise. Had he already noticed Asar, keeping watch outside? What a formidable man. Nissa watched as Ignace walked away. She had specifically instructed Asar to avoid the cameras on the building across the street. How had he been found out? No wonder he's called the world's strongest man. Nissa murmured in awe. Not long after, Nissa and Asar were placed in 2 separate rooms. Each room had food and luxurious living conditions. But if they so much as tried anything suspicious, automatic gun turrets would instantly emerge from the walls, loaded with silver bullets and anticoagulant syringes. Nissa lay back on the sofa, resigned. The party had originally planned for her to go out and gather intelligence, maybe even try to uncover the source of Ignace's powers. Instead, she'd been locked up right away. Meanwhile, inside Ignace's bedroom, Isteth was wrapped around him, though Ignace was so tall that she could only nestle into his arms. She often had the illusion that, rather than her dominatingly embracing Ignace, it was Ignace who held her in an irresistible grip. "You're really going to help those vampires? I remember you used to dislike them quite a bit." Isteth spoke softly. "Who said I'm helping them? This is just a transaction, like last time." Ignace spoke up, and Isteth looked at him in surprise. Suddenly, she understood. Last time, the upper echelons of the American vampires tried to buy Ignace off with shares. Ignace accepted the deal up front, but then turned around and let someone escape, who proceeded to wipe out the American vampire leaders. Using someone else's hand to do your dirty work. Isteth gazed at him with excitement, suddenly realizing that her own obsession with warfare was, in comparison, rather low level. Ignace was the true master of stirring up trouble. He takes the payment at first, then sells out the very people who hired him, and uses one side to eliminate the other. After fleecing the first group, he moves on to the next. Someone thinks they've escaped, believing they've killed the vampire leaders, only to be whisked away by Ignace himself. Like a mantis stalking a cicada, unaware of the Oriole lurking behind. Yet even the Oriole doesn't realize the hunter has been aiming at them all along. And Ignace is also a master at baiting his prey. When we get to Europe, all we need to do is observe that variant who's immune to silver weapons. Once we get the shares, I'll never allow a vampire kingdom to exist on Earth. Ignace declared. As a human, his stance against vampires was clear. He detested them. What the vampire ruling party didn't know was that the so-called variants immune to sunlight were, in fact, Ignace's own creations of his creations. Meanwhile, those ancient vampires were still waiting for Blade and Ignace to come to their rescue, all the while scheming how best to manipulate the two of them. "Stark, are you there?" Ignace reached out to Stark, sending him the information about the ship carrying the mutant vampire. "What's going on?" Stark replied. "There's a terrifying vampire variant about to land in New York." Stark was momentarily stunned. "Are you serious?" In the past, he'd never have believed vampires existed, but after everything he'd seen, aliens included, even vampires seemed plausible now. "I'm serious. This one's like a rabid dog. I'll send you its weaknesses in a moment. I'm leaving it to you." Mutant vampire. Origin, Europe. Weakness, ultraviolet light. Abilities, highly infectious. Can turn others into mutant vampires through biting. Extremely hard to kill unless burned to ashes by ultraviolet weapons. Even if its brain dies, as long as its body receives blood, it will revive and resume hunting. Beneath the night sky, a suit of armor soared over the ocean. Tony Stark, en route to intercept the ship from Europe. Reading the information Ignace had sent, Stark felt a chill run down his spine. With such a terrifying creature, he would never allow it to reach New York alive. In the shortest possible time, Stark began mass-producing ultraviolet weapons. Behind him, a swarm of unmanned combat armors followed in his wake, heading out together to intercept the ship. By the time Stark finally located the vessel, however, it was already too late. Everyone on board, crew and captain alike, had already been transformed into those monstrous creatures. With a swift command, Stark's suit launched over a dozen ultraviolet grenades, each primed to unleash a burst of searing UV light in all directions. He watched, heart heavy, as the infected, now nothing more than mindless beasts driven by a frenzy to attack anything in their path, shambled before him. Can these things really be called vampires? Stark thought to himself with a sigh. Calling them monsters felt far more apt. In the next instant, the grenades erupted, flooding the area with blinding ultraviolet rays. One by one, the mutated vampires were reduced to ashes, destroyed where they stood. Stark quickly contacted Nick Fury, asking him to coordinate an investigation into other ships arriving from Europe, hoping to uncover whether more of these creatures had slipped through as stowaways. Not long after, aboard a private jet bound for Europe, Ignace sat quietly, moments before takeoff, exchanging a few words with Stark. "Those mutant vampires are terrifying beings," he warned. "They move in packs, and anyone they encounter is attacked in a frenzy. Word is you're strong. I hope your close combat skills measure up to your ranged attacks, because no matter how powerful you are, you could still be infected, or worse, killed by those beasts." Nissa eyed Ignace skeptically as she spoke, her face betraying doubt about his abilities in close quarters. "Silence, foolish woman." Isteth snapped, her voice icy and sharp, and Nissa immediately fell quiet, intimidated. Ignace cast an exasperated glance at Nissa. He couldn't understand why people were always so fixated on his formidable sorcery, constantly overlooking his prowess in hand-to-hand combat. After all, when he faced the Hulk, he demonstrated his fighting skills as well. Perhaps his magical attacks simply overshadowed everything else. Don't worry, Ignace replied at last. Once I arrive, just pay me what you promised, and I'll wipe out every last one of those monsters for you. But in his heart, he added silently, and I'll topple the vampire kingdom while I'm at it. He had a suspicion. Why of all times had those true vampire mutants chosen to slip in now? It was almost too much of a coincidence. Could it be that the vampires themselves had captured these mutants on purpose and sent them here? Central Europe, Czech Republic. Ignace stepped off the plane, boarded a private car, and soon arrived at the headquarters of the vampire kingdom. There he met Blade, Whistler, Blade's newly recruited sidekick, as well as the tactical squad originally trained by the vampire ruling party to fight Blade, but now turned against the mutant vampires. Hey man, long time no see. Blade shook Ignace's hand, and Ignace nodded in return. Hi. Behind Blade, his oddly dressed, mischievous-looking new sidekick walked over and reached out, about to introduce himself. I have no desire to know you. Waving his hand dismissively, Ignace brushed off Blade's new lackey, finding him too strange and not worth his attention. Meanwhile, he had sent the Blood God away, deep into the headquarters of the Vampire Kingdom, to investigate the secrets lurking behind the vampire ruling party. From the very beginning, Ignace had never chosen to trust this bunch. He had come for a little side money, and to wipe out yet another vampire nest while he was at it. Taking a glance at the pure-blooded vampires that made up the tactical squad, he memorized each of their faces. He signaled his own cursed spirits to keep watch on them, and then, bringing his death along, followed Nissa to meet her father. That is, the leader of the Vampire Kingdom. A heavy steel door slowly descended. Ignace eyed the massive barrier. He and the Blood God could blow it open with a single strike. The true power of the Vampire Empire lies here, Nissa said as she led them inside. Ignace found her words hard to believe. He hadn't seen Blade 3, but he knew from Blade stories that there was plenty of vampire mischief still to come, so he could guess the rest. They entered, and at a distance stood a bald old man, his skin an ashen gray. He was engrossed in a thick tome, its pages covered with diagrams of distillation flasks and densely packed formulas. Father, Nissa called as she approached. The old man extended a grayish finger, signaling his acknowledgement. Ignace Mora, this is the Grand Duke Eliade Marquinos, a pure-blooded vampire announced. Ignace nodded, his gaze fixed on the ancient creature. Grand Duke? More like an old monster who survived only by drinking human blood. As Ignace looked at Marquinos, he couldn't help but think of that mutant. Apart from the split jaw, the two looked uncannily alike. Secretly, he even wondered if the mutant could be Marquinos' illegitimate child. After the pure blood finished speaking, he hastily bowed and saluted the Grand Duke. To the strongest man on Earth, at least on the surface, welcome, came the greeting. Marquinos approached slowly, supported by his daughter, and spoke to Ignace in a hoarse voice. I want 40% of the shares. Ignace made an outrageous demand straight away, not bothering with unnecessary small talk. Marquinos was not surprised. He smiled, nodded, and extended his hand for a handshake. Ignace, wearing gloves, shook his hand. To be honest, he found this ancient vampire rather unsavory, almost repulsive. As the saying goes, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Among the mutants, there's one kind that poses a great threat to you humans as well. Marquinos began, handing a contract to Ignace. Just sign your name. When it comes to paying for vengeance, I am never stingy. Ignace nodded, took the contract, and proceeded with the transfer of shares. This old man had come to him with a flimsy excuse, offering such generous compensation. It only made Ignace more suspicious of his true intentions. Meanwhile, the Blood God was walking through the Vampire Kingdom, stopping before a vast storage chamber. He stared at the multitude of vampire infant embryos within, his expression darkening. Not long after, when Ignace had declined the olive branch offered by Marquinos and taken his leave, the Blood God returned to his side and revealed the secret research Marquinos had been conducting. So that's how it is. With the Blood God's findings, Ignace finally grasped the truth. Marquinos had been lying all along, to Ignace, to Blade, even to Nissa. He had been researching genetics, attempting to engineer a flawless vampire at the most fundamental level. The mutant from the Order of Shadnoma was likely one of Marquinos' experimental subjects. Looks like the old devil was never up to any good. Ignace thought to himself. According to the information provided by the vampires about the mutants, most of the infected had lost all reason, acting only on primal urges to hunt. This alone made it clear that Marquinos' creations were far from perfect. There were serious flaws. Ignace made his way to Blade's base in the Czech Republic, where he met the elite team of pure bloods, the Blood Guard. Allow me to make the introductions. A pure blood at their side quickly spoke up, gesturing to Blade. This is Blade, the most feared killer among our kind, half human, half vampire. We've met, Ignace replied. The pure blood nodded, then continued, introducing the Blood Guard. Litax and Wei Lian. A bald pure blood with tattoos on his face met Ignace's gaze, while a woman in a leather jacket with deep red cropped hair clung to Litax's back, looking at him with open affection. And here we have Cleric and Yeti. The pure blood pointed at a comical, yellow-haired man wearing square sunglasses, while the priest waved at Ignace in greeting. Next, an Eastern man sitting atop an abandoned factory machine clenched his fist, thumped it against his chest, and nodded at Ignace. Ignace took a longer look at the one called Snowman. In the movie, Snowman was played by Donnie Yen, and it was said that Donnie Yen also served as the martial arts choreographer for this installment. Ignace simply nodded slightly at Snowman. Though they were both Easterners, at the end of the day, Snowman was still a vampire. Besides, he couldn't help but think that Donnie Yen's portrayal of Snowman, especially the colored contacts he wore, made the character look rather unattractive. Chupa and Reinhardt, the pure blood, continued with introductions. A vampire with short, egg-yolk blonde hair glanced at Ignace. Then an extremely arrogant bald vampire, sporting sunglasses, swaggered over, raising his chin as if trying to look down on Ignace from his nostrils. Unfortunately for him, Ignace was a little taller, so his attempt at disdain fell flat. "Hey, there's something we're very curious about," Reinhardt said, rubbing his beard with a sly grin at Ignace. "Curious about what?" Ignace smiled back at Reinhardt, thinking to himself that this guy really had a knack for trouble. In the original story, he'd provoked Blade, and now he was picking a fight with him. "Does your neck taste as exquisite as prime beef?" Reinhardt said, staring hungrily at Ignace's throat, licking his lips, and sneaking a glance at Death out of the corner of his eye. "My friend, add another clause to the agreement," Ignace said, turning to the pure blood who had led the way. "What?" The pure blood froze, exchanging a confused look with Nisha. "If any fool dares provoke me, I kill them, and you won't hold me responsible," Ignace replied. With that, he drew a silver dagger from his clothes and, in a flash, plunged it straight toward Reinhardt's chest. Reinhardt recoiled in shock, hurriedly throwing a punch. Ignace's left hand shot out, seizing Reinhardt's fist. With a swift kick, he stomped down on Reinhardt's foot as the latter tried to retaliate, pinning him to the ground, and then drove the dagger deep into Reinhardt's heart. You actually," Reinhardt sputtered in outrage, but in the next instant, his body burst into flames and crumbled to ash. His clothes fell to the floor, sunglasses clattering beside them. At the same time, the bomb Blade had planted on Reinhardt's neck during his previous provocation dropped to the ground. Blade picked up the bomb, glancing wordlessly at Reinhardt's discarded clothes. Some people were simply not to be trifled with. This idiot never learned his lesson, never understood that truth. Blade cast the briefest glance at his new recruit. Seemed like from now on, these bombs would be put to better use on traitors. Ignace looked at the members of the Blood Guard, who had their guns trained on him and their cold weapons raised. "You're welcome to attack me, but I can just as easily tear up our treaty, wipe you out, and raise your vampire kingdom to the ground. I am human. If you choose to provoke me, you ought to understand what that means." With that, Ignace strode toward the Blood Guard, reaching out to push down their weapons. "Don't snap at everyone you meet like a rabid dog. Have you all come down with some kind of madness?" The Blood Guard members glared at him in fury, but in the end, they lowered their weapons. Even after Ignace had insulted them and killed their comrades, there was nothing they could do. It was a bitter reality. In their quest to rid themselves of two strains of mutant vampires, they had brought someone far more terrifying into their midst. If they weren't careful, instead of wiping out those two mutant strains, they might end up losing their entire vampire kingdom at the hands of Ignace, Death, and the Blade himself, all because they dared to provoke him. That would be almost laughable. "All right, I'll report back to our superiors. I'm sure they'll be more than happy to meet your demands." The pure blood guide quickly nodded, his tone filled with deference. Just moments ago, Reinhardt had been so close to Ignace. Yet even with all his special training, he hadn't even gotten a chance to bite. Instead, he was the one who ended up dead. Ignace had shown his strength, and in doing so, had earned their respect. The Yeti hurriedly sheathed his katana, though the look he gave Ignace was the same he would give to the Blade, a gaze brimming with a desire for battle. "All right, now you can get started on your strategy meeting about those mutants, my little darlings." Ignace beamed at the pure bloods, then took his Death by the hand and turned to leave. "What about you? We paid a fortune to bring you here as outside help." Nissa called after Ignace anxiously. She knew that only overwhelming force could help them suppress the crisis brought on by the two mutant strains. "When you're done playing house with your plans, all I'll need to do is join you for the action." Ignace replied, and with this Death in tow, disappeared around the corner. Not long after, Nissa hurriedly pressed her earpiece. "Nissa, I've lost him," came the report from a vampire through her headphones. Nissa could only sigh and accept reality. She turned to the Blade. "Blade, you and he are both mercenaries we hired. Mr. Mora, can you get in touch with him?" "Don't worry. When the time comes, he'll show." The Blade answered with a careless smile. Though the Blade appeared to be a willing collaborator, in truth, just like Ignace, he harbored doubts about the vampire ruling party. He was simply using this opportunity to study his enemies, waiting for the perfect chance to wipe them out in one fell swoop. "Oh, and one more thing." Blade glanced at the members of the Blood Guard and continued. "Ignace isn't as easygoing as I am. He has the resources and the strength to sweep away your entire vampire kingdom. Don't go provoking him at random, and stop giving him those sly looks of yours. If you're not careful, one punch from him might crack your skull open." Blade turned to leave, but suddenly spun back around, pulling a funny face to startle the pure-blooded fools. He could set off a grand, invisible firework right over your homeland if he wanted to. Times have changed, you useless lot. Humans now sit at the very top of the food chain, not the cowardly vampires. The pure-blooded vampires exchanged uneasy glances, but found themselves at a loss for words. After all, humanity now boasted a public roster of superpowered heroes: Iron Man, Hulk, Captain America, and many others. Even though Ignis had stated he wasn't interested in being a hero, it was plain to see he always stood with the humans. Have the times really changed? I'm afraid so. Guangfu asked the question in a low voice. The pure-blood Asa, serving as their guide, could only answer with resignation. When Asa and Nissa set foot in America, for reasons they couldn't quite explain, some primal instinct as vampires warned them, the land was dangerous. Not long after, Blade and Nissa settled on the first location to lure out the R-variants, the House of Pain. These R-variants were mutants engineered by Machinos, unleashed by the carrier Chad Norma. They were mindless monsters, driven only by a savage urge to consume humans and vampire blood alike. Before setting out, Blade contacted Ignis and arranged a private meeting with him and his death, making sure to avoid the watchful eyes of every vampire, and even his own followers. We're planning to lure and trap the R-variants at the House of Pain. Unlike the S-variants, R-variants are driven by a hunger for humans. That's why I'm targeting them first. Blade explained, but Ignis quickly gestured for him to pause. What exactly are S-variants? Ignis looked at Blade, surprised. Could these be the failed creations of the cursed blood god? They're the ones who aren't afraid of sunlight. That's why we call them S-variants. Blade clarified. Ignis nodded. Sunlight, of course, S for sun. Simple and clear. And, if it's just that, why go to such lengths to avoid being seen? Ignis pressed, suspecting Blade had more to say. Ignis had already placed his own curses across the nearby buildings to ensure no vampire or ghoul could spy or eavesdrop. I need to tell you something. The young man by my side, he's probably one of Machino's people. Blade looked Ignis in the eye as he spoke, then recounted the story of how he'd encountered the young man by chance, how he'd rescued him, and the troubling behavior he'd witnessed. So that's how it is. Ignis nodded in understanding. Blade was clever. If Ignis hadn't gotten involved, he would have needed to figure out a way to guard against that underling. After all, even if Blade realized that the underling was a problem, he couldn't just eliminate him outright. If one undercover agent died, Machinos could easily send in another, perhaps even more experienced. Rather than constantly defending against new infiltrators, Blade might as well keep this clown close, watch the spy personally, and play along to turn the tables on Machinos. Not long after that, Ignis brought his death along to regroup with Blade and the Bloodguard squad. He looked up at the old, weathered building. No sign, no vampire statues, not even a secret mark in sight. There wasn't a single symbol here that would reveal this as a vampire gathering place. Clearly, over the past 2 years, these people had gotten smarter. Blade spoke up then, marveling at how the vampire hideouts had changed. It's all gone. Because of you, we had to change our ways. Nissa looked at Blade as she spoke. But when you run into an S-type mutant, you'll still get dragged out of bed and thrown into the sunlight. Blade chuckled, while Nissa fell silent. They still believed they could handle R-types, but S-types. Nissa exchanged a glance with Asa, both feeling helpless. No matter if it was vampires or R-types, once an S-type mutant charged into a crowd, it was nothing but chaos and slaughter. Ignis glanced at Nissa. He wanted to say that when it came to R-types, for vampires it also turned into a massacre as soon as they broke into a crowd. For vampires, S-types, immune to sunlight, were the stuff of nightmares. But in terms of sheer fighting power, they still weren't sure whether S-types or R-types were more dangerous. So, in their minds, S-type mutants equals R-type mutants, vampires. S-types are just immune to sunlight and can regenerate their bodies from blood. As long as you drain all their blood, they're finished. The priest joked, a sly smile on his lips. Is that so? Blade shot the priest a knowing look. The priest's face fell. Not really. Capturing an S-type takes a staggering number of armed troops, and the cost in lives is immense. Asa shook his head. Before leaving, Nissa handed night vision goggles to Ignis and Blade, revealing to them the hidden vampire marks on the walls, invisible to the naked eye. Nice! Blade exclaimed, impressed, and gaining a deeper understanding of the vampire world. Ignis stared at the building, realizing he'd have to equip his own cursed spirits with night vision gear in the future, so they could storm any building marked in this way. Everyone did a final sweep of the planned R-type ambush point, then hurried back to Blade's base to distribute weapons and lay out their strategy. 38.45 and 9-centimeter rounds, each tipped with a small capsule. Inside is silver nitrate and an extract of garlic. Old Man Whistler pointed at the ammunition laid out on the table as he spoke, then picked up a gun. This high-velocity crossbow fires silver bolts at a speed of 6,000 feet per second. With that, Whistler casually tossed the crossbow to a pure blood, then lifted up a submachine gun. Since you vampires are afraid of sunlight, we've installed a special ultraviolet filter on the scope. Flip the switch, and it emits UV rays instantly. As he finished speaking, Whistler flipped the filter shut and aimed the submachine gun at the priest, who instantly panicked, His body reacted before his mind, drawing his pistol and aiming it back at the old man. The old man chuckled at his reaction, amusement in his eyes. Easy there, little bug. Don't be scared. I haven't turned the filter on. Whistler glanced at the priest, who then looked over at Ignace, quickly and sheepishly holstering his gun. Off to the side, Blade's right-hand man, a cigarette dangling from his lips, showed Blade the blade mounted on his wrist. It's fitted with a pneumatic injection system. The vial inside is loaded with EDTA anticoagulant. One shot, and the target swells up like a balloon. As he spoke, the magazine popped out, and a new vial automatically slid into place. Blade looked over the gear on his protégé's wrist and nodded approvingly. Nice. The group each armed themselves, preparing to enter the so-called House of Pain. Old man, take care of yourself. The tables have turned here. Humans are calling the shots now. Ignace gave Whistler a reassuring pat on the shoulder. Thanks. Whistler nodded his gratitude, and Ignace handed him a powerful flashlight. Whistler made his way across to the rooftop of the building opposite, setting up his sniper rifle and loading silver bullets. He eyed the heavy-duty flashlight with curiosity. Ultraviolet flashlight? Not bad. Meanwhile, Snowman strolled over. Hey man, how about we patrol together? I've heard a lot about your skills, and I'd love to learn a thing or two. Sure, just don't regret playing third wheel. Ignace agreed, taking his death by the hand as they headed inside. He was determined to find out what tricks Machinos had up his sleeve. Hey rookie, what gear did you bring? I heard Iron Man hooked you up with a few suits of armor. The priest sauntered over, eyeing Ignace with a sly grin. Ignace pulled a pair of sunglasses from his pocket, smiling as he glanced at the group, then turned and walked away. The Blood Guard members exchanged bewildered glances. Could that be the nano armor? Their eyes gleamed with greed. If only they could steal that nano armor for themselves. Descending underground, the group came to a heavy iron door, the walls around them covered in graffiti. Two guards stood at the entrance, watching over the doorway. You're about to enter our territory, and you might witness certain things, like feeding. Just remember why you're here. Nisa looked at Blade, then glanced over at Ignace. Estes shot her a sharp glare, and Nisa quickly turned away, not daring to meet the queen's eyes. Of course, if some fool tries to provoke you, that's another matter entirely. Nisa spoke with resignation as the heavy doors swung wide open. The group stepped inside, greeted by the sight of countless workbenches before them. Ignace frowned as he examined the surgical instruments atop the benches. In truth, these made up only a tiny portion. The majority were tools for torture. The heavy doors creaked open, and a wave of restless music crashed into their ears. Colored lights flickered and danced chaotically across the space. Ignace exchanged a look with Blade, both of them feeling as though they'd just stepped into hell itself. On the dance floor, it was utter pandemonium. But in the next instant, Ignace, Estes, and Blade all broke into smiles. To ordinary humans, this place would be a nightmare. But for them, everyone here was just prey. Ignace and Estes could flatten the place with ease, and Blade alone could carve a path through it. A teeming crowd filled the hall. Countless vampires lost in the rush of alcohol, swaying their tattooed arms and dancing in a fashion that would make even a ghost shake its head in disbelief. Up on stage, beautiful vampire girls danced with abandon, savoring the night. Of course, all of this wasn't so strange. Plenty of human establishments weren't much different. But as they looked further, things began to get bizarre. A pair of vampire lovers exchanged a thin, delicate object, slipping it into their mouths. Then, they kissed each other deeply. What the hell? Blade exclaimed in surprise at the scene. Are those razor blades? Leave it to you vampires to come up with something so twisted, Ignace said, giving a thumbs up, genuinely impressed. A red-haired vampire with a bald patch on his forehead spotted Blade and turned on his heel, fleeing in terror. This was a vampire Blade had let go earlier while searching for Whistler. Blade watched with amusement as the man disappeared into the crowd. At the bar, a bald female vampire sat, enjoying a massage from the bartender behind her. A bald man in sunglasses stood nearby, holding a razor blade in his hand. He peeled back the woman's shirt and began to run the blade across her back in swift, practiced motions. Ignace glanced in their direction, then turned away. The scene was so explicit, it was almost like looking at a censored mosaic. He honestly couldn't fathom the vampire's penchant for such outrageous fetishes. Don't be so surprised. Isn't it true that you can regrow lost limbs? For them, this sort of thing is just routine. The snowman, following not far behind Ignace, offered this explanation. Although vampires recover slowly, as long as their weaknesses aren't exploited to kill them or their heads aren't destroyed, they won't die, and any missing body parts will regrow within a few days. I can regenerate a severed arm, but that doesn't mean my mental state is as twisted as theirs, Ignace said, his voice calm. As a doctor, he had his own ethical boundaries. He had never entertained such bizarre ideas of using his regenerative abilities in that way. Ignace instructed the cursed spirits to stand guard here, then led his death away to a quieter spot to rest and observe their surroundings. Sometimes, ignorance is bliss, but what he saw startled him. This vampire ballroom truly deserved its name, House of Pain. Inside, the place teemed with vampires indulging in all manner of strange appetites, recklessly abusing their immortal bodies without a care. Calling it a gathering of fiends would be no exaggeration. I estimate there are 200 or 300 vampires here, Ignace murmured, glancing at his death nestled in his arms. If only we could wipe out all these vampires. Wouldn't that be wonderful? His death whispered excitedly, her eyes alight as she studied the crowd. We can't do that, Ignace replied, shaking his head. Far off, the snowman breathed a sigh of relief. With their backs turned to the snowman, Ignace and Isdeth exchanged mischievous grins. Ignace's company was already dispatching people to Europe. Once he had the lay of the land, he could set events in motion and let someone else do the dirty work. The Blade's Blood Guard would hunt down the Arvarians, while he watched the vampire ruling party from the shadows, waiting to uncover their schemes, then send the Blood God's creations to annihilate the vampire kingdom. Meanwhile, the priest moved through the crowd, harboring a similar thought. Of course, his wasn't directed at the vampire kingdom itself, but at this motley gathering of monsters and demons. Most of them aren't even pure-blood vampires. Why don't we just wipe them all out? That way, none slip through the cracks, the priest said, turning to Asa beside him. To him, these mongrels didn't even deserve to be called he or she. He saw them as nothing more than beasts. Asa glanced at the priest, puzzled. He understood the priest's reasoning, but didn't the priest realize this would only weaken their own side, and, by extension, strengthen the humans? Nearby, the blond man, Chuba, shouldered his rifle as he moved through the crowd, his gaze fixed warily on Ignace and Isdeth, who were whispering intimately in the distance. He raised his rifle slightly, wondering if he could manage a covert assassination. After all, the vampire ruling party's invitation to Blade and Ignace was never out of goodwill. Just moments ago, the higher-ups had given him and the snowman 2 missions. One option was to take advantage of the chaos while dealing with the arm mutants to kill either Blade or Ignace. The other mission was to see if, during the confrontation with the arm mutants, he could obtain blood samples from Ignace, Isdeth, and Blade. Good grief. Just as Chuba was about to raise his gun, he noticed a red dot glowing on his chest. No, there were 2. Ignace, holding Isdeth in his arms, had his hand encased in the nano-armor, a small missile emerging from the armored sleeve. The targeting system locked onto Chuba's chest. Meanwhile, in the distance, Blade stood with his arms folded, watching the chaos unfold with a hint of amusement. His right hand slipped beneath his left arm, a laser sight trained directly on Chuba's groin. The 2 of them waved at him, greeting him with a mocking nonchalance. I'm not looking for trouble. Sorry to bother you. Ha. Chuba forced a nervous laugh, hurriedly stowed his rifle, and turned to leave. As he did, he flashed Blade a silent, universally understood gesture with his lips, one that needed no translation. It clearly meant F***K. He had barely escaped death. Ever since just now, the vampire ruling party, eager to win Ignace's favor and lower his guard, had agreed to his suggestions. In other words, if he had really tried anything earlier, Ignace would have been unharmed, but he himself would be dead, and no one in the upper echelons could have saved him. Yet, what was most intriguing was that Chuba dared to provoke Blade but not Ignace. Inside the dance hall, the pulsating music throbbed on. Men and women twisted and swayed, a wild revelry of bodies, high heels, and leather shoes pounding the floor. Beneath the floorboards, colored lights seeped through the cracks, faintly illuminating the shadows of the level below. In that dim lower space, steam from the sewers rose in wisps. Our mutants crouched in the gloom, gazing upward, savoring the scent drifting down from above, the tantalizing aroma of vampires and humans mingling. Daywalker, with a face as cold as ice, Chad Norma uttered Blade's other name. With a wave of his hand, all the arm mutants he had infected sprang into action, surging up toward the dance hall. The Blood God stood in that dark lower chamber, watching as Chad Norma led the arm mutants into the fray. He pulled out his phone from his clothes and sent a message. Master, the arm mutant primogenitor, and all the infected have been deployed. Do you need me to release the vampire cursed spirits, what these fools call the S-mutants? Ignace tapped at his phone, reading the Blood God's message. He replied with a single number. 2. 1 meant allow, 2 meant refuse. Ignace stood up at once, taking Isdeth by the hand as they left the dance hall. They walked down the corridor, and he shot a look of disdain at 2 vampires greedily lapping up human blood. These creatures' days of luxury were numbered. They stepped into a spacious corridor, and apart from the snowman who followed them, there was no one else in the dimly lit hallway. Suddenly, at the far end of the corridor, a shadow flickered and vanished. In an instant, the vampire codenamed Snowman drew his blade, his eyes fixed warily on that spot. Should we go check it out? Snowman quickly turned his head to look at Ignace. With a powerful ally at his back, he would never foolishly charge ahead on his own. No need. Ignace shook his head, and Snowman nodded at once, sticking close behind him. From another direction, a sound echoed from a dark corner behind a stone pillar. A scattering of pebbles kicked across the floor. Snowman spun around, gripping his blade, eyes sharp with vigilance. A gaunt, bald figure slinked through the shadows, occasionally peeking a pale head from behind a pillar to spy on its prey, then darting swiftly to another hiding spot. Snowman kept his gaze locked on where the noise had come from, while from behind a different pillar in the same row, the same skeletal figure crept out, its greedy eyes fixed on the 2 humans and the pure-blood vampire. The next moment, as all three had their backs turned, the creature tiptoed closer, silent as a whisper. Just as it drew near, Snowman spun on his heel and slashed backward with lightning speed. A flash of cold steel, a chaotic scramble. The mutant staggered back, one outstretched arm severed in a single stroke and tumbling to the ground. Snowman eyed the severed limb, still writhing on the floor. These creatures aren't afraid of silver weapons. Stay sharp. Ignis glanced at Snowman and nodded. The vampire kingdom surely knew about this weakness already. It was only because the mutant had shown its immunity to silver that his companion mentioned it aloud. Fortunately, Ignis had already been aware of this trait. Back when he first saw the blade, he'd specifically instructed his ally to bring ultraviolet equipment as a safeguard against the vampire kingdom's treachery. Ignis and S-Death pursued the fleeing mutant, chasing it all the way into the ballroom, where it merged into the crowd, occasionally peering through the throng of hybrids to keep them in sight. A sudden, guttural roar erupted. With enough distance from Ignis and his group, the mutant let out a piercing screech, seized a hybrid vampire, and sank its jaws deep. Its jaw split open, revealing a tongue as sinister as a serpent's, lashing and biting savagely into the hybrid's flesh. Panic exploded through the crowd. Chuba, hefting his rifle, opened fire at the emerging mutant, sweeping the ballroom with silver bullets that occasionally struck down fleeing hybrids in the chaos. Screams rang out. A cleric cried out as an mutant seized him and hurled him into the bar, sending glass shattering in a spray of shards. Silver bullets are useless, people. Stop wasting your ammo. A voice spoke up on the headset channel. Ignace glanced at Snowman. Either the higher-ups had hidden the weaknesses of the R variant from their subordinates, or everyone here was just putting on a show. Ignace removed a pair of sunglasses from his collar, tapped them lightly, and they instantly transformed into a suit of nano-armor that enveloped his body. S-Death did the same, retrieving a pair of sunglasses from her clothes and activating them into her own nano-armor. Ignace had already talked with S-Death about this. They were indeed powerful, but at the end of the day, they were still human and could be injured. Especially when facing vampires and mutants, the use of nano-armor became even more essential. After all, they had to guard against being bitten by these creatures. Getting infected themselves would be disastrous. In the next instant, both suits of nano-armor deployed a barrage of micro-missiles, all locking onto the group of R variants. Son of a... The priest, who had just crawled out from behind the bar, cried out in alarm and hurriedly dashed for the exit. With a sharp whoosh, the micro-missiles instantly targeted the R variants and shot out. In a flash, brilliant ultraviolet flares burst forth, lighting up the room like miniature suns. Holy crab cakes! Chuba shouted, startled. He thought they were explosive missiles, but it turned out they were ultraviolet weapons. In the next moment, Chuba, a slew of hybrids who hadn't found proper cover, and a horde of mindless R variants were all caught in the ultraviolet glare. Their bodies ignited and, in seconds, were reduced to ash. Beneath a sofa, Snowman brushed cobwebs from his head, crawled out, and surveyed the scene with lingering fear. He glanced at the knife in his hand, then at the ultraviolet micro-missiles on Ignace's nano-armor, suddenly feeling that the high-tech option was far more effective. From a corner came a panic clatter. Shadnoma, who'd been hiding, burst out and sprinted away at top speed. He'd thought only the blades had arrived, but now there was a full suit of nano-armor on the field. Shadnoma had 1,000 curses from Central Europe on the tip of his tongue. With Shadnoma fleeing and the R variants inside the hall all destroyed, the chaos subsided. Down on the lower level of the dance hall, Ignace, Blade, and the others made their way to the spot where Shadnoma had slipped in. It was an entrance leading to the sewers. An R variant tried to escape through it, but got its arm stuck in the closed hatch. Its jaw split open, cold eyes fixed on the approaching group, and it snapped its teeth, eager to bite. Clad in nano-armor, Ignace reached out and tapped the creature on the head. "Check this one out, Nissa," he said. Nissa nodded, stopping her teammates from firing at the surviving R variant. Ignace grabbed the emblem on the creature's shoulder. "Look at this." Nissa glanced over quickly. "He's a guard from the blood bank. Shadnoma attacked the blood bank. Let's take a closer look at it first. Maybe we'll be able to figure out some weaknesses from this creature." Ignace spoke up, and Nissa quickly nodded in agreement. Blade glanced down into the sewers. An idea began to take shape in his mind. This might be a good place to go after those R-types. A short while later, at Blade's hideout, inside a dimly lit storeroom, the R-type was being held prisoner, its body shackled with iron chains. Ignace crouched in front of the R-type, studying it intently. This thing's metabolism is incredibly fast. If it goes without food for too long, its body starts consuming its own blood, rapidly aging and heading straight for death. Nissa nodded. She'd noticed it too. Though the creature hadn't been injured, its condition had deteriorated over just a few hours. What had once been a ferocious beast was now nothing more than a listless old man. Shadnoma is the original carrier, so he won't be affected. But this only proves one thing. There's something wrong with Shadnorma's genes. Ignace spoke thoughtfully. The R-types that originated from Shadnorma would also end with him. It seemed Shadnorma really was a failed product, created by Machinos through genetic engineering. Ignace extended a finger in front of the R-type. Its reactions were sluggish, like someone at death's door, It slowly opened its mouth and, in almost comical slow motion, tried to bite him. Still clad in his nanotech armor, Ignis flicked his hand, sending one of the creature's fangs flying with a casual snap. Let's begin our research. You two, start the dissection. Blade reminded them, his voice calm. Ignis nodded and rose to his feet. Nissa, let's dissect this interesting little lab rat together. All right. In truth, Ignis's curiosity about the R-type was already fading. What truly intrigued him was a different question. Had Machino succeeded in creating a viable specimen? He made his way outside, placed the lifeless R-type on the table, and with practiced hands, donned surgical gloves, peeled away its mysterious veil, and removed its ribcage. Nissa, I need a little of your blood, Ignis said as he observed the R-type's body structure, which was subtly different from that of a regular vampire. What? Nissa was taken aback. She was just the assistant. Shouldn't the lead researcher use his own blood for the experiment? No need for so many questions, Ignis replied curtly. Nissa could only comply. She reached out, made a small incision with a clean scalpel, and let her blood flow. Ignis would never allow his own genetic material to fall into the wrong hands. He understood all too well. If his descendants had even a chance of becoming a sorcerer, that meant others could clone a sorcerer using his genes as well. Nissa's blood dripped down, and the R-type absorbed it. In an instant, the R-mutant's body jerked to life. Its organs, like the revving engine of a car, began to function once more, brimming with vitality. Brain dead, yet the body can still ingest food. Ignis stared at the corpse in amazement, a chill creeping up his spine. The sight was deeply unsettling. The heart is encased in bone. It's nearly impossible to destroy it from the front. You'd only have a chance attacking from the side. With a swift strike, Ignis peeled away the surrounding flesh, pointing to the heart, which pulsed relentlessly beneath the protective layer of bone. Nissa, check the secretions from the R-mutant's fangs. At his command, Nissa quickly nodded, prying open the creature's split jaw with one hand, while holding a container ready in the other. Quicklegs, help me hold its teeth. Quicklegs, Blade's sidekick, froze for a moment, fear flickering in his eyes as he involuntarily took a step back. Come on, you wimp, hurry up. Ignis urged him on, his attention fixed on studying the R-mutant's body. Reluctantly, Quicklegs glanced over at Blade, clearly wanting nothing to do with the monstrosity before him. Coward! Blade, standing across from him, couldn't resist a mocking jab. Summoning his courage, Quicklegs reached out, pinching the base of the mutant's teeth and giving them a firm squeeze. A viscous liquid oozed out. Nissa brought it to her nose, sniffed, and quickly looked to Ignis. It's neurotoxin. Ignis nodded, twirling a silver dagger in his hand. I'll give you some time. Extract the pheromones from its adrenal glands. I'm ready for the next experiment. Nissa nodded again and set to work. What do you even need that stuff for? Quicklegs shot a disgusted glance at the R-mutant, his stomach turning. To lure other R-mutants here and wipe them out in one fell swoop. Ignis replied coolly. Damn, you medics are terrifying. Doesn't this gross you out? Could you actually dissect a corpse while eating your lunch? Quicklegs grumbled. It's doable, but I wouldn't recommend it. You never know which bodies might be carrying an infectious disease, so really, don't try it. With that, Ignis turned and walked away. Quicklegs. Nissa looked at him expectantly. He blinked in surprise. Could you give me a hand? Not long after, Nissa handed out small containers filled with the R-mutant's pheromones to the group. Chuba gave it a squeeze and got sprayed full in the face. It didn't have much of a sting, but once Nissa explained that it had been extracted from the mutant's adrenal glands, the humiliation was immense. Chuba stood there in shock. He didn't quite know where the adrenal glands were, but somehow, it felt like he had just had mutant urine sprayed all over his face. In front of the platform bearing R's unusual body, Ignace twirled a silver dagger in his hand, and, with a swift motion, plunged it through the gap in the side of R's ribcage, driving it straight into the heart. The very next moment, R's lifeless body ignited, burning away to ash and vanishing completely. Although R's body is immune to silver bullets, his heart is still vulnerable to them. Ignace explained as he turned to leave. If you shatter the bones around R's heart with a bullet and then strike the heart itself, you can kill them, Ignace said, glancing toward Blade at the doorway. But the key is we need that kind of marksmanship, Chuba chimed in hastily. Marksmanship? Ignace looked at him, puzzled. You're a tactical team specifically trained to deal with Blade, and you're saying your aim isn't that good? That's not what I meant. Our shooting's decent, but hitting the heart every single time is just not realistic, Chuba hurried to clarify. You lot are truly useless. Ignace shook his head, turning on his heel to leave. Vampires trained to deal with Blade should be on par with special forces, or even secret agents, shouldn't they? Was this really all they had? He seriously doubted this group could even handle Blade on his own. Can you do it? The priest glared at Ignace, clearly displeased. In a flash, Ignace drew his gun, spun around, and shot a small vial off the table right next to the priest. Obviously, I can. Pathetic, Ignace sneered at the priest, then strode off. Don't be so down. He's from the States. You have to understand. They live for crazy shootouts every day over there, Yasa said, reaching over to pat the priest and Chuba on the shoulders. The two stared at Yasa, questioning their own existence. But even Americans can't shoot that accurately, can they? Chuba sighed. His role is a bit like a mage in a game. If a mage can't aim, what good are they? Yasa replied with a grin, and the two of them finally understood. Hey guys, I've got a whole crate of UV grenades here. Guaranteed to turn those little critters to dust, Speedster announced, holding a cigarette as he stood in the safe house, pointing at a table stacked with ultraviolet grenades. Blade walked over and looked at the UV grenades with approval. Then his gaze drifted to the sunglasses clipped to Ignace's collar, and he suddenly thought that Ignace's nanotech armor might just be even more impressive. Genius move, Speedster. Nicely done, Ignace said, giving Speedster a look that was both amused and appreciative. With that, Ignace took the sunglasses from his collar and set them down on the table. The moment Ignace turned away, Speedster quickly reached out and, trying not to be noticed, snatched up the sunglasses. You like my sunglasses that much? Ignace asked with a playful grin. Speedster looked at him, brimming with delight. Really? They're yours, Ignace replied with a smile. Ignace chuckled. Oh, thank you so much. I'll make the most of it. Speedster shouted excitedly, his eyes lighting up as he gazed at the sunglasses. Was it really this easy to get a nano battle suit? He could hardly believe it. Eagerly, Speedster turned to Ignace. Can I try them on? Go ahead, Ignace replied with a smile. Without hesitation, Speedster quickly put on the sunglasses. He tapped them lightly, but nothing happened. He touched the glasses in confusion. Do I need a password or something? No need. Ignace smiled again, deepening Speedster's confusion. Then, Ignace reached into his pocket and pulled out a pair of sunglasses, slipping them on. With just a tap, the glasses instantly transformed into a nano battle suit, enveloping him from head to toe. I have to ask, why would you need a password just to wear an ordinary pair of sunglasses? You're a funny one, you know that. Nashi teased, and the Bloodguard team members, along with Blade, Whistler, and the others, all burst out laughing. Speedster was speechless. He took off the sunglasses and stared at the plain eyewear, falling silent for a moment. Ahem, Mr. Mora's sunglasses, they're quite something, huh? Speedster chuckled awkwardly, a little guilty. Ignace had pulled a fast one on Speedster, and with that, everyone began preparing for the next mission. They were about to head into the sewers, planning to use the pheromones from the arm mutant to lure out all the arm mutants, as well as to draw Chad Norma into the open. Because there were vampires in the team, it was impossible to use ultraviolet bombs in standard combat. Instead, they would use the pheromones to attract the arm mutants, then detonate large-scale ultraviolet bombs they'd planted in advance, aiming to wipe out the mutants in one decisive strike. Once in the sewers, Death stomped her foot, and the filthy tunnels instantly froze over, sealing away much of the stench. Ignace and Blade bumped fists, then split up to carry out their plans. Looks like things aren't as simple as they seem. Ignace took out his phone and glanced at a text from the Blood God. Speedster had come up with a flimsy excuse to avoid joining the mission. Everyone assumed that, after his experience in House of Pain, watching the monitors from the van and being chased by armed mutants, he'd simply been scared out of his wits. But the reality was quite different. Ignace had asked the Blood God to tail Speedster, and discovered that he'd left Blade's base and headed straight to the headquarters of the Vampire Kingdom, where he received a private audience with Makinos. Blade's suspicions were right. Speedster was indeed one of Makinos' men, a loyal supporter of the Vampire clan. This operation won't be easy, Ignace said, then handed Death a bottle of scent-masking spray. Darling, let's disappear for a while. Death nodded. The two of them sprayed themselves with scent-masking mist, while the snowman had already been shaken off by Ignace. The Blade and the Blood Guard joined forces to eliminate the armed mutants, but the Blood Guard kept secrets from Blade and Ignace, harboring ulterior motives. As waves of armed mutants surged in, they tampered with the pins of numerous ultraviolet grenade crates, plotting to trap Blade and Ignace. Fleetfoot was nothing more than a lackey for the Vampire clan. Meanwhile, something curious was happening in the sewers. Among the lurking cursed spirits, one discovered Shadanoma. However, it noticed that although Shadanoma had crossed paths with Whistler several times, he never made a move against him. Upon receiving this report, Ignace reached out with a sudden grasp, distorting the air, and in an instant, both he and Death vanished. What on earth is Shadanoma after? Ignace found the situation rather amusing. Blade, the Vampire Kingdom, and the armed mutants each harbored their own secrets, keeping certain truths hidden from the others. What appeared to be a straightforward mission to wipe out the armed mutants was, in reality, fraught with uncertainty. No one could say how things would actually unfold. Damn it, I've been left behind. Snowman gripped his long blade as he moved across the frozen surface of the sewer. He pressed his earpiece and quickly reported in. Their real goal this time was to set up Blade and Ignace, abduct Blade in the chaos to study his genes, and, if possible, snatch a bit of Ignace's blood as well. Unfortunately, Snowman found that his opponents were far too cunning for that. The sewer branches are complex and the environment is dim. Maybe you just got separated. Keep searching. Makinos' voice crackled through the earpiece. Yes, sir. Snowman nodded hastily, casting nervous glances in every direction. Yet, no matter how long he searched, there was still no sign of Ignace or his death. Suddenly, a shadow lunged at him from the darkness. Snowman spun around and, in one swift motion, brought his blade down, cutting the ambushing armed mutant to the ground. He quickly grabbed his ultraviolet flashlight, flicked on a filter, and shone the beam at the thrashing arm mutant. The next instant, another figure rushed at him from behind. Snowman whirled again, his blade cleaving through the attacker. This arm mutant split in two, its body writhing on the icy ground. Surveying his surroundings, Snowman swallowed hard, terror creeping through him. He began to retreat, step by cautious step. Out of the shadows, dozens of arm mutants emerged, quickly blocking every exit and side tunnel of the sewer. Oh crap! Panic seized Snowman. He picked a direction at random and bolted, hacking and slashing at any arm mutant that barred his way, desperately trying to carve a path to safety. Why are there so many? This is impossible. Snowman cried out in horror. Just as he was about to break through, an invisible leg materialized in the air and kicked him, sending him flying backward. Snowman screamed in terror as the arm mutants swarmed over him. In the depths of the sewer, the Snowman's agonized screams suddenly echoed. Before long, his cries vanished without a trace. The Bloodguard squad, who had split up to carry out their mission, looked at one another in horror. Although this was a meticulously planned trap targeting Blade and Ignis, fear still seized them in this moment. The Snowman's abrupt scream could only mean one thing. He had been surrounded by arm mutants. Once bitten by them, there were only two possible fates. Either his body was torn apart and devoured, or he was completely transformed into one of them, his consciousness lost, a living corpse. This is starting to feel just like the zombie movies, Wei Lian said hurriedly to Light Axe. I know exactly what you mean, Light Axe replied, hefting his massive weapon with a sigh. His huge axe was indeed perfect for dealing with arm mutants, but he also understood that if they were ever swarmed by a horde, there would be no escape for them either. Arm mutants were like rabid beasts, fearless and driven only by primal hunger, lunging forward relentlessly, eager for their blood. Suddenly, ahead in the tunnel, a shadow sped past in a blur. With a crash and a splash, the charging arm mutant lost its footing and slipped on the icy ground. Light Axe and Wei Lian had both tensed at first, but the comical sound of the fall eased their fear. They hurried forward, ready to finish off the stunned arm mutant. Aside from Chuba and Snowman, Nisha was also among them. She, too, had not been told the truth behind the mission. She and the others still believed their sole task was to eliminate the arm mutants. Isdetha's power was formidable. Under her influence, a vast stretch of the sewer had been transformed into frozen channels. Meanwhile, in the suburbs of Prague, many residents were bewildered by a peculiar sensation. Their toilets had suddenly become icy cold. Back in the section of the sewer where the Snowman had perished, Ignis reached down and retrieved the device containing the arm mutant pheromones, carefully erasing any trace of it from the ground. He cleansed himself and his death of the scent, then resumed weaving the spell of the Black Heron Pavilion, warping space to remain hidden in the shadows, silently observing the Bloodguard and Blade's every move. Help! Somebody help! Wei Lian, her fiery red hair blazing, clutched her submachine gun as she ran desperately through the sewer, her screams echoing as she fired blindly behind her and flicked on her ultraviolet lamp. One after another, the pursuing arm mutants fell, but her panic only drew more of them from the darkness. Her stamina waning, Wei Lian was about to be surrounded by the swarming monsters. She glanced up at a sewer cover in the distance, and scrambled toward the ladder, climbing frantically as the arm mutants clawed their way after her, reaching out with grasping hands. As she climbed, she glanced down, and for a moment, the young woman froze in shock. The arm mutant clambering up the ladder, reaching for her, was none other than Guangfu, still clad in his combat suit. Not long ago, Guangfu had been bitten by an arm mutant and transformed into one himself, losing all sense of reason. A wave of grief crashed over her heart. She grabbed the manhole cover and, with a surge of strength, flung it open. In the next instant, daylight flooded into the sewer. Wei Lian let out a sharp scream as sunlight scorched her skin, and in a heartbeat, both she and her boyfriend Guangfu were reduced to ashes, scattering down into the darkness below. The horde of arm mutants in pursuit were seared by the sunlight as well, disintegrating into ashes on the spot amid agonized shrieks. A few of the arm mutants managed to flee, howling as they scrambled away. Ignace watched Wei Lian and Guangfu fall in battle, then turned on his heel and walked away. They were not his kin. All he could say was, impressive. Elsewhere in the sewers, Ignace led SDs along, keeping a close watch on Xiaoba. Since Reinhardt had kicked the bucket early, the task of trapping Blade now fell to Xiaoba. Xiaoba stood in a corner, beside a large crate packed full of ultraviolet grenades crafted by Fimatui. The crate had a lever. Pull it, and every grenade inside would detonate, wiping out all the arm mutants at once. A sudden noise echoed through the tunnels. Xiaoba quickly shouldered his crossbow and darted aside. From a shadowy bend in the sewer ahead, a swarm of arm mutants crawled forward, some even clambering along the walls. There were so many that cold sweat broke out across Xiaoba's brow. Becoming a vampire was one thing, worried about silver weapons, garlic extract, or anticoagulants. But to turn into an arm mutant meant becoming a mindless monster. Xiaoba, a voice crackled in his earpiece from above. Yes, sir, Xiaoba whispered back at once. Fimatui is one of ours. He rigged the lever, you can escape. Lure Blade here and let him trigger the ultraviolet grenades. Understood. Chiba answered without hesitation. In the next moment, every arm mutant turned to fix their gaze on him. Panic prickled at his skin. Abandoning the crate of grenades, he bolted. Shouldn't we lure Ignace and SDs over too? Chiba asked urgently. Our people haven't found them. Understood. As he ran for his life, Chiba cut communication with his superiors and switched to Blade channel. There's a huge swarm of arm mutants in the eastern tunnel. Blade, get over here, fast. I'm fighting my way back, but I can't get near the grenade crate anymore. Chiba shouted into the comms. Elsewhere in the tunnels, Blade heard him and rushed to help. Chiba fired as he ran, desperately trying to escape. And just then, he ran into Nisha and Asa. Hurry and follow me. Blade is going to detonate the ultraviolet grenade. We need to get out of here fast, or we'll be killed too. Chuba shouted urgently. Nissa was a descendant of Makinos, and although she had been kept in the dark, he knew he had to do everything possible to protect her life. What about Ignaz and Esdeath? Nissa asked quickly. Forget about them. They're strong enough. They won't die that easily. Chuba replied. With that, the three of them pressed on, firing their weapons as they retreated, covering each other's backs as they fled toward the distance. Nissa hesitated, glancing back at the corridor. She was worried about Blade, but when it came to Ignaz and Esdeath, she wasn't all that concerned. After all, she was a natural-born vampire. It was daytime now, making it impossible to escape to the surface. But Chuba had learned from his superiors about a house that connected to the sewers, a place that could provide them shelter. Most of the sewer was frozen over, leaving no murky water for them to hide from the ultraviolet grenade's deadly blast. If they couldn't reach the shelter before Blade set off the explosion, they would die here. Damn it, we should have grabbed a few motorcycle helmets before coming here. Chuba roared in frustration. The shelter was still a long way off. Helmets wouldn't do us much good anyway. Our combat uniforms don't offer complete protection from the light, and even our gloves let sunlight shine through to our hands. Nissa quickly pointed out. Chuba nodded in agreement. We're almost there. Let's hope Blade hasn't triggered it yet. Speedster had tampered with the lever, but there was still a timed detonation device on the case. If Blade banged on it hard enough, the lever might work again. Speedster was terrified that they might all die here. We're here. Speedster spotted a manhole cover in the distance, and quickly urged Nissa to go up first. This is a spot our people set up. It leads to a shelter inside. Hurry, get in, he said. Meanwhile, Ignaz and Esdeath arrived at the detonation site, watching as Blade fought with relentless fury against the armed mutants, all the while trying again and again to pull the lever. Ignaz hid within a twisted pocket of space, clad in his nano-armor, ready to step in at any moment. Of course, unless Blade was truly in mortal danger, he wouldn't intervene. Ignaz was even hoping the Vampire Kingdom would show its hand. The human government had always had secret dealings with the vampires. When Ignaz hunted vampires, he never attacked directly. He always used others as his sword. After all, there were plenty of vampire sympathizers within the government. If Ignaz wiped out the vampires himself, he'd risk becoming an enemy of humanity, and that was a price he wasn't willing to pay. Blade kept firing relentlessly at the arm mutants. With a hard knock on the crate, he forced the ultraviolet grenades inside to activate despite the broken lever. His sheer physical force triggered them all. Inside the box, every ultraviolet grenade began to flash with blue light. A 10-second countdown started. When it reached 0, they would all detonate. Ignace and SDs quickly shut their eyes tight. 10 seconds later, the crate of UV grenades exploded in a blinding flash. The terrifying light burst out, illuminating the horde of advancing arm mutants, whose bodies disintegrated to ash in an instant. Meanwhile, in the sewers beneath the shelter, Nissa emerged into the sanctuary, with Asa following close behind. Suddenly, the searing UV light poured in. Kuba, terrified, scrambled up the ladder as fast as he could. Sorry. Asa noticed the flash from below just in time. Knowing how fast light travels, he quickly slammed the manhole cover shut and sat on top of it, making sure Kuba couldn't push it open and endanger Nissa. No. Halfway up the ladder, Kuba stared in horror at the sealed cover. In the next instant, the light struck him. His body ignited and crumbled instantly to dust. Blade surveyed the scene of devastation, and Nissa sprang to his mind. Without hesitation, he took off, running to find her. At the same time, down in the sewer, Whistler finally caught up with Chad Norma near another manhole. He was ready to climb up. Chad Norma shared with him crucial truths about the arm mutants, the Vampire Kingdom, and the real connection to Machinos. By sheer luck, Whistler had found his way under the House of Pain. As he was climbing out, a heavily armed squad in black tactical gear and helmets, faces obscured, rushed at him. Guns raised, they closed in, surrounding him from all sides. They trained their weapons on Whistler and fired. At once, electric darts struck him. He jerked and howled in pain, his body convulsing from the shock. Hey, Blade. Wearing glasses, Machino's private lawyer rushed from the sewer, shouting, Where's Nissa? I don't know. I'm trying to reach her, but she isn't responding. Blade replied quickly, watching the lawyer with suspicion. He was just a vampire noble with no combat skills. What was he doing here? Suddenly, from the shadows, more armed men raised their weapons at Blade and fired a volley of taser darts. Ugh! Blade cried out, his body seizing up as he collapsed, helpless. The armed squad closed in, surrounding him. The lawyer stepped forward, sneering down at Blade. Even if we haven't caught Ignace and SDs, securing a sample of your genes will be invaluable to the great Grand Duke. With a wave of his hand, the lawyer signaled the others. The team bound Blade tightly and carried him away. Why? From the shadows, Nisha emerged, flanked by a squad of armed guards. All her communication devices had been confiscated. The lawyer glanced at Nisha, then turned and walked away. Nisha gazed at the group in utter despair. In that moment, she suddenly realized just how much her father had kept from her. In the corner, Ignace silently observed the spectacle unfolding within the vampire kingdom. He picked up his phone and contacted the Blood God, inside the headquarters of the vampire kingdom. The Blood God took his phone, reading the message his master had just sent. So that's how it is. Without hesitation, the Blood God departed from the vampire kingdom, beginning to summon all his creations scattered across Europe. A cataclysm was brewing, a curse of vampires, a mass extinction event about to descend upon the vampire kingdom. Before long, Blade awoke to find himself in the headquarters of the vampire kingdom, where Whistler and Lightning, both captured, were already waiting. They took our weapons. All of them, even your sword. Whistler said quietly. What about Ignace? Blade asked urgently. Who can say? There were too many arm mutants. Eventually, even his energy would run dry, and when his nano-armor was ripped apart, his own strength was spent, right? Maybe that annoying guy and his wife have already died under the assault of the arm mutants. Lightning replied with a nonchalant shrug, drawing a furious glare from Blade. He'd outlive you 100 times over. Blade shot back, his anger barely contained. Lightning shrugged helplessly, not yet ready to reveal his cards. Blade was too close for comfort, and he wasn't about to risk being taken out himself. We've been played from the very beginning. Whistler gripped Blade's shoulder, his voice urgent. The Arm Mutant clan never evolves. It's all a lie. What? Blade stared at Whistler in shock. He had known Lightning was a double agent, but it had never crossed his mind that the Arm Mutants, his sworn enemies, were actually incapable of evolving or spreading. We were set up. Norma told me himself. I ran into him in the sewers. He spared my life. Whistler explained. Really? How generous of him. A raspy, low voice echoed through the room as Machino strode in, his presence commanding attention. With Machino's arrival, everyone, Blade and the others in the open, Ignace and Isdeth in the warp space, turned to look at him. Let me show you the fruits of our magnificent labor. Machino's pressed a button on a nearby device. With a hiss, the device opened, revealing row upon row of embryonic containers. For years, I've worked tirelessly to eliminate genetic weakness. In time, I realized that DNA recombination was the only viable path. He reached out, picking up one of the containers and gazed at the embryo, suspended inside. Norma was the first test subject, a flawed prototype. He set the container back, shaking his head in disappointment. Too many here were similarly flawed. That was why he needed Blade's genes. But soon, there will be a brand new, purebred line, completely immune to silver. Before long, they won't even fear sunlight. He suddenly turned his head to look at Blade. The countless embryos at his side had already developed immunity to silver, garlic extract, and anticoagulants. And as soon as he obtained Blade's genetic sample, the next batch of test subjects would be able to walk in the sunlight without fear. My original plan was to capture a few S variants and study why they were unafraid of sunlight. But you, Blade, you've spared me that trouble ahead of time. Makino smiled as he spoke. In the next instant, a gunshot rang out. A bullet flew by, shattering the embryo container beside Makino's. Who's there? Who did that? Makino stared at the broken container in distress and urgently scanned his surroundings. A guttural laugh echoed through the air. A vampire soldier's head was seized by the powerful grip of a vampire wraith. The soldier howled in agony, his hands squeezing the trigger and sending bullets flying wildly. In the next second, the vampire wraith snapped the soldier's neck with a ruthless twist. It crouched atop the second-floor railing, baring its fangs and letting out a furious, piercing shriek at the assembled vampires. At the same time, alarms blared relentlessly through the headquarters of the vampire kingdom. Hordes of intruders had broken in. Run, sir. An S variant has broken through. Makino's lawyer shouted in panic. Makino's gave the embryos one last pained glance, then turned and fled at once. Suddenly, swarms of vampire wraiths surged in from all sides, pouncing on the vampires. Send in the progenitor vampire armed forces. S variants have never attacked humans before, the lawyer shouted at the top of his lungs. He made no move to escape. After all, he was human, and the S variants had indeed never been known to attack humans. Within a warped pocket of space, Ignace watched as the lawyer led the troops against the vampire wraiths, showing no sign of fear. He smiled. Blood God, issue the order. The lawyer and the progenitor vampire troops are now to be included as targets for the vampire wraiths. Understood. The Blood God nodded and went to carry out the command. In the next instant, the vampire wraiths immediately shifted their focus and charged toward the progenitor vampire troops. Oh, hell, the lawyer shouted in alarm. But before he could react, he was overwhelmed by a swarm of vampire wraiths, his screams echoing through the chaos. To betray one's own kind is to be prepared for a bitter end. Ignis glanced at the lawyer, now pinned beneath the wraiths, and walked away with a smile. Makinos rushed to the elevator, cast a last look outside, then hurriedly pulled his daughter inside. As the elevator doors slid shut, he finally let out a sigh of relief. As long as he was alive, there was still a chance to turn the tables. Shadnoma, following the vampire wraiths, charged into Vampire Kingdom headquarters at breakneck speed. He glimpsed the elevator doors closing, his father's face fading from view, and, enraged, he rushed forward. The elevator doors closed and began to ascend, leaving Shadnoma pounding his fist hard against the wall outside. Thud, 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 dad. Shadnoma kept slamming his fists on the elevator's exterior, bellowing with rage. It was Makinos who had created him, only to abandon him later on. Shadnoma's body was a flawed experiment, though, unlike the R-type mutants, he wouldn't die from prolonged periods without blood. Yet, day and night, Shadnoma's body was tormented by genetic defects. With a guttural roar, Shadnoma charged after his father. On the helipad, a row of armed guards stood at attention. The helicopter was primed for immediate takeoff. Makinos hurried over, eager to escape. He had more money than he could spend, and countless powerful friends in human society eager to curry favor. As long as Makinos could fix his genetic weaknesses, he would have all the time in the world to indulge himself. He had no intention of dying here. Just then, as Makinos, dragging his frail, aging body, approached the helipad exit, massive steel doors slammed down, blocking every way out. Windows and doors were all sealed by thick metal plates, shutting off any escape. Makinos quickly looked up, panic flashing in his eyes. He spun around and saw his daughter standing by the control panel, finger poised on the button. "I've reset the codes. We're locked in." Nisha paced calmly, her voice indifferent. Her father had lied to her. He never cared if she lived or died, nor did he care about Shadnoma's fate. Makinos had pushed Nisha to become his adversary. "Are you insane?" Makinos glared at his daughter, his voice trembling with fury as his anger echoed through the hall. He'd lived too long, and his frail body was no match for his daughter's resolve. "We're both going to die here, my dear daughter. Open the doors, and I'll take you away with me." Makinos shuffled toward her, his steps uncertain, trying to persuade her. "Yes, isn't it tragedy? Not to die at the hands of your enemies, but to perish by your own child's hand." Nisha dug her nails into her palm, then suddenly lifted her head to look at her father with a numb, expressionless gaze. From the very beginning, he treated both her and Shadnoma as pawns, tools to be used, even sacrificed if necessary. Nisha had come to understand much. She no longer needed to leave with her father. Shadnoma emerged from the shadows, his jaw stained with blood, his face cold and furious as he fixed his gaze on his father. "Dad, what happened to you is a terrible tragedy." Makinos hunched over, circling warily as his son stalked around him. He kept talking, his tone feigning tenderness as he watched his son's every move. "It was an unforgivable mistake. But you came back, refusing to let go. We will find the cure and restore you to the place you deserve." Machinos looked at his son, sometimes with reproach, then with a gentle touch that sought to comfort, softly stroking his cheek before pulling him into a close embrace. Machinos knew well that he was no match for his son. Confronted with his son's anger, all he could do was try to reach him with emotion, hoping to soften his heart. "We'll restore you to your rightful place. Together, we will conquer the world." Machinos pressed on quickly, desperate to persuade. "If you're telling the truth, then why is your voice trembling?" Shadnoma's voice was cold as ice, and Machinos felt a chill run through his heart. "Father." In the next instant, Shadnoma bit down hard on Machinos' neck. Machinos' body shuddered violently. His son pushed him away, and blood gushed from Machinos' mouth in foul torrents as he finally collapsed to the ground, trembling. Machinos lay sprawled like an insect before his daughter, his blood pooling around him. He whispered her name with his last breath, but Nisha recoiled, stepping further away. The R-mutant virus only spread through the barbs on the fangs. Shadnoma had chosen not to infect his father, but to end his life. Machinos' body crumpled to the floor, his head turned aside, gazing into the distance as footsteps echoed closer. Ignis, who had been gone for some time, finally appeared. Confusion and resentment weighed on his heart as he walked towards death. Ignis approached, witnessing the tragedy unfolding between father and children. He hadn't even taken action yet, and the vampires were already tearing themselves apart. "Brother, kill me. End this family once and for all." Despair filled Nisha's heart as she looked at her brother. Shadnoma was just about to approach his sister, ready to turn her into a monster, when he noticed Ignis and Estes approaching from afar. "No need, sister." Shadnoma felt his heart sink. He had planned to deal with his father, turn his sister into a monster, and then finish off the Blade Warrior, so he alone could rule this vampire kingdom. But now, his beautiful dream had shattered. "Sister, it seems today marks the end of the vampire kingdom." Shadnoma fixed his gaze on Ignis. "Why is it that among humans, someone as powerful as you exists?" Up! With a furious roar, Shadnoma charged forward, his fist flying towards Ignis. With the building sealed, there was no escape. Knowing death awaited, Noma still longed for a final battle. Noma punched, but Ignis dodged with a swift lean. Noma followed with a brutal kick, but Ignis countered, deflecting Noma's leg with a forceful kick of his own. Noma's right hand shot up, aiming a palm strike at Ignis' jaw. Ignis raised his arm defensively, blocking the blow, but the impact forced him back several steps. The next moment, Noma closed in fast, leaping high into the air, and came crashing down from above, driving a punishing knee strike at Ignis in the center of the hall. Ignis planted his hands on the ground, kicked both legs up, and landed a powerful double kick straight at Norma. Norma was sent flying sideways, crashing into the iron gate behind him with a thunderous clang, leaving it badly dented. "Arr!" Norma roared in fury, then charged toward Ignis with all his might. "Norma!" From above, on the second floor of the hall, the Blade Master stood poised, gripping his sword in both hands. He leapt down abruptly, bringing his blade down in a fierce, stabbing arc. Norma gave a startled cry, and turned just in time to see the blade strike him. With a heavy thud, the Blade Master followed up, raising his leg and kicking Norma hard, sending him flying. Norma, with the blade lodged in his chest, crashed into a pillar and howled in pain. Gritting his teeth, he gripped the sword with both hands, snapped the blade in half with a violent twist, and tossed. The hilt aside, he slumped down, and the remaining half of the blade, still embedded in his lower torso, pierced through with a sickening sound. Clenching his jaw, Norma yanked the broken blade free. His beast-like eyes burned with rage as he glared at the Blade Master, then charged forward. The two clashed in a flurry of blows, exchanging a dozen moves in rapid succession. Norma delivered a powerful kick to the Blade Master's left leg, throwing him off balance, then unleashed a flurry of punches to his head. The Blade Master struck back with a heavy punch that knocked Norma away. Norma spun around, feinting and weaving to confuse his opponent, then suddenly landed an open-palmed strike to the Blade Master's jaw, sending him flying and smashing the already dented iron gate right off its hinges. The Blade Master landed hard, but quickly regained his footing, rolling swiftly across the floor to Norma's side. He launched a high kick, but Norma blocked it with a raised arm. Seizing the moment, Norma wrapped his arms around the Blade Master, locking him in a powerful hold. The Blade Master struggled fiercely, and the two began a battle of raw strength. With a sharp elbow strike, the Blade Master hammered Norma's face and, using the momentum, flipped Norma over his shoulder. Norma twisted midair to absorb the impact, then reversed the maneuver for his own over-the-shoulder throw, slamming the Blade Master hard to the ground. Just as the Blade Master staggered to his feet, Norma lashed out with a flying kick that sent him crashing into a stone column, carving a deep crater into it. Norma retreated, scrambling up the wall like a beast, then launched himself at the Blade Master, bringing his foot down in a brutal stomp aimed at his head. In the next instant, a figure darted in, landing a flying kick to Norma's waist. Norma cried out in pain, his body hurtling sideways and skidding across the floor. He sprang back to his feet, glaring ahead with fury. "Your opponent is me, Norma." Ignis twirled his long sword with a flourish, and with a mocking grin, beckoned to Norma with a come-on gesture. He knew that Norma was courting death in this battle, but wasn't it a bit too arrogant to take on both of them at once? They'd been fighting, but then Norma had switched to brawling with the Blade Master instead. "Come on, both of you at once. You think I'm afraid of you?" Norma roared, glaring at the two of them, then turned his beastly eyes to his death. "You two, come on. I'm not afraid of any of you. Just two pathetic humans, and a creature that's neither man nor monster." With a sharp sound, an icy blade formed in his death's hand. Her expression was frigid as she shot Norma a chilling glare. "Is this fool serious?" Norma's animal eyes narrowed. Though a flicker of fear flashed through him, knowing escape was impossible, he only grew more reckless. "Ha ha! I'll wipe you all out." With another furious roar, Norma charged forward, sweeping a powerful kick at Ignace. Ignace's body twisted and darted aside with quick agility, dodging the attack. Norma's kick smashed a crater into a stone pillar. In the next instant, Ignace spun back, landing a fierce kick right into Norma's chest. With a cry of pain, Norma was sent flying. Ignace lunged after him, delivering a brutal punch. Norma staggered back again. One punch, two punches, three. On the fourth, Nasi's fist flashed with a streak of black lightning. The bone encasing Norma's heart shattered instantly, his heart sustaining grave damage. A guttural gasp escaped Norma as blood spilled across the ground. His strength failed him, and he dropped to his knees. Ignace's silver blade flashed down, plunging into Norma's ruined heart. So strange. With a blank expression, Norma lifted his head to look at Ignace. From his heart, flames began to consume his body. Norma looked at Ignace, then at the distant blade. The pain is gone. A flicker of gratitude crossed Norma's eyes as he gazed at Ignace. He understood, deep down he never stood a chance. If Ignace had unleashed any of his famed techniques, Norma would have been defeated from start. Norma sought close combat, and Ignace obliged him to the end. In the next moment, flames spread from Norma's broken heart, devouring him whole until he crumbled to ash and vanished without a trace. Norma was dead. From the very beginning, he'd fought with the resolve to die. Otherwise, he'd never have chosen to confront an opponent he knew he couldn't beat. Ignace watched as Norma's ashes drifted away, then shook his head and turned to leave. Time shifted once more to dawn. The steel plate slowly rose, and Nissa stepped quietly into the sunlight. Blade, having witnessed Norma's death, quickly turned, alarmed to see Nissa walking into the sun. He dashed over, shouting in panic. He swept Nissa into his arms, his large frame shielding her from the sunlight. "Blade, I just want to see the sunrise," Nissa said softly. Her heart was in turmoil. Suddenly, she understood certain things. The doomed R-type and S-type variants. The R-type was her father's scheme, while she and her father had no idea who created the S-type. But she realized the emergence of a bloodline that could not be propagated or spread could only mean that someone, somewhere, did not want vampires to survive as a race. For a moment, Nissa was overwhelmed by her father's coldness and by despair for the future, and a dark thought of ending her own life crept into her heart. Just as she had told her brother, kill her, and end this family line. Ignaz and his death stood at a distance, hand in hand, curious and watching the pair as if enjoying a good drama unfold. "We'll have our chance in the future," Blade quickly interjected, realizing that he had ventured deep into enemy territory, but found himself developing feelings for the enemy. He couldn't help but wish that Nisha wouldn't have to die. Machinist can eliminate a vampire's weakness to silver and garlic at the genetic level. In fact, there are others in this world who can develop genetic treatments that let vampires withstand sunlight, or even survive without feeding on blood at all. From afar, Ignis spoke up. In a future where even time machines could be invented, this world was full of miracles. In the hands of certain tech geniuses, there was no black technology that couldn't be created. "Nisha, did you hear that?" Blade quickly called out. "Blade, you like this vampire girl, don't you? That's why you're going against your mission, right?" Ignis teased with a laugh, leading Isdeath toward the helipad. At that moment, both Blade and Nisha fell silent. Nisha quickly looked up at him. "Is that true?" Blade was suddenly tongue-tied. He couldn't say a word. "You have to promise not to feed on human blood." Blade blurted out. Nisha looked at him, speechless. As the sun rose, Isdeath leaned against Ignaz's shoulder, sitting on the edge of the rooftop, her legs gently swinging. "I'm really curious about something. The vampire kingdom is so wealthy. Why don't they just buy blood for hospitals? Why do they insist on preying on humans? Maybe because if they bought human blood in bulk, it would make people feel like they were raising humans as livestock." Ignaz sat on the rooftop, watching the sunrise as he spoke. There were still clear-headed vampires who understood that if they ever tore off that fig leaf, even stronger beings among humans would rise to deal with them. A few days later, all around the world, powerful figures in human society were left stunned. The power of the European vampire kingdom was wiped out in a matter of days by creatures that seemed almost vampiric themselves. At the same time, the vampire kingdom's companies across the globe were besieged by countless other corporations, which then acquired and divided up the kingdom's legacy. London. Inside a tavern, a balding man with long hair at the sides, wearing sunglasses, followed the alluring scent of humans to a table. He tapped on the tabletop, looking at the two people behind their newspapers. "Mind if I join you?" The bald man smiled, his eyes narrowing with greed as he stared at the two humans. He had already made up his mind. He'd hang around, find out where they lived, and then sneak in at night for a feast. "Please, have a seat." The newspaper came down, revealing Ignaz's smiling face. The bald man froze for a moment, then hurriedly glanced to the side. Isdeath had set her newspaper down and was now wrapping her arm around Ignaz's neck. "Sit down. Don't be so nervous." Blade suddenly slapped the bald man on the shoulder. His booming voice startled the poor man so much that his knees buckled, and he collapsed onto the chair. He turned to look back at Blade, who had appeared behind him, and at Nisa. "Watch your mouth, or you might catch a flying peanut." Nisa threatened, flashing the grip of a gun from under her clothes as a warning. "Thank you very much," the bald man stammered, completely flustered. He sat trembling between these powerful figures, uneasy and restless, as if sitting on pins and needles. "Finish your drink, then leave at once," Ignaz said calmly. Without hesitation, the bald man drained his glass in one gulp, then bolted out of the room. Not long after, in a shadowy alley, the bald man let out a desperate scream as he stared at the silver bullet lodged in his chest. In the blink of an eye, his entire body dissolved into ashes, vanishing without a trace. Meanwhile, in America, as Ignaz and Isdeath stepped off the plane, they spotted Agent Coulson waiting for them at the airport, sunglasses perched on his nose and a warm smile on his face. "Hello, Agent Coulson." Ignaz strode down the steps, extending a hand. They shook. "Ignaz, we've prepared exactly what you asked for," Coulson said, grinning at him. A short while later, at Cradle of Life Corporation, Coulson opened a long case right in front of Ignaz. Inside, a gleaming silver longsword lay nestled. With both hands, Coulson lifted the weapon and offered it to Ignaz. "Made of vibranium, just as you requested," Coulson said with a smile. Noticing Ignaz's questioning gaze, he added quickly, "As for how we obtained it, well, I can't say." Ignaz nodded. He understood the need for secrecy. There were people in the world who could steal vibranium from Wakanda after all. Ignis didn't care how S.H.I.E.L.D. had gotten their hands on the metal. All he wanted was this blade, and perhaps a general idea of Wakanda's location. I heard your company recently caught a corporate spy. Coulson asked. Ignis nodded. While he'd been in Europe, watching the vampire drama unfold, someone suspicious had tried sneaking into his office at night, hoping to swipe confidential documents. What the would-be thief didn't realize was that the head cursed spirit had been watching from the shadows. The spirit called security, and the infiltrator, a black employee, was quickly apprehended. Nothing serious, just a spy trying to steal corporate secrets, Ignis said, shaking his head. Coulson didn't press the issue, chatted a bit longer with Ignis, then took his leave. After seeing Coulson off, Ignis turned his attention to the files displayed on his phone. This black man was named Zuli. In the photograph, someone was prying open Zuli's thick lips, exposing a glowing purple mark inside his mouth. It was clear that this man, Zuli, was a Wakandan spy. How could a band of African guerrillas become so advanced? It was nothing more than industrial espionage, stealing knowledge from countries around the world, then using Wakanda's vibranium resources and superior materials to turn theoretical technologies into reality ahead of everyone else. Wakanda had once sent an undercover agent to Ignis's company, but their attempt to steal the cradle regeneration technology ended in failure. Undeterred, they sent another spy, still intent on pilfering other secrets. Blood God, Ignis called out. The cursed spirit known as Blood God immediately approached and knelt before him. Ivan Vanko has been remotely controlling the cursed spirit armor, keeping watch over S.H.I.E.L.D. and Hydra. From now on, I want you to gather every vampire cursed spirit in America and summon the European ones as well. Follow these leads, invade Wakanda. Ignis handed Blood God a dossier, and Blood God accepted the order without hesitation. Since these African guerrillas kept trying to steal his secrets, he had no reason to show mercy. He would send cursed spirits to invade Wakanda, a purge in the shadows, and seize the vibranium mines in the process. I'll leave at once, Blood God declared. Rising to his feet, he strode out to summon the vampire cursed spirits lurking across the United States. Ignis stood up, gripping a vibranium blade, and entered his private armory. He entered the passcode, completed an iris scan, and only then did the heavy door slide open. Inside, he placed the vibranium blade onto its rack. Next to the blade stand, a vibranium sword rested on display. A smile played on Ignis's lips as he gazed at the sword. When it came to efficiency, Hydra still had the edge. A month ago, Hydra had delivered this vibranium sword to him, just as he'd requested. And just before Hydra made that delivery, Wakanda had suffered a massive assault. As the saying goes, the hunter becomes the hunted. Wakanda often sent spies abroad, but Hydra had turned this to their advantage. They captured a Wakandan agent, turned him, and had him feed them information. Hydra had recreated the old story, when Prince Njobu betrayed Wakanda by leaking secrets to Ulysses Clow. This time, Hydra sent their own men into Wakanda, staged another attack, and made off with a haul of vibranium. A gorilla is still a gorilla, even if you hand it a rifle, Ignis scoffed, shaking his head as he left the room. In the corner, a cursed spirit stood silently, clutching a phone in its hand. Ignis's armory was not only secure, but also remarkably convenient to use. Whenever he needed weapons, he would contact this cursed spirit through his phone. Upon receiving the command on the screen, the spirit would immediately swallow all the weapons into its body, then rush to the scene as fast as possible to supply Ignis with what he needed. Sometimes, it would even stuff itself full of weapons in advance and stay by Ignis's side at all times, ready for anything. A few days later, a van was parked in a narrow alley. Inside, a woman sat in front of her laptop. Her nimble fingers danced rapidly across the keyboard, trying to break into a company's system. Damn it, there's no way it's this simple. Sky glared at the screen in frustration, staring at the data she had stolen from Life Cradle Corporation. Just a few days earlier, she had stumbled upon something interesting. Companies from all around the world were being targeted by waves of attacks and hostile takeovers. In these fierce battles to divide up a company's vast legacy, Life Cradle Corporation emerged as the biggest winner. A suspicion began to take root in Sky's mind. Could it be that Life Cradle Corporation, too, was hiding things from the public? Once this thought surfaced, it refused to leave her. Sky was nothing if not bold. She began hacking into government organizations in the States, searching for any dirt she could dig up and expose. She even dared to break into the S.H.I.E.L.D. database, searching for the secrets she hungered for. In short, she had become someone who acted entirely on her own whims, determined to tear the veil off any scandal she could find. She wanted to bring to light whatever those powerful organizations worked so hard to keep hidden. Sky wasn't truly malicious, but she was, without doubt, a troublemaker at heart. The more she failed to find, the more convinced she became that something was being covered up. Stepping out of the van, she walked down the street, pondering how she might break into the real data servers of Life Cradle Corporation. At the same time, "Sir, someone just tried to hack into our system." On the street, inside an SUV, Ignis held his phone to his ear, listening to the voice of Ivan Vanko, the cursed spirit. "Who was it?" Ignis asked. "That person only managed to get into our company's website. I'm tracking them now. came the voice of the big boss through the phone. Ignace nodded. The website was just a facade. Their real data servers were on a closed network, never connected to the outside world. If anyone wanted to truly hack in and access valuable data, they would have to come in person and attempt a physical hardcore breach. Otherwise, there was no way. I understand, Ignace replied. He had barely finished speaking when, in the distance, an explosion suddenly thundered through the air. Flames burst through the windows of a nearby building, and the street erupted in screams. Ignace quickly looked off into the distance. A black man was sprinting toward the base of the burning building. He hurriedly skirted around the crowd and gazed up at the building, from which cries for help kept echoing. The man circled around to the back of the building, where no one was around. He reached out, jabbed forcefully at the wall, grabbed hold, and began to climb upward at remarkable speed. Flames raged across the building. Suddenly, a hooded figure dropped down, landing with such force that cracks splintered across the ground. He cradled a woman in his arms, gently setting her down. People gathered around. A woman with wavy, shoulder-length hair held her phone aloft, recording the scene. The black man who had just leapt from the burning building noticed he was being filmed. He immediately pulled his hood lower over his face and ran off, disappearing into the distance. Skye stood with her phone in hand, her eyes following his retreating figure. In the distance, amidst the crowd, Ignace spotted the woman crouched by the roadside, tending to the injured. She looked familiar. Wasn't that Skye, the so-called Quake? Though his people hadn't yet located the hacker, Ignace already had a hunch who it was. It was probably Skye. Americans were always like this, self-centered, forever eager to expose the secrets of others. Ignace turned and left, ordering a few cursed spirits to keep an eye on Skye. Since Skye wanted to dig into his business, Ignace wasn't about to let her investigate. Unless, of course, she became one of his own. How will you find us? In the air or on land? How will you keep us silent this time? How can you possibly manage that? The truth rides the wind and is everywhere to be found. You can't stop the rising tide. You won't find us. You'll never see our faces. But make no mistake, we will rise up against those who hide the truth from us. And nothing can stop me. Inside a van, Skye faced her computer. While recording her manifesto for S.H.I.E.L.D., her fingers flew over the keyboard, deftly trying to hack their system. Suddenly, the van door slid open with a sharp clatter. Agent Coulson and Ignace stood right beside her. Coulson tried to suppress a laugh, the corners of his mouth twitching as he looked at Skye. Hey, hello there. Skye looked at the two of them, completely embarrassed, guilt practically written all over her face. Agent Ward, squeezed out of his spot by Ignace, pulled out a bag, walked over, and promptly slipped it over Skye's head. Not long after, aboard SHLD's C-17 aircraft, Coulson's temporary flying base. Inside the interrogation room, the hood was removed from Skye's head, and Ward sat her down across from him. Coulson closed the door, then turned, only to see Ignace already seated in his chair. Ignace held Skye's laptop in his hands, setting it down on the table and turning it toward her. Oh, you really are something. I never would have guessed that the famous Dr. Ignace was also a hacker. Skye stared at her computer in shock. On the screen, a cartoon character was bouncing around, while the word surprise appeared in big, bold red letters. Ignace reached out and tapped lightly on Skye's laptop. In the next instant, every bit of evidence of Skye's hacking into the Cradle of Life Corporation's database flashed up on the screen. Skye's mouth formed a perfect O. She glanced at the screen, then at Ignace, utterly speechless. Ms. Skye, this is corporate espionage. Do you realize what you're about to face? Ignace looked at her with an amused smile. Prison time. Skye wasn't fazed. She simply sat back and smiled at him. If only things were that simple. Ignace shook his head. Coulson pulled up a chair and sat down beside him. So that's why Ignace agreed to join him. He clearly had his own agenda. What's your real name? Ward stood to the side, glaring at Skye, clearly preferring a more direct approach to dealing with her. Skye will do. Skye replied, then shot Ward an exasperated look. We can discuss that later. Right now, we need another name, a certain heroes. Coulson quickly interjected. Skye, are you digging for some dirty secrets behind my company? Ignace smiled at her, not interested in meddling with Coulson's affairs for now. Wow, are you about to spill your own secrets? That would be fantastic. Skye looked at him, feigning composure. Do you think I'm like some shady government, running illicit human experiments? Or are you curious about something else? Ignace kept his eyes on her, a hint of a smile playing on his lips. To be honest, I am curious whether you've ever done human experiments. And I'm also wondering why you always seem to come out on top. Honestly, there's some truth to that old saying. Whoever benefits the most is probably the mastermind. Skye shrugged, showing no fear despite sitting across from a powerful figure. Truthfully, I've never conducted human experiments. Every acquisition I've made has been nothing more than a straightforward business deal. A knowing smile flickered across Ignace's face as he watched Skye. That's a pretty perfunctory answer. Skye shrugged helplessly. It's the truth. But I should warn you, you might soon find yourself thrown into prison. And there are people who, to curry favor with me, might go to some extremes with you. Of course, I don't wish for them to do that. But if they decide to, well, I'll respect their choice. Ignace's smile lingered as he looked at Skye. Americans loved to seek out the truth, didn't they? Well, He'd deal with them using their own logic. Someone wanted to go after Sky, and Ignace strongly condemned it, though he respected their choice. As for explaining the company's issues, why should he really take the time to explain everything to her? Well, that's quite the threat. Sky shook her head with a smile, turning to Coulson. Sorry, I can't help you find that person anymore. Coulson looked helplessly at Ignace, as if to say, so you came here just to stab me in the back? Ignace, exactly. This is an arrest warrant. Ignace produced a document and handed it over to Coulson. Coulson was speechless. So many sections of the file had already been signed. Was Ignace really here to take Sky away? Ward might not yet understand Sky's value, but Coulson certainly did. Sky was such a talented hacker. He'd hoped to recruit her onto his team. Hey man, can we talk outside? Coulson quickly suggested. He was feeling entirely defeated. He'd initially been happy when Ignace reached out, thinking that having a big shot join in would make everything much easier. Instead, the moment the big shot boarded the plane, he dealt Coulson a heavy blow. All right. Ignace stood up and followed Coulson out of the room. This girl can help us find a hero with special abilities. I really don't think we should send her straight to prison. Coulson spoke quickly, practically spelling out that S.H.I.E.L.D. needed someone with her talents. After all, being able to hack into SHIELD systems was no small feat. It's not we, it's you. Ignace replied. Of course, unless she comes to work for me and pays off her debt with a salary, I'd still choose to send her to prison. She really did hack into my company's system. If you want to forgive her, that's your business, but I haven't decided whether I'll forgive her. Coulson was left speechless. Before even coming here, Ignace had already used his wealth to make connections, even with top officials in countries that supported S.H.I.E.L.D. Which meant, if Ignace wanted to send Sky to jail, no one would be able to pull her out. You're not planning to bring her into S.H.I.E.L.D., are you? Ignace questioned him. Coulson shook his head helplessly. Finally, someone who understood him. But he also suspected Ignace was considering recruiting Sky for himself. That's really something. Since the very beginning, S.H.I.E.L.D. has had a bad habit of recruiting anyone and everyone. Ignace smiled at Coulson, suddenly understanding how S.H.I.E.L.D. turned into Hydra. How about this? Give me a little time. Let me get Sky to help us find the hero who rushed into the burning building, and then you can talk to my superiors about her fate. Coulson hurriedly proposed. That works too, but if you want to recruit Sky into S.H.I.E.L.D., I'm not unreasonable. Here's the bill for the economic losses she caused by hacking into our public system. If you're really considering it, just remember to settle the bill when the time comes. Ignace smiled and walked away, heading for the airplane's bar to see if he could snag a drink. Coulson nodded quickly, thinking to himself how fortunate it was that they were old friends. This bit of flexibility would make things much easier. He glanced down at the bill, and for a moment, his already receding hairline seemed to retreat even further. Good grief, how could the losses possibly be this huge? Coulson stared at the bill, his mind buzzing. It actually stated that Sky's hacking had led to the loss of critical data, including the upgrade plans for the Cradle regeneration device, which had now brought the entire project to a halt. He knew about the regeneration cradle. It was the most renowned device of Life Cradle Corporation. If the upgrade data for such a device was lost, how much compensation would that entail? Coulson shook his head and turned to head into the interrogation room. His nerves just couldn't take looking at the rest of the bill, especially since Ignace had listed a whole array of nanotechnology and other advanced projects he'd never even heard of, all marked as data lost. As a professional agent, Coulson felt Ignace was trying to bluff. But the guy had produced such convincing evidence that even S.H.I.E.L.D. would have a headache dealing with it. After the events in New York, the Life Cradle Corporation had secured a massive government contract under the pretense of studying Chitauri thermal technology, everything from troop transport biotechnology to Chitauri infantry weapons. Granted, Ignace had been stalling these projects all along, with no intention of actually sharing his Chitauri tech with the U.S. government. But that didn't stop him from waving these projects around as a smokescreen to fool people. He simply claimed that these breakthroughs were just within reach, until Sky's intrusion corrupted and destroyed the data. No matter how shrewd the government was, the lure of profit could easily cloud their judgment, and they'd be more than willing to throw Sky behind bars at Ignace's urging. Coulson entered the interrogation room to question Sky. Sky looked at her laptop and smiled. You can't break through my data encryption. You've got nothing on me. She shook her head with a grin, having noticed something quite amusing. Ignace had cracked her computer and dug up a mountain of evidence of her hacking into Life Cradle Corporation. But, curiously, he hadn't helped them find a single shred of evidence about her hacking into S.H.I.E.L.D., and as soon as Ignace left, her laptop automatically shut down, activating its self-protection protocols. So with Ignace gone, Coulson had no way of using her laptop to dig up any evidence that could be used against her. You really don't know when to quit, do you? Ward sneered at Sky, reached out to turn the laptop toward himself, and pressed the power button. The computer booted up and prompted him for a password. Ward recalled perfectly the password Ignace had entered when starting up, typed it in, and then froze in disbelief. No way, no way. Did you really think a password was the only safeguard? Sky looked at Ward with mocking amusement, as if this idiot had some serious misconceptions about hacking. Sure, hackers sometimes walked right into enemy territory with a USB stick, trying some hardcore physical intrusion. But even then, it required the right technical skills to pull off. Ward frantically tapped at the keyboard, but the computer simply shut down on its own. Unbelievable. I'm going to find him. Ward turned to leave, intent on tracking down Ignace to get him to unlock the computer. Don't be stupid. He's not going to bother with a small fry like you. Sky kept up her taunts, having fully grasped what Ignace meant earlier. He wanted her to work for him. So now, she wasn't afraid anymore. At the Plains bar, Ignace sat there, quietly sipping his drink. Agent May approached, taking a seat not far from him. A little while later, Coulson and Sky left the interrogation room. Coulson used a rather amusing tactic, persuading Sky to consider a temporary alliance. Oh, Sky, we can work together, but I think you really ought to have a chat with him. Coulson shrugged as he spoke. Okay. Sky smiled and walked over, taking a seat beside Ignace. What are you looking at? Ignace noticed her tilting her head at him, took a sip of his drink, and turned to meet her gaze. I was just wondering, are you really telling me that a handsome guy like you only has this deaf as a girlfriend? She grinned mischievously at Ignace, her curiosity practically shining in her eyes. That's right. Ignace nodded. One as deaf was more than enough for him. Why would he want two wives? Only to watch them fight every day. He wasn't exactly a master of romance. Just keeping his Steph happy was challenge enough. So, would you mind adding another woman to the mix? Sky teased him with a playful smirk, clearly joking. I could add another employee. Ignace replied with perfect seriousness, handing her a contract. Sky looked at him helplessly, then glanced down at the contract on the table. When she saw the endless string of zeros after the amount owed, her head started spinning. Good grief, how much money is this? Sky stared at him, utterly shocked. It's not much, just the losses from a few projects. If you work for a few hundred years, you might pay it off. Ignace joked right back at her. Sky had teased him, so he figured it was only fair to return the favor. Then what's my annual salary? And what exactly will my job be? Sky hurriedly asked. Legally, she was no match for him, and she certainly couldn't beat him in a fight. Besides, she had the distinct feeling that even if she ran, he'd just drag her back. She had no choice but to stay and work off her debt. $10 million a year. Your job description is written in the contract. With that, Ignace stood up and walked away. Sky hurriedly lowered her head to check the job details and was momentarily stunned. Bodyguard. What does this mean? She looked at him, indignant. She was a hacker, not some bodyguard. It's simple. Wherever I go, you go. Whatever I tell you to do, you do. That's all there is to it. Ignace gave her a mischievous grin, found himself a room, and went in to rest. Sky stood there dumbfounded. Ignace made it sound so simple, but it all depended on who she was following. If she had to shadow Ignace, wouldn't that mean she'd constantly be thrown into incredibly dangerous situations? This is murder, premeditated murder. I'm just an ordinary person. How could I possibly protect you? Sky muttered to herself, exasperated, and called out after him. I believe you've got the potential. Good luck. Wade teased Sky, barely containing his laughter as he walked away. Sky could only shake her head helplessly, thinking that this had to be the worst possible scenario. Then she did the math, her salary versus how much she owed Ignace, and her mind went blank. How could she possibly owe so much? Hundreds of billions, she'd never pay that off, not even in several lifetimes. Not long after, Ignace emerged from his room. He happened to walk in on Coulson playing a video, discussing with Sky how to stop the out-of-control man, the mysterious figure who had rescued the woman from the burning building Ignace had encountered earlier. Coulson, I'd like to make something clear. I have no objection to Sky taking part in this operation. On the contrary, I fully support it. But S.H.I.E.L.D. will have to pay for her services, because she's my employee now. If you want to hire her, you'll need to pay a commission. We do not accept unpaid missions. Ignace smiled at Coulson, waving Sky's signed contract in his hand. In truth, he'd already thought this through. Whenever he came across a suitable superhero, he would recruit them into his new company. Ignace was planning to establish a superhero company in the Marvel Universe, just like that one from the neighboring world of the Patriarch. Of course, he wouldn't need any chemical compounds to create superheroes. Marvel already had plenty. And if he ever found himself short of heroes, he could always use his method of implanting cursed spirits into humans, turning them into vessels, and thus creating new heroes. Granted, this was dangerous, and he'd need years of trials before considering it. After all, he did have some moral boundaries. Using those street thugs as test subjects was fair enough, not something that crossed the line of human ethics. The situation is critical. Can we deal with the immediate crisis first and talk about the commission afterward? Coulson quickly interjected. He never would have guessed that Ignace was only in it for the commission. Ignace's newly established company bore his own surname, Mora Corporation. The nature of the company was similar to the neighboring What Corporation. It was also a superhero enterprise. Every superhero under its banner would be registered in the company's database and reported to governments around the world. Once all the paperwork was in order, a major world-class city would be chosen as a pilot for official collaboration between the authorities and the company. In this way, the superhero class both served the interests of capital and was properly documented, leaving troublemakers with nothing to say. At the same time, with superheroes managed and restrained by the company, many problems would naturally diminish. Coulson contacted Fury to request funding. It was his first time ever hiring a hacker, and at such a steep price. In the past, they'd simply capture hackers, persuade them to work for S.H.I.E.L.D., and only needed to pay a regular salary. But now, greedy Ignace sat beside him, having pulled Sky into the Moore Corporation. S.H.I.E.L.D. would have to shell out even more just to hire Sky for a single job. Not long after, Ignace and Fury agreed upon Sky's fee, and only then did the operation proceed. Since I'm earning commission from this, can I get a cut? Sky asked eagerly. No way. $10 million a year is already a hefty sum, Ignace replied. At that, Sky's spirits sank. She finally understood why Ignace had spent so much to hire a completely unqualified bodyguard. So it was a buyout arrangement. Coulson, busy planning the operation, could only sigh helplessly. The evils of capitalism, indeed. But right now, you're just my private bodyguard, not yet a superhero under the Moore Corporation. If you sign with us and become our company's very first superhero, then you'll get a profit-sharing agreement. And since you'd be our first, the share would be quite generous, Ignace explained. Sky nodded emphatically. She was in. She couldn't win in a fight, nor could she escape. All she could do was stay and work off her debt for Ignace. What choice did she have? She couldn't possibly spend 100 years paying it back, right? Sky had no choice but to sign. Good, that will do, Ignace said, watching Sky sign the new contract, nodding in satisfaction. Then, the group turned their attention back to the video, where the black man arrived at the factory, lashing out in anger and causing harm. The television reported that the black man had assaulted the factory foreman and destroyed equipment worth millions. But there was one detail they deliberately overlooked. That black man had also been subjected to unfair treatment. The factory had been delaying wages for the workers again and again. The black man had calmly approached the foreman multiple times, but each time was met with nothing but excuses. At the same time, the black worker came back hoping to get his job, insisting that he was strong enough to do the work of several men. But the foreman remained unmoved, preferring to let a bunch of slackers line up rather than take him back. That was the real reason why the black worker attacked the foreman, because they simply didn't treat him like a human being. It was open, blatant bullying. If Ignace were in his shoes, he might have done the same to that foreman. Ignace looked down on most black workers, but for someone honest and hardworking like this man, he actually had a good deal of respect. He didn't steal, didn't rob, didn't take things without paying. So why bully someone just for being honest? Given all that, Ignace wasn't the least bit surprised when the man finally snapped. This isn't right. This isn't how it was. Sky shook her head anxiously, disbelief in her eyes. The person I saw wasn't like that. He just needed some rest. His stress was overwhelming. Then let him rest. Coulson cut in, looking at Sky, hoping to appeal to her conscience. What are you doing? Sky turned to her boss in confusion. I'm hacking into the factory's computer again to find their security footage. Ignace replied bluntly, paying no attention to Coulson standing beside him. Coulson, as an agent, was no stranger to this sort of thing. He had nothing to hide. What? Sky looked at him, puzzled. Why look for the footage? Shouldn't they be trying to stop the man from losing control? To get evidence. As Ignace spoke, a complete video appeared on his phone, along with the factory's accounting records. Of course, those records were never stored on any connected computer, but he had a cursed spirit to fetch them. Ivan Vanko helped him find the accounts and sent them over. All right, time for you to act. Talk him down, convince him to make the right choice. Ignace smiled as he spoke. He planned to deal with the Moore Corporation after S.H.I.E.L.D. resolved this crisis, using the incident as an opportunity to launch the company's first superhero appearance. At the same time, he would use this incident for publicity to clear the superhero's name. The evidence in his hands would be the most effective tool to turn public opinion around and wipe out any negative press against superheroes. What's that? You say a superpowered man snapped and destroyed millions worth of factory equipment? Ignace would simply expose the factory's unpaid wages, unpaid compensations, use of substandard chemical materials, illegal transactions behind the scenes, and even evidence of tax evasion. All of it. He'd make sure the IRS kicked down the factory owner's door, and agencies like the FBI paid them a visit too. To put it bluntly, America is a capitalist world. If superheroes want to come back, they need to start their own superhero company. Then we'll have to use a little magic. Capital defeats capital. Michael Peterson, factory worker, married, with a child, injured, laid off, wife left him. Good guy, just had some bad luck. Coulson placed an African-American man's driver's license on the table. A beam of light swept over it, and in an instant, Michael Peterson's information appeared before them. This was the driver's license Sky had stolen from Michael Peterson the last time she ran into him. In America, there are three main forms of identification: a driver's license, a passport, and a social security number. By scanning Michael Peterson's driver's license, SHIELD's system instantly pulled up his detailed record from their intelligence database. His education level, the factory where he used to work, any criminal history. Countless details about Michael Peterson flashed on the screen in a matter of seconds. The most likely scenario is that someone approached him, promised to make him strong again, to give him superpowers, Coulson said. As an agent, the only thing that mattered to him was who had turned Michael into what he was now, a man with superhuman abilities. He didn't care what Michael had been through. All he could offer was a simple, tough break. But Ignace had a different perspective. That's the way it is in the Marvel world. Some people only care about the grand entrances and flashy battles. But dig a little deeper into the shadows, and you'll find many superheroes have critical moments where public opinion turns in their favor. Take Michael Peterson's misfortunes, for example. In fact, quite a few superheroes have similar stories. Yet there will always be people who choose to ignore their suffering and lump them in with those who deserve judgment and scorn. Who would have the technology to do that? Agent May asked. Everyone turned to look at Ignace. If you're talking about fully healing someone's injuries, it could only be Ignace's company. Don't look at me. He couldn't afford the treatment. Ignace replied with a helpless shrug. He'd already done his best to lower the price of the regeneration cradle, but he still had to cover his costs. Treatment with the cradle was expensive. Is it possible my boss is secretly carrying out human experiments behind my back? Sky joked. The misunderstanding had long since been cleared up, but since she owed so much money for inexplicable reasons, it was only natural for her to gripe about it. Slander your boss? Bet $1,000 off your salary this year, Ignace said. Sky snapped her mouth shut. Kidding, Ignace said, shaking his head. Sky let out a sigh of relief. I'm merciful. Let's make it $500 as a warning then. It's definitely not Ignace. Coulson shook his head. He knew Ignace all too well. He'd visited Ignace's home before, and there was always so much fried frog he could never finish it. Ignace had a particular fondness for experimenting with frogs, or sometimes with little white rabbits, rarely ever recruiting volunteers for human trials except for the clinical experiments before launching the regeneration cradle. For the most part, Ignace almost never brought in volunteers for human experimentation. After all, back in the day, many covert experiments in America were deliberately exposed to the public by Ignace and Stark working together. S.H.I.E.L.D. managed to find surveillance footage from the scene, though it was somewhat damaged from the chaos. In the video, they saw a white man confronting a lab technician, furiously berating him. Michael Peterson is actually pretty mild-mannered. It looks like someone else underwent the experiment before him. A hot-tempered guy who got so angry he set off a rather powerful firework right there in the lab. Ignace quipped with a smile. Coulson sprang into action, determined to track down the African-American named Michael. Meanwhile, Sky headed back to her car to retrieve her recordings from the lab's wiretap, planning to send the audio to Coulson's team for analysis. At the same time, a pair of brilliant young scientists, who also happened to be a couple, were racing against the clock to study the alien metal found at the explosion site. Gamma radiation, something akin to super soldier serum, and metal that looks suspiciously like Chitauri tech, Ignace observed from a distance, shaking his head in resignation. This secretive organization really does love throwing everything into the mix, don't they? By the way, aside from lending us Sky, could your company also provide additional biotech support? Coulson asked, glancing from the team working on the alien metal back to Ignace, eager for his answer. He felt certain that enlisting Ignace's Life Cradle company for this kind of technology was a wise move. Sorry, that's not possible. Our company doesn't currently offer that service, Ignace replied, shaking his head with a wry smile. Coulson made a gesture, offering more money. Now that's a different story, Ignace said, grinning as he rose to contact his Life Cradle team to expedite research for Coulson's group. Coulson could only shake his head in exasperation. He knew exactly what kind of person Ignace was. Once the Mora company was fully up and running, Coulson suspected S.H.I.E.L.D. would find it impossible to recruit any superheroes for their team. Anytime a major event occurred, they'd probably have to shell out cash for outside help. Don't look so glum, my friend, Ignace said with a laugh. You lot never liked superheroes who worked for free anyway, right? Most of society only criticizes them, so I figured, why not make superhero help a paid service? Cheer up, will you? Coulson could only manage an awkward yet polite smile. Hell's bells. Paid superheroes were even less popular with them. Finally, the team replayed the complete footage from the scene, witnessing the white man's transformation, from growing furious to suddenly exploding on the spot, triggered by the test subject. Michael has the same virus in his body, and, judging by his condition, there's even more of it inside him, said Simmons, who specialized in biochemistry. That means he could, at any moment. Fitz, the mechanical and electronic engineer, glanced at his girlfriend, then pointed to the holographic image of the explosion. Everyone within a 2-block radius would be killed if he detonated, Simmons quickly added. That man didn't explode just because he was angry, she continued. His emotions were tied to the chemical reactions inside him, but the real culprit was the chemical reaction itself. Staying calm can only buy us a little time. Honestly, this guy might blow up within a few hours. Ignace spoke up. As a medical student from a prestigious university who had studied under Dr. Zhao Hailuan and worked for some time with the boss in Ivan Vank, he had developed a fair understanding of such matters. Is there anything we can do? Coulson asked urgently, desperate to save Michael if possible. Isolate him. Keep him far away from the public, Simmons replied helplessly. Time was running out, and neither she nor Fitz were confident they could develop an antidote in time. And if that's not an option, Coulson pressed, unsatisfied with the answer. Put a bullet through his head, Fitz said quietly, lowering his eyes in distress. With the clock ticking down, if they couldn't find a cure, the only way to minimize casualties might be a sniper's bullet. If Michael dies, the radiation metabolism will stop, and that would resolve it, yes. But everyone, I still hope you do your best. Focus on finding a cure. Simmons, Fitz, I've brought in Dr. Zhao Hailuan and my own team. Just give it everything you have, Ignace said, giving the two a reassuring pat on the shoulder. At the same time, he believed that with these three top experts working together, they had a real chance of saving Michael. Exactly. We need a third solution, one that doesn't leave a child fatherless. Do everything you can, Coulson said, turning to them and to Dr. Zhao Hailuan, who had just arrived. Let's discuss this. May I ask the boss to help? Coulson looked at Ignace. Mora Corporation just opened. Consider the boss's time a complimentary service for a few hours. Ignace replied with a smile as the two of them left the lab. Outside the train station, Ignace, Coulson, and Agent Ward arrived together. Meanwhile, Michael Peterson had found Skye, who was operating alone, and asked her for help to leave the area. Michael was completely unaware that his body was on the brink of exploding within the next few hours. Ignace stood at the door of the van and knocked gently. Good morning, Mr. Peterson. May I have a word with you? Ignace spoke up. Mr. Peterson, we mean you no harm. We're only here to help, but your situation is dangerous. We need to take you with us. Coulson shouted from the side, holding a loudspeaker. What have you done? Michael glared furiously at Skye inside the car. He had planned to help Skye escape S.H.I.E.L.D. and Ignace's control, yet Skye had secretly lured them both right to their location. Skye turned away from Michael, silent and unwilling to meet his gaze. In the next instant, Michael's anger boiled over, his face flushing with bursts of red. He strode to the door, set his son down beside Skye, then shoved the door with all his strength. The van door flew open, crashing outward. Ignace's reflexes were lightning fast. He drew his blade in an instant, splitting the door clean in two. His eyes remained cold and unwavering as he stared at Michael Peterson. Mr. Peterson. Coulson had barely finished his sentence when Michael Peterson swept his son into his arms, seized Skye with his other hand, and bolted toward the station. Michael Peterson, do you really think you can keep running forever and actually get away? Agent Ward roared in frustration, immediately giving chase into the station. Even faced with a human time bomb like Michael Peterson, Ward still believed a single bullet could end the standoff. Michael Peterson, come back. I can offer you a well-paid job and help you sort out your troubles. Ignace called after him. Michael hesitated for a moment, shot Ignace a quick look, then spat on the ground and turned away. Screw you. You're no different from those fat cats at the top. With a cold snort, Michael melted into the crowd and disappeared into the station. With Skye's help, all his data in the major organization's databases had been wiped clean. As long as he escaped, he could finally live a quiet life with his son. He wasn't about to risk trusting Ignace. Ignace could only shake his head in resignation. He truly hadn't meant to deceive Michael. Granted, in New York he'd nearly become infamous as the Black Dog Killer, but his targets had always been those low-life, morally bankrupt looters. Heaven knows, he always treated decent people, regardless of their background, with respect. He wasn't even a basketball fan, but he'd still kindly warned Kobe to be careful when flying helicopters. When it came to Blade, the warrior who fought to protect humanity, Ignace was always ready to lend a hand if he could. Inside the station, Skye eyed a group of passers-by, then quickly aimed a kick at the crotch of the one with dreadlocks. You're right. He really is a bit of a jerk. Skye blurted out, glancing back at Michael Peterson as she spoke. The dreadlock man's friends instantly lost their tempers. How dare someone hit their buddy and call him trash on top of that? How could they possibly tolerate such an insult? Among them were both black and white men. Sure, their crew might be a bit rough around the edges, lacking in manners or morals, and maybe they had a habit of betraying each other in love, but when it came to loyalty, they stood together. Skye had successfully shifted all the anger onto Michael. Now, several white and black men, fuming with rage, charged at Michael without hesitation. Michael was caught off guard, completely thrown by Skye's maneuver. He quickly swung his fist, knocking down a white guy who rushed at him. Then, lifting his foot, he sent a charging black man flying with a powerful kick. A loud crash echoed as a white guy brought a chair down hard on Michael's back. The chair shattered, but Michael was unfazed. He turned, ice cold, to glare at the terrified attacker behind him. Then, as chaos spread through the hall, someone else went flying through the air. Seizing the perfect moment, Skye slipped away. She had no intention of running off with Michael. Besides, even if she could escape, she had a feeling that Ignatius's superhero company might actually have a bright future. Outside the train station, a car idled at the curb. In the front seat, a female officer exchanged a glance with her male partner in the back. Both drew their weapons, eyes sharp and cold as they fixed on station entrance. They racked their guns and moved swiftly toward the building. They weren't real NYPD. These were agents sent by a mysterious organization. Their mission simple: eliminate Michael and tie up loose ends. Ignatius entered the station, watching Michael from across the crowd as he raged and called out for his son. Michael, don't let anger consume you. Right now, you're a ticking time bomb. At any moment, you could threaten the lives of countless innocent people. People just like you, struggling to survive. Ignatius's voice was calm and steady. Who cares? Michael shouted, fury twisting his face as he punched a bystander to the ground. He glared at Ignatius. You think you're so powerful? Go ahead, kill me. End my miserable life. Ignatius shook his head slightly. He couldn't bring himself to end the life of a man so lost and pitiful. Then mind your own business. No one ever cared about me, so why should I care about anyone else? Michael's roar echoed through the hall, sending the passengers into fresh panic. But your son, he means everything to you. Do you really want to put him in harm's way? I can save him, but what happens after that? As his father, are you really prepared to abandon your child? Ignatius spoke earnestly, searching Michael's face for a flicker of hope. Michael froze, then his anger surged back, and he charged forward. What did you do to my son? Ignatius fell silent. The truth was, Michael wasn't a bad man. Not until he'd been pushed past his limits, time and again. But his mind really seems inherited from the ape clan, completely unchanged. Smack! In the next instant, Ignace reached out and caught Michael's incoming fist, shaking his head. You've got it wrong. He's just scared by you and went into hiding. No one's done anything to him. Really? Michael's heart eased a little. His anger subsided. Really? I'll help you, and even offer you a good. Bang! Ignace had only gotten halfway through his sentence when, from the second floor above by the railing, an NYPD officer leveled a shotgun at Michael and fired without hesitation. There were many frightened travelers crouched on the ground near Michael and Ignace, their eyes wide with terror. With that shotgun blast, casualties were inevitable. Ignace quickly donned his nano-battle suit, stepping in front of the innocent bystanders to shield them. Bang! Buckshot ricocheted off the nano-armor, sparing the elderly, pregnant women, and disabled people behind him. Normally, he wasn't the type to play hero and meddle in others' business, but as a medical student, he simply couldn't stand by while some bastard targeted the elderly, pregnant women, or the disabled. The moment he saw it, anger flared in his ears. He just wanted to pin that scumbag down and beat him senseless. In the blink of an eye, Ignace raised his palm high. The nano-armor gathered radiant energy, and he unleashed a palm cannon straight at the attacker. In America, police officers often shoot first if a black suspect loses control, and some anti-crime volunteers do the same. But Ignace was sure. The guy with the shotgun was absolutely not NYPD. There were simply too many innocent people in the crowd. Elderly, children, pregnant women, the disabled. Was this guy planning to stage an internationally notorious American train station massacre? He was certain that this man was actually an agent sent by some secret organization to silence witnesses. With a single palm cannon, Ignace blasted the agent off his feet. He soared up to the second floor in his nano-armor, firing another palm cannon at the agent. This time, the agent's head was blown open. Only then did Ignace look for Michael. He had nearly finished negotiating, but that bastard had ruined everything. After nearly being shot by the shotgun, Michael would never trust Ignace again. Michael now misunderstood Ignace's actions, thinking he'd been held up on purpose so someone else could kill him. Scanning the crowd, Ignace caught sight of a capable female officer. She was raising her handgun, taking aim at Sky in the distance. Ignace immediately fired a palm cannon at her. Ah! The female agent screamed as her arm was shattered by the blast, her gun clattering to the floor. She glanced up at the armored figure flying above the hall, her heart skipping a beat. She turned and fled without a second thought. Ignace sent a cursed spirit to tail their opponent, then immediately landed not far from Michael and deactivated his battle armor. Michael found Sky again, determined to locate his son and then take Sky with him as a hostage to escape. Don't come any closer. Michael stared at Ignace in panic. Michael, I've disarmed. Why don't we have a proper talk? That guy who attacked you, I've already taken care of him for you. Ignace waved his hand and smiled at Michael. I don't believe you. Michael's walnut-sized brain whirred as he thought it over. Then he shouted angrily. Agent May glanced at Ignace, who was negotiating with Michael, and quickly searched for the female agent's whereabouts. She scanned the area, spotted her target, and instantly dashed over, ready to subdue the woman with practiced ease. Let her go. Bait. Ignace's voice came through her earpiece. Agent May immediately understood his intention, deliberately fumbled, and let the female agent escape. She looked into the distance at Ignace, who was negotiating with Michael while simultaneously advising her. Advice from a master angler. By now, the fish in Nash's hands were already plentiful. Ahem. You're stalling me again, aren't you? Planning to have someone put a bullet in me while I'm distracted? F***K that. I'm telling you, it's not going to happen. Michael glared at Ignace, as well as at Agent May, Agent Coulson, and the armed men rapidly closing in from all directions. In the next instant, he flipped the heavy steel bench beside him, grabbed it as a weapon, and charged forward with a furious roar. Ignace twirled his longsword, cursed energy swirling around the blade, and slashed at Michael. Clad in nano-armor, Ignace's suit erupted with fire from its legs and arms, propelling him at dazzling speed behind Michael in the blink of an eye. The steel bench, now split in two, crashed to the ground. Ignace gave his sword a casual flick, then turned to face Michael, who stood frozen where he was. Foolish. If I really wanted you dead, would you have time to talk to me? Michael looked at the two halves of the bench on the ground, then back at Ignace, utterly speechless. Calm down, Michael. I'm offering you a lucrative job contract, and I can even help you get justice. Just say the word. Are you in or not? Ignace spoke up. Michael, confronted with such hardline persuasion, managed to regain his composure and looked at Ignace. I'm in. In the very next moment, on the second floor, Agent Ward raised his specialized sniper rifle, loaded an urgently prepared serum, and fired a shot at Michael. Before Michael could finish his sentence, he toppled backward and hit the ground. Ignace glanced up at Agent Ward and gave him a pleasant smile. Ward couldn't shake a chilling feeling creeping down his spine. Ignace crouched down to check on Michael's condition. When he saw Simmons and Zhao Helen running over from a distance, he flashed them an okay sign with a cheerful grin. Michael's body is starting to return to normal. Just remove the device from him, and that should do it, Ignace said. Are you thinking of bringing him into Morris Superhero Company? Zhao Helen asked, glancing at Michael as she spoke. That's right, Ignace replied. He knew he could turn Michael into a superhero, whether as a vessel for a cursed spirit or from a biological standpoint. Both avenues were open to him. Michael had survived the Centipede Organization's experiments, and that alone made him a subject of great research value for Ignace's team. After all, neither his own team nor the big boss or Ivan Vanko had ever ventured into this particular field of study. Ignace had always directed the big boss and Ivan Vanko to focus on Chitauri vehicle technology and weaponry. That afternoon, Michael woke up in Ignace's new company headquarters. He looked around, perplexed by his unfamiliar surroundings. Michael, congratulations on being an ordinary man again. You could take it easy for a while, Carlson said with a warm smile, standing at his side. Thank you all. I'm sorry for causing so much trouble, Michael replied, his voice tinged with embarrassment. The centipede device had been removed from his body, and he'd been given a special antidote. Now immune to chemical influences, his emotions were calmer than before. He'd always been a straightforward, honest man, and when he recalled what had happened that day, a chill ran down his spine. Carlson nodded and stepped out. A moment later, Ignace entered the room. How's my son? Michael immediately asked. He's fine. Just a bit shaken up, that's all. Ignace reassured him. He sat down beside Michael and handed over a contract. What's this? I'm just a regular guy now. I doubt your high-tech company needs a laborer like me, Michael said with a helpless shrug. He couldn't imagine what use he could be to Ignace's cutting-edge firm. Michael, I can give you abilities on par with any superhero. So what do you choose? A quiet, simple life? Or do you accept my offer and give your son a future free from worry? Ignace spoke with a steady gaze. At those words, Michael suddenly remembered the promises he'd made before. Can you really help me get justice? He asked quickly. I can, Ignace answered, his voice calm and certain. Without hesitation, Michael nodded and prepared to sign the contract. Congratulations, Michael. Looks like you're going to be a busy man from now on, Ignace teased, his tone lighthearted. Michael looked at him with gratitude shining in his eyes. Thank you so much. This is nothing to worry about. You're about to become the second superhero under Mora Superhero Corporation. But before everything begins, you'll need to sign an agreement. Ignace pulled out another contract and handed it to Michael. Don't worry, with my help and the support of the Regeneration Cradle, even if you encounter a life-and-death crisis, I'll be able to bring you back. Michael stared at the confidential experimental agreement, clenched his teeth, and signed it without hesitation. He trusted that Ignace was nothing like those rotten organizations. If Ignace promised security, then security was assured. All right, if anyone from the outside world or S.H.I.E.L.D. ever asks how you got your powers, just say it was a lucky, unrepeatable coincidence that restored them. Ignace instructed him, and Michael nodded quickly. Ignace had several ways to grant Michael extraordinary abilities. One method involved surgery. At this very moment, Big Boss was researching Chitauri biotechnology. Chitauri biotech was incredibly advanced. Every single soldier was a bioweapon remotely controlled from Chitauri war fortresses. The Centipede Organization had also managed to cobble together their own creations by borrowing bits of Chitauri tech. Big Boss had already started research in this field, but it would still be some time before he could develop biotechnology harmless to the human body. So, that would have to wait. There are two ways for you to gain superhuman abilities. One is completely harmless, and you can convincingly tell the world it was a miraculous recovery, a twist of fate. The other seems more dangerous, even life-threatening, but no matter what happens, I can bring you back. The worst you'll experience is the terror of death itself. With the second method, you'll gain even greater powers. Which one you choose is entirely up to you. Ignace looked Michael Peterson in the eye and spoke plainly. Michael thought for a moment, then chose the second option without hesitation. He wanted to be stronger. Only by growing stronger could he perform better, earn a higher salary, and give himself and his son a better life. The second method will probably put you through some pain. Are you sure about this? Ignace asked. I'm sure. Michael nodded eagerly. Not long after, inside a laboratory, Ignace bound Michael to a chair with thick ropes. The entire room was covered with yellow runes, just like the chamber where Satoru Gojo once detained Yuta Okatsu and Yuji Itadori. This isn't going to be easy. Brace yourself, Ignace warned, and Michael nodded in response. Then, Ignace turned to look at a black spirit standing beside him. A recent, unexpected acquisition of his. Not long ago, an African-American track and field athlete lost his way due to the XD incident. Cast aside by the authorities, his life spiraled into chaos. When this athlete took his own life, Ignace placed a curse upon him. In the world of sorcerers, It's not truly Rika who is powerful. The true power lies within Yuta himself. Ignace cursed someone completely unrelated to him, and as a result, that person turned into one of the rare wild special grade curse spirits. This spirit, born from the athlete, possesses a curse technique that revolves entirely around running. Ignace tested his abilities. While his speed couldn't quite rival that of the speedster from the neighboring Black Row Patrol, it was certainly fast enough to leave any supercar trailing far behind. Special grade cursed spirits vary in strength. This one, born for running, might not be the mightiest among them, but Ignace felt he was a perfect match for Michael. Ignace turned to the African-American spirit and gave an order. The spirit's body began to shift, curling in on itself, shrinking tighter and tighter. Ignace picked up the now compact ball of cursed energy and pressed it toward Michael's mouth. Although Michael saw nothing, he instinctively opened his mouth. Something strange slipped inside. Suddenly, Michael was overcome by a wave of discomfort. Ignace stood by, watching the scene unfold, anxiety written across his face. After a short while, Michael's body returned to normal. He had not been overpowered by the cursed spirit, nor was he crushed by the pressure of housing it within himself. Remarkable. The result is beyond my expectations, Ignace said in admiration. This was his first time using a living person for the cursed spirit and vessel experiment, and he'd felt uncertain until now. Through Michael's trial, many things became clear to him. What's happened to me? What kind of power did I gain? Michael quickly asked. You'll find out soon enough, Ignace replied. In the next instant, he called out the cursed spirit's name. Michael froze, his expression shifting instantly. At that moment, Michael's consciousness was replaced by that of the cursed spirit under Ignace's command. Unlike Yuji Itadori, Michael was no match for a special grade cursed spirit. If the spirit wanted control, it could seize it at any time for as long as it wished. So that's how it works. Since the spirit was born from my curse and follows my commands, it won't resist the vessel, Ignace reasoned to himself. You may return now. Normally, you can share your curse technique with Michael Peterson, but whatever he does, you must follow my orders and keep him in check. Understood, the spirit responded, the dark markings fading from his body, and Michael regained his composure. When the cursed spirit took over him, his consciousness was completely sealed off, leaving him utterly unaware of anything happening outside. What happened? Michael hurriedly asked. Come with me. I'll take you to an empty arena. Try it for yourself, and you'll see. Ignace released Michael from his restraints and turned to head outside. Michael quickly followed after him. They arrived at one of Ignace's private courts. Ignace settled into a seat in the stands, gesturing for Michael to test things out on his own. Amazing! Michael exclaimed in awe, glancing around. Such a huge stadium, and it belonged solely to Ignace. He tried punching the support pillar beneath the basketball hoop. With a loud thud, the sound echoed. His palm stung a little, but there it was, a visible dent left on the pillar. Maybe my ability doesn't lie in brute strength. Michael thought to himself. His previous strength and physical endurance had far surpassed what he felt now. Next, Michael wanted to see if he could launch something. He swung his arm forcefully, but after several wild attempts, he just couldn't muster anything like the shockwaves his boss could unleash. Standing there, frustrated and confused, Michael just couldn't figure out what his true ability was. Why not try running? Ignace suggested. Michael nodded and prepared to jog around the court. In the very next instant, he shot forward like a supercar, rocketing ahead in a blur. He quickly skidded to a stop, glancing across the court and then down at his own feet. In the blink of an eye, he'd already finished a lap and a half around the massive arena. Damn, I feel like I've turned into a Porsche. This is unreal. Michael burst out, cheering with excitement. Ignace watched him with a smile. There was a member of the neighboring Black Cloak Patrol known as Locomotive, but Michael's speed, while just a touch slower, definitely put him in the supercar category. Supercar head, perhaps? He chuckled at his own lack of creativity with names. Michael, what do you think your code name should be? Ignace asked, looking at him intently. As one of his superheroes, Michael needed a name that matched his new abilities. How about Supercar Man? Or maybe Supercar Knight? I think both sound pretty cool. Michael offered. Ignace was left speechless. Turns out both boss and employee were terrible at naming things. Later that day, as the media kept churning out reports on Michael's rampage, the truth suddenly surfaced online, sending shockwaves throughout America. Ignace had aired all the dirty secrets of that factory, and, leveraging his political connections, ensured that no matter where the executives went or whichever senator they tried to bribe, it was all in vain. Michael had been denied his wages. Even his compensation after going to the labor board was withheld, and there were also those coercive deals the factory executives made with female workers, not to mention the factory's tax evasion schemes. Everything was exposed. Now, whether it was the workers' union, the boxers, or even the tax authorities, they all had reasons to go after the factory. In an instant, public opinion overwhelmingly shifted, turning completely against the factory and its management. Michael Peterson was suddenly cast as a pitiable man from the bottom rungs of society, a victim driven to desperation by the factory. Executives, left with no option but to participate in some unknown organization's experiment, a man who truly had nowhere else to go. At present, Morris Superhero Corporation has officially offered Mr. Michael Peterson a contract, granting him a well-paid position, announced the anchor on television, facing the camera. That's right, Mr. Peterson has already accepted the offer. And, according to our sources, Mr. Mora will also make sure that justice is served for Mr. Peterson. They've already filed a formal court summons to the XX factory. Added another anchor. In just a short span of time, major TV networks across America received directives from above, and their tone changed dramatically. Now, they condemned the darkness within the factory, while lamenting how pitiful Michael Peterson's plight had been. 3 days later, New York State Supreme Court. The owner of Michael's former factory was sued in court by Ignace, and under pressure from numerous congressmen he knew, no top lawyer in America dared to represent the factory. After all, America values the rule of law. That's true, but here, bullets speak just as loudly. They fear they might live to take the money, but not long enough to spend it. When the trial ended, Michael Peterson won the first hearing. As the factory owner stepped out the courthouse doors, he was immediately escorted away by tax officials. A crowd of boxers had gathered outside, itching to give the factory owner a taste of their fists. After all, Ignace had also conveniently released evidence online of the factory owner's misconduct with employees. So, you see, if you ever do such things, never indulge the twisted urge to secretly record it. You might just get exposed. American boxers, I bet you can't take a punch from me. When Michael Peterson walked out of the courthouse, he was immediately swarmed by a crowd of reporters. Just as he thought he would be the center of attention, he realized all the reporters were actually rushing toward his boss. Though they shouted questions about Mr. Michael, it was Ignace Mora they sought out. Michael couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. Mr. Mora, will you continue to stand up for the wrongly accused in the future? A female reporter hurriedly asked. Once the first trial ended, they no longer needed to watch the subsequent proceedings, as the outcome was already set in stone. From politicians to the legal community, everyone seemed united in their hostility toward the factory owner. There was no point in fighting this lawsuit anymore. The factory owner was doomed. Too much money and nothing better to do. Well, maybe some time in prison will keep you occupied. Starting today, my new company, the full name is Morris Superhero Company, will have its legal team provide a certain number of free legal aid cases each month to those truly in need at the grassroots level, Ignace announced. The reporters looked at him with delight and surprise. What exactly does the Morris Superhero Company do? Asked a reporter with a knack for asking the obvious. The company's purpose was written right in its name, yet he still asked what the company did. It was like someone saying, I don't believe you, when the truth is plain to see. In addition to offering a set number of free legal aid cases each month, we'll also be partnering with the state of New York on projects involving paid assistance with public security and superhero crime fighting, Ignace explained. The reporters erupted into a buzz of conversation. Although Ignace and Stark's involvement had already shifted public opinion away from being unfavorable to superheroes and instead turned it against the American government, there were still many people in the U.S. and all over the world who deeply distrusted superheroes. Clearly, Ignace's move was an attempt to weave superheroes into everyday life and help people accept their presence. Now that superheroes have capital backing and official endorsement, will they lose their original purpose and act recklessly, relying on their newfound power? Another reporter tried to steer the conversation into more controversial territory, hoping to stir the pot. That is absolutely out of the question. Rest assured, all the superheroes under my company come from everyday people, and they are held accountable by both the company and the government. We also welcome real-name reports from the public about any inappropriate behavior by superheroes, Ignace pledged, though he knew the government's oversight was mostly lip service. He would never allow superheroes to fall under government control, because if that happened, those who once acted heroically could easily be manipulated into military operations by some unscrupulous officials. Having lived in the U.S. for so many years, Ignace knew exactly what kind of trouble such people could cause. They just couldn't resist making a mess of things. If only the American government hadn't meddled, would something like the Black Hulk, who wasn't even in the original storyline, have ever appeared? Mr. Mora, may I ask? The press kept firing off questions, but Ignace, along with Michael, got into his SUV and drove away. He'd had enough. He wasn't some celebrity who needed to indulge these swarming reporters. 2 weeks later, the official website of Morris Superhero Company, a video clip began to play. In an instant, America was in an uproar once again. SHIELD, the FBI, the CIA, the military, countless agencies had their attention immediately captured, their leaders practically itching to storm Ignace's company and snatch Michael Peterson away on the spot. Meanwhile, researchers from the Centipede organization stared at the footage in disbelief, questioning everything they thought they knew. Could their research really grant a person the speed of a sports car? Well, the researchers began to seriously doubt their own reality. A video of Michael running as fast as a Porsche swept across America in moments, and soon, it was spreading all around the world. A new kind of superhero had emerged, a hero bound by contract, one who could legally fight crime in cooperation with both government and private enterprise. The titans of American capital watched and marveled at Ignatius's ingenuity. Though he wasn't American by birth, his years living in the States had made him a master of the capitalist game, even more so than many of them. Even superheroes had to punch the clock now. Hell's Kitchen, Daredevil, Matt Murdock listened to the breaking news on his television, feeling a spark of excitement in his heart. Suddenly, he felt the urge to submit an application to the Morris Superhero Company himself. At the same time, Ignatius met with Dr. Banner, preparing to invite him to join the company as a reserve superhero. Whenever Banner managed to reconcile with the Hulk, Ignatius could officially welcome him as another full-fledged member of his superhero team. Peru, Yactapata, the site of an archaeological dig. A fleet of off-road vehicles sped to the site and came to a halt. Ignatius opened the car door and stepped out, with Isdeth following from the passenger seat. Together, they gazed ahead at what awaited them. Sky and Michael got out as well, along with several company researchers who trailed behind. There are other tire tracks. Blood God spoke up from beside Ignatius. Ignatius glanced at the tracks not far away. He'd seen them too. It was clear others had arrived before them. Michael, keep everyone safe, Ignatius instructed, and Michael Peterson nodded without hesitation. The Morris Superhero Company currently had 3 heroes under its banner: Sky, Michael, and Banner. Banner had yet to fully come to terms with the Hulk, unable to control his rage, so he hadn't joined them on this trip nor been officially announced as part of the team. As for Sky, she was still just a hacker, her powers not yet awakened. Like Banner, she hadn't been formally introduced to the public, but Ignatius brought her along on missions to help her acclimate in advance. After all, Sky had great potential for the future. And as for this archaeological site in Peru, Ignatius had simply bought the entire place outright, because he had discovered something unusual here. The group made their way through the jungle and arrived at the entrance of an ancient ruin. So tell me, why bring a hacker like me to a place like this? You don't seriously expect me to fight like a bodyguard, do you? Sky grumbled as she followed along, directing her complaints toward Ignace. Well, who's to say? Ignace replied with a grin. I have a feeling that even the best bodyguards on Earth might not be qualified to protect you. Sky joked helplessly. Snap. Enough. Isdeth shot Sky a glare and snapped her fingers, a chill spreading through the air. In an instant, swarms of poisonous mosquitoes that had been closing in on them were frozen solid and dropped to the ground in a shower of frozen shards. Isdeth cast Sky a sideways glance, then took Ignace by the hand and led him deeper into the ruins. Sky shrugged in resignation. In her eyes, Isdeth made a pretty decent boss and bodyguard. A bodyguard by day, a lover by night. Everyone come in here. I found something interesting. Take a look and see what you make of it. Ignace stepped into the ruins, calling out to the research team waiting outside. Sky hurried in as well, curiosity lighting up her face. Ignace then left Michael outside by himself. The Blood God, Ivan Vanko, and Michael had traveled here together from Peru, and both he and the Blood God had noticed that there were some enemies lurking nearby. So, those enemies would soon be Michael Peterson's problem to handle. Inside this temple, which was at least 5 centuries old, they found something that absolutely did not belong to that era. The moment the researchers entered, their attention was immediately captured by that object. Within the temple, a local professor, hired by Ignace, regarded the marvelous artifact with amazement and admiration. Everywhere inside, there were relics from before the Incan era, yet right at the front wall of the temple, something gleaming with futuristic technology was embedded. Any archaeologist would have been left cursing in disbelief, and any scientist would have been giddy with excitement at such a world-shaking discovery. The most astonishing part was that the technological device embedded in the wall was still pulsing with a soft blue light. Ignace was just about to organize his team to begin examining this anomaly when Ivan Vanko quickly stepped forward and started inspecting it himself. Meanwhile, footsteps could be heard approaching from outside. Ignace walked out to investigate. After all, with something this extraordinary, it would be stranger if S.H.I.E.L.D. didn't show up. Leaving the temple, Ignace found himself face-to-face with Coulson, who looked at him in stunned disbelief. Don't be surprised, Coulson. You should know I'm wealthy. It's only natural that some archaeological teams and sites around the world have ended up in my hands. Ignace explained, leaving Coulson momentarily speechless. Our people received intel from the local authorities that something dangerous was here, so we need to investigate, Coulson finally managed to say. Coulson spoke up, catching Sky by surprise. Something dangerous? Is that thing really dangerous? Sky quickly glanced at Ignace. If her boss intended to study weapons, she would absolutely refuse to work for him any longer, even if it meant breaking her contract. We don't actually know what the object is. This is our first encounter with it. Whether it's dangerous or not still needs to be assessed by my team. Ignace responded, and Coulson nodded in acknowledgement. If it turns out to be dangerous, I suggest you hand it over to us for disposal. Coulson said seriously. All right, if it's really dangerous, I'll just destroy it. With a casual smile, Ignace turned and walked into the temple, leaving Coulson momentarily stunned. Wait a minute. Did this guy misunderstand? Coulson meant handing it over to S.H.I.E.L.D., not destroying it. Sky couldn't help but burst out laughing. Watching Ignace tease, Coulson was genuinely entertaining, but she trusted her boss. If he said he'd destroy something dangerous, he would follow through. Coulson could only shrug helplessly. For some reason, whenever S.H.I.E.L.D. crossed paths with Ignace, their missions never went as smoothly as planned. Outside, Michael, who was on patrol, ran into Agent Ward from S.H.I.E.L.D. Ward glanced at Michael. then headed toward Agent May at the entrance. The tire tracks belonged to the professor. Ward had barely started his sentence when Michael answered directly. Ward shrugged. In fact, he and Michael had quite the connection, a bond forged by a single bullet. At a critical moment in the past, Ward had injected the serum into Michael with a single shot. Ward still couldn't quite understand it. Could there have been something wrong with the serum? Michael, who should have lost his abilities, instead gained super speed, a blessing in disguise. This was also the official story that Mora Corporation told everyone on the outside. In a place this dangerous, don't you guys need to carry sidearms? Ward teased, glancing at both Agent May and Michael. I don't need that kind of thing at all. Michael replied with a smug grin. He could run fast enough to take out any attackers before they even had a chance to draw their guns. How many meters can you cover in a second at your top speed? Ward asked, curiosity piqued. Faster than you can react. Michael said, grinning. Want his stats? Not a chance. That's seriously cool. Ward laughed and shrugged. Then he turned to Agent May. If I need a gun, I'll just take one. Agent May replied coolly. Right, I almost forgot you were the cavalry. Ward said with admiration. Don't call me that again. May shot Ward a frosty look, and he quickly apologized. Sorry, I've just heard stories about you and the mission in Bahrain. Ward spoke while keeping his distance from Agent May, then glanced over at Michael, who was backing away. So, Michael, tell us, how did you suddenly regain your powers? And not only that, you even leveled up. As the three of them retreated, their conversation grew increasingly tense. Suddenly, Ward made a swift move, yanking a soldier hidden in the dense forest out into the open and slamming him to the ground. A black soldier pointed his gun at Agent May, but in the blink of an eye, May snatched the weapon from him. She grabbed him and easily tossed him aside, then spun around to deal with another soldier closing in from behind, deftly disarming the pair in a matter of seconds. All around them, vehicles sped down the dirt roads, screeching to a halt as a flood of soldiers poured out, rifles, submachine guns, and pistols all aimed squarely at the trio. You really should have brought a couple more guns. Ward grabbed a hostage and glanced at Agent May. They were completely surrounded. In the next instant, a wild gust of wind swept through the clearing, sending a flurry of fallen leaves swirling into the air. Michael vanished in a split second. The camouflage soldiers barked orders, preparing to fire, but Michael charged in at breakneck speed, sliding across the ground and kicking one soldier's leg with bone-shattering force. Michael was moving so fast that he seemed to appear out of nowhere. His kick shattered the soldier's leg, sending the broken limb flying. A scream of agony tore from the soldier as he was sent spinning through the air, legs severed. Gunshots erupted. Bang! Bang, bang, bang. The soldiers fired frantically. Agent May and Agent Ward returned fire as they retreated, but Michael darted among the soldiers, his speed making him impossible to target. None of their bullets even grazed him. In a flash, Michael lunged forward, driving his fist straight through a soldier's chest. Speed equals power. At this moment, there was no truer statement for Michael. A human supercar, mowing down everything in his path. A female officer stepped down from a vehicle, urgently shouting at her subordinates to hold their fire. Cease fire. The soldiers obeyed at once, lowering their weapons and falling back. Only then did the female officer breathe a sigh of relief, watching as Michael finally came to a stop. Good grief, I was running so fast. Thank goodness I put on a mask ahead of time, or I'd have ended up with all sorts of weird stuff in my mouth. Michael said in disgust, tossing aside his bloodied mask, now splattered with bits of soldier. He wasn't a train, after all. He definitely wasn't interested in catching random things in his mouth while sprinting like that. He was just starting to get the hang of this new power, and for now, sharp turns at high speed were still a challenge. Can you bring out someone in charge so we can talk? The female officer looked at Michael, Agent May, and Agent Ward, her tone calm but firm. Just a moment, came the reply. Agent May nodded, but before she could enter, the people inside had already come out. Good morning, everyone. I'm Agent Carlson, and this is Mr. Mora, he announced. Carlson, Ignace, and Isdeth stepped outside, their eyes scanning the scene before them. Soldiers looking tense, some even on the verge of panic. It was no wonder. They had been utterly defeated by Michael, who was almost absurdly powerful. And now Carlson was telling them that the legendary Ignace Mora was also present. Fighting Michael was already next to impossible for them. Ignace Mora was on a whole different level. There was simply no way. We're here because of an incident with international security implications, Carlson explained. He wasn't lying, but there was a hint of resignation in his voice. Yes, security was important, but Ignace kept insisting on destroying this dangerous artifact, which put S.H.I.E.L.D. in a difficult position. It felt like this young man was always working against them. Is that you? A female officer approached, removing her sunglasses and looking at Carlson in surprise. Camilla. Carlson replied, equally taken aback. Would you care to explain why you attacked us? Otherwise, I can't guarantee your safety. Camilla gave a slight twitch of her lips. I think that's reasonable, she replied, glancing at Ignace and Isdeth, her words honest and direct. Looking down at her injured subordinates, many missing limbs, Camilla felt helpless. Against Ignace, Isdeth, and even Michael, Ignace's employee, there was no contest. Just one of these employees could wipe them all out. She ascended the steps of the ruins, offering Coulson a polite double-cheek kiss. "So, you've been promoted to commander? Congratulations." Coulson smiled at her. "That was 3 years ago, but I still have you to thank." Camilla returned the smile, her gaze lingering on Coulson's for a moment. There was something slightly unusual in the air between them. "My apologies, Mr. Ignace. I believe this is all just a misunderstanding," she said, turning to Ignace and offering a courteous handshake. She was well aware of the Queen's temperament, so she refrained from the Western custom of greeting with a kiss. Otherwise, his death would probably turn her into an icicle on the spot. "Let's reintroduce her. The Queen of Jealousy is death." "Well, all right, but they really were about to make a move on my people. When bullets start flying, you can hardly blame Michael for the damage he did to your men." Ignace replied with a shrug and a smile. Camilla could only shake her head in resignation. It was a hard lesson, but she accepted it. Against the strong, the weak are always powerless. Camilla had long since learned this truth. "This is Agent Melinda May. This is Agent Grant Ward. And this," Coulson gestured with a smile, "is the renowned Mr. Mora, even more famous than Tony Stark and his wife, Mrs. Mora." Coulson began introducing the people around him to Camilla, then turned to introduce her in return. "This is Commander Camila Reyes. She serves with the Peruvian military police. We've worked together before." Ignace glanced from Coulson to Camila, sensing there was more to their relationship than just professional collaboration. He wondered if the cellist knew about this. "I'm aware you found a strange object on Peruvian soil. We should discuss how to handle it," Camila said, crossing her arms. "You'll want to discuss that with Mr. Mora," Coulson replied with a smile. Camila immediately looked to Ignace. After all, he had purchased the land, even acquired the entire archaeological team, and had spent a fortune to gain favor with the Peruvian authorities, securing the rights to all the artifacts unearthed. "Once we finish our research, if it turns out that thing is dangerous, I'll destroy it," Ignace said with a grin, as if to say, "See how much I love peace." But Camila was clearly displeased at this approach. Destroying the object was the last thing she wanted. Her true purpose here was far from simply eliminating the artifact. "But 084 doesn't belong to whoever finds it," Coulson interjected, glancing at Ignace as if to remind him that the Peruvian authorities say might not carry much weight. Camila looked at Ignace and Coulson, her head throbbing. One wanted to destroy the mysterious 084. The other aimed to take it away on behalf of S.H.I.E.L.D. She didn't want either outcome. Camila's only wish was to use 084 to strengthen her homeland, so her country would never be bullied again. "I think we should all sit down and discuss this properly," Camila said quickly. "Coulson's right. 084 doesn't belong to anyone. It's too dangerous." Yet even as she spoke, she was secretly plotting how to secure 084 for herself. Ideally, she could leverage S.H.L.D.'s power to force Ignace Mora out, leaving her the chance to take 084 with Coulson's help. Inside the temple, Simmons and Fitz were busy studying 084 with their instruments, while Ivan Vanko stood before the stone wall, conducting his own research. The company's cameras were trained on 084, transmitting live data to the boss back in New York, who was analyzing it from behind the scenes. Meanwhile, Camila and Coulson continued to debate the fate of 084. Camila was determined not to let 084 fall into anyone else's hands. Coulson, for now, remained unaware of the true danger of 084 and had no intention of destroying it. Yet the biggest obstacle standing before them was Ignace. When it came to international disputes and questions of artifact ownership, Coulson knew that even if he had a solution, his superiors would still have to negotiate with foreign leaders for a long time before anything was settled. After all, to the leaders of various countries, and 084 is far less important than currying favor with Ignace. No matter how formidable the 084 may be, none of them believe that pleasing Ignace and securing a chance at his treatment isn't a better deal. In the end, developing weapons is meant to strengthen their own nations, but by winning Ignace's favor and gaining access to the reversal ritual's healing, that's the greatest benefit for themselves. Coulson and Camilla appeared to have joined forces, engaging Ignace in constant discussion, hoping to persuade him to abandon the idea of destroying the 084 and to hand over its custody to S.H.I.E.L.D. Camilla, too, wanted the 084 to be given over to S.H.I.E.L.D., though, in her heart, she was hoping to claim it for herself. As long as S.H.I.E.L.D. held jurisdiction, she'd have an opportunity to use Coulson and snatch the 084 back. "Mr. Ignace, your company seems to specialize in biotech research, a leading force in the medical industry. Why not let the experts handle something so dangerous? Don't you agree?" Camilla said with a smile. So far, Ignace's company had only launched the regeneration cradle and a handful of other medical products. Even a more superhero company was simply recruiting superhumans, never once developing or marketing any military hardware to the public. Coulson was taken aback. Camilla's question struck him as rather unprofessional. "That's where you're quite mistaken, Commander Camilla. My company also possesses nanotech armor, arc reactor core technology, and ever since the New York incident, we've conducted numerous military collaborations," Ignace replied with a smile. "That's not exactly true," Camilla said, shaking her head with a playful smirk. "Everyone says you're a foreigner, so there's never been any intention of sharing your armor tech with the American military. And from what I've heard, your company spent years dabbling in military tech, but it's all been a waste of money. No real progress, just rumors. Honestly, I think your armor was just a gift from Stark. Otherwise, with the ability to develop nanotech armor and arc reactor technology, how could there have been no progress all these years? You're right. I'm a foreigner, and that's exactly why I never intended to share nanotech armor with the US military. After all, it's a gift from a dear friend. But do believe me, our collaborations will bear fruit sooner or later, Ignace said with a cheerful grin. One after another, the conversation volleyed back and forth. Clearly, these two were determined to work together to wrest control of the 084 from Ignace. Suddenly, a deafening explosion shattered the stalemate. Suddenly, a thunderous explosion erupted from behind them. A bomb had obliterated one of the archaeological site's buildings, sending a shockwave through the soldiers following them. Instantly alert, the soldiers spun around and raised their guns toward the rear. Ignace looked off into the distance, where a swarm of local insurgents charged forward, firing their weapons relentlessly. Both sides' soldiers immediately opened fire, bullets flying back and forth. The air was thick with the sound of gunfire and shouted curses in the local language. Coulson wasted no time. He whipped out his handgun from his belt and took aim at one of the insurgents, pulling the trigger. "They're rebels!" Camilla cried out in alarm. Meanwhile, inside the temple, the research team, startled by the explosion, rushed to the entrance to see what was happening outside. Agents Simmons and Fitz from S.H.I.E.L.D. looked panicked as well. "Looks like they're clashing with the rebels. We need to get out of here." Agent Ward spoke urgently. "They're coming for us, move. We need a sealed container to secure it and take it with us." Simmons insisted, her voice tight with anxiety. "There's no time." Agent Ward shot the two of them a glance, urgency in his tone. He didn't particularly enjoy working with these two. It made him feel as if he had to hold back during a fight. But it has a fluctuating energy core. The frequency is over 10 megahertz. Fitz blurted out, desperate to make them understand how dangerous 084 was. "Sorry, science class is over." Agent Ward holstered his pistol and hurried over to the wall, clearly intending to yank 084 free with brute force. "Wait, you can't just take it." Skye quickly stepped between them, glaring angrily at Agent Ward. She didn't trust S.H.I.E.L.D. Ignace had told her that if 084 ever became dangerous, he destroyed himself. That promise had earned Skye's trust. She was willing to believe Ignace and even convinced herself he hadn't done anything truly dark. But S.H.I.E.L.D.? After spending a few days with Ignace, Skye found herself trusting them even less. "Step aside. From this moment on, this object is being requisitioned. It no longer belongs to your company." Agent Ward snapped, glaring at Skye and trying to push her aside. Suddenly, a cloud of dust billowed up inside the temple. Out of the haze, Michael appeared before Agent Ward, fixing him with a stern, unfriendly stare. "Listen, friend, I appreciate that miracle drug you gave me back there, but this isn't something you could just take because you want it," Michael said, forcing Agent Ward to back away. Ignace had once told them that after they signed cooperation agreements with certain cities, they'd have to uphold their superhero responsibilities. But if trouble ever came their way, they didn't need to be afraid. After all, they were superheroes. The so-called fake superheroes, public servants, magnets for resentment, tirelessly hardworking, treated like tools, unpaid, and serving as free labor. The true superhero, he does the job for the salary and the bonuses. He may be a superhero, but that doesn't mean he'll let anyone push him around. You need to understand one thing. 084 is extremely dangerous. At this point, it's no longer something you can handle. Agent Ward spoke up in a hurry, but Michael stood his ground, his face showing a trace of reluctance. At that very moment, a thunderous boom echoed from outside, instantly bringing a hush over the entire temple. "I'll go out and take a look. You all stay here and don't wander off. Wait for me to come back and get you." Agent Ward spoke as he turned and left, preparing to see what was going on outside. The moment he stepped out of the temple, a whirlwind of broken branches, shredded leaves, and crushed flowers came flying at him, along with a cloud of dust whipped up by the blast, coating his face in grime. Ward spat out a mouthful of dust mixed with bits of leaf, wiped his dirt-streaked face, and shook his head, sending a cascade of gray powder drifting down. He stared ahead in shock. If he remembered correctly, there had just been a small patch of dense forest in front of him, hadn't there? But now, as he stepped outside, he saw that little forest was completely gone. Author's note: I'm sick with a high fever and feeling out of it, so today's update is a little slow. Thanks for understanding. High above in the sky, a mushroom cloud, shaped by sorcery, soared upward. But aside from Ignace, the cursed spirits, and Michael who had just walked out of the temple, no one else could see it. Michael stood beside Agent Ward, staring into the distance in utter disbelief. Ever since he'd received his powers from a boss, he'd been able to see things no ordinary person ever should. The truth was, from that moment on, Michael had resolved to follow the boss wholeheartedly. After all, having witnessed the existence of cursed spirits, he knew there was nowhere else for him to go. If he so much as wavered, Michael understood he wouldn't even know how he died. Meanwhile, though Agent Ward couldn't see the sorcerous mushroom cloud on the horizon, he certainly felt the force of the shockwave. It was utterly terrifying. Agent Ward could only imagine a missile detonating somewhere in the distance. The aftershock from a blast had flattened the forest nearby. Not long before all this, right when Coulson and Camilla had raised their guns, firing back in defiance at the rebels, Ignace had made his move. The blood god stood behind him, joining him in casting the spell. A sphere of crimson sorcery appeared before Ignace, growing more condensed and intense, until suddenly, it shot toward the ranks of the rebel army. A deafening, world-shaking roar erupted. The shockwave crashed into the rebel forces, and in an instant, the earth-shattering explosion swept through them. The rebels were blasted sky-high, leaving not a trace behind. Coulson and the Camilla people were hurled by the shockwave, crashing hard onto the ground. Not long after, Isteth arrived, wielding a massive ice fan in her hand. With a fierce sweep toward the front, she unleashed its power. The ice fan whipped up a frigid gale, instantly blowing away the turbulent winds and sand kicked up by the explosion. As she brandished the fan, a wave of icy cold swept over the survivors, making them shiver to their bones. A handful of rebel survivors, who had kept their distance from their companions, were spared from Ignace's devastating attack. But the next moment, Isteth simply froze them into solid blocks of ice. Isteth strode over, slipping her arm around Ignace's, her gaze sharp with murderous intent as she scanned the surroundings. Only when she confirmed there were no enemies left did she finally let the chill in the air subside. In the distance, Coulson and Camilla scrambled to their feet, still shaken by the terrifying scene they'd just witnessed. Camilla fixed her gaze on Isteth, her mind racing. Ignace was already so fearsome. If you added Isteth to the mix, even if they had 100 lives, there was no way they could snatch the 084 out from under these two's noses. Camilla's resolve hardened. Even if the 084 couldn't be secured by the Peruvian government, it would be better off handled by Coulson's team. Well, all the trouble's been dealt with. Let's go back and take a look, Ignace said, turning to Coulson. Coulson and Camilla exchanged a glance, then headed together toward the temple ruins. A realization dawned on them. As long as Ignace refused to give up the 084, it wouldn't matter how many world leaders they convinced. Nothing would change. If they couldn't defeat Ignace, they could forget about ever getting the 084. But losing was losing, just like a math problem. No matter how desperate you got, you simply couldn't solve it if you didn't know how. The group returned to the temple. Ignace looked at the 084 and asked, "How's the research coming?" He repeated his question, his voice calm but commanding. "It's extremely dangerous." Sky replied at once. Ignace nodded in acknowledgement. "Then destroy it," he said without hesitation. In fact, just moments before, a message had come through his earpiece, the voice of the big boss. The big boss had shared past video footage and monitoring data through the company's members. He had already unraveled the principle behind this 084 weapon, and with his outrageously high intelligence, he instantly deduced exactly how to build such a device. Camilla frowned at Ignace, unwilling to let this opportunity slip away. "Wait a second. Are you sure your company can handle it? Why not let S.H.I.E.L.D. take charge of destroying it?" Coulson interjected. Ignace glanced at Coulson and shook his head. "No need. We have the necessary technology," he replied calmly. Truth be told, Camilla's rumor was right. Ignace had never intended to give the Americans any of this technology. Those so-called collaborative projects were nothing more than stalling tactics. In truth, he had already developed technology based on what he'd learned from the Chitauri. Ivan Vanko and the Big Boss, by studying the Chitauri's technological devices, had now managed to create both bioships and mechanical spacecraft. The weapons used by Chitauri soldiers, as well as their biological troopers and transport creatures, had also been replicated by the Big Boss and Ivan Vanko. He simply couldn't stand the Americans. After all, Ignace had secretly sold some of the basic Chitauri weapon technologies to his own country, but he had never once demonstrated these advances in front of the Americans. Ignace glanced at Camilla. "Of course, if you can offer me the price I want, I might just be willing to teach you how to handle it." "What do you want?" Camilla immediately looked at him, her excitement barely contained. "You can't afford it." Ignace found her frustrated expression endlessly amusing, and with that, he turned to leave with his people. The Big Boss and Ivan Vanko had already unraveled the principles behind the 084 and could build a duplicate weapon at any time. That was why Ignace had decided to destroy the original 084. Camilla watched as Ignace and his team departed, her eyes following his men as they carried away the 084. Her heart felt as though it were being sliced open. She needed power, something that could finally make Peru strong. But the very object she'd been longing for was now being taken away by Ignace, who even threatened to destroy it. In desperation, she looked to Coulson. He was frowning, his gaze fixed on Ignace and his people leaving the temple. A few days later, Coulson arrived at a villa on the outskirts of Los Angeles, where Ignace was staying. "This time, I'm here to see how you handle the 084, Coulson announced. In reality, though, it was because Fury had heard he'd failed to secure the 084, and after a furious scolding, ordered him here to intervene. Coulson felt completely stuck. How was he supposed to stop Ignace from destroying something he was determined to obliterate? The 084? Ignace smiled at Coulson, then handed him a small bag. "What's this?" Coulson asked quickly, sitting across from Ignace. Ignace gestured to the bag. Carlson opened it up and peered inside. A pile of powder? What on earth was this? Carlson was completely baffled. That's your 084, Ignis said with a grin, leaving Carlson dumbfounded. The 084 was supposed to be some kind of high-tech black market weapon, and now it had been reduced to nothing but dust? Well, at least now you can report back, can't you? Ignis chuckled. Carlson, ever the workhorse, could only stare at him speechless. Sure, he could report back, but who knew if he'd get chewed out all over again? That very night, at S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters, inside Fury's office, Nick Fury stared at the bag in front of him and the powder labeled 084 inside it, his face turning so dark it was nearly purple with frustration. The next morning, bright and early, in the outskirts of the city, on a sprawling property owned by Ignis, Skye gazed curiously at something sitting on the airstrip, something massive, covered by a gigantic tarp. What is that? Skye asked, perplexed. It's something that'll push transportation into a new era, Ignis replied, then waved his hand. Several staff members moved into position and, working together, pulled off the huge covering. Is this a new kind of airplane? Skye looked at Ignis in confusion. Beyond her hacker skills, she didn't know much about this sort of thing. Didn't you want to know what we've been working on? Ignis said with a smile, then pointed at the vessel. We're building a spaceship, a craft that can travel quickly within the solar system. How? Is that different from a satellite? Can it actually leave the atmosphere? Skye blurted out. Her interest piqued at the mention of a spaceship. You'll see for yourself if we try, Isteth interjected. She shot Skye a glance, still unsure why Ignis had chosen this particular person to join the Morris superhero company. The group rose from their seats and walked toward the vessel. The ship had a streamlined shape, twin tail fins at the back, and was crafted entirely from an incredibly tough metal. What puzzled Skye was the lack of any visible cockpit windows. At the front of the craft, two devices emitted a soft blue glow. She found herself mystified as to their purpose. Once inside, Ignis sealed the hatch behind them. It didn't look that big from the outside, but the interior is so spacious. Wait, how is this even possible? Skye exclaimed, pointing ahead. In front of the pilot's seat, a virtual screen displayed the outside view. This is a fully autonomous spaceship designed with inspiration from Chitauri technology and our own team's hard work, Ignis explained, taking a seat to the side. Skye and Isteth quickly found their seats as well. But Skye was puzzled. Why did the main pilot's area seem so unimpressive? Especially compared to the high-tech command centers in sci-fi movies? It was as if the designers didn't care much for manual control. Mora, start the launch sequence. Take us off the planet. Ignis commanded. Yes, master, responded a holographic cube, flickering to life in front of the group. It danced and pulsed, taking control of the ship and sending it soaring skyward. At the same time, the ship activated its cloaking system, vanishing completely from any means of detection. Oh my god, this is incredible! Skye cried out, unable to contain her excitement. The spaceship's AI could only be called Mora. It was Ignis who had Ivan Vanko and the big boss create this intelligent system based on Star's technology. What's more, the name for the first generation of the ship's AI was taken from his own surname. Mora was a little different from Jarvis. He was a living being. This brings up the Chitauri's biotech. Mora was created as a living AI, crafted through a combination of intelligent system technology and Chitauri biological engineering. He was somewhat reminiscent of Ortis from the neighboring Warframe universe. Not long after, the ship smoothly broke through the atmosphere and soared quickly into outer space. Skye leaned over the main pilot's seat, watching the vast expanse of space through the virtual screen. Her face lit up with wonder. It was her first time seeing a true spaceship, one that didn't need rocket stages to ascend, relying solely on its own power to escape a planet's gravity and travel among the stars. Ignis glanced at the moon and at old May's distant space station. He grinned to himself. Let those arrogant meddlers keep tinkering with their rickety old station. He had no intention of sharing his ship's technology with old May. As for S.H.I.E.L.D. and the American military's research into Chitauri tech, Ignis wasn't too worried. After all, long ago he'd sent out a cursed spirit to keep them under surveillance. Whatever intel S.H.I.E.L.D. might uncover, he would know about it even before they did. Shall we go to the moon? Skye blurted out, excitement in her voice. For people everywhere, whether in China or elsewhere, the moon was a symbol of longing and possibility. The moon's not that interesting. Why not head for Neptune and put the ship's speed to the test? Ignis suggested with a smile. Target confirmed. Neptune. Jump system activating. As the countdown ended, in the blink of an eye, the ship surged forward at breakneck speed. Skye watched in awe as streaks of light flashed across the screen. Incredible! She gasped, unable to contain her amazement. Mora marked Neptune's coordinates on the display, along with the distance and estimated time. Master, it will take approximately 24.555556 hours to reach Pluto. Would you like to rest for a while? The AI butler, Mora, inquired. How fast is that? Skye exclaimed, staring in shock at the cube-shaped butler. Even Earth's fastest space probes can't compare. The cube pulsed as it replied. But our scientists will keep improving the ship. The Chitauri legacy is merely a key. Now that humanity holds it, we're on the threshold of a golden age for technological progress. Skye's eye sparkled. Does that mean we could travel even farther? Maybe to the outer reaches of the solar system? Sky hurriedly asked, hardly able to imagine that with just a little over a day's travel time to reach Pluto, human progress could accelerate so rapidly once such technology became widespread. Stepping beyond Earth and establishing a rapid transit network throughout the solar system. Combined with the vast reserves of resources on each planet, humanity would surely enter an era of explosive growth. Sorry, you're not the ship's commander, so you can't access any command privileges. The cube pulsed with light. Sky could only shrug helplessly. We're gonna get some rest. After all, it'll still be quite a while before we arrive. Do you need to take a break? Ignace asked. No, I'm too excited just watching the scenes during the jump. I want to watch a bit longer, Sky replied quickly, shaking her head. By the way, is this really something Chitauri technology can achieve? Of course not. They say Chitauri technology is a key for us, but naturally we have talented scientists who've thoroughly studied it and pushed even further. With their own innovations, Ignace said, shaking his head. This ship was primarily developed by the big boss, with Ivan Vanko assisting in its design. The ship was both a marvel of Chitauri technology and a testament to the big boss's ingenuity, enhanced and reimagined on top of that alien foundation. With that, Ignace left with his death, while Sky remained at the main pilot's seat, her eyes shining with excitement as she watched the control screen and eagerly tapped a button. In the next instant, a flood of unfamiliar characters filled the display, leaving Sky completely bewildered. She glanced at her phone, intending to contact someone later when she got back. But after a moment's thought, she reconsidered. Ignace had been consistently doing the right thing so far, so she quietly put her phone away. The intelligent cube observed Sky's actions and recorded them, but made no comment and did nothing to disturb her. The AI understood that its master had other intentions for Sky. I'm going to get some rest. When we reach your destination, be sure to wake me, Sky called out. Of course. Please follow me to your cabin, the cube responded, then quickly floated ahead. The next deck lowered, and it led Sky down to the sleeping quarters on the lower level. 2 days later, after Ignace finished testing the ship's speed and returned to Earth, a major incident occurred. Our convoy transporting the ship's materials was attacked by unknown armed forces. Ignace's assistant contacted him by phone. Send me the footage from the scene and tell me the location, Ignace instructed. The assistant promptly sent over a video of the armored escort vehicles under attack, followed by the coordinates. Ignace immediately piloted the ship toward the incident site. Just as he arrived on the scene, he received a call from Coulson. Hey friend, have you been hit by some equally bizarre attack over there? Coulson spoke up, though every time he ran into Ignace, it never ended well for S.H.I.E.L.D. Still, faced with such a powerful and terrifying adversary, he felt it was necessary to invite Ignace. Come over here, we've made a major discovery. Coulson called out. On my way. Ignace nodded, pulled out his phone, and watched as the lights on the screen flashed rapidly. The guy who attacked his company's armored transport never imagined that inside Ignace's vehicle, there was a cursed spirit. And within that spirit, a tracking device had been implanted. His cargo was never going to be so easy to steal. Night had fallen. Out on a stretch of highway, a large truck, its trailer ripped apart by an excavator, lay toppled and abandoned across the road. Ignace arrived by spaceship, touching down nearby and disengaging the cloaking device. Holy crap, who are they? A squad of S.H.I.E.L.D. agents quickly raised their guns and shouldered rocket launchers, watching the suddenly appeared spaceship with wary eyes. Stand down, everyone. They're our friends. Coulson hurried over, signaling his team to lower their weapons. Just moments earlier, Ignace's voice had come through on their comms, and it was only then that Coulson realized the incredibly advanced craft belonged to Ignace. The hatch opened, and Ignace, Isteth, and Sky stepped out together. When did you develop this thing? How powerful is it? Could you provide S.H.I.E.L.D. with a fleet of them? Coulson immediately asked. It's nothing special, just a showpiece, really. As for orders from the military, S.H.I.E.L.D., or any other country, we'll discuss that another time. Ignace replied. We'll discuss that another time was just a polite way of saying, don't even ask. He had absolutely no intention of selling his creations to any other organization. Humans are fond of war, especially America, always stirring up chaos. Mora will never share any technology with you. A synthesized voice echoed in Coulson's earpiece, prompting him to shake his head in resignation. Once, he'd used SHLD's tech to hack into the Stark family systems. Now, the tables had turned. Ever since the boss upgraded the company's security, not even S.H.I.E.L.D., not even Sky herself, could break in. Listening to the AI mimic a human tone, Coulson couldn't help feeling powerless. This system might even be more advanced than Jarvis. Let's get to the point. Tell me about your discovery. Ignace said. Please come this way. His old acquaintances, Simmons and Fitz, hurried over, eager to show him a bona fide miracle. Simmons put on the all-purpose goggles Fitz had engineered for shooting and held the device in her hands, gesturing for everyone to step back. She reached down, scooped up a handful of sand, and tossed it into the air. In the next instant, the sand erupted like a swarm of locusts, whirling wildly in the air. The grains darted about in a frenzy, colliding into each other and wreaking havoc wherever they went. Coulson hurriedly ordered Simmons to shut down the device, but Fitz fumbled with the controls, sparks sputtered out, and the device died. Only then did the wild sand calm, settling gently back to the ground. Our people reported being attacked by a group of invisible assailants. I believe this matches exactly what happened when your company's transport was intercepted. That's why I'm hoping we can join forces on this operation, Coulson said. I refuse. Our company wasn't transporting anything of real value. To join you and help for free over something so trivial just isn't worth it. After all, even more superhero company needs funding. Ignace replied with a dismissive shake of his head, looking as though the whole deal was a losing proposition. Isteth, holding onto his arm, boarded the ship with him. Mr. Mora, Coulson called out urgently, but Isteth shot him a cold glare over her shoulder. Coulson shivered, but in the end, watched helplessly as they boarded the ship and departed. Was the convoy's cargo really unimportant? In truth, it was quite significant. Critical rare metals, small in quantity, but hidden among decoy shipments of ordinary pharmaceuticals, carefully disguised and transported for security. Ignace's real aim, however, was to lure out a bigger fish, and now, he knew exactly who had hijacked the convoy. Given that, he was determined to split from S.H.I.E.L.D. and act on his own. S.H.I.E.L.D. was hoping for a free ride. There was no way he'd agree to that. This was a big catch, and he wanted it all for himself. Why not work with them? Skye asked, curiosity in her eyes. Do you trust them? Ignace replied, and Skye shook her head without hesitation. She trusted Ignace, but not S.H.I.E.L.D. Ever since Ignace had exposed the way S.H.I.E.L.D. recklessly experimented with dangerous weapons, any trust she had in them was completely shattered. That's enough. We're sitting this one out, Ignace declared, and Skye quickly nodded in agreement. Late at night, Ignace made his way to the ship and climbed aboard. Where, to master? The intelligent cube inquired. Republic of Malta, Ignace answered. Destination set. Departing now, replied the intelligent cube, as the ship cloaked itself and soared silently into the sky. The man who robbed Ignace of his cargo was none other than Ian Quinn, the wealthy magnate of the Republic of Malta. Ian Quinn wasn't satisfied with controlling a mere toy, so he sought a way to wield a true weapon of mass destruction from Dr. Hall, who is currently under SFLD's custody. There's a saying, a greedy man is never satisfied. It couldn't be more fitting for Ian Quinn. He didn't just want the weapon. He also had his eye on a strategic mode of transportation. So who could blame Ignace for bleeding Ian Quinn dry? After all, it's not every day that such a big fish lands in your net. Why let it go without making the most of it? Meanwhile, in the Republic of Malta, Ian Quinn finally met Dr. Hall again after a long absence, and the two exchanged a knowing smile. I'm sorry about the way they treated you, Ian Quinn said, pulling out a chair and sitting down across from Dr. Hall. Welcome to Malta, Frank. Dr. Hall could only give a helpless smile as he looked at this man. Stealing my ideas is one thing, Ian, but stealing me? That's a whole different story. First of all, I've never stolen your ideas. We've always believed this kind of information should be made public, Ian Quinn replied, shaking his head with a confident smile, as if he were the one in the right. The money you've made off that public information is truly astonishing, Dr. Hall remarked, his face stern at first. But when he looked up at Ian Quinn, a faint smile played at his lips, making it impossible to guess what he was really thinking. Secondly, think of this as a rescue mission, Frank, Ian Quinn said with a friendly grin. But in his heart, he was smirking coldly. In fact, he had also managed to acquire some remarkable things from another company. Soon enough, you'll thank me for this. My team intercepted a communication about moving a certain important figure. Ian Quinn couldn't help but laugh as he spoke, his face flushing with delight. Well, I found out that person was you. How could I let such an opportunity slip by? Still, I admit, this isn't usually my style. With that, Ian Quinn hurried over to the fridge to fetch some drinks and glasses. Malta was a clever choice. Here, S.H.I.E.L.D. can't bother you, Dr. Hall said, rising to his feet and gazing around in admiration. What Ian Quinn didn't know was that the intercepted message was never something his men could have obtained on their own. That message had been deliberately fabricated by Dr. Hall himself, with its security lowered just enough so Quinn's people could grab it. Otherwise, no matter how skilled his team was, SHELD's encrypted communications would have been far out of reach. Dr. Hall was fishing for Ian Quinn himself, while secretly working to sabotage Quinn's plans. It's not just S.H.I.E.L.D. I have to thank, Dr. Hall continued. I've already become a citizen of this beautiful country. Endless beaches, enticing tax laws, and a deep-rooted suspicion of outside powers guiding their every move. Ian Quinn poured the wine as he spoke, his words sounding exactly like the profile of an ideal matchmaking candidate. Moreover, Ian Quinn firmly believed that after acquiring Maltese citizenship, even if someone discovered that he was the one who had stolen the crucial metals needed to build the spaceship, there would be nothing they could do to him. After all, the fiercely insular Republic of Malta would take it upon itself to shield him from any external pressure. Not long after, Ian Quinn pressed a button on the screen, causing the steel panel behind the glass to rise, revealing to Dr. Hall a massive gravitonium compound apparatus. This device had originally been invented by Dr. Hall, but in Ian Quinn's hands, it was being pushed towards something far more terrifying. Night had fallen. Once Ian Quinn had gone to sleep, Dr. Hall gazed at the enormous gravitonium compound apparatus behind the glass, falling into a long, heavy silence. He needed to find a chance to destroy this thing. Despite how amicable his conversations with Ian Quinn seemed on the surface, Dr. Hall had never believed Quinn was someone fit to wield such an invention. As former friends, Dr. Hall knew Ian Quinn's character better than anyone. Meanwhile, a spaceship skimmed swiftly across the sea, rapidly approaching the Republic of Malta. "Master, I've detected a perimeter fence made of neodymium lasers on the outskirts of Malta." The intelligent cube bounced in front of Ignace, speaking in a clear voice. "What about the sky?" Ignace asked. "It's possible to enter Malta from above," replied the intelligent cube. "Then we'll go in from above. I'm going to clean Ian Quinn out and steal his research while I'm at it," Ignace said with a determined tone. Although Ian Quinn hadn't marked the location of his underground vault holding important resources, when he intercepted Ignace's convoy and seized his assets, the cursed spirit trailing with the convoy managed to sneak into Quinn's secret underground chamber, revealing its location to Ignace. However, while obtaining the gravitonium compound itself was valuable, Ignace's top priority was to steal the data detailing how to harness its power. Piloting his ship in a Maltese airspace, Ignace donned a suit of stealth armor and leapt from the invisibility-shrouded vessel. He grasped the air with both hands, activating the technique of the Wooloo Pavilion, allowing him to drift down as light as a feather. This way, not even the faintest whir of a thruster could be heard. Clad in stealth armor, Ignace sprinted swiftly into the distance. There wasn't much to say about the stealth armor itself. If Stark put his mind to it, he could easily create something similar. It wasn't exactly a groundbreaking invention. Ignace followed the information provided by the cursed spirit infiltrated into the Republic of Malta, making his way to the place where Ian Quinn stored his data files. When the guards left, he quickly inserted the connection port formed by the nanomaterials of his stealth armor into the server. Connection successful. Breaching the system now. System breached, and all traces of intrusion erased. Silently extracting data. The voice of the intelligent cube rang in Ignace's ear as it began to frantically siphon off the information in Ian Quinn's possession, all without the slightest chance of alerting the other side. A short while later. "Extraction complete, Master. You may come retrieve our spoils and take the gravitonium resources," the intelligent cube announced. The connection port formed by the nano-armor vanished instantly. Staying invisible, Ignace hurried off toward another secret underground chamber. Soon after, inside a hidden warehouse, Ignace used the intelligent cube to crack the heavy security door's code. The reinforced door swung open, and he rushed inside. The next morning, when Ian Quinn sent for the gravitonium compound to be moved, he discovered, to his shock, that it was gone. Not only the gravitonium, everything he'd taken from Ignace had vanished as well. Damn it, who on earth did this? Ian Quinn was on the verge of losing it. He had painstakingly gathered enough gravitonium to turn his little project into a true weapon. And now, waking up this morning, everything was gone? A saying from the Middle Kingdom suddenly came to Ian Quinn's mind. While the mantis stalks the cicada, the oriole waits behind. He had thought he had intercepted Dr. Hall and acquired some of Ignace's valuable resources, believing that not only had he gained further advances in gravitonium technology, but that Dr. Hall could study these materials to deduce what Ignace was working on, maybe even uncover the secrets of Ignace's mysterious project. In the end, he turned out to be the biggest loser. When Ian Quinn finally found Dr. Hall, he apologized. "There's been a problem with the gravitonium compound. We'll have to wait a bit longer. I'm really sorry." "All right, but I do hope it could be sooner rather than later. I'm eager to build something even bigger," Dr. Hall replied, but once Ian Quinn left, he let out a cold chuckle. Was he really eager? More like eager to die. As for the loss of the gravitonium, Dr. Hall had already learned about it in advance by intercepting Quinn's messages. A few days later, S.H.I.E.L.D. contacted Ignace, hoping to gain Sky's assistance, but Ignace flatly refused. When S.H.I.E.L.D. tried to fly over the Republic of Malta, searching for vulnerabilities in their defenses and looking for a way in, they found themselves thwarted. Having suffered losses before, Ian Quinn had spared no expense to blanket the entire Maltese airspace with a neodymium laser defense grid. America, Cradle of Life Corporation. Ignace handed over both the gravitonium compound and Ian Quinn's technical documents to the big boss and Ivan Vanko. In fact, the reason Ian Quinn was able to intercept information about his own company's convoy was simply because Ignace had been baiting him all along. Ian Quinn believed he had intercepted two pieces of extremely important intelligence, completely unaware that he had been baited not just once, but twice by two different people. It wouldn't be long before the big boss and Ivan Vanko could apply the gravitonium compound to their spacecraft and even to their power armor. In the original story, the reason the gravitonium compound spun out of control was because Dr. Hall had deliberately sabotaged the device, intending to bring both the device and Ian Quinn to ruin. Strictly speaking, if you bring trouble on yourself, you have only yourself to blame. As long as those using the device don't act recklessly and solid protection measures are in place, the device should remain stable and under control. Leaving his private laboratory, Ignace made his way into the main hall. He was planning to return to his hometown for a visit in the near future. But as soon as he entered the hall, he received word that Carlson was coming to see him. "Let him in," Ignace instructed. Lately, Michael hadn't been at the company. He'd been busy negotiating contracts with the New York authorities, and now he was focused on evasion training, preparing for collaborations between the Morris superhero company and the city of New York. After all, Michael needed to master dodging pedestrians freely. Otherwise, he wouldn't be a superhero when out and about, just another hazard on the road. Ignace certainly didn't want his company collecting the same kind of scandals as that other superhero company next door. "What's the matter? Is there something you need from me?" Ignace asked, eyeing Coulson with curiosity. Coulson sat across from him, his expression grave. He looked up and said, "Ignace, we'd like to pay for Sky's help. We need her to get us an invitation to Ian Quinn's shareholders meeting. An electronic version would do." "That won't help much, Coulson. If Ian Quinn can intercept your communications, he'll spot any issues with an electronic invitation Sky forges," Ignace replied, meeting Coulson's gaze. Coulson and Ignace talked for a long while, but in the end, Coulson left empty-handed. Ignace always had a reason to refuse. Be it Ian Quinn's formidable technology, the complications of international law making it unwise to act against foreign organizations, or even Malta's strong resistance to outside interference. Coulson left, helpless. Ignace watched his retreating figure with a cold smirk in his heart. To be honest, in his eyes, S.H.I.E.L.D. hadn't played much of a role in this whole affair. In the original story, entering the Republic of Malta depended on Sky's assistance. Later, S.H.I.E.L.D. failed to save Dr. Hall. It was only because Dr. Hall fell into the gravitonium compound by accident that the device's destruction was mysteriously halted. If you asked Ignace, S.H.I.E.L.D. was basically just there to collect dangerous materials this time. Their impact was negligible. A few days later, in China, at a branch hospital of the Cradle of Life Biotechnology Company in the south. As soon as Ignace got off the plane, he headed straight there. The local officials and a few medical experts hurried over enthusiastically to greet him. "Hello, I'm Zhang Wenhong, a biomedical researcher from Fudan University." A man with dark circles under his eyes approached, wearing a flattering smile as he spoke. Ignace glanced at him, then turned and walked away without so much as a greeting, ignoring both the welcoming committee and the upcoming press conference. For a moment, everyone stood frozen in place. The local officials shot a glare at that troublesome guy. Surely he must have done something to upset their guest. Ignace got into the car and headed straight for the hotel. He truly couldn't stand that man, which was why he deliberately snubbed the entire welcoming party and left without a word. His reason was simple. This person, whose name reminded him of someone from his previous life, was a shameless scoundrel, someone who took money to spread misleading information, utterly lacking in medical ethics. Let the locals know. If this man is allowed to continue working in medicine here, then this branch of the Cradle of Life should be shut down, Ignace said, his tone cold. He had no goodwill toward this group. He spent several more days traveling around his homeland, receiving warm welcomes from many people. Along the way, he handed over to number one all the intelligence he'd gathered in America, lists of pro-American contacts, and even those double dealers who took money to do others' bidding. Only then did Ignace leave his homeland, satisfied. Throughout his life, there was nothing Ignace despised more than traitors. People who took fat salaries from their own country and enjoyed the privileges that came with their positions. Yet at the same time, secretly took foreign money and stirred up trouble behind everyone's backs. No sooner had Ignace arrived back in America than he received fantastic news. The gravitonium compound technology had been mastered by Big Boss and Ivan Vanko, and they were already working to apply it to spaceships and battle armor. Call a press conference. Tomorrow, we're establishing Mora Transportation Corporation. Announce to the world that our spacecraft is entering practical use. Ignace instructed his assistant over the phone. His plan was to launch more transportation companies simultaneously in both his homeland and America. However, people are always biased. He made the company in the Flower Kingdom the largest. While on American soil, he imposed certain restrictions. It was just like how international game servers discriminate against the Chinese server. Exactly the same kind of contempt. The next morning, in both America and the Flower Kingdom, a massive press conference was held simultaneously, broadcast live across the entire internet. Numerous TV stations from various countries also aired the event. At the very same time that Ignace was holding his press conference, Sweden, Stockholm, Sergels Square, a group of men in suits, all wearing red masks, had their hands cuffed to security briefcases. They moved quickly toward the subway. A black woman, headphones covering her ears, listened to the audio broadcast of the news as she watched this odd group, her gaze lingering briefly on their briefcases. Expressionless, a line of text appeared in her vision. Follow them. Her face remained numb as she obeyed the command, trailing after the men with the briefcases. In the next instant, her perspective shifted. Her augmented eyes activated their X-ray function, allowing her to see inside the cases the men were carrying. Diamonds, cases full of diamonds. She kept up with the group as they entered the subway. Standing inside the train, she watched them closely. At that moment, the men in red masks all turned to look at her simultaneously. Without warning, the woman struck out with her elbow, smashing a device inside the train. Instantly, the carriage was plunged into darkness. Gunfire erupted in the pitch-black train, the sounds of the clash echoing in the chaos. Only after a long while did the train finally reach the station and terrified passengers scrambled to escape. Officials rushed onto the scene, finding the red-masked men collapsed in the corridor of the train. The sight was a mess, the security briefcases nowhere to be seen, stolen away. These were mercenaries hired by a wealthy backer, yet they were taken down in mere moments. At the far end of the dark subway, the black woman sat at the edge, stowing the diamonds into her bag. Suddenly, a new line of text appeared before her eyes. Mission update. Proceed immediately to the Flower Kingdom branch of Moore Transportation Company. Her hand trembled slightly as she quickly nodded in acknowledgement. Several days later, the Flower Kingdom. Blending into the crowd, the black woman watched the inauguration ceremony of the Moore Transportation Company's branch in the Flower Kingdom. At the same time, her eyes scanned constantly, searching the area. Replace the bodyguard. Put on their uniform. Infiltrate their ranks. The mission prompt flashed across her vision once again. She searched the crowd for the hidden bodyguards, her eyes switching to X-ray mode. In an instant, she spotted them, bodyguards disguised among the attendees, keeping watch over the event. This is Flower Country. Even the people guarding the scene aren't allowed to carry firearms, but that actually made the mission much easier for the black woman. She slipped to the back of the crowd, seized a female bodyguard, and silently dragged her into a nearby alley. A short while later, she had changed into the bodyguard's uniform. As the inauguration ceremony ended, she prepared to blend in with the crowd and quietly seize the spaceship. Who are you? One of the bodyguards suddenly stepped in her way. The black woman looked at her in confusion. Once again, words appeared before her eyes, instructing her to state the identity of the female bodyguard. She opened her mouth and followed the prompt from above. No, that's not right. Who are you? Our company has never hired any African members. In the next instant, the other bodyguards began to surround her, and someone was already calling security. What? The black woman was stunned. She hadn't expected her cover to be blown, not over something like this. Take it by force. Make them give up the spaceship access code. The words flashed before her eyes again, and she had no choice but to obey. A flurry of blows later, the black woman knocked them all out, her fists and feet making short work of the group. Several days passed. Ignace, accompanied by Isteth, flew back to Flower Country once more. Just a few days before, he'd received word that someone had tried to steal a spaceship from under his nose. Ignace was well aware that his possessions would attract greedy eyes. He was hardly surprised. But that person's plan had clearly failed. His spaceship remained safe. No technology had leaked. The attempted theft had ended in failure. Arriving at the scene, Ignace inspected the spaceship that had been delivered to Flower Country. The hull showed little damage. The woman hadn't been able to get the piloting clearance from the Intelligent Cube and had been forced to flee in a panic. Big Boss, Ivan Vanko, Intelligent Cube. You three work together and track that person down for me. Ignace pressed his earpiece and gave the command. The trio immediately acknowledged the order. Ignace's spaceship access was nearly impossible to steal, but he was determined to bring the mastermind to justice. Some people, unless you hit them where it hurts, will always swagger around, bullying others because they think it's easy. Not long after. Found her. Big Boss's voice came through first, sending Ignace a video clip on his phone. The footage had the feel of a live, first-person broadcast. The Viewpoint's owner sat at home, methodically eating dinner, then washed the dishes and moved to the window for a breath of fresh air. Analyze the buildings outside the window, find the location. Yes, sir. Ignace gave the order, and Big Boss got to work at once. Not long after, the black woman returned to the bedroom and lay down to rest. Meanwhile, on the footage hijacked by the Big Boss, the view shifted to her lying on the bed, staring up at the ceiling. The location's been identified. It's in Hong Kong, the Big Boss quickly reported. Ignace nodded, took his death with him, and set off directly to capture her. He had barely started applying the spaceship technology before someone got impatient and tried to steal it. Ignace was furious. Before long, Ignace arrived in Hong Kong and stormed straight into the black woman's room. A sharp sound cut through the air as the black woman quickly raised her gun, aiming it at Nasi. Drop it. Nasi barked, his voice thunderous. The black woman froze instantly, rooted to the spot. Ignace snatched the pistol from her hand and tossed it aside. She glanced at the gun on the floor, then at Nasi, and in a flash, slammed her hand onto the light switch, plunging the room into darkness. Without missing a beat, she charged at Nasi. Their fists collided with a heavy thud as Nasi deflected her punch. She lashed out with a kick, but Nasi gripped her wrist and landed a brutal kick in return. With a crash, she hit the floor. Before she could scramble back up, Ignace landed another punch. A black flash burst forth unintentionally. His fist obliterated her skull. Master, we've picked up the same signal nearby. It seems this organization is using this technology to control people and make them do their bidding, the Big Boss suddenly reported. Track them down, and then we'll hunt for the real mastermind, Nasi replied. He knew full well this black woman wasn't the true culprit. But since she tried to steal from him, Ignace had no intention of giving her a second chance. Besides, he genuinely disliked her kind. There was no way chatting with her would help him get any closer to the one pulling the strings. So, Ignace acted without a shred of hesitation, sending her straight to her doom. Anyone who tried to steal from him, regardless of the reason, would meet the same fate. Soon after, Carlson called. He explained that, just recently, a group of Swedish soldiers transporting diamonds had been ambushed by a black woman. I see. My company nearly fell victim to her too, but in the end, I managed to take her out. Ignace replied with a smile, well aware that Carlson had a good relationship with this woman. Carlson was left speechless. But there was nothing he could say to Ignace. In the end, the person he was looking for really had done something wrong. The woman he sought was named Amador, the very same black woman Ignace had just killed. Once, Amador had been Carlson's apprentice, learning the craft of espionage at his side and serving as a member of S.H.I.E.L.D. Many years ago, Amador disappeared without a trace, and there had been no news since. Not long ago, in a diamond heist case in Sweden, Carlson finally picked up Amador's trail. As he followed the clues and discovered that Amador had gone to rob Ignace's company, he hurried to contact Ignace, only to find he was already too late. Carlson couldn't help but wonder, did Ignace perhaps harbor some prejudice against black people? The Lenny killer replied, that's right. Ignace, you shouldn't have acted so recklessly. She didn't deserve to die. You were much too impulsive. I don't need a lecture from you, Carlson. Am I just supposed to let myself be robbed? I don't see what we have to talk about. Ignace's voice was cold as he abruptly ended the call. In truth, he had also noticed the problem in Amador's eyes. He knew she was being controlled. But to put it bluntly, how many innocent people have lost their lives while Amador was under someone else's influence? This world is just that unfair. So many ordinary people. When their wallets are stolen, no one cares. When they're beaten, no one steps in. Sometimes, they're even faced with threats. If a regular person makes a mistake, even unintentionally, the law comes down on them. No exceptions. But the rich and powerful, no matter how grave their crimes, always seem to wriggle out of punishment with one excuse or another. Get a little time, and they're back to living free and easy. Ignace couldn't stand people like that. That's why, during the New York incident, he deliberately let the cursed spirit snatch the cosmic cube and left Loki behind, locked away in an earth prison. As for Amador, she had plenty of blood on her hands. Yes, she'd been controlled into committing those acts, but if she wasn't so afraid of death, would she really have obeyed orders to hurt innocent people? She could have chosen to stop herself from doing wrong. So Ignace killed her without hesitation. In the original story, Carlson endlessly praised Amador, almost like a blatant display of forced political correctness. It was truly nauseating. Ignace felt an even stronger urge to get rid of those kinds of virtue-signaling characters. Track the person using the same signal, Ignace said into his earpiece. Understood. Hong Kong. On the bustling street, Ignace strolled along, a skewer of grilled meat in hand, occasionally feeding a piece to Her Majesty, His Death. My grandfather always used to say, everyone has their secrets. In the distance, a man stood at the edge of the street, performing magic tricks for the curious crowd. His Death spotted the spectacle and quickly stopped, eager to watch. Ignace nodded, pausing to take in the magician's act. Both he and His Death knew full well that magic tricks were nothing but clever deceptions. They were simply there to enjoy the lively scene. Among the onlookers, there were both locals and foreigners. The locals looked on with calm indifference, finding this fellow's performance rather childish, while a few foreign old-timers seemed thoroughly entertained. Some secrets are beautiful, others are dark, the man intoned. With those words, he blew on his palm. In an instant, an egg appeared in his once empty hand. He continued. He said, if you wish to know the truth, the only way is to look beyond the surface and see what lies within. Then, with a sharp flick of his wrist, the egg vanished, replaced by a dazzling burst of multicolored threads that shot out, shimmering in the air. Amid the crowd, a black woman in a floral dress smiled at him. The magician turned and met her gaze. Suddenly, he spun around and conjured a burst of flame in his hand. I'm not cheating you, he called out. The woman in the floral dress started toward him, but the moment she noticed a man across from her watching, her heart skipped a beat and began to race. She turned right around and hurried away, not even sparing a second thought for the chance to approach this unusual magician. Chun Howren looked after the retreating woman, puzzled, as he gathered up his magic props. He was certain he'd seen admiration in her eyes just moments before. He quickly glanced in the other direction and was utterly stunned by what he saw. Who was it? Astonishingly, it was the founder of Mora Superhero Corporation. Chun Howren. Ignace looked at him and spoke. That's me. Look, this is my ability, Chun Howren said, bursting with excitement as he summoned a jet of flame from his hand. Ignace watched Chun Howren in silence. Did this guy really think he was here to recruit superheroes? Well, he guessed right. Go home right away. Stay out of everything for now. No matter who you meet, don't trust them easily. I'll be in touch, Ignace said, handing him a postcard. Chun Howren accepted it with shining eyes, nodding eagerly. Ignace truly was considering recruiting Chun Howren as a superhero. In the original story, Chun's blood was the crucial ingredient that kept Centipede Organization's products stable and non-explosive. As for why Chun Howren died in the end, it was all because of Reyna, the black woman in the floral dress who'd just seen Ignace and fled in a panic. She'd set him up on purpose. To be honest, Ignace was never fond of the S.H.I.E.L.D. agent subplot. Take this incident involving Chun Howren and the Centipede organization, for example. SHIELD hadn't helped at all from start to finish. Chun Howren died. A fellow Chinese agent died too, and the plot made Chin look hopelessly naive, duped by a few sweet words from a female agent. It was just exasperating. Big boss, tail that female agent, he ordered. What? Is that her codename now? Parting ways with Chun Howren, Ignace contacted Big Boss. Meanwhile, on the rooftop overlooking the sprawling blocks below, the gang boss paused, looking puzzled. He hadn't quite understood what was happening. A black guy. Oh, suddenly, the boss understood. Damn it. How could he possibly have found this place? Raina walked briskly down the street, quickening her pace with every step. She glanced at her phone from time to time. There was still a while before her contact would arrive by car. Her anxiety mounting, Raina sped up even more. She was a member of the Centipede organization, and she also knew Ignace. There was a rumor circulating within the organization. Never, under any circumstances, let any black member cross paths with Ignace. If they did, the Lenny killer would certainly finish them off. At first, Raina hadn't really believed it. After all, online gossip said Ignace had taken in Michael, given Michael Peterson a lucrative job, and even turned him into a superhero. But now Raina understood. Unless that black member was completely spotless, Ignace would absolutely transform into the Lenny killer and destroy them. Hurry up. A black sedan pulled up by the curb, and Raina quickly climbed in. Up on the building, the boss watched the black sedan pull away, simultaneously contacting his master and following behind. Inside the car, Raina sat tensely as the black sedan sped through the streets. From time to time, she checked the rearview mirror for any sign of pursuit. She watched for a long while, but it seemed no one was tailing her. With that, Raina finally let out a sigh of relief. Not until the black sedan stopped at the Centipede organization's Xiangjiang branch did Raina truly feel safe. She entered the building at last, her nerves unwinding. On the opposite building's top floor, the gang boss stood at the edge, peering down, eyes locked on the entrance below. Master, I found their branch. Good. Elsewhere, Ignace ended the call. He was just about to wipe out the Centipede organization's branch when something else came up. What is it? Ivan Vanko, Ignace demanded. There's a situation with Sky. Ivan Vanko replied, watching Sky's movements closely. Just a while ago, Sky had checked into a motel with a man, arm in arm. The location, Texas in the States. You can send someone to check up on her, Ignace said. Ivan Vanko nodded in agreement. Across the ocean in the States, Michael Peterson, finally enjoying some time off in Texas, received a call from Ivan Vanko. Understood, I'll go check right away. Please wait just a moment, sir. Michael Peterson replied respectfully over the phone, having just received a call from the higher-ups. From the very beginning, Michael had always been the most self-aware person in the entire company. Ever since he'd become a vessel for a cursed spirit, he had uncovered many secrets that could never be spoken aloud. So, from that moment on, he had already adjusted his mindset, constantly reminding himself never to betray Lord Ignace, and never to challenge those shadowy figures behind the scenes. This company's power was far more terrifying than he had ever imagined. Michael hurriedly got into a sports car and sped toward the scene of the incident. There was no other way. Until he managed to make contact and evade people at super speed, he wasn't allowed to engage in superhero activities in crowded public places. A short time later, inside a motel, Michael managed to make his way into the outer room of Hacker Miles' laden suite. He sat down, and just then, the door to the inner room swung open. Michael quickly tossed a piece of clothing from the sofa, covering Sky. Put this on, and then let's have a proper conversation. Michael turned his head and spoke. Miles had been about to make a run for it, but Sky grabbed his arm and shook her head. It was pointless. Trying to outrun Michael was as foolish as pitting a human runner against a supercar. Sky, you've really let us down. Michael shook his head helplessly. His phone was now flooded with reports detailing Miles' theft and sale of sensitive information. Among them were files showing Miles had stolen classified SHIELD data about extraordinary individuals and sold it to the Centipede organization, nearly getting an unfortunate soul killed in the process. Not long after, an assistant from Moira's Superhero Corporation arrived on the scene, followed closely by their formidable legal team. Sky and Miles were about to face the relentless assault of America's most elite attorneys. Sky was a professional hacker, but even she knew there were bigger players out there. When it came to legal battles, Moira's Superhero Corporation kept a whole squad of elite lawyers on retainer. People who were even more formidable. At the same time, Coulson's team was hot on the trail, following the lead in the Miles data theft case. I know what you're thinking. Can I please speak to the boss, just for a moment? Sky pleaded, desperate to explain herself, but Michael just shook his head. He looked at Sky, sitting across from her. Sky, you made a grave mistake. You deceived us. You deceived the boss. What Michael didn't know was that Ignace had long since discovered the connection between Sky and Miles. How long have you two been in contact? Coulson asked. When I first joined Moira's Superhero Corporation, I reached out to him. The second time was earlier today. Sky confessed honestly. She understood that her hacking skills, impressive as they were, meant little in the presence of certain people at the company. There was someone in the company whose intellect was almost monstrous. No matter the technology, they could master it quickly and even surpass the top experts in the field. So, she realized that honesty was her best option. Deceit would only make things worse. Have you engaged in any other criminal dealings with this offender? Michael spoke up, his tone sharp. He would not tolerate anyone within the company betraying the boss. After all, with the company's new superhero partnership underway and with Banner and Sky unable to appear publicly, he had become the face of Moira's superhero company, a trusted veteran. It's not like that. When Miles and I met, we were both in terrible shape, battered and bruised. We looked out for each other. That's why I warned him. Not just because we're both hackers, but because we're friends. I really am sorry. Sky hurried to explain, but Michael shook his head, clearly unimpressed with her excuses. He nearly killed an innocent person, all because he stole S.H.I.E.L.D. data and sold it for money. With that, Michael laid several transaction records on the table. After the S.H.I.E.L.D. data was stolen, Miles opened a new account and received a deposit of $1 million. As Michael spoke, Sky stared at Miles in utter disbelief. And before he met with Miles, he had already made multiple attempts to hack our company's servers, trying to steal critical information. Michael's expression darkened as he placed even more transfer records on the table. These were all orders from Ignace. Ignace wasn't one to show mercy. If Miles was willing to sell out information for money this time, who's to say he hadn't done it before? Not likely. Miles! Sky's anger grew as she looked over the evidence. Someone had dug up every bit of dirt on Miles. Records of him stealing client data from an entertainment company and selling it for profit, along with plenty of other proof of information trafficking. The more Sky read, the angrier she became. She wanted to wring Miles's neck herself. She had thought this was a one-time mistake, but it turned out Miles had done far worse, far more often. Hey, don't be like that. It's my right to reveal these secrets. We all deserve to know the truth behind the scenes. Miles protested, playing both sides as usual. Sir, we also have the right to press charges and send you to prison. The legal team responded in unison. Miles clammed up. Sky, at this point, you're on your own. Michael turned to leave. I'll get to the bottom of this. I just don't think I can tell you everything. Sky called out after him. Michael shot her a glance over his shoulder before leaving, his gaze heavy with the weight of betrayal. Why is Sky treating her superiors this way? All for his sake. Fitz from S.H.I.E.L.D. quietly asked his girlfriend. Ignace has done so much to protect her, and yet she still breaks his heart. Everyone knew that when Ignace joked about Sky owing him money, he was only teasing her. Aside from occasionally poking fun at Sky, Ignace actually treated her quite well. I think she is Fitz. It's just that it's obvious he matters more to her than Sky's boss or teammates, Simmons said with a helpless shake of her head, her eyes resting on Sky, a hint of relief washing over her that Sky wasn't their teammate. The Mora Superhero Corporation came in and took Miles away without hesitation. While he tried to defend himself with talk of free speech, the company's team of star lawyers countered with discussions about Miles' likely future in prison. Not even Sky showed any sympathy as she watched Miles being led away. Her eyes were cold, offering not a shred of pity nor any attempt to intervene. From the moment Miles started selling information, all his talk about the intrinsic value of truth and the importance of not hiding it from certain people became empty words. It was simple. In everyone's eyes now, Miles was nothing more than a hypocrite. He preached about information freedom in public, while secretly making a profit off other people's secrets. Sky, please help me. Miles had finally lost his composure, turning desperately to Sky for help. Go to hell. Sky shot him an angry glare. She realized now how thoroughly Miles had fooled her. He'd once told her that the truth should never be hidden, but all the while he was selling it behind her back. Worse still, someone had uncovered a mountain of evidence against him, proving just how extensive his information dealing had been. That only fueled Sky's anger. Miles was taken away, now facing prosecution by Mora's elite legal team and destined for prison, where the harshest punishments awaited him. Hong Kong. Inside Chun Haren's home, a white woman in a lab coat walked along the outside of Chun Haren's house, signaling to the armed team to break down the door. The armed men in flame-resistant suits smashed the door open and rushed in. Who are you looking for? A tall, slender figure sat by the window, his tone light as he spoke in Mandarin. The white female researcher stepped forward, eyeing the figure suspiciously. Though his back was to them, and he spoke Chinese, something about the scene felt off to her. When the figure stood and turned to face them, she instantly realized what was wrong. He was the wrong height. This wasn't Chun Haren at all. Who are you? She snapped, voice rising in anger. The armed men quickly switched on the lights, flooding the dark room with brightness. Ignace looked at them with a mischievous smile, giving a cheeky little wave for good measure. Reina, you bitch! The white researcher cursed inwardly, putting the pieces together in a flash. That black woman, Reina, must have realized Ignace was tracking them, so she'd left the risky task of catching Chun Haren to her. After all, if they succeeded, the credit would be split between them. But if they failed and ended up in Ignace's crosshairs, she'd be the only one paying the price. No, don't twist that word. You can't use it to describe chimpanzees like that. Ignace shook his head with a smile. In his mind, if the villain had to be black, then surely it was the less evolved kind of chimpanzee. Well said. The white female researcher couldn't help but voice her agreement. But in the very next instant, her approval caught in her throat. The armed guards hurriedly drew their guns. Ignace sprang into action, kicking the table hard. It spun through the air and crashed into the guards. Gunfire erupted, loud and unending. In a flash, Ignace appeared at the flank of one of the armed men. The guard fired in panic, but Ignace dodged his head just in time, narrowly missing the bullet, then landed a fierce punch. Crunch! With a single blow, he broke the guard's ribs and sent him flying. Without pause, Ignace kicked up the fallen handgun, rolled aside to evade more gunfire, raised the weapon, and shot another guard dead. Then, with a swift kick, he sent a vase hurtling across the room. It smashed with a sharp crack against the back of the white female researcher's head. Honestly, you'd better think twice before messing with me. Ignace shook his head in resignation. Then, holding the pistol, he delivered a few more shots to the researcher's head, making sure of the kill, and finished off the wounded guards as well. Boss, have you taken care of everything in the States? Ignace reached out to the boss. It's done. Sky is waiting for you to return and take over. In Hong Kong, at the Morris Superhuman Company branch, the boss shut his laptop and spoke. Good. Then let's begin the assault on the Centipede Organization's Hong Kong branch. I want them wiped out. No survivors. Understood. Soon after, SHIELD Division members encircled the entire Centipede Organization branch. Ignace arrived on site and took up position at the entrance. The boss hacked into the organization's internal systems, sealing off all escape routes. At the same time, he manipulated the building's internal controls, cutting off the water supply, sealing the ventilation, and cranking the temperature of the air conditioning units as high as they would go. Only the main entrance remained simply closed, not locked down tight. This was the only way out the boss intentionally left for them, a single, desperate hope of survival. For a long time, Reina and her subordinates didn't make a move. But the longer they waited, the more anxious they became. It was sweltering, with no water to be found. No matter how hard her people tried, they couldn't wrest back control of their branch systems. After more than an hour, finally, someone inside reached their limit and made a break for it. Bang, bang, bang. Gunfire exploded as the hidden guards outside opened up with a vengeance. The Centipede Organization member was instantly riddled with bullets. This barrage struck terror into those still inside. Another hour passed before someone else, desperate, called out to negotiate. But when they stepped outside, they too were gunned down without mercy. Deep into the night, Carlson hurried over, arriving just in time. Why not negotiate? Carlson asked anxiously. I'm sorry, Mr. Carlson. From now on, SHELD's Hong Kong branch will no longer be under SHIELD leadership. We're declaring independence. The branch director broke the news of this seismic shift to Carlson. What? Carlson was utterly stunned, unable to process what was happening. Continue the operation. With that, the branch director gave the order. Armed agents surged forward, quickly pulling out smoke grenades and hurling them into the building with practiced urgency. In the next moment, a crowd of Centipede operatives, including Reina, coughed violently as they rushed out of the smoke-filled building. Gunfire erupted, sharp, unrelenting. In the chaos, every last Centipede member from the branch, including Reina, was eliminated. Can you tell me what's going on here? Carlson's face was grim as he turned to the branch director. It's simple. On our own soil, we won't tolerate interference from outsiders. The director shot him a look, then turned and walked away with his team. From a distance, Ignace watched Carlson and smiled. In truth, he was the one who orchestrated all of this. He had supplied ample funding to the branch, and used his cursed spirits to single out all the Hydra agents, handing them over to the higher-ups here. Carlson had just been about to question Ignace, but Ignace slipped into a car and left before he could speak. A short while later, in the car, is something wrong? Hiss. Any movement on your end? None of your business. Sorry, I didn't mean to pry. I just wanted to ask about Sky. Since you no longer trust her, could we hire her away? No, that would be poaching, and I'd rally the world's wealthiest to boycott any government funding you get. Forget I said anything. Carlson quickly hung up. So money really can do anything, huh? Seems like it. In a brightly lit laboratory, 3 white mice floated eerily inside a glass container, their bodies suspended in midair. Dr. Helen Zhao and Dr. Simmons stood helplessly in the lab, faces pale, cold sweat soaking their clothes. They stared at the mice's corpses drifting above the glass, their hearts gripped by a profound fear of death. Now, the story rewinds 9 hours. In the morning, upbeat music played from the car's speakers as Dr. Helen Zhao, enjoying her day off, parked her car by Country Road. She grabbed her picnic basket and stepped out, ready for a day of camping. She walked a little way, found a sunlit patch of grass, laid out her blanket, and began arranging her food. Unbeknownst to her, several cars were approaching from the distant road behind. Today, Ignace had given a number of employees the day off, so it was his idea to organize a group dinner. Everyone was delighted by the plan. However, Ignace and his staff had some matters to attend to, so they would be arriving a bit later. Zhao Hailuan strolled across the lawn, looking around with curiosity. Suddenly, a man with a gray, deathly pale face and beads of cold sweat darted out from the forest. Who's there? Startled, Zhao Hailuan instinctively reached for a pistol, scanning her surroundings with heightened alertness. Although her boss was incredibly powerful and could handle almost anything, he hadn't arrived yet. She needed to be extra cautious. In the blink of an eye, a man suddenly charged at her from behind, letting out a startled cry as he nearly collided with Zhao Hailuan. The The stranger's shout sent Zhao Hailuan fleeing in terror. Suddenly, a flash of electricity shot out, piercing the hood of Zhao Hailuan's car in the distance and destroying the engine in an instant. Terrified, Zhao Hailuan collapsed to the ground and looked back in horror. The would-be attacker was now suspended eerily in the air, unmistakably dead. Kicking frantically, Zhao Hailuan scrambled backward. The ground behind her suddenly gave way, and she tumbled down a slope. She rolled for a long while, but fortunately didn't hit any rocks. Landing at another flat patch of ground, Zhao Hailuan hurried to her feet, her body aching all over. She found herself at a different campsite, where the campfire had long since gone out and all the electrical equipment bore signs of having been scorched. Even more shockingly, around the fire pit, people were floating in the air, forming a perfect circle. They were all dead. Zhao Hailuan stared at the sight in terror, nearly petrified by fear. Not long after, she heard Ignace's voice calling out nearby, and finally felt a little bit of relief. She scrambled uphill, clutching desperately at vines, hoping to get a good grip to pull herself up as quickly as possible. But no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't make any progress. Haunting images of those strange, unnatural corpses kept replaying in her mind, sending chills down her spine. It felt as if some unspeakable danger was closing in, step by step. She was terrified. "I'm here. Help me, please help me." Zhao Hailuan couldn't hold back her fear any longer. Tears burst forth. She was just an ordinary researcher, after all. It wasn't that she was scared of corpses. Normal ones didn't bother her. But these grotesque, supernatural horrors were simply too much to bear. "I'm here, don't cry." Ignace, following her voice, arrived just in time. He reached out, grabbed Zhao Hailuan, and pulled her up to safety. Standing together on the small slope, Ignace glanced at the other campsite, his heart filled with dread. This was far too bizarre. Standing at Ignace's side, Zhao Hailuan finally breathed a sigh of relief, feeling a little steadier inside. "Zhao Hailuan, don't rest just yet. Let me call in our company's specialist team." With that, Ignace grabbed his phone and started contacting the company's research team. But as soon as he turned around, Ignace regretted his decision. He had guessed wrong. Zhao Hailuan was far bolder than she let on. Now, Zhao Hailuan had already approached one of the floating bodies, ready to examine it. "Come back. Right now, immediately." Ignace shouted a warning. But before Zhao Hailuan could react, a tiny spark of electricity flickered across the corpse's forehead and jumped onto her. "What's happening?" Zhao Hailuan quickly stepped back, and in the next instant, the floating corpse crashed to the ground. She looked over at Ignace, as well as at his death, Sky, Banner, Michael, and the others. At Ignace's instruction, everyone rapidly backed away, putting a safe distance between themselves and Zhao Hailuan. "Have the company bring several sets of insulated protective suits." Ignace urgently relayed the order over the phone. "Understood." The company team responded swiftly and set about the task. "Dr. Zhao, please stay where you are and rest for a moment. Our team will arrive shortly and provide you with medical attention." Ignace said this in a calm but firm voice. "What did I do? Why are you all keeping away from me?" Zhao Hailuan asked anxiously. "Zhao Hailuan, just wait a moment and you'll understand," Nash replied, doing his best not to alarm her further. Meanwhile, in a distant region, outside a camp, a group from S.H.I.E.L.D. stood solemnly, their eyes fixed on a levitating corpse. "Sir, when Dr. Zhao Hailuan was attacked, I detected a static electric signal at the camp." The intelligent cube spoke up. Ignace stood among his assembled team at the camp, all of them now dressed in insulated protective gear. Previously, Ignace had tasked the big boss and Ivan Vanko with studying Chitauri technology, but he'd only asked them to focus on other technical aspects, hardly anything in the biological domain. Before long, the NYPD arrived at the scene, staring in disbelief at what lay before them. Hawkeye, having rushed over with the S.H.I.E.L.D. team, was stunned by what he saw. "Coulson's team is tied up with the same situation. Looks like this one's up to you," Hawkeye said, making it clear this bizarre situation was beyond his ability to help. Just then, one of Ignace's men discovered an intact alien helmet in the campfire. "It seems this is connected to the incident," Dr. Zhao Hailuan remarked. By now, she had regained her composure, still unaware that she had been infected by a strange virus. "Take it away for further study." Ignace spoke up, feeling an odd sense of familiarity about the situation. He couldn't quite recall which episode it reminded him of, but he was certain it had something to do with a virus. This was no time to let their guard down. Not long after, New York, inside the cradle of Life Corporation's laboratory, Dr. Helen Zhao was tirelessly studying the alien helmet. As soon as she finished analyzing it, she hurried to perform an autopsy on the corpse. Helen Zhao was determined to uncover the symptoms of this disease, understand the virus, and work toward formulating an antidote. Meanwhile, at the fire station, one of the firefighters who had helped in New York's rescue efforts stood there, face ashen, his body slick with cold sweat. As he watched Coulson leave, he quietly closed his eyes, awaiting the end of his life. The firefighter, too, had been infected by the virus. His body simply couldn't hold out any longer. Coulson left the firehouse, instructing everyone to lock all the doors. He joined the others outside, his expression grim as they all stared toward the fire station. A fierce blue flash blazed for a split second, illuminating everyone's eyes. The firefighter was gone. This was a terrifying virus, one that defied the traditional rules of contagion. At this point, S.H.I.E.L.D. still didn't know the full story. The virus wasn't transmitted by the powder inside the helmet. Instead, it spread through the faintest, most unnoticeable electric current released when a person died. "This is Coulson." Coulson answered his phone. Someone from S.H.I.E.L.D. was calling him. "Ignace's people have run into the same thing. There were 7 at their camp, all dead, and their bodies are floating in midair." "I understand. I'll get in touch with him." As Coulson hung up, a heavy weight settled in his chest. Soon after, Coulson's airborne base. Ignace led his team to meet with Coulson. Dr. Helen Zhao and Agent Simmons were inside the lab. After a brief round of experiments, Ignace exited the lab, his face grave as he stood at the doorway, hand poised over the emergency lockdown button. "What are you doing?" Simmons looked at him, completely bewildered. "What's going on?" Helen Zhao was equally lost. "I'm truly sorry, but I have no choice." Without another word, Ignace sealed the lab behind bulletproof glass. "Simmons, Helen Zhao, look behind you." Ignace's voice was calm but firm. Simmons and Helen Zhao quickly turned around. Behind each of them, a metal lab instrument was floating in midair. Their faces darkened instantly as they understood what this meant. At some point, they too had been infected. In that moment, Helen Zhao finally understood why the boss had insisted everyone wear insulated suits on the ship. The boss must have noticed something from the very start. Fitz rushed over, about to open the door, but Agent Ward stopped him just in time. The S.H.I.E.L.D. and company teams all turned anxiously to look at Ignace. "Just a moment ago, while I was listening to Coulson recount your investigation, a small detail came back to me, a detail that was exactly the same." Ignace spoke up. "It's the faint current from the deceased, the final jolt delivered to the living." In that instant, Simmons felt as if she had been struck by a heavy blow. She remembered, back when they were investigating the very first case, that corpse had released a weak electric current and zapped her. Only then had the body collapsed to the ground. "Oh my God!" Simmons was dumbfounded. "This is how the infection is transmitted, Simmons. Go study the cells of the deceased. Helen Zhao, you focus on the inside of the helmet. See if you can find any tissue cells left behind by the Chitauri. Don't overlook even the smallest clue. This could be a virus from Earth, or perhaps something that has been passed around inside the Chitauri war fortress." With that, Ignace finished speaking, and the two women hurriedly got to work. If they could just find the right type of cell, they might be able to save themselves. Ignace watched the two begin their research and nodded approvingly. He couldn't recall the rest of this episode very clearly, but he knew for sure that the answer had to lie in the firefighter victim's cells or in the Chitauri cells. They couldn't go wrong with that. Inside the lab, the two women divided up the research tasks. Before long, Simmons was the first to use the firefighter cells to produce something that could perhaps be their cure. Then, Simmons approached a white lab mouse and prepared to test her new drug. The moment she administered the special serum and set the mouse down, a flash of blue light burst forth. The mouse's body was seared through by an electrical current and lifted eerily into the air. Simmons' hand froze in shock. Soon after, Simmons tried again with another mouse, but the results were disastrous. All 3 mice died. 3 little mice floated before their eyes, sending waves of panic through the two women's hearts. The first 2 mice had been used in Simmons' experiments. The last one died after Helen Zhao tested the special drug she developed from Chitauri cells. Both women's faces turned ashen, their lips paling, and a sense of despair settled over them. They felt as if death was closing in. But if an adult were infected with this virus, the current released would be powerful enough to blast through an airplane. They exchanged glances, and the same thought crossed their minds. They didn't want to bring others down with them if they died. With a silent nod of understanding, both seemed to agree on the idea of jumping from the plane. Just as they were about to act and head for the cabin door, they discovered Ignace standing firmly in their way. Beside Ignace stood his death, toying with an ice blade and watching them with a playful smile. "Ladies, why not be patient? Maybe a miracle is just stuck in traffic," Ignace said, smiling at the two who were so intent on giving up hope. Simmons and Helen Zhao exchanged another glance and could only smile bitterly. Then without meaning to, they lowered their heads. "Huh, wait." They were utterly astonished. The third little white mouse, which had previously died, was now inside the glass container, alive and energetic, scurrying wildly across the grass in the vessel. "What are you waiting for? Are you planning to wait until death takes you on a trip?" Ignace teased them with a smile, prompting the two to hurriedly grab the special antidote and inject themselves. 2 flashes of blue light swept by, and the pair emerged completely unharmed. "Have a little more patience. Don't be so rash." Coulson, descending the spiral staircase, called out with a cheerful tone. With the incident wrapped up, Ignace led his team away from Coulson's airborne headquarters. A few days later, Ignace took off alone in a spaceship. During a classified S.H.I.E.L.D. operation, he intercepted a sonic weapon that had caught SHLD's attention, securing it before they could. He eliminated all witnesses and erased every trace, making sure no one could uncover who was responsible. Months passed. Now, piloting his ship, Ignace brought its death aboard. The moment they ascended into the sky, the entire spacecraft vanished from sight. At the headquarters of Mora Transportation Company, The AI cube instantly went into a panic. Just now, it had detected the disappearance of its remote mimic's connection. Frantically, the AI cube mobilized all its resources to search for its master's whereabouts, eventually locating a video. Moments earlier, the ship had ascended. Above it, a strange planetary image appeared. Then, in the blink of an eye, the ship disappeared, and the image of the planet vanished as well. Contact all Mora Transportation Company branches worldwide. Suspend all spaceship operations for now. Spatial distortions of varying scale and intensity have been detected across the globe. The AI cube immediately reported this information. Where's the master? The blood god arrived, his face grave, as he fixed his gaze on the AI cube. Gone. The destination is an unknown planet. Secure all company assets and wait for the master's return. Understood. In the dark expanse of space, a spaceship raced onward, heading toward the planet below. After only a short flight, as if passing through a portal, the ship vanished again, hurtling toward another unknown destination. Inside the vessel, Ignace stared silently at the bizarre phenomenon unfolding around him. This must be the celestial anomaly that appeared during the events of Thor, the Dark World. Meanwhile, back on Earth, Jane Foster was conducting an investigation in an abandoned factory in London when, quite suddenly, she vanished without a trace. Not long after, when Thor received a call from Darcy Lewis and arrived at the scene, Jane Foster reappeared. "Jane, are you all right?" Thor rushed to her side, anxious. Ever since the destruction of the Bifrost and the conclusion of the New York incident, Thor had been stranded on Earth, where he eventually married Jane Foster. Even now, with Asgard's Bifrost fully restored, Thor no longer harbored any desire to return. Suddenly, thunder rumbled across the sky and a heavy rain began to pour. What puzzled Jane Foster was that not a single drop touched her. "Jane, are you all right?" Thor hurriedly called out to her. "I'm fine. Really, nothing's wrong at all." Jane walked over to Thor, and with a flick of her right hand, she slapped him across the face. "What are you doing?" Thor was completely baffled. He'd come over out of concern for Jane. "And where's our son? Don't tell me you left him in New York and just flew over here by yourself?" Jane glared at Thor, her anger unmistakable. Yes, in these quiet years, Thor and Jane had already welcomed a child together. "Our son's with a neighbor. Don't worry, she's very kind and absolutely reliable." Thor answered in a rush. "Well, that's a relief." Jane nodded. Then, with her left hand, she slapped Thor again. "What about our daughter?" Thor was utterly stunned. Jane's behavior really did remind him of the saying that pregnancy muddles the mind for years. "Of course, I asked the neighbor to look after her as well." "Please, can you stop hitting me?" "Oh, sorry, my mistake." Jane nodded quickly, realizing she did seem a bit out of sorts, almost as if she were still suffering from post-pregnancy brain. "By the way, the Mora Superhero Agency just called to ask if I want to join them," Thor said, seeking his wife's opinion as he so often did since settling on Earth for her sake. After all, Jane had given him both a son and a daughter. Thor had let go of everything else and truly cherished this woman. "Absolutely not. That kind of fighting is way too dangerous." Jane shook her head firmly. The next moment, as Jane turned to negotiate with the local police to protect the intern under her care, one of the officers reached out to touch her arm. A surge of red energy burst forth, instantly hurling the officer away. "Jane!" Thor rushed over and caught Jane as she collapsed to the ground. Immediately, Thor looked up to the sky. He knew that by now, Asgard must have repaired the Bifrost, and Heimdall was surely watching everything unfold. Just then, as the police moved to apprehend Jane, Thor threw his gaze skyward. The Bifrost descended, enveloping both Thor and Jane, carrying them away. A long time later, Greenwich, England. Suddenly, a spaceship appeared in the sky. Standing before the ship's virtual display, Ignace surveyed the scene below. In an instant, the intelligent Tesseract aboard the ship established contact with its counterpart at headquarters. Ignace quickly instructed the Tesseract to find a place to land. He was sick of drifting aimlessly. The feeling of these 9 realms aligning was downright awful. "Oh my God!" In the square below, Darcy, who was setting up equipment, looked up at the sky in shock. A great deal had happened during the time Ignace was missing. Rumors spread that his rival's organization was on the verge of collapse, and meanwhile, Thor and Jane had fought a fierce battle in Asgard. "Wonderful! Ignace has returned!" Darcy cried out in excitement. Meanwhile, on the lake in Greenwich, the surface of the water began to part as an invisible warship descended, only revealing itself when it neared the shore. The warship, shaped like a giant blade, tore through the ground as it surged forward toward the bank. Terrified bystanders scattered in all directions, running for their lives. Finally, the ship came to a halt. Malekith and his followers stepped out. He paid no attention to Ignace, who had just disembarked from the opposing spacecraft, and instead lifted his gaze to the sky. Up above, a gateway to one of the 9 realms had opened. The world will kneel to darkness. All shall fall silent and come under the rule of the Dark Elves. Malekith proclaimed. "I don't buy it." Ignace shook his head. He might have spent his vacation touring the realms, but that didn't mean he was going to let some would-be conqueror have his way. "Neither do I." A heavy thud sounded as Thor landed from the sky, stepping to Ignace's side. "Your belief is irrelevant." Malekith roared, unleashing the power of the reality stone. Crimson crystal shards shot forth in a barrage. Your world and your families will be destroyed. Thor was sent flying in an instant, but a wall of ice shot up, shielding Ignace from the onslaught. Malekith stared in confusion at the woman who stood beside Ignace. A frost giant? I'm nothing like those wretches. Isdeth roared, conjuring a massive icicle that hurtled toward Malekith. Malekith dodged just in time. The icicle slammed into his ship, making it tilt precariously. You think you're so powerful, do you? Ignace sneered at Malekith. In a flash, he lunged forward, and Malekith readied himself for close combat. But no one expected what happened next. Ignace unleashed a spell at point-blank range, the magical blast exploding right in Malekith's face, leaving him utterly bewildered. Malekith went flying, staggering to his feet, staring ahead in disbelief. He simply could not comprehend how the attack that struck him had been delivered so invisibly. The next instant, as Ignace charged again, Malekith braced himself to dodge. But this time, Ignace didn't use the same move as before. Hold it right there. Black incantations appeared at the corners of Ignace's mouth as he unleashed the cursed speech technique of Toj Inumaki, dashing straight up to Malekith. In an instant, Malekith's body froze in place, unable to move. With a heavy thud, Ignace sent Malekith flying with a single punch. Toj Inumaki's cursed speech has its limitations. If the opponent is too powerful, the technique can backfire on its user. Granted, Malekith was empowered by the reality stone, which should have made it impossible for Ignace's curse to work. However, Ignace carried something far more formidable within him, a gift from a Marvel heavyweight. Because of this, he was immune to the backlash. A tremendous crash echoed as Malekith's body smashed through several stone columns in succession. He staggered to his feet, reeling, and stared in astonishment at the young man who had immobilized him. Was this truly something a human could achieve? In the next instant, Malekith lunged back at him. Ignace met him with a swift kick, sending Malekith flying again, but as he soared, Malekith managed to grab hold of Ignace. Suddenly, with a whoosh, both men vanished at the same time. At that very moment, a fleet of cars was swept up with them into the folding space, transporting all of them to another realm. With a thunderous impact, Ignace, still driving his foot into Malekith, found that the scene had abruptly shifted. They were now inside a planet shrouded in a yellowish twilight. Malekith swung both arms, hurling red crystal spikes at Ignace. Ignace leaped high, deftly dodging the attack. Meanwhile, the cars from Earth crashed down around them, slamming into the unfamiliar terrain. Without pause, Ignace charged forward, unleashing another cursed command that rooted Malekith in place, then delivered a powerful kick. In a blink, the scenery changed. The gloom gave way to sharp, brilliant daylight. Greenwich. The two of them, along with several of the recently vanished cars, plummeted from the sky above the Royal Observatory. With a resounding crash, the vehicles hit the ground below. In midair, Ignace, his fist wrapped in cursed energy, swung down hard at Malekith's forehead. Just as the two were about to hit the earth, their bodies flickered and vanished again, whisked back to that dusky, barren planet. The wasteland stretched out around them. Ignace sprang to his feet, while Malekith fixed him with a wary gaze. Ignace gripped his long sword, curse energy coiling around its blade, and slashed at Malekith. But in a startling instant, the sword vanished from his hands. Had it been whisked away by the special spatial alignment created when the 9 realms converged? Back on Earth, Isdeth looked around anxiously, frustration written all over her face. She'd finally encountered such a battle-hungry alien, only for Ignace to reap all the rewards. She had the strength to intervene, but with Ignace and Malekith being tossed between realms at every turn, even Isdeth couldn't simply chase after them without getting hopelessly lost. After all, if Ignace were to return soon and she had wandered off into some unknown land, that would be a real disaster. In the next instant, a blade suddenly appeared out of nowhere, slashing down and killing a dark elf on the spot. In a flash, the blade vanished once more. On a planet shrouded in dim, yellowish light, amidst a wasteland of desolation, Malekith, wielding the power of the reality stone, conjured a barrage of deep crimson crystal spikes and sent them hurtling toward Ignace. Ignace dodged aside, then unleashed the power of his incantations, forcing Malekith to freeze in place. Suddenly, a long blade materialized from the sky, plunging into the earth with a sharp, chilling sound. Malekith snapped back to normal. Seeing Ignace preparing to seize the blade, he rushed over to attack. In the blink of an eye, both men disappeared. The cold wind swept across the barren land, leaving only the long blade embedded in the ground, its steel shimmering in the pale light. Earth. Ignace and Malekith reappeared, suspended in midair. Both threw punches at each other, then kicked out simultaneously. A heavy, echoing thud rang out as their blows collided. They exchanged a flurry of attacks and parries, each blocking the other's strikes. As they neared the ground, both quickly rolled to break their fall. They paused to catch their breath, glancing warily around them. This time, it seemed they hadn't been transported again. Finally reassured, the two surged forward, resuming their fierce assault. Their movements sliced through the air as they charged, but after only a few strides, they vanished once more. Suddenly, both reappeared in that dim, yellow-lit world, fists pounding into each other with force. Each landed a blow, but Ignace reached out, grasped the blade lodged in the ground, and swung it at Malekith. Before the blade could strike, the two were whisked away yet again. Damn it! Malekith's composure shattered. He cursed aloud in sheer frustration. A heavy thump resounded. Greenwich, atop a corporate office building. A moment later, the two crashed onto the glass rooftop, skidding down the curve of the dome. Inside, the executive team was deep in a meeting. Suddenly, everyone looked up, just in time to see Ignace and Malekith sliding down the glass. Oh my god! The executives stared in astonishment as the two tumbled down, faint exclamations of "whoa" echoing in their ears. On the floor below, a staff member typing away and listening to music paused in confusion. She thought she just heard something. Was it her imagination? Maybe I'm just too stressed. I'll ask my supervisor for a few days off and get some rest, she sighed to herself. Meanwhile, two fighter jets streaked through the sky, locking on a Malekith's warship, requesting permission to open fire. Permission granted. Understood. The pilot pressed the launch button, readying to fire the missiles. In the next instant, startled cries echoed out. The pilot, still at the controls of his fighter jet, was suddenly pulled by a force from the sky. Helpless, he was dragged rapidly toward another world. A heartbeat later, the fighter jet vanished without a trace. Elsewhere, in one of the 9 Great Realms, a missile plummeted down and exploded with a thunderous roar, sending the local inhabitants scrambling and glancing skyward in shock. Meanwhile, in Albion, officials immediately reached out to the Mora Transportation Corporation, hoping to enlist their spacecraft for assistance. At the same time, Isteth answered a call from Ignace. Confronted with Albion's urgent request, Isteth fell silent. How should she put it? At this very moment, the head of the Mora group was locked in fierce combat with the Dark Elf leader, who wielded the Reality Stone. In a dizzying exchange, they kept slipping back and forth between 2 different worlds. She couldn't help but suspect that, if it weren't for these bizarre spatial anomalies, Malekith would have already lost the battle. Tell your people, the current conditions on Earth are highly unstable. It's far too easy to get lost. Absolutely do not let any more fighters take off. That's it, Isteth instructed calmly. In truth, she rather hoped those reckless folks would keep pushing their luck. It would only make things more interesting for her. And, in these Western nations, the more you try to dissuade them, the more determined they became to do exactly what you warned against. Not long after, at a certain military base, several American fighter jets took off. The plan was to have their pilots explore these other worlds. Soon after, Ignace and Malekith, locked in battle, found themselves hurled to the ancient homeland of the Frost Giants, exchanged a few blows, and then were abruptly sent back again. Ignace glanced over to see a truck floating in midair, distorted by the battlefield's energies. Malekith roared, charging straight at him. Ignace seized the truck with one hand, harnessed the power of the field, and with a mighty heave, hurled it at Malekith. Malekith froze, caught utterly off guard, and the next instant, the truck struck him and sent him flying. Releasing the truck, Ignace leapt into the air, both hands gripping his blade. He raced toward the tumbling Malekith, ready to strike. Malekith barely managed to sit up when, in a flash of cold steel, his head and body were ruthlessly separated. Malekith's head rolled away, thudding and tumbling to a stop. The red fluid began to swirl, pulling free from Malekith's corpse and hovering in midair. "You're incredibly strong," Thor called out from a distance, having been unable to interfere at all. "It was nothing, really," Ignace replied with a shrug. With a snap of his fingers, the pin clipped to his clothes dissolved and transformed into a nanoscopic cage, securely trapping the ether, or reality stone, inside. And so, the Dark Elf incident came to an end. Taking the ether with him, Ignace departed. Thor attempted to claim it for himself, but Ignace firmly refused. Several days later, America, New York. Shinhauern sat in a car, his eyes constantly drifting to the scenes passing by outside the window. He had been brought to America by Ignace, who intended to help Shinhauern strengthen his abilities. The plan was to train him into a true superhero and then send him to the China branch of the Mora Superhero Division. "This place is really something," Shinhauern exclaimed. The car pulled up to the curb and stopped. He stepped out, gazing up at the towering building that housed Ignace's company. "Please, go in," the doorman said, opening the door for him. Shinhauern walked inside. Once inside the building, he found himself surrounded by a flurry of activity, employees bustling about, each lost in their own tasks. A beam of light swept over him, scanning his body. After the check was complete, he was allowed to continue toward the elevators. As he stepped into the elevator, a holographic projection of a Rubik's Cube appeared before him. "The boss is waiting for you at the top floor," the Intelligent Cube announced. "Incredible! Are you the legendary Intelligent Cube?" Shinhauern exclaimed with genuine excitement. Soon, the elevator reached the top floor and the door slid open. "We've arrived," the Intelligent Cube informed him. "Thank you," Shinhauern replied quickly, nodding as he stepped out. At the top floor, He walked a short distance down the corridor until he reached the door of a room. He raised his hand and knocked. "Come in," came the response from inside. Schoenhauer pushed the door open and entered. "Mr. Mora?" he called. Ignace was seated by the window, a book open in his hands as he flipped through the pages. Schoenhauer approached him. "Have a seat," Ignace said, motioning toward a chair. "The fridge is on your right. Help yourself to drinks, beer, or milk. The contract is on the table to your left." "All right," Schoenhauer replied, nodding. He grabbed a bottle of beer from the fridge and took a seat at the table, eyes scanning the contract. Michael sat beside him, guiding him through the process, what to watch out for, where to sign. Before long, Schoenhauer finished signing the contract and walked over to the window, handing it to Ignace. Ignace reviewed the contract, then smiled and nodded approvingly. "Michael, take Schoenhauer and help him get settled." "Understood, boss," Michael replied with a nod, then turned and led Schoenhauer out of the room. Once outside, Schoenhauer wasted no time striking up a conversation with Michael. Schoenhauer spoke English fluently, so chatting was no problem at all. "Hey, now that I'm going to be a company superhero, do you think I'll snag all sorts of endorsement deals and finally make it to the top? Maybe I'll get swarmed by reporters wherever I go," Schoenhauer said eagerly. Michael could only shake his head with a wry smile. If this was one of those less reputable superhero companies, Schoenhauer's expectations might have been spot on. But the key was they were a legitimate superhero company. To prevent any trouble, Booz always puts superheroes through extensive special training before they officially start working. This training is meant to minimize unnecessary accidents or casualties while superheroes are on duty. Don't get lost in pointless fantasies. We're trained for just two things: do what needs to be done, and don't let the company down. Michael shook his head and turned to leave. "Hey, where are you going?" Schoenhauer called out curiously. "Home. I'm going to see my kid." Michael waved at him with a smile, ending his workday. "I already showed you to your room, remember? Don't wander off. We got special training together tomorrow." With that, Michael disappeared down the hallway. Schoenhauer shook his head helplessly. It seemed he would need to complete his training before officially becoming a superhero. A few days later, Norway. Ignace's superhero training camp was running smoothly. Banner was working on daily mindset exercises, what people jokingly called mantra recitation. Schoenhauer, meanwhile, was receiving professional psychological counseling. Ignace was willing to let Schoenhauer join his team of superheroes, but since the guy did have a history of losing control in the original story, it was crucial that he receive professional guidance to develop the mindset expected of a hero. As for Michael, he was still practicing high-speed evasion drills. With the superheroes not yet ready to hit the field, Ignace decided to take his wife, Steph, out for a drive. Sitting in the car, Ignace held the cosmic cube in his hand, glancing at it from time to time. Over the years, he'd used the cube for a few small experiments, inventing quite a few impressive gadgets. Suddenly, a bottle, lit with flames, came hurtling through the air in the distance and smashed hard against a storefront with a crash. On the street, groups of men poured out, hurling objects at nearby buildings and people alike. Some threw flaming bottles, others pitched stones, and a few even lobbed fruit. Ignace quickly steered the car away from the chaos. Just his luck, he'd barely arrived in Norway for a vacation and already run into a riot. To be honest, deep down, as someone from the Flower Kingdom, Ignace could never quite understand the penchant for protests and riots in Western societies, even after so many years living there. But this time, something felt different, more unusual than usual. Ignace turned the car around, only to see the crazed mob chasing after him. Wild-eyed, they hurled flaming bottles at his car without hesitation. Damn it, my limited edition car." Just as Ignace was about to make his getaway, a Molotov cocktail crashed right onto his hood, sending flames licking up with a loud bang. He and his death hurriedly got out of the car. His death unleashed a wave of frost, extinguishing the flames as she fixed a cold, menacing gaze on the troublemakers. A chorus of angry shouts erupted from the mob as they charged forward. Ignace met them head-on, and with a single punch, he floored one of the rioters. "We are gods." A crazed crowd marched down the street, their furious roars echoing. Their eyes burned with rage as they stared at the man and woman standing in their way. At the front of the mob, a man and a woman led the charge. The man gripped a metal rod in his hand, his face twisted in anger as he glared at Ignace. In the next instant, the frenzied man swung the metal rod at him. Ignace reached out and seized the rod. Immediately, a terrible sensation washed over him. A flood of painful memories surged through his mind, leaving him reeling in agony. So much for Earth's so-called strongest. You're nothing compared to me. Jacob Nystrom laughed wildly at Ignace. But in the blink of an eye, Ignace regained his composure, still holding the metal rod, his face dark with fury as he stared down Jacob. Oh no! Panic flashed across Jacob's face. In a heartbeat, Ignace wrenched the rod from Jacob's grasp. Without hesitation, he delivered a powerful kick, sending Jacob flying. What a bunch of detestable scum. Ignace glared furiously at the mob, then with a backhand slap, sent Jacob's girlfriend sprawling. With murder in his eyes, Ignace fixed the rioters with a chilling stare. Terrified, they scrambled backward, stumbling over themselves to retreat. Local Norwegian forces arrived on the scene. quickly raising their guns and ordering the rioters to kneel with their hands on their heads. With a metallic clang, Ignis tossed the rod to the ground. There was something wrong with that rod. It could dredge up a person's worst memories, dragging their darkest emotions to the surface and filling them with uncontrollable rage. Without delay, Ignis pulled a pen from his collar. With a click, the pen transformed at the nanoscale into a small toolbox, which he used to seal the metal rod inside. "How are you holding up?" Isteth asked quietly. I'm all right," Ignis replied, gripping Isteth's hand tightly, his own trembling slightly. That rod had dredged up memories of his parents' deaths, both in his previous life and in this one. Sometimes, facing death isn't the scariest thing. It's far worse to watch the people you love most slip away. Ignis knew that pain all too well. Twice over, he had lost his parents. That agony was already unbearable, but the rod had forced him to relive the deaths of his parents, again and again. So even Earth's so-called strongest man has something he's afraid of. What a joke. The Norwegian shoe coach, Jacob Nystrom, was led away by armed men. He laughed excitedly, taunting Ignis as he went. "Damn it," Ignis roared, barely restraining himself from punching that bastard to death. He immediately unleashed a cursed spirit, commanding it to strangle these men after a short while. There was something wrong with that staff. It made even Ignis seethe with uncontrollable anger. Not long after, S.H.I.E.L.D. tracked him down, requesting that Ignis hand over the staff. $10 billion. Otherwise, stop bothering me. With that, Ignis boarded his private jet and left, leaving Coulson standing there in stunned silence. By now, Ignis had recalled exactly what that staff was, the weapon of an Asgardian warrior. Whether in the hands of an Asgardian or a human, anyone who held it would be consumed by overwhelming rage. At the same time, whoever wielded the staff would gain immense physical strength and become dangerously aggressive. Naturally, there was no way he would give the staff to S.H.I.E.L.D. Since S.H.I.E.L.D. had come to him this time, he demanded $10 billion. The next time, he'd raise the price to $50 billion. Either way, he had no intention of ever handing it over. A few days later, after running around tirelessly, Ignis finally managed to locate the remaining 2 pieces of the Asgardian warrior's weapon. S.H.I.E.L.D. found him once again. "You're here to reclaim it?" Ignis smiled at Coulson, who nodded in response. "Sorry, but I don't trust your organization," Ignis replied with a grin. "But I suppose I could give you some powder instead." With that, he boarded his private jet once more and departed. "I told you, dealing with him would never be easy," Coulson said with a helpless shake of his head. "Oh, by the way, Professor Randolph, I heard Thor has returned to Earth. Maybe you'll have a chance to meet him." Coulson smiled at Professor Randolph, who stood beside him. Randolph looked at him in surprise. When had this guy figured out he was an alien? "Most people, if they heard me say I'd worked with Thor, wouldn't have stayed so calm," Randolph remarked. "Well, fair enough." Randolph shook his head with a resigned smile, finally admitting to himself that he had been Asgardian warrior in hiding for many years. Meanwhile, on the plane, Ignis sat by the window, gazing at the scenery outside, lost in thought. "What's on your mind?" Isteth walked over, pulling him into her embrace, gently massaging his head. "I'm wondering how many unknown dangers still await us in the future," Ignis said softly. He had hidden the ether particle away and kept the tesseract close by at all times. After the purple sweet potato spirit arrived on Earth in the future, and after defeating it, Ignis had no idea how many more dangers awaited them. And beyond this universe, in the vast multiverse, who knew how many more threats might be lying in wait for them? Now, Ignis had only his death by his side. He couldn't afford to lose anything else. "With me here beside you, don't worry about all that. Everything will turn out fine." Isteth spoke with a rare tenderness in her voice. She understood that beneath her man's strong exterior, he was, in fact, vulnerable. Suddenly, Ignis scooped Isteth up in his arms and carried her off toward the resting room. A long time passed. America. Airport. Ignis strode off the plane, looking refreshed and full of energy. Isteth followed closely behind him. A few days later, New York. Inside the apartment Jane Foster had rented. Jane and Thor had been fighting angrily for quite some time. In the end, Jane stormed out with their child in her arms, leaving Thor sitting on the floor, his head bowed as he growled in frustration under his breath. Damn it. Why does it have to be this way? Thor was utterly miserable, downing drink after drink. Over the years, he hadn't chosen to return to Asgard, instead living with Jane Foster on Earth. Jane had even given him 2 children and helped Thor find a job, encouraging him to settle into ordinary working life. But anyone who truly knew Thor understood. He was the god of thunder. How could Thor possibly behave himself in the workplace? He'd fling a cup across the office while sipping coffee, punch a difficult client during a business meeting, and with just a bit too much force, he once kicked a desk clear out of the building. Over time, Thor was fired from company after company. Even if someone hired him out of curiosity about the god of thunder, by the very next day, the boss would be furious and promptly let him go. Perhaps it was the long stretch of ordinary days, but the conflicts between Thor and Jane Foster grew more frequent, the arguments endless, and the rift between them only deepened. Thor suddenly felt powerless. So gods, too, could tumble into a mundane world and experience heartbreak and sorrow. "Thor, are you there?" A familiar voice came from the doorway. Thor hurriedly wiped away his tears, unwilling to let an old friend see the god of thunder in such a state. "I'm here, come on in," Thor called out, tilting his head back and chugging down more beer. The empty bottle rolled across the floor with a clatter as Ignace stepped inside, taking the sight of beer bottles strewn everywhere and Thor, unkempt, squatting on the floor. "Burp, what brings you here? And hey, why haven't you and his death had a couple of kids yet? Don't tell me you two are having marital trouble too?" Thor hiccuped, slurring his words as he spoke. He struggled to his feet with some effort, while Ignace couldn't help but notice the impressive beer belly Thor was now sporting. To be honest, over the past few days, he had been fully focused on battling the Dark Elf leader, so he hadn't paid much attention to Thor. He hadn't realized that Thor had sunk into such a state of despair. "Nonsense, my wife and I have a perfectly good relationship." Ignace shook his head hurriedly. He and his death absolutely didn't want children right now. The world was in chaos these years, and he didn't want his child to become the target of some organization's assassination or kidnapping in the future. "So, what did you come to see me about?" Thor asked. "Has work not been going well for you lately?" Ignace looked at Thor and asked. "That's right, nothing's going well. At work, there's always someone mocking me. You're the god of thunder, yet you can't even handle something so trivial. Or well, isn't this the famous son of Asgard, Thor? How did you mess things up again?" Thor knocked back his beer, helpless and frustrated. He was just a warrior, not skilled in office politics. Was that really so hard to understand? And no matter where he went, there were always people stirring up trouble, provoking him, trying to make him lose his temper, so he'd mess things up. "You're not cut out for office life. Listen to me, Thor, your reputation is just too big. People aren't going to treat you like an ordinary person. That's perfectly normal. You can't expect everyone to be kind to you. There'll always be those who see you as an easy target, and you're bound by Earth's laws now, forced to respect them and not retaliate. That's why you feel trapped and suffocated." Ignace explained, and Thor nodded in agreement. He couldn't deny it. Everyone thought he was above them, yet here he was, the mighty god of thunder, choosing to stay for the love of a mortal and working an ordinary job. The awe and fear people once held for Thor had all but vanished, and many now found it amusing to push him around. After all, ordinary people believed the god of thunder couldn't break the law or do anything too outrageous, so they acted even more recklessly around him. "What should I do? My life is just a complete mess right now," Thor said, crestfallen. "Join my superhero company. Give yourself something new to focus on. You'll regain your sense of honor, and Jane will get some space. It'll give you both a chance to cool down," Ignace suggested. Thor looked at him for a moment, then nodded. It made sense. Not long after, Ignace left Thor's home. Thor signed the agreement and promised to report to Moore's superhero company the next day. Ignace was over the moon. A ready-made superhero was joining his ranks. Things were looking up. A few days later, Moore's superhero company. Ignace received an email. A person suspected of having superpowers? Ignace stared at the information in the email, feeling rather surprised. He quickly got into his car, bringing his death along, and left the company for the scene of the incident. They arrived at the entrance of a family home. Ignace parked the car there, just in time to encounter Coulson's team, who had also rushed over after receiving the news. "What exactly is going on here?" Ignace looked at Coulson, confusion written on his face. The email had told him that someone here was suspected of having superpowers, so he came right away. But all he found at the scene was a group of people in a state of extreme agitation, and a white woman who looked like the victim. "It's like this. The girl went through some things, so certain departments suspect she has superpowers. They want you to work with us to handle her case." Coulson spoke with resignation. He'd originally intended for his own team to handle the victim situation alone, but some believed the girl was a superhuman, and so they hoped for help from the Moore's superhero company. If, under Moore's training, she could adapt to normal life and maybe even become a superhero, that would be even better. What a strange idea. Is she really someone with superpowers? Ignace shook his head helplessly. Coulson did the same. Who could say for sure? "Officer, could you help disperse this crowd first? Otherwise, it's going to be difficult for us to investigate." Ignace approached a policeman and asked. "Actually, we've been trying to clear people out, but this is a free country." The officer stood at the doorway, shaking his head in frustration, clearly powerless to do more. That's the trouble with America. Everyone talks about freedom, but in reality, there isn't much of it. The word just makes it harder for them to do their jobs. Standing off to the side, Ignace shook his head again. It wasn't that the authorities weren't cooperating. It was just that the troublemakers were too much to handle. "I'm going to count to 3. If you're still here by then, I'll start shooting." With that, Ignace reached into his pocket. 3, 2, 1. As soon as he finished, Ignace made as if to draw his gun. The crowd, still threatening to seize the female victim, scattered and fled at once. It was just a bottle of liquor, actually. Ignace pulled out a small bottle of alcohol, grinning at the officer. The officer gave him a wry smile in return. It was perfectly reasonable. After all, as a public figure, Ignace could never really threaten these troublemakers with a gun. "All right, Miss Hutchins, I think we can go inside and have a talk now." Ignace looked at the woman suspected of having superpowers and spoke gently. "Are you sure?" Hutchins began to speak, but in the very next instant, an autonomous vehicle by the roadside suddenly lost control and veered straight toward them. With a loud crash, Isteth quickly conjured an ice spike on the spot, sending the speeding vehicle flying away. Ignace watched the scene unfold, astonished. What just happened? Ignace looked over at Miss Hutchins, his face full of disbelief. Was this some kind of telekinesis? Can I just say, this really wasn't my doing? Miss Hutchins looked aggrieved, her voice tinged with distress as she hurried to defend herself. We still need to confirm that. It seems we can't have a simple chat here after all. We'll need to observe you and run some checks. Ignace replied. Miss Hutchins nodded out of habit, resigned to being escorted away. Before we draw any conclusions, I'd prefer to conduct the observation at my aerial base. Coulson interjected. Ignace nodded in agreement. Miss Hutchins was dangerous. Having her aboard Coulson's plane would be acceptable. After so many seasons of S.H.I.E.L.D., Ignace couldn't possibly remember every plotline. He'd completely forgotten the details of Miss Hutchins' story. The group boarded Coulson's airborne base, and the transport aircraft lifted off from the ground. Ignace and Isteth sat at the bar, sipping their drinks. Through surveillance feeds, they watched Miss Hutchins' every move. Some in the West believed Miss Hutchins' actions were the result of uncontrollable superpowers, and hoped Ignace could take her in and train her. Yet others insisted that much of what happened was indeed her doing. They wanted the authorities to punish her, to lock her away. Ignace pulled up some video footage for review. Every clip featured Miss Hutchins, and, in each one, there were incidents from recent days that seemed to involve her powers spiraling out of control. Did she really do all this? Ignace wondered aloud as he sat at the bar, eyes fixed on the screen. He selected another video, a recording from a gas station. In it, Miss Hutchins was shopping at the station's convenience store. As she placed her items on the counter, the owner began scolding her for some reason. Agitated by his words, Miss Hutchins grew angry, abandoned her purchase, and turned to leave. But the store owner, emboldened, rushed out after her, refusing to let her go. Suddenly, items from the shelves flew off in great numbers, pelting the owner as if Miss Hutchins' subconscious resentment had triggered her powers, sending the goods flying at him. The next moment, the bewildered owner confronted Hutchins, suspecting she was behind the commotion. Miss Hutchins shook her head quickly in denial. The shopkeeper shouted angrily, then got up and rushed outside. Miss Hutchins, terrified, hid behind a table, clutching her head in her hands, overwhelmed with fear and distress. Meanwhile, outside the gas station, the fuel nozzle dangled to the ground, and gasoline kept spilling out, pooling beneath it. Flames flickered on the newspaper rack, and gasoline was slowly creeping closer, inching its way toward the burning papers. The moment the shopkeeper saw this, he panicked and fled in terror. In the next instant, he disappeared from the view of the outdoor surveillance camera, and a deafening explosion erupted. Outside the gas station, everything was suddenly engulfed in flames. Watching the surveillance footage, Ignace could only shake his head helplessly. The images on the video were somewhat blurry. He continued searching for other clips that might show similar incidents of uncontrolled superpowers, and the more Ignace watched, the more serious his expression became. At first, he thought all this had been caused by Miss Hutchins, but the longer he studied the footage, the more he sensed something was off. First of all, people with superpowers, even if they are completely unaware, should not go this long without gaining at least some control over their abilities, or at the very least, not remain oblivious to the fact that they have powers at all. That simply didn't make sense. Secondly, every incident involving Miss Hutchins seemed to follow a pattern, as if there was someone else, someone invisible, orchestrating the chaos from behind the scenes. Did you notice? Ignace spoke up. The way these objects move in the footage, the way they're thrown, something doesn't add up. He shared his reconstruction of the incident with Simmons and Fitz, both of whom watched with growing seriousness. It is odd, Simmons agreed. The force behind these movements, it's as if someone was standing right there, reaching out and physically grabbing things to throw them. Hearing this, Fitz quickly activated the holographic imaging system to recreate the events as they had unfolded. Thanks to Ignace's restored footage, they were able to simulate the trajectory of the flying objects as they hurled themselves at the shopkeeper. It's true. It really looks like someone picked them up and threw them. Fitz exclaimed, glancing first at Simmons, then at Ignace. Could it be there was actually a third person present at the scene? Fitz asked urgently. But we're talking about telekinesis here, powers of the mind, Simmons replied quickly. It's possible that telekinesis could create the illusion of someone physically grabbing things, unless we can find fingerprints or some other evidence of another person's presence. Then we need to visit more of the incident sites and search for evidence there, Ignace said, his eyes fixed on the simulated holographic scene. At this point, he was losing hope that Miss Hutchins was truly the superpowered individual they were looking for. The evidence was too obvious. Just a moment ago, when he was nearly hit by a car at the scene, his cursed spirit had warned him that something was passing by nearby. It seemed that there really was some kind of presence by Miss Hutchins' side. Suddenly, over at the bar, a bottle of liquor toppled off the counter, crashing onto the floor and shattering into pieces. Ignace looked over in confusion and instinctively pulled Esteth closer to himself. Something had followed them onto the plane. Thankfully, he'd been clever enough not to bring Miss Hutchins back to the company. Who knew what they might have brought back with her? Hey, Fitz, be careful when you walk past, Simmons called out. It wasn't me. Fitz protested immediately, feeling wrongly accused. His arm had been nowhere near the bar just now. "Oh, come on, don't scare me. You're the only one who walked past a moment ago," Simmons said hurriedly, glancing around nervously. "Are you sure you didn't accidentally knock the bottle over?" Fitz shot back at Simmons. "It wasn't her," Agent Ward, sitting on the sofa in the distance, said gravely. He'd seen it clearly just now. A hand-like thing had flashed into existence for an instant, pushed the bottle down, and then vanished just as quickly. "Something has slipped onto our plane." "Something?" Ignace and Agent Ward exchanged a tense glance as they spoke. In the next moment, at the flight base, right in front of a crucial power switch, a shadowy figure suddenly appeared, reached out, and grabbed a handful of wires, ripping them apart. In a blink, the figure faded away like mist, leaving nothing behind. The entire plane instantly lost power, plunging rapidly toward the ground. Inside, the lights went out. Emergency power kicked in, but with the sudden damage, the plane couldn't stop its descent. "Looks like we figured out the truth and angered that thing. It wants to kill us right here," Ignace said from his seat at the bar. The next instant, a shadow appeared behind the bar. It raised a large wrench and swung it at Ignace. Ignace quickly pulled Esteth into his arms and leapt backward. With a loud crash, the wrench slammed into the tabletop. The being gave them all a chilling smile before melting back into the darkness. "What on earth is that thing? Oh my God!" Simmons cried out in shock, terrified at the apparition's sudden appearance and disappearance. It was horrifying beyond belief. Suddenly, the plane began to shake violently, plummeting sharply downward. Without hesitation, Ignace rushed Esteth over to their seats and buckled their seatbelts securely. The plane began to plummet rapidly, the fuselage shaking violently. He refused to believe that the one who kept vanishing and reappearing could truly defy the laws of physics, moving through the aircraft as if it were flat ground. Inside the main cockpit, Agent May hurriedly called for Agent Ward, hoping he could come over and help her fly the plane. Though the nosedive couldn't be stopped, having an extra pair of hands might at least save them, giving them a chance at a safe landing. "I'm on my way." Agent Ward unfastened his seatbelt and, bracing himself against the shaking, hurried toward the cockpit. Moments later, with a tremendous jolt, the plane touched down among the trees, miraculously escaping disaster. Ignace quickly unbuckled, ready to catch the elusive intruder. "Grab your weapons and stay alert. Miss Hutchins isn't the one behind this. Someone else is causing the trouble." With his long blade in hand, Ignace moved through the plane alongside his death, searching intently. Meanwhile, Coulson's team split up, scouring the area for the mysterious figure who was slipping in and out of space. The backup power supply kept the temporary holding cell on the plane secure, ensuring Miss Hutchins' safety. "Any sign of him?" Ignace called Agent Ward. "No." Ward's response came quickly from the other side of the plane. "He's here," Simmons suddenly shouted. The next moment, there was a loud crash. Simmons was trapped by the mysterious intruder. Ignace and the others rushed over at once, searching for her. "Watch out!" Ignace rounded a corner just in time to see a shadow appear behind Agent Ward. He shouted a warning. Ward dodged instantly as a heavy wrench swung toward him. He spun around and kicked out hard. Ugh! The mysterious attacker took the blow and vanished in an instant. Ward glanced at Ignace, both of them wary of what might come from behind. In the distance, Isteth was approaching Ignace when suddenly, the intruder appeared again. Ward cried out in alarm. Isteth spun around, an ice blade forming in her hand as she struck behind her without hesitation. A scream erupted. The mysterious figure howled in pain, his arm slashed by Isteth's blade before he vanished once more. Isteth scanned the area, but the attacker was nowhere to be seen. Damn it, what kind of freak is that? Agent Ward glanced around nervously. The attacker could appear and disappear in the blink of an eye. Miss Hutchins was no dangerous superhuman. Whoever attacked them just now was the real threat. From a holding cell, Simmons' voice echoed out, calling for help. Ward and Ignace hurried over, with Isteth quickly joining them. In the very next moment, as Ignace yanked open the compartment door, that shadowy figure appeared again, swinging a heavy wrench straight at Ignace's back. Get lost! Ignace spun around in a flash, his legs sweeping out in a powerful kick that landed squarely on the intruder's arm. The mysterious figure was sent flying by Ignace's kick, crashing into the corridor wall. In an instant, his form seemed to dissolve into thin air, and he vanished once more. At the same time, the big boss Ignace had contacted arrived at the crash site and rushed into the plane. The big boss quickly found Ignace, standing right by his side, keeping a sharp eye out to cover his back at any moment. The plan was simple. If that guy showed up again, the big boss would blast him with a fierce burst of gamma rays. Not long after, outside the makeshift cell where Miss Hutchins was being held, a man with an anxious look stood clutching a large wrench. Just as he raised it to smash the door, Agents May, Coulson, and Ward arrived on the scene. Hands up! Agent Ward shouted, his pistol drawn and ready. In a blink, the mysterious figure vanished, only to reappear right behind Ward, wrench poised to strike. Get lost! That now familiar voice rang out again, as Ignace burst from around the corner, driving his foot hard into the attacker's side. The mysterious man was sent flying. In the next moment, Ignace produced a special set of handcuffs and snapped them onto the man's wrists. The moment the mysterious man tried to teleport away, the cuffs unleashed an electric shock, making him cry out in pain. "Try disappearing now, you idiot." Ignace sneered and then kicked him hard in the head. You can't do this to me." The mysterious man gasped in shock. With a harsh click, Ignace drew his gun. "Oh, I can. In fact, I can end you right now, freak." Wait. Carlson hurried over, his face tense as he looked at the subdued attacker. Not long after that, the plane's power was restored. Working together, Fitz and Simmons managed to transform the lab into an electrified containment area. They realized that the temporary prison was protected by a field of electricity, which was why the mysterious man couldn't get inside. So, using the same principle, they recreated a similar environment and trapped the mysterious man inside. Tobias Ford? Ignace had pulled up the man's file and now questioned him. Trapped in the lab, Tobias nodded frantically. "Let me out." Tobias roared with anger. He reached for the edge of the lab, but a jolt of current sent him stumbling backward with a startled cry. "Tobias, tell us, what really happened in that lab explosion?" Ignace demanded. Hutchins was the head of a research institute, an institute that had, not long ago, suffered a devastating explosion. As for Tobias, he should have been one of the victims of that explosion. But now, Ignace had changed his mind. The one with supernatural abilities was actually Tobias, and that experiment had blown open a gateway to another world. It was because of that incident that Tobias gained the power to move freely between the two worlds. This was the secret behind his repeated teleportations. As for all the strange things that had happened to Miss Hutchins before, it was highly likely that Tobias was the one behind them all. So, this was just his prank all along? Simmons asked in astonishment, recalling an earlier incident involving Agent May. Nonsense. This is far more than just a prank. Ignace shook his head and pulled up the files of various victims on the virtual screen. He's already caused harm to many people. One of them, a gas station owner, was even Tobias's friend. Ignace went on quickly, paying no attention to Tobias's furious protests. "Tobias, I'm giving you one last chance. Tell us the truth right now." Ignace demanded. "Sooner or later, you'll leave this world. Don't force us to use extraordinary means. I don't care if you end up in hell or in another world. We have ways to finish you off again if we have to." To be honest, Ignace didn't believe in hell. He suspected that Tobias had actually gone to another world. Or, to be more precise, Tobias was now trapped in the gap between this world and another. Tobias's actions forced him to drift endlessly between the two realms. Would you let me see Miss Hutchins?" Tobias calmed himself and suddenly asked. Ignace nodded in agreement. Carlson turned to fetch Miss Hutchins. Before long, Miss Hutchins arrived and saw Tobias. "I'm sorry." Tobias suddenly dropped to his knees before her in the lab. "The explosion was my fault. In the past, all I had to do was loosen a screw and you'd come over. I loved seeing you smile." Miss Hutchins stood there in shock. "So, the explosion was Tobias's doing?" "Damn it." Ignace glared at Tobias. There was no doubt this man was a depraved scoundrel. All to get Miss Hutchins' attention, Tobias had loosened screws in the lab, which ultimately led to the explosion. In serious experiments, even a single loose screw could cause disaster. It was Tobias's own recklessness that had caused the accident. In the end, this guy wouldn't stop pestering Miss Hutchins, deliberately causing all those accidents, and even the explosion at the gas station. What a complete scumbag. "Please, I beg you, forgive me." Tobias was on his knees, pleading over and over. He was terrified, while Ignace just smiled. "Do you really think you deserve forgiveness, Tobias? As a former worker in the lab, you must have been warned not to tamper with the equipment, right?" Ignace watched this wretch with clear disapproval. He couldn't believe he'd wasted so much time because of a scoundrel like this, and had almost been attacked by him, too. Did Tobias really want to end it all? He must be dreaming. Tobias quickly turned his head away, unwilling to answer, but deep down he knew it was true. Every day before work, the supervisor would give everyone a serious warning. "Hutchins, I'm begging you. Maybe if you forgive me, I won't have to go to hell." Tobias blurted out desperately. Hutchins looked at Tobias with a touch of pity in her eyes, but she shook her head. There was nothing she could do. Her own suffering had bred a deep, genuine hatred for him. "Tobias, I will never forgive you. If there really is a hell, then that's exactly where you belong." Her face was flushed with anger, but her voice remained steady as she spoke to him. Tobias froze, rooted to the spot. He wanted to run, but the electrified lab around him trapped him, cutting him off from any contact with the other world. "Tobias, accept your judgment." With that, Ignace raised his pistol, aiming it at Tobias inside the lab. No. I'm already dead. You can't kill me again." Tobias insisted that he couldn't be killed, but panic flickered in his eyes as he scrambled backwards. The electric current cut him off from the other world, and he was terrified that he wouldn't end up in hell after all, but would simply be sent to another place. And that meant Ignace's bullets could still hurt him. "With all the people you've harmed, I can't imagine how you have the nerve to keep living, let alone to beg for forgiveness." With those words, Ignace pulled the trigger. He wanted to see for himself. Would Tobias end up in hell, or just cross over to another world? Bang! The bullet tore through the lab, shattering Tobias's skull. It's clear now. He's simply crossed over to another world, Or perhaps another dimension. Ignis holstered his weapon. Simmons looked on in shock. After all, that was supposed to be bulletproof glass. What kind of bullet is that? Wait, no. How could you just shoot him like that? Fitz started to question him, then quickly changed his words. In truth, once the whole story was revealed, he found himself quite disgusted with Tobias, feeling that Tobias deserved his fate. He was indeed guilty, but you shouldn't have executed him so directly. Nearby, Coulson sat there, deeply troubled and rubbing his temples. You wanted to use him for research on another world? Ignatius asked. Coulson nodded. Save it. The world next door isn't nearly as wonderful as you imagine, Nasi said, shaking his head and preparing to leave. Wait. Are you really not going to consider selling a batch of your company's ships to S.H.I.E.L.D.? Coulson quickly called after him. Not a chance. Ignatius shook his head without hesitation. A new era is dawning. The technology for these ships can only remain in my hands. We can establish a company to lead humanity beyond the solar system. But as for granting you access to this technology, forget it. With a smile and a shake of his head, Ignatius opened the hatch and stepped out of Coulson's airborne base. His ship was docked nearby. Ignatius, accompanied by his death, boarded and departed without looking back. One day later, Coulson hurried to the office of Mora Superhero Company. I'm sorry, our boss isn't here right now, Sky said as she walked down the corridor toward him. That's all right. I'm not here to see him today, Sky. Actually, I'm here to see you, Coulson replied. Have a seat. Sky nodded, eyeing Agent Coulson with curiosity. You're here for me? What's this about? Sky, if I told you we had information about your parents, if there was a chance we could help you find them, would you consider joining us? Coulson asked. Forgive me, but are you threatening me? Sky replied with a smile, looking straight at him. She had learned too much about SHLD's darker side from Ignatius ever to join them. Oh no, nothing like that. It's entirely your choice, Coulson said quickly, waving his hands in denial. Glancing around, he added, by the way, where's Mr. Michael Peterson? We've run into some trouble lately, and we're hoping he can lend us a hand. I'm right here, came Michael's calm voice as he walked down the corridor. Is there something you need help with? Michael asked, looking at Agent Coulson. It's like this, Coulson explained. The Centipede soldiers have reappeared and kidnapped a very important prisoner. So we're hoping, if possible, to get your assistance. Help is possible, from me, or from Sky. But tell me, did you bring the payment? Michael replied with a smile. Though Coulson had helped him in the past, from the company's perspective, business was business and payment was non-negotiable. Requests for assistance from S.H.I.E.L.D. were not considered part of the city's usual cooperation with their superhero operations. I think this is an urgent matter. Why don't you come with me for now? Once it's over, we can sit down and talk about payment, Coulson said. No, that won't do, Agent Coulson. You need to sign a contract first, Michael replied. I haven't finished my special training yet, so if I'm to officially act as a superhero, I need my boss's approval. And if anything goes wrong, S.H.I.E.L.D. will have to take responsibility. Coulson looked at him in surprise. Ignace really didn't leave any loopholes. Get paid first, then talk about everything else. Not long after, Coulson finished signing the contract and transferring the payment, and at last, he could officially enlist the help of Michael and Sky. Michael, you should know that having such powers comes with responsibility. The greater your power, the greater your responsibility, Coulson said as he left the Morris Superhero Company, sitting in his car. No, that's not what the boss said. The original line is, with great power comes great responsibility. You guys always like to twist the words a bit to fool people, Michael replied with a laugh, shaking his head. Coulson could only smile wryly. Not so easy to fool anymore. That day, Sky temporarily joined Coulson's team to help investigate the prison break incident. Michael also joined Coulson's squad, preparing to track down and capture the enemy together. Unfortunately, they failed to catch the real culprit. Instead, they were ambushed by 4 Centipede soldiers. Michael took down 2 of them on his own, and with a burst of speed, he chased down another. However, that Centipede soldier's eyes suddenly detonated from a suicide device, dying right before Michael's eyes. Boss, it's Michael, he contacted Ignace. I'm really sorry, the mission was a failure. I didn't catch any of them. It's alright, this was just a support mission. There's no need to blame yourself, Ignace replied, shaking his head. Michael, that's all for now. I'm hanging up. Alright, Michael replied with a nod. Meanwhile, in New York, in front of a certain house, Ignace stood there, gazing up at the building. He cast the spell of the Black Heron Pavilion, seizing and twisting the space, hiding himself within the warped dimension. Putting away his phone, Ignace stepped into the house. Michael's son had been settled here. Ignace had hired a nanny to help care for the child. But someone had crossed the line. Ignace walked inside, heading toward Michael's son's room. He had only just entered the living room when he saw an uninvited guest. A black woman in a floral dress sat in the room, watching Michael's son. Every now and then, she offered the child a smile, but it was tinged with false kindness. Not long after, Michael started missing his son and decided to call him. Hey Ace, Michael called out as soon as the line connected. Dad, little Ace was sitting inside, playing with his toys. He immediately jumped up, picked up the phone, and called out to his father, his voice brimming with delight. It's so good to hear your voice, buddy. Michael's mood lifted in an instant. I've got some great news. I'm coming home to see you. That's fantastic. Ace was overjoyed. He turned his head toward someone nearby. Let me introduce you to my new friend. As Ace finished speaking, Michael froze for a moment. She says she knows you. She's right here next to me. Ace, who's with you? Where's your nanny? Michael's smile faded, his tone suddenly anxious. Hello, Mike. A woman's voice, Raina's, suddenly echoed in Michael's ear. The sound was achingly familiar, and Michael was left stunned. Kid, did I ever tell you I could change your destiny? Raina took the phone from Ace, her laughter cold as she spoke to Michael. After a brief conversation, Raina finished her threats and set the phone down. She had barely put the phone down when she froze. Turn around slowly, no need to rush. Ignace was now sitting beside Michael's son, gently teasing the little guy. In his other hand, concealed within his loose sleeve, he held a pistol, the barrel aimed squarely at the back of Raina's head. Oh, Lord Mora, I am so sorry. Raina turned slowly, her face filled with terror as she looked at Ignace. Hydra, crossing the line, aren't you? Ignace looked up at Raina, this black gorilla, as he thought. His lips curled in a mocking smile. I apologize, truly, it was just a misunderstanding. Please, you have to believe me. Raina quickly raised both hands in surrender, fear flickering in her voice. There's no misunderstanding, Raina. You and your people are bolder than I imagined. Ignace sneered at her, and Raina shook her head desperately. That's not fair, you know. You often help S.H.I.E.L.D. You can't blame us for sometimes working against you, can you? Raina sat across from him as Ignace kept the gun trained on her. Did I say you could sit? Sorry. Raina scrambled to her feet. So, what do you intend to do about this? There's something you said that isn't quite right, Raina. Ignace patted Ace on the head, sending him off to play in another room. Once Ace had left, Ignace looked up at Raina. First of all, my relationship with S.H.I.E.L.D. is strictly business, client and merchant, nothing more. Second, even if I wanted to help S.H.I.E.L.D., what gives you the right to question me about it? Ignace stared at Raina with icy intensity. Raina immediately shook her head, frightened. Ignace possessed formidable solo combat abilities, and on top of that, he held even more advanced technology in his hands. To oppose someone like Ignace was sheer folly for Hydra. However, Raina was merely an operative, someone following orders. She couldn't make the call to lay hands on Michael's son, to threaten Michael, or to orchestrate his abduction. Those decisions were far above her pay grade. There were people higher up who coveted Michael's superhuman abilities, and that was why they sent Raina to threaten Michael on their behalf. You're absolutely right. So, I promise you, from this day forward, we will never cross the line or touch your people again. How does that sound? Raina spoke up, her words measured. Outside, snipers had their sights trained on the building, a heavily armed squad stood ready, and several centipede soldiers, though not fully battle-tested, waited for the signal to storm in. You think a simple promise is enough to settle this? Ignace sneered at Raina, his cold gaze making her stomach twist with anxiety. You may leave now. I won't interfere further with your operations. But understand this. Those who have acted must pay the price. With a wave of his hand, Ignace dismissed her. Raina quickly stood up, eager to get out of there, her pace hastening with every step toward the exit. Just moments before, Hydra had wired a hefty sum to Ignace. Hydra was testing Ignace's strength and probing the limits of his resolve. Clearly, they had miscalculated. For in that very moment, every armed operative and centipede soldier station outside was wiped out, all slain by an unknown adversary. Raina hurried outside, only to find that all contact with her subordinates had been lost. A cold dread seized her. She was terrified she might not make it out alive. Oh, and one more thing. Ignace called after her with casual disdain. I have no interest in meddling with your affairs, but if you ever lay a finger on my people again, you'll die too. Raina's eyes darted back, catching the unspoken warning in his tone. So, as long as we don't touch Michael or Sky, you won't interfere with the rest of our plans? She pressed for confirmation. That's right. Ignace nodded, his answer leaving no room for doubt. That very night, across the United States, countless Hydra operatives were ambushed by unseen enemies the moment they set foot in their own homes. Meanwhile, Raina was still planning the operation to kidnap Coulson. But when word of the organization's devastating losses reached her, her heart skipped a beat. Ignace's warning had been delivered. Hydra was not a monolithic entity. There were many branches, but on this night, members from different departments at various levels all suffered assassination attempts from mysterious foes. Only then did the Hydra agents realize the truth. It wasn't that they'd been hiding well lately, but rather that Ignace simply hadn't bothered to deal with them until now. That same night, Michael returned to where his son lived and was overjoyed to discover that his boy was safe and sound. My son is all right. Michael looked at his son Ace with delight, while Ignace smiled and nodded. Thank you, boss. Michael quickly turned to Ignace with sincere gratitude. It's nothing. Ignace shook his head with a gentle smile. Michael was his subordinate, so of course he would look out for his family. How's the cooperation with Coulson's team going? Ignace turned to Michael and asked. Coulson told me to come back and check on my son. He said he could handle things over there. Michael replied. All right, then enjoy this precious time with your son. Ignace nodded, stood up, and got ready to leave. Boss, aren't you going to stay a bit longer? Michael hurriedly stood up as well, but Ignace shook his head. You and Ace should spend some quality time together. I have to go. With that, Ignace headed out, and Michael saw him to the door. Just as Ignace left Ace's place and got into his car, preparing to head home, his phone buzzed with a call from Agent May. Ignace, where are you right now? I just met with Michael. What's going on? Ignace asked, puzzled. Coulson's been captured by the Centipede group. We need your help to get him back. Agent May's voice was urgent. Sorry, but that's not part of our agreement. If you want my assistance, have Nick Fury renegotiate our terms. For now, I'm heading home. Ignace kept his eyes on the road as he spoke. We tried to reach Director Fury, but his phone isn't connecting. Fitz chimed in anxiously. If they could, they would have contacted Fury already, hoping to get Ignace's support through him. Unfortunately, Fury couldn't be reached. In that case, I'm afraid there's nothing I can do. I'm not a superhero for hire, you know. Good luck, and I hope you reach him soon. With those words, Ignace ended the call and drove straight home. He had rented a house in Flushing for himself and Isdeath, treating it as their home. By this hour, it was time to head back. On the way, he stopped by a supermarket to pick up some groceries and drinks before driving back to his house in Flushing. There were plenty of Chinese residents in Flushing. In fact, speaking Mandarin here posed no barrier at all. It felt just like living back home. Parking his car in a private lot, Ignace got out, gathered his things, and went inside. He couldn't care less about whatever trouble S.H.I.E.L.D. was in. Unless Thanos himself came knocking on Earth's door, nothing could keep him from a delicious home-cooked dinner and a lovely evening with Isdeath. You're back. Isdeath sat inside the room, watching television. She was lounging on the sofa and turned her head, smiling at Ignace. You're back. What would you like for dinner tonight? Ignace showed Isdeath the groceries he had brought. She laughed and leapt into his arms. Clinging to Ignace, Isdeath gazed at him tenderly. I want to eat you. Of course, my queen. Ignace smiled as he set the grocery bag aside and leaned against the wall, with Isdeath still wrapped around him. But before you devour me, could you let me recharge a bit and give your ingredients a nice bath first? Ignace smiled at her, and Isdeath gave him a few playful kisses. Naturally. Meanwhile, at S.H.I.E.L.D., on Coulson's airborne base, Agent Ward was sprawled on the sofa, resting, while Agent May tended to his wounds. Tonight's operation had been a complete fiasco. Originally, Mike's son had been kidnapped, but then good news arrived. Ignace had driven off the intruders and helped Mike rescue his boy. Ward and the others were against Mike leaving to see his son. They believed that with Ignace watching over Mike's son, everything would be fine. If Mike left, their operation would be under even greater pressure. However, Coulson stood firm against everyone's objections, insisting that Mike should go back and see his son. In Coulson's view, if Mike hadn't figured out the real reason he was there was no point in continuing the mission. Even now, Coulson still hoped to win Mike over with words, longing to earn his trust. Coulson hadn't abandoned his plan to persuade Mike to join his team. But, clearly, Mike had reached his own conclusions, and Coulson had not succeeded in winning over the superpowered man. Because Ignace helped Mike rescue his son, Mike finally understood what he truly wanted. Mike was grateful to Ignace. His loyalty to him only deepened. Other than that, Coulson gained nothing. What's worse, during tonight's investigation into the Centipede organization, he himself had been captured by them. Ward had taken multiple bullets, and the Centipede group had vanished without a trace. How are you feeling? Ward looked at Agent May and asked. It's bad. We didn't get Ignace's help, May replied, shrugging helplessly. At this hour, my boss is probably enjoying a lovely dinner with Mrs. Death. Or maybe they've wrapped up the meal and moved on to an even more delightful evening. At the bar, Skye sat sipping her drink, a smile playing on her lips as she spoke. Agent Ward cast a speechless glance at Skye, who simply shrugged her shoulders. All right, she would keep quiet. So what do we do next? Coulson's been captured. Fitz looked around at the others, clearly troubled. He and Simmons were just researchers. Although they'd received some training, when compared to enemies like the Centipede organization, their combat abilities were virtually non-existent. Agent Ward had taken several bullets and was wounded, his fighting strength drastically reduced. Skye was an external consultant, but her support was limited to hacking and tech. The other outside helper, Michael, was currently enjoying some father-son time with his boy and was unreachable by phone. Their only remaining pilot, Agent May, was the sole combatant left. But their enemy was the Centipede organization. With only Agent May on their side, Fitz couldn't help but feel hopeless about rescuing Coulson. What about Director Fury? Why can't we reach him yet? Fitz quickly asked. Agent May sat to the side, took a sip of her drink, and dialed Nick Fury's number. After a while, she still couldn't get through. Still no answer. This isn't normal. Shortly after, Agent Hill managed to get through to May's phone. Agent May, something's happened. Director Fury has been attacked. He's in a coma right now. What? Agent May cried out in shock. Who could possibly dare to attack even the director of S.H.I.E.L.D.? Let's turn the clock back a few hours. Daytime. Nick Fury was driving, headed for S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters. Suddenly, not far ahead, a car swerved violently and slammed into him. With a thunderous crash, an SUV came barreling toward Fury's vehicle, colliding with it and sending his own SUV careening out of control. In the next moment, a swarm of vehicles came charging in from all directions, smashing into Fury's car and boxing him in. Fractures detected. His car's AI announced at once. Fury was dazed from the impact, blood trickling from his nose. The roar of engines filled his ears. One armored vehicle after another screeched to a halt nearby as heavily armed operatives poured out. In a heartbeat, the attackers leapt from their vehicles, guns raised, all aiming directly at Nick Fury. "Get out of here now," Fury shouted. His car was equipped with autopilot, a useful feature in dangerous situations like this. Gunfire erupted in a relentless barrage as the armed men outside opened fire on Fury's vehicle. Bullets hammered the car's exterior, but for now, the bulletproof glass and armored panels held firm, protecting him. Local dispatch reports no major metropolitan law enforcement in the vicinity. The car's AI assistant spoke up urgently, and a wave of dread washed over Nick Fury's heart. In that instant, he understood. This was Hydra's trap, an all-out ambush meant to end him for good. For years, Nick Fury had been secretly investigating Hydra's activities. Now, the truth was clear. Hydra could no longer tolerate his meddling and had decided to eliminate him by any means necessary. Hydra's influence stretched across the globe, infiltrating countless organizations and agencies. To assassinate Fury without raising his suspicions was almost too easy for them. More and more armed agents rushed to the scene, raising their weapons and unleashing a barrage of bullets at Fury's car, raining gunfire in a wild frenzy. Nick Fury shouted out quickly, "Get Ignace on the line. Pay him whatever it takes. I need backup. I'm terribly sorry. The signal in this area is now blocked." Unable to contact Mr. Ignace Mora, the car's assistant replied in a flustered tone. Fury cursed under his breath, frustration boiling over. Hydra had anticipated that. So long as money was involved, Ignace would never refuse to help S.H.I.E.L.D. That's why, well before the ambush, they had already made sure Fury couldn't reach Ignace. Hydra knew better than to provoke Ignace directly, but surely taking out Nick Fury was within their grasp. That's how they saw it. "Power system failure," the car's computer announced anxiously. "Then for God's sake, reboot now," Fury barked. Suddenly, he regretted his earlier frugality. He should never have skimped on the budget. If only he'd shelled out the cash for a special emergency beacon from Ignace. Faced with this deadly encirclement, Fury felt it would be overkill to call in Captain Marvel. But reaching Ignace was now impossible. On the screen, the car's structural integrity percentage was dropping rapidly. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before the car's defenses collapsed, and Fury would be a dead man inside his own vehicle. Bullets pummeled the car's exterior, riddling it like a beehive, yet the defenses still held, just barely. Then, in the next moment, Fury watched in disbelief as the armed agents hauled a battering ram from their vehicle. He stared, stunned, as Hydra's operatives positioned the machine on the ground. A heartbeat later, the ram crashed against the car door with brutal force. "Warning, outer shell integrity at 31%, the system blared. One blow, and the defense rating dropped by dozens of points. The battering ram pounded relentlessly, sending the SUV's integrity plummeting until, at last, the car's defenses were smashed apart. Acting fast, Fury grabbed the built-in machine gun and unleashed a storm of bullets at the attackers outside. "Power system restored," the car's assistant announced. "Then get us the hell out of here," Fury shouted. The SUV's engine roared to life, rocketing them away from the ambush as Fury fired back, covering their escape with a hail of gunfire. "Activate vertical takeoff," Nick Fury shouted urgently. His car, like Coulson's sports car, was also capable of lifting off and flying. "Flight system malfunction." The car's onboard AI immediately issued a warning. "Then turn on the navigation cameras." Nick Fury quickly slid from the passenger seat to the driver's seat, taking control of the wheel. Behind him, a flood of cars surged down the street, determined to block and cut him off. "Contact Agent Hill and Ignace Mora." Nick Fury barked out his orders without hesitation. "Communication system malfunction." The AI promptly reported again. Damn it. Fury's nerve snapped. He cursed explosively. "Is there anything that still works?" he demanded, frustration mounting. "The air conditioning system is operating normally," came the AI's calm response. Fury was so furious, he could have shouted curses at the heavens. Up ahead, the street was hopelessly jammed. Facing a horde of assassins giving chase, Fury drove like a madman, ramming any car that blocked his path. In a heartbeat, his SUV slammed into a black sedan, sending the shooter inside flying through the air. "Switch to manual drive," he shouted, fumbling for his phone, desperate to see if he could reach Ignace. The phone rang. Fury's face lit up with relief. After a tone, the call connected. It seemed only that earlier street had been deliberately jammed by Hydra to block communications. Suddenly, the sharp, staccato bursts of gunfire erupted again. Bullets tore through the air. Fury took several hits. His phone shattered in his hand. Damn it! Fury's rage boiled over. He whipped out his gun and opened fire on the cars hemming him in, unleashing his fury in a hail of bullets. He'd only just managed to call for help. And now, before he'd even had a chance to speak, his phone was obliterated. One arm was already useless, the other gripping his gun as he fired desperately at the pursuing killers. It wasn't enough to vent his seething anger. At the very least, he wanted to wire Ignace some money. If he didn't pay up, Ignace wouldn't lift a finger to help him, even if he died right there. Meanwhile, another assassin's car screeched in, boxing Fury in from the side. He fought to fend off his attackers while eyeing the intersection ahead. He quickly switched the SUV to manual and slammed on the brakes. In the next instant, the two cars trapping him rocketed forward, only to be obliterated as a truck barreled through the cross street, smashing them aside. "Find me an escape route." Fury yelled desperately. His windows were riddled with bullet holes. He was just an ordinary man, perhaps a little more cunning than most. He wasn't like Ignace and the other superhumans who could fight on for hours. Fury wasn't even sure he could handle this pack of killers. Nick Fury was in a state of panic, speeding away in his car as fast as he could. Even though he was injured, he forced himself to keep going, calculating safest route ahead. The car's onboard AI quickly began its calculations. Fury gripped the steering wheel tightly, his eyes wide with tension as he stared straight ahead. In the distance, a figure in black tactical gear appeared, standing directly in Fury's path. Fury's heart sank. The very next moment, the figure raised a gun and, without hesitation, fired a disc-shaped device straight toward Fury's vehicle. The disc hurtled through the air, attaching itself beneath the SUV. With a deafening boom, the car was sent flying. The explosion flipped the SUV over. Instantly, the mysterious figure turned away, dodging the tumbling, out-of-control vehicle. Fury cried out, and in the next instant, the SUV, trailing thick black smoke, landed hard on its side, screeching to a stop and sending pedestrians fleeing in every direction. The Winter Soldier strode forward, grabbed the SUV's door, and with a powerful yank, ripped it clean off and tossed it aside. He bent down to look inside, only to find that Fury was already gone. That night, Steve Rogers returned to his rented apartment, still completely unaware of the attempt on Nick Fury's life. As he climbed the stairs, he ran into his neighbor, a young woman carrying a basket of laundry. Steve invited her in, suggesting she use his washing machine. "How about a cup of coffee?" Steve joked lightly. "Thanks, but I've already done a lot upstairs. Better not risk your machine swallowing my lab coat. I just got off my shift back from the infectious diseases ward." The nurse next door laughed. "All right, I guess I'll keep my distance then," Steve replied, a bit disappointed. He'd hoped to seize the chance to chat, maybe find a new beginning for himself. "Oh, by the way, you left your stereo on," the girl said as she was about to leave, pausing to give him a heads up. "Really? Thanks." Steve thanked her, frowning in confusion at his door. He distinctly remembered turning the stereo off. He was sure it hadn't been him. With a serious look at the door, he decided not to take any chances. Instead, he slipped in through the window, determined to find out what was going on. A little while later, Steve quietly eased open the window and slipped inside, moving stealthily down the hall, pressing himself against the wall and scanning the room with caution. That's when he saw someone sitting on the sofa, a bald man with a serious look. Steve immediately understood and felt a wave of relief. "I don't recall ever giving you a key," he said from the corner of the room, not sounding particularly pleased. Nick Fury, sitting on the sofa, struggled to sit up. "You think I need one? My wife kicked me out." Fury tried to lighten the mood with a joke. "I didn't even know you were married." Steve genuinely thought Nick was talking about something going on at home. "There's a lot you don't know about me," Nick Fury replied. As soon as Steve turned on the light, Fury quickly switched it off again. Fury immediately held up his phone to Steve, the screen displaying the message, "The walls have ears." Just as Steve began to relax, his guard shot back up. Nick Fury was hurt. He and Steve made some small talk, chatting about everyday things. Then Fury typed another message and showed it to Steve. "Shield has been compromised." Truth be told, Fury had wanted to go straight to Ignace, but he suddenly discovered part of his accounts had been frozen. Without money, even if he went to Ignace, he wouldn't get any help. Ignace was no philanthropist, so Fury had no choice but to seek out Captain America. "Who else knows about your wife?" Steve asked, his words taking on a double meaning, a rare thing for the straight-laced captain. "You and me." Fury stood up, replying quickly. "My friends." "Am I one of your friends?" Steve asked. "That depends on you." Fury looked at Steve, his words layered with meaning. At that moment, he truly didn't know whom he could trust. Only Steve gave him any sense of security. Just then, the wall behind Fury exploded. Someone had fired a powerful weapon into the room. Fury cried out in pain as Steve dragged it behind cover. Sweat poured off Fury as he handed Steve a flash drive. "Trust no one, not even Ignace Mora." With those words, Fury's head slumped to the side. He was gone. Steve wanted to ask why he couldn't trust Ignace, but it was too late. Fury could no longer answer. A moment later, it dawned on Steve. Maybe it was because Fury couldn't afford to pay Ignace, so he couldn't buy his help. Suddenly, the nurse Steve had met before burst in, gun drawn. Hearing her approach, Steve quickly hid the flash drive. Once he confirmed the nurse's identity and realized she was sent by Fury, Steve handed Fury over to her care. Then, grabbing a shield, he crashed through the window, leapt out, and gave chase to the attacker. He barreled through the chaos, smashing through glass, blasting holes in walls, until he burst out of one building and landed on the roof opposite. With a swift motion, he hurled his shield at the fleeing figure ahead. In a heartbeat, the long-haired figure spun around, caught the shield effortlessly with a metal arm, and flung it right back at Steve. Steve caught the shield just in time, but the force sent him stumbling far back. When he looked up, the mysterious figure had vanished without a trace. He hurried to the edge of the building, but the other person had already vanished. He kept scanning his surroundings, anxiously searching in every direction. Just moments ago, Steve had caught only a fleeting glimpse of a figure that seemed somehow familiar to him. Yet, the look in that person's eyes was so cold that it made even Steve feel as if he were looking at a stranger. At 1:03 a.m., the so-called mother of asterisk Kerr man, who had been rushed to the hospital for emergency treatment, was pronounced dead after all attempts failed. Steve stood outside the emergency room, his expression grave as he watched the doctors disperse in silent resignation. By his side, Black Widow and Agent Hill wore equally somber faces, the weight of grief evident in their eyes. Nick Fury is dead, Steve. But there's something else you need to know. Agent Hill turned to face Steve. Agent Coulson has been kidnapped. I hope you won't let yourself be trapped in sorrow right now. We need you to bring Coulson back. What? Steve stared at Agent Hill, stunned, barely able to believe what he was hearing. Nick Fury is dead, and even SHLD's model agent has been taken. How could everything go so wrong? One disaster after another. Meanwhile, at Ignace's house, Ignace had just received a letter from Hydra. We're very sorry, Mr. Ignace. Your biggest client, Nick Fury, has just been pronounced dead after unsuccessful resuscitation. It looks like from now on, you'll only be doing business with us. Ignace nodded, showing no particular reaction, then hung up and carefully erased any trace of his contacts with Hydra. Nick Fury is dead? Ignace chuckled and shook his head. He could believe anyone else's death, but not Mother of Asterisk Kerman's. That old fox Fury. If anyone could fake their own death and slip away, it would be him. Not long after, a message appeared in Ignace's encrypted communication channel, sent by a mysterious stranger. How about making a deal? Ignace waved his hand. His chief hacker began to crack the incoming information. Then, in the secure chat, he began to type, "Hey, Egghead." Inside Nick Fury's secret base. Nick Fury stared in shock at the words on his screen, frozen for a long moment. What the? How on earth did he know it was me? Fury was floored. He'd gone through the trouble of faking his death. Even Hydra had been fooled. He'd just tried to surprise Ignace with a secret message, expecting to catch him off guard, only to have his cover blown immediately. No, you got all wrong, I'm not. Fury had barely typed half his reply when Ignace called him Egghead again. What an infuriating guy. Even more annoying than a stubborn stain. All right, fine. I'm Nick Fury. Listen, buddy, I need your help. I'll wire the funds to you right away. Nick Fury pondered for a moment, decided to drop the pretense, and sent Ignace a sum of money. This was a stash he had secretly siphoned off back when he was director of S.H.I.E.L.D., a fund set aside specifically for moments like this. It definitely wasn't money he'd embezzled on purpose. Ahem. What do you want me to do, Egghead? Ignace replied. Nick Fury looked at the word Egghead and let out a cold laugh. Honestly, if he could take Ignace in a fight, he would have flown over and taught him a lesson already. But, well, sometimes it's smart to pick your battles. In the end, Fury decided not to trade insults, choosing instead to send Ignace a formal job request. Sure, snapping back would have felt good, but Ignace would have found some excuse to withhold the money, and wouldn't have lifted a finger to help. Help me get Coulson back. No can do. That's not nearly enough. Flushing. At Ignace's place, he lounged on the sofa after dinner, looking at his computer through an encrypted channel, and flatly rejected Fury's request. What the hell? Inside Fury's secret base, Fury was honestly fuming. He had just wired over $1 billion, and Ignace had the nerve to say it wasn't enough. He glanced down at the communicator he used to contact Captain Marvel. Sometimes, dealing with Ignace made him seriously consider calling her back to put Ignace in his place. But reason won out. He couldn't waste such an opportunity. Why not? Fury asked urgently. Hydra had made its move early, and now that they controlled S.H.I.E.L.D., they were about to launch Project Insight, God knows what. Terrible things would follow. To make things worse, Agent Coulson had been captured by the Centipede organization at this critical moment. For S.H.I.E.L.D., things couldn't be worse. Turning the tables now was almost impossible. Steve alone wouldn't be enough. He needed more help, someone as powerful as Ignace. It's simple. Rescuing Coulson is a tough job. I need to mobilize a lot of manpower. Ignace said, spinning a story. In reality, he could just send in a few of his cursed spirits, storm the Centipede organization, and rescue Coulson with ease. Honestly, neither Centipede nor the Hydra above them would ever even know Ignace was behind it. So, how much do you need to get involved? Nick Fury got the message. He'd have to sweeten the deal. Back in the day, he'd been a huge fan of the guy who always wants more money. As long as you paid up, Ignace could always take care of your problems. Besides, it was the perfect excuse to squeeze a little extra budget out of S.H.I.E.L.D., and maybe line his own pockets just a bit. When Ignace asked for $2 billion, he reported it as $5 billion. To be honest, Nick Fury was even more ruthless than Ignace. Running a company and making money the honest way was nothing compared to how Black Egghead pocketed kickbacks. But right now, he was really starting to hate this price-hiking master. Because Hydra was now in control of S.H.I.E.L.D., Nick Fury had no way to squeeze a budget out of those S.H.I.E.L.D. bureaucrats. If he wanted Ignace to do anything, he had to pay out his own pocket. Every price increase was draining his private stash. It hurt. It really hurt. $5 billion. I think Coulson is worth that much. Ignace replied, making Nick Fury's eye all but blaze with fury. Damn it. Was he really taking advantage of him in a crisis? Nick Fury was spending his own money here. Sure, he'd taken his fair share of kickbacks, but his little nest egg only added up to a few dozen billion dollars. And Ignace wanted to take a big chunk, 1/10 of it, all at once. Are you kidding me? S.H.I.E.L.D. is under Hydra's control now. Do you really think I can cough up that kind of money? Nick Fury quickly tried to haggle, and this was just to save Coulson. He hadn't even brought up asking Ignace to help Steve or to take down Hydra. If Ignace was this ruthless now, what would he do when bigger requests came up? Would he bleed Fury's stash dry? Ruthless. Absolutely ruthless. Fine, then $7 billion. How's that for a price hike? Ignace replied with a smile, and over in his secret base, Nick Fury was so furious he started cursing out loud. Why not just raise your fee to $10 billion while you're at it? Black Egghead finally understood. Pocketing kickbacks was nothing compared to Ignace's style. Outright daylight robbery. Deal. $7 billion it is. I think that's fair. Nick Fury agreed immediately. He didn't dare say no. Based on his understanding of shameless Ignace, if he tried to negotiate any further, the price might go up again. After all, it was Black Egghead who was desperate. Even if this deal fell through, Ignace wouldn't lose a thing. He had several major companies under his belt. Money meant nothing to him. He just enjoyed the thrill of extorting Black Egghead when he had the chance. All right, anything else you need? Ignace replied with a pleasant smile after receiving the rest of Fury's funds. Could you maybe help Steve deal with Hydra while you're at it? Nick Fury asked hurriedly. He knew Ignace sometimes threw in a buy-one-get-one free deal. No, that'll cost extra. Ignace replied heartlessly, and Nick Fury fell silent. On the other side, the Hydra technicians panicked the moment they discovered someone had wired a huge sum of money to Ignace. Who on earth could it be? Hydra had just sent Ignace a payment themselves, instructing him to stay quietly at home for a few days. They hadn't even begun the Insight project yet, and now someone else had hired Ignace to stir up trouble? Mr. Ignace, may I ask where you're heading? Just as Ignace was about to leave home, someone from Hydra reached out, their voice tense with worry. Just going out to buy a drink. Why? Is that something you people need to supervise too? Ignace replied coldly. The Hydra contact on the other end instantly felt a surge of anxiety. Is that what you call going out for a drink? It was obvious. He'd just taken a payment and was on his way to blow someone's head off. In the end, Ignace decided to give Hydra some face, explaining that he'd merely sold some technology to certain buyers in exchange for the money. But Hydra's good days were numbered. Pierce's Hydra division was about to be wiped out. Naturally, Ignace wasn't about to pick a pointless fight with Hydra over such a trivial matter. A little placating was in order. Who knew? Maybe in a while, the Bald Fury would come around, offering money to have Ignace get rid of Hydra. No need to start a conflict now. Let Pierce's branch of Hydra hang around a bit longer. After all, it all translated to cash in his pocket. Meanwhile, Steve mulled things over and finally resolved to seek out Ignace, hoping he'd lend a hand. Dodging prying eyes all the way, Steve managed to find Ignace at a convenience store, picking out drinks. There was one thing Ignace hadn't lied to Hydra about. He really was out buying drinks. Of course, the cursed spirits had already been sent off to look for Coulson. Hey, how have you been lately? Steve walked in, positioned himself beside the shelves, and, as he selected a drink, spoke to Ignace in a hushed tone. Life's been fantastic. Fun during the day, fun at night, and spending one wonderful evening after another with my wife. Ignace grinned, placing his favorite drinks into his basket while chatting with Steve. He could tell what Steve was after, but he refused to take the bait or to work for free before seeing any money. After all, he wasn't one of those superheroic martyrs. No money, no talk. This was America. After all, talking about selfless devotion here was nothing short of a joke. There's a bit of a fire at my place. I was hoping you could help me out. We were comrades once, right? Steve finally laid out. A fire at your place? That's truly unfortunate. But you really ought to call the fire department, not me. I'm afraid I can't help you. Ignatius played dumb, genuinely chatting with Steve about the fire, though in reality, Steve's mention of a fire was a thinly veiled reference to S.H.I.E.L.D. Steve was certain that Ignatius understood exactly what he meant. He just didn't want to get involved. Thinking back to the Chitauri invasion in New York, Steve recalled how Ignatius had only stepped in to help after striking a deal with S.H.I.E.L.D. and getting something in return. That left Steve feeling helpless. After all, he was just an employee. He couldn't afford Ignatius's price. Although Steve was Captain America, to be honest, he'd always been working for free, and he'd never even received a cent in royalties from all the Captain America merchandise. The title Captain America might sound impressive, but in reality, it didn't count for much. Come on, buddy, don't be like that. We're old friends, aren't we? My home's practically up in flames right now. I need somewhere to go, someone to help me figure things out. Sometimes, money isn't everything. Friendship is what truly matters. Steve followed Ignatius into the snack aisle, picking out snacks as he tried to persuade him. No way. Ignatius didn't even bother to pretend anymore. Friendship? Please. He could sit with Steve on the curb, sharing laughs and drinks under the sun, swapping stories. But trying to guilt-trip him with friendship to get him to work for nothing? Not a chance. He wasn't like some freelancers who folded the moment S.H.I.E.L.D. came knocking. Push him too far, and he'd spill all of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s dirty secrets, turning them into public enemies overnight. Man, did you hear? Nick Fury is dead. Steve was at his wits' end trying to get this guy's help. He spoke in defeat, his eyes full of despair. These days, S.H.I.E.L.D. was crawling with suspicious eyes. Steve didn't know who was a friend and who was a foe anymore. Well, maybe it's for the best. He can finally rest in peace. This world's a mess anyway. Ignatius grinned. Steve was left speechless. Was that even something a person should say? S.H.I.E.L.D. is about to launch Project Insight. Do you understand what that means? Why should I care? All I want is to drink my soda, snuggle with my wife, play a few games at home, and tease my little apprentice now and then. That's my happiness. I couldn't care less about Project Insight. Ignatius smiled at Steve, clutching his snacks, ready to pay at the counter. Meanwhile, the cursed spirit had located the Centipede organization's temporary base in the desert and was about to start a rescue mission. While the cursed spirit worked to save people, Ignatius was at home, enjoying his carefree life, paid in full for his peace of mind. His days were simple, uneventful, and, frankly, a little dull. Steve held back his words, watching as Ignace paid for the items and carried them outside. He set the basket aside and hurried after him. Ignace climbed into the SUV, and Steve rushed over to the passenger seat. Heth. Your enemies are still out for your head, and yet here you are, hopping right into my sweet little ride. Are you trying to shift the blame onto me? Ignace teased with a playful grin. Steve just shrugged. Who cares? Maybe I can force you onto our team and get you to help us. Sure, the process might be a little unpleasant, but he trailed off, resigned, having learned a thing or two about shamelessness himself. Oh no, even the ever-honest Captain America is picking up bad habits. Fine, but don't be so sure. I might just side with your enemies if they offer me enough money, Ignace replied, grinning as he met shamelessness with shamelessness. Steve was so irritated he nearly slammed the car door. I'm not joking. This Insight initiative could threaten you, your family, and your friends, Steve said, swallowing his anger. 3 of the latest generation helicarriers, synced with a satellite network. Once those satellites launch from the Lemuria star go up, they never need to come down. The new shock engines let them stay in suborbital flight indefinitely. They've also got a whole arsenal of long-range precision weapons, capable of wiping out 1,000 enemies in under a minute. Even if a terrorist never shows his face, the satellites can read his DNA. They can snuff out countless threats before they're even born. But that's not the worst of it. Nick Fury told me S.H.I.E.L.D. is already riddled with Hydra agents. Now that Fury's dead, the Insight Initiative will fall into Hydra's hands. Just think about it. Hydra controlling the Insight Initiative. Do you really believe they'll use it to fight crime? More likely, they'll use it to dominate the world, impose their dictatorship, and murder countless innocent people. They'll even go after anyone who might threaten them, including you and me. Steve spoke at length, and at the end, Ignace handed him a bottle of Coke. Need something to soothe your throat? Thanks. So, does that mean I finally convinced you? Steve took the Coke, looking at Ignace with a glimmer of hope. For the first time, he felt he'd managed to bring this money-hungry guy into the ranks of superheroes. A sense of accomplishment welled up inside him, a mentor's pride. Nope. Ignace shook his head with a smile. As I said, the Insight Initiative means nothing to me. You see, S.H.I.E.L.D. actually came to my team and asked us to help design the whole thing. Steve was momentarily stunned. Unbelievable. I know all about the Insight Initiative. My team helped S.H.I.E.L.D. design it. So, honestly, I couldn't care less about it, Ignace said, still smiling. What a load of nonsense, the so-called Insight Project. If those 3 flying aircraft carriers take off, he has more than enough ways to bring them crashing down. Then, that's all the more reason you should help us. You know so much about the Insight Project, and if Hydra gets their hands on it, they'll do terrible things. You have to stop them. Steve hurriedly pleaded. And what about the money? Ignace looked at Steve with a sly smile, holding out his hand. What? Steve was taken aback. Money, of course. In a country like America, where money trumps everything and humanity means nothing, you really expect me to work for free? Dream on. With that, Ignace opened the car door, gesturing for Steve to get out. But Steve had no intention of leaving. Even if he had to shamelessly cling on, he was determined to keep Ignace on his side. He would pester and nag until Ignace was moved to join his cause. And if Ignace wasn't moved, then Steve simply wouldn't leave. Stooping to this, are we? Even a noble Captain America has learned to play dirty. The world really is going downhill. Ignace laughed, but Steve just took a deep breath. That's right, he was playing dirty. He didn't care if it was shameless. He just wanted Ignace to experience how wonderful it felt to be a hero. All right, you win. Ignace chuckled, started the car, and Steve quickly closed the door just in time. So, does this mean you'll help us now? Steve asked hopefully. Nope. Ignace shook his head. But how about a game? I've got a pretty good collection on Steam. I could share a few with you. Steve stared at Ignace in disbelief. At a time like this, how could he be talking about playing games so cheerfully? What the heck? Meanwhile, somewhere in the American desert, in a makeshift holding facility run by the Centipede organization, Agent Coulson was being detained. A member of the Centipede organization sat inside, watching as his subordinates used a machine to probe the secrets hidden in Coulson's mind. What they wanted to know most was, how exactly had Coulson been brought back to life? During the New York incident, Loki had stabbed Coulson straight through the heart with the scepter of the mind. They simply couldn't understand how Coulson could have been saved by Ignace. If it was just the regenerative magic that Ignace usually demonstrated, it shouldn't have been enough to revive Coulson. Besides, at the time, Ignace hadn't even provided S.H.I.E.L.D. with any of those regeneration cradle devices. Back then, S.H.I.E.L.D. didn't have anything like a regeneration cradle. The Centipede organization was intensely curious. What exactly had Ignace done to bring Coulson back? That's right, the Centipede organization was once again courting disaster. This time, they were determined to uncover Ignace's secrets. They wanted to unravel the mysteries behind his methods, to crack the code. Bang! In the next instant, the door to the cabin was kicked open with a loud crash. Michael Peterson appeared outside, his face dark and unfriendly as he fixed his gaze on the members of the Centipede organization. The cursed spirit had found the Centipede organization's hideout, but it would only assist Michael from the shadows because, just moments earlier, an unexpected newcomer had joined the mission. The newest recruit at Morris Superhero Company, Thor, the god of thunder. A thunderous boom erupted. In the blink of an eye, Thor's hammer smashed through the wooden cabin, sending a Centipede soldier flying with a single blow. Thor burst into the room, his eyes blazing with fury as he glared at the Centipede organization member. You, the current leader of the Centipede organization, a man who had been broken out of prison by their soldiers, stared back at the two of them, his own expression twisted with anger. He knew Thor had joined the Morris Superhero Company. What infuriated him most was that Ignace had just promised that they wouldn't interfere, and yet, here were two of his superheroes crashing in. Michael shot the man a cold look. In the next instant, he launched himself forward at blinding speed, like a supercar at full throttle, and with a single kick, exploded the last Centipede organization member's body. Coulson, are you all right? Michael hurried over and unplugged the machine's power, looking at Coulson with concern. Coulson, wake up. It's me, Thor. Thor reached out and patted Coulson's face, calling out to him. Coulson slowly came to, his eyes lighting up with joy as he saw Michael and Thor. At last, he was saved. The Centipede organization had tried to make him recall certain memories, but to be honest, Coulson didn't have much worth remembering. At the time, he had no memory at all. One moment his eyes were closed, and the next he was alive again. Ignace had rescued him with ease, nothing like the torturous procedures S.H.I.E.L.D. used to employ. So, all the Centipede organization managed to do with their machine, try to dig up subconscious memories in Coulson's mind, was utterly pointless. How did you two get here? Coulson quickly asked. Someone sent our boss a sum of money and asked us to come save you. Michael replied with a grin, though he didn't say who it was. After all, the whole business of the bald egg coming back to life was far too entertaining for Ignace to reveal right away. Better to surprise everyone. If not with delight, then at least with a good shock. Come with us, Coulson. You have no idea how worried I was when I heard you'd been captured. Thor said earnestly. He and Coulson actually had a pretty decent relationship. Meanwhile, out in the desert, along a lonely highway, one of the Centipede organization's main members, Raina, a black woman in a floral dress, was tearing down the road in a sports car, desperately fleeing for her life. She reached for her phone to contact the higher-ups and use her clairvoyant abilities, but to her confusion, there was no signal. She hurriedly tried to use the car's communication system, but, even stranger, there was no signal at all, almost as if some kind of jammer was following her, constantly blocking her connection. Who are you trying to contact? A bizarre voice suddenly sounded behind Rena, and an unseen, distorted figure settled into the narrow space behind her seat. Startled, Rena quickly glanced into the rearview mirror, but there was nothing to be seen in the reflection. Who are you? Rena cried out in a panic. I'm the servant of my master. You seek to uncover secrets. You deserve to die. That strange voice crackled and broke as it spoke. Rena couldn't shake the feeling that this thing wasn't particularly clever. Wait, let's talk this through. Who is your master? Rena quickly tried to reason with it, her hand stealthily reaching for something to start recording. In an instant, the invisible entity lunged, grabbing Rena's hand and snatching away the recorder. With a crushing grip, it smashed the device to pieces. A chill ran down Rena's spine, raising goosebumps all over her skin. Because, in that moment, when the formless being threatened her life, she finally saw its true appearance in the rearview mirror. It was a twisted, ashen creature with a single enormous eye. Clamped between its jaws was a device jamming the signal, and a high-powered bomb. You must die. The next instant, the cursed spirit detonated the bomb, engulfing the entire car in a massive explosion. Rena's scream was swallowed by the roar of the blast. A blue-tinged figure stood on the burning highway, scanning the wreckage. Satisfied that everything had been completely obliterated, it finally turned and walked away. The Centipede organization had tried to probe Ignace's secrets by reviving Coulson, so some of their people had now paid the price. Meanwhile, in Ignace's home, Ignace was immersed in a game on Steam, its visuals projected in real time onto a massive LCD television. Steve sat to the side, speechless. He'd thought that, by coming here, he could hassle Ignace into helping him. But to his surprise, Ignace really did just start playing games. No matter what Steve said, Ignace simply ignored him, completely absorbed in his gameplay. A sip of soda, a bite of cookie, and straight back into the game. Suddenly, Steve's phone rang. He glanced at the caller ID, Shield. But right now, after Nick Fury's warnings, Steve was filled with suspicion and wariness toward everyone in the agency. He'd rather sit here and play games with Ignaz than go back. Answer your phone, big hero. You got your own business to take care of. You can't just keep loafing around here. Ignaz looked at Steve with a smile, while Steve stared back at him, speechless. You're allowed to play games here, but I can't take a break? Ignaz said. Moira, answer the call for him, Ignaz instructed. Steve glanced at Ignaz with a puzzled expression. Wasn't Moira this guy's last name? Why was he calling himself? The next moment, a holographic projection of a smart cube appeared in the living room. Captain Steve Rogers, I have infiltrated your phone system and answered the call for you. No need to thank me, the cube announced. Steve stared at the device in shock, suddenly remembering. The smart cube was actually called Moira. Captain Rogers, please return to S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters at once. S.H.I.E.L.D. needs you, came the voice over the phone. It was Crossbones speaking. To be honest, Crossbones was panicking now, because his informants had reported that Steve was currently at Ignaz's home. If Steve refused to leave, they couldn't make a move against him. But what really worried him was the possibility that Steve might invite Ignaz out, and together they'd take action against HYDRA. Bringing Ignaz along was like bringing an entire superhero team. Is Death, the Hulk, Michael Peterson, Thor, and, thanks to Ignaz's connections, there was even a chance Iron Man, Stark himself, might show up after being absent for so long. Honestly, if Steve managed to recruit Ignaz, it would be nothing short of catastrophic for HYDRA. Forget about 3 helicarriers and 1 Winter Soldier. Even if they had an entire army of Winter Soldiers, they might not stand a chance. What's more, rumor had it Ignaz possessed alien technology, and alien vehicles too. If Ignaz joined the fight, no matter what tech Hydra brought to the table, they'd be completely outmatched. I understand, Steve replied with a nod, though he was clearly frustrated. In the end, he still hadn't managed to persuade Ignaz. At that moment, Steve felt powerless in a way only the lack of money could bring. If only he owned the rights to all Captain America merchandise, then maybe, just maybe, he'd be able to afford Ignaz's help. A sudden thought crossed Steve's mind. If he could survive this whole ordeal, he was determined to find a way to reclaim his own rights. Ignaz hadn't been wrong. There's no room for talk of heroic duty in America, because America could be utterly shameless. Can you believe it? Captain America's rights didn't even belong to him. Since World War II, Captain America comics had been in print, and Steve hadn't received a single cent. Goodbye, Steve said, standing up and preparing to hang up the call. But just then, on the other end, Crossbones caught the sound of Ignaz playing his game. Wait, are you playing games with Mr. Moira? Crossbones was stunned. Wasn't Captain America supposed to be seeking reinforcements from Ignaz? Why on earth are they playing video games together? Hydra was in utter shock. Are these people really this irresponsible? All right, I'll be right back. That's it. With those words, Steve ended the call, bid farewell to Ignaz, and left his house. Meanwhile, at S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters, Crossbones hurried to make another call. If Ignaz had already corrupted Steve into playing games with him, he genuinely wanted to say, Steve Rogers, why don't you just stay at Ignaz's place and keep gaming? Ignaz distracting Steve with games, keeping him off task. Honestly, Hydra was pretty pleased with that. As long as those two didn't make a move, everything was under control for Hydra. Iron Man hadn't shown up in ages and seemed unlikely to get involved this time. The Hulk and Thor had both joined Ignaz's superhero company, and as long as Ignaz stayed put, neither of them, still clueless about Hydra's successful coup, would be taking any action either. Michael Peterson wouldn't make a move, and neither would his Death. To be honest, Hydra was finding this battle surprisingly comfortable. But Crossbones just couldn't keep his mouth shut and, by accident, ended up luring Steve back. Still, it wasn't really a big problem. Hydra's plan had always been to lure Steve Rogers back to S.H.I.E.L.D., so they could set a trap and finish off Captain America once and for all. Crossbones tried calling Steve again, but this time, there was no answer. Looks like the legendary Captain America, Steve Rogers, is about to disappear into the annals of history. Crossbones sneered, figuring that if he couldn't get through to Steve, then he'd just let him come back and meet his end. Meanwhile, Steve was racing toward S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters on his motorcycle. The USB drive Nick Fury had given him, Steve had been sly. He'd hidden it among Ignaz's huge collection of USBs. Did Hydra think they could find that USB? Even if they caught him, it would be pointless. If they wanted it, they'd have to go after Ignaz instead. Steve had really turned rogue. Back at Ignaz's place, Ignaz sifted through his pile of USB drives, picking out the biggest ones. Did Steve really think he was that dumb? He shut down the game, opened a secure communication channel, tracked down Nick Fury's IP address, and sent a message. That precious item you gave to Steve? He stashed it at my place. So, tell me, how much should I ask Hydra for it? What do you think it's worth? Nick Fury was just about to go to sleep when he saw Ignaz's message, complete with a photo of the USB drive. His mind went blank, and for a moment, he nearly fainted. Steve had definitely learned some bad habits, like dragging his teammates into trouble. Fury was oddly proud of that cunning, but, Steve, you picked the wrong person to frame. Ignaz, that scoundrel. Do you really think someone at your level can outsmart him? Mother! Nick Fury burst out, cursing without restraint. He realized that today, once again, he was going to pay a steep price. How much do I need to cough up to get it back? The man known as Black Egg hurriedly asked, truly feeling as if he'd like to point right at Captain America's nose and shout that same curse. Meanwhile, Ignace was deep in negotiation with Nick Fury over the price of that USB drive, as well as discussing the astronomical fee Fury would have to pay for Ignace's help on behalf of S.H.I.E.L.D. Back at S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters, Steve Rogers had already returned and was meeting with Alexander Pierce. He looked at the neighbor girl, who was supposedly sent by Nick Fury to assist him, and his suspicions only grew deeper. He couldn't shake the feeling that this woman wasn't sent by Nick Fury at all. Director Pierce led him into his office, where they talked about many things. Pierce's acquaintance with Nick Fury, how he promoted him, and the debt of gratitude he owed Fury, even mentioning how Fury once saved Pierce's daughter. Steve was now wary of everyone. He sat across from Pierce, patiently listening to all these stories, but found the whole conversation strangely off. Why was Pierce suddenly bringing up his history with Nick Fury? Was he trying to prove his innocence? Let me show you something. Pierce decided it was time to play the sentiment card. He pressed a button, and a screen on the wall flickered to life, displaying a man being interrogated. Bardic, who hired you? A voice questioned from within the footage. Is this live? Steve asked, puzzled. Yes. They caught him last night in Algiers, at a safe house that turned out to be not so safe. Pierce replied, eyes still fixed on the screen. You mean, you have the suspect? Steve looked at Pierce, still doubtful. But Bardic isn't known for assassinations. It's not him. Things are more complicated than that. Pierce shook his head quickly. He wasn't foolish enough to set Bardic up as a scapegoat. After all, anyone caught in a not-so-secure safe house seemed far too unprofessional, and he doubted such a ploy would ever fool Captain America. Bardic was hired by an anonymous party to attack the Lemurian Star. They communicated through email, paid by wire transfer. The money was funneled through 17 fake accounts before finally landing with a holding company. The company is registered under the name Jacob Vitch. Pierce explained, wow, sounds like a mess. And you actually managed to track all that. Steve looked at Pierce in surprise, though deep down, he remained skeptical. They are, after all, professional criminals, so they have to be more cautious in their actions. Of course, SHELD's technology is even more advanced. Such a complicated transfer is perfectly normal. After all, not everyone is like Ignace, so powerful that he doesn't need to fear any organization. All this trouble with the money makes sense. Pierce smiled as he spoke, taking the opportunity to tease Ignace a little. Ignace truly didn't give a damn about their Hydra, so there were times he simply didn't care about the consequences of his actions. Should I know him? Steve replied with a smile. I don't think so. Vicky died 6 years ago. Steve glanced at Director Pierce with resignation. Even though he woke up late, at least much of SHLD's intelligence files were open to him. His last known address was 1435 Elmhurst Avenue. The first time I met Nick, his mother lived at 1437. Pierce looked at Steve, and Steve was stunned. So you're not trying to clear your own name. You're just trying to shift the blame. So you're saying Fury hired the pirates? Steve asked urgently, but why? He truly hadn't expected Director Pierce to play this kind of game. It was enough to leave him dumbfounded for a century. Anyone with eyes could see that Nick Fury had been assassinated. He was the victim here. Steve simply couldn't wrap his mind around this maneuver. Most people believe the hijacking was just a cover, that it was really a botched exchange of classified intel, and Nick paid the ultimate price. Director Pierce explained, while Steve looked down at the information handed to him, still finding it hard to believe. If you really knew Nick Fury, you'd know that's impossible. Steve looked up at Pierce and spoke firmly. In that moment, a seed of doubt began to grow in his heart about Director Pierce. Pierce nodded, his gaze sincere as he met Steve's eyes. Otherwise, why would I come to you? With that, he stood and walked toward the window. You know, working on the council wasn't my ambition. I did it at Nick's request because we're both realists. He leaned a hand against the glass, gazing outside. We both know that beyond all the diplomatic gestures and official rhetoric, sometimes building a better world means tearing down the old one. And that's bound to make enemies. After saying this, Pierce turned to look at Captain America. They'll call you ruthless and dirty because you're willing to do what others can't stomach, all in the name of a better future. It infuriates me to think that those same people are probably cheering right now. Captain, you were the last person to see Nick alive. I don't believe that's a coincidence. I suspect you feel the same way. Pierce circled Steve, scrutinizing him, while Steve met his gaze with a solemn expression. So, I'll ask you one more time, why did he come to you? Pierce stared intently at Steve, his face serious. He couldn't shake the feeling that Nick Fury had entrusted Steve with something, perhaps revealed a secret, or handed over some crucial item. In Pierce's eyes, Captain America alone wasn't much of a threat. A mere nuisance the Winter Soldier could easily eliminate. The trouble, he thought, was minimal. Yet the fact that Fury had met with Steve before his death was like a thorn lodged in Pierce's heart, keeping him restless and uneasy day and night. Whenever the thought crossed his mind, it left him unsettled, as if this single incident could unravel all his carefully laid plans. He told me not to trust anyone. Steve answered calmly, his voice steady. Does that include himself? Pierce pressed him further. Steve looked at Pierce, pondering the question. Sorry, those were his last words. I'll take my leave. With that, Steve slung his shield onto his back and turned to head for the exit. By now, both men had begun to suspect each other. This was a test, Pierce probing Steve, hoping to uncover the secrets hidden behind his eyes. And Steve, in turn, was probing as well, trying to gauge just how many enemies he truly had, and just how high up the chain those enemies stood. Director Pierce sat composed atop the glass desk, watching Steve walk away. He made no move to stop him. "Captain!" Suddenly, he called out. Steve turned quickly at the sound. "Someone killed my friend. I have to find out who did it, and anyone who gets in my way will regret it. No matter who it is." Pierce fixed Steve with a grave stare, shifting his line of questioning about Fury's last words onto the pretense of personal vendetta. Steve met his gaze, gave a nod, and strode out of the office. As he stepped into the elevator, Steve couldn't shake Pierce's words, replaying them in his mind. First, Pierce had played the sympathy card, suggesting an unprofessional killer was responsible, then introduced the possibility of a supposedly dead man still being alive, making the whole affair shrouded in mystery. Next, he cast suspicion on Fury himself, implying the former director might have been killed for dark, secret motives. Then he spoke of the ideals he and Fury once shared. Yet, even at the end, Pierce never let go of his suspicion that Fury had been silenced for some wrongdoing. As Steve left, Pierce played the sympathy card once more, weaving a web of emotional cues. Strange, utterly strange. Standing alone in the elevator, Steve's mind churned with thoughts. Just as the doors were about to close, Pierce appeared in the corridor, fixing him with a stern, unyielding gaze. "Our technicians told me that Nick Fury has embezzled at least several $billion from within the organization, Steve. Sometimes good people aren't as pure as they seem, and the same goes for bad people." Steve felt a heaviness settle in his heart. Could it be true? Nick Fury, of all people, had embezzled funds? Operations Control Center. Standing inside the elevator, Steve announced his destination, turning his back to Director Pierce. No, he still didn't trust Pierce. The man's words had been too calculated. The whole conversation felt like it had a clear agenda. Pierce himself seemed just as suspicious. If Nick Fury wasn't as pure as he appeared, what about Pierce? Could his motives be any purer? Steve seriously doubted it. He was no longer that naive, scrawny kid from years ago. Over time, he'd seen too much rot, both in the government and within S.H.I.E.L.D. itself. Suddenly, a figure approached. Crossbones, Brock Rumlow, reached out to stop the elevator doors from closing. "All strike team members, get ready." Rumlow called out to the agents in the distance, then led his burly team into the elevator. Forensics. He also gave his command to the elevator system. Confirmed. The elevator's voice system acknowledged and confirmed the next destination. "Captain." Rumlow smiled as he looked at Steve, who stood at the edge of the elevator, his back turned. "Rumlow." Steve turned, his expression neutral as he returned the greeting without warmth. He and Rumlow rarely interacted outside of missions. There was no reason for a friendly chat. The elevator door slid shut. After a brief silence, Rumlow turned and addressed Steve. "Forensics found some fibers on the rooftop. They want us to take a look. Should we have the tactical team stand by?" Rumlow looked at Captain America, formally passing the command over to him. On the surface, there was nothing unusual about this. After all, Captain America was the soul of S.H.I.E.L.D. Everyone looked to him for leadership. It made sense. But Rumlow was no fool. His intentions weren't that simple. He'd handed command to Steve Rogers, but all the team members were Hydra agents. Steve didn't know the true identities of the people around him. By acting this way, Rumlow could lower any suspicion Steve might have. "Let's check out the situation first," Steve replied, picking up on Rumlow's implication. Fibers found upstairs might mean someone had used climbing ropes or tools to illegally infiltrate S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters. It was indeed something to take seriously. But Steve frowned as he studied the agents. Why were they so tense? Each one had a hand hovering near their pistol, flexing their grip, loosening and tightening their hold again and again. Something was off. That kind of nervous fidgeting was a clear sign of a guilty conscience. After all, this was S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters. Their firepower alone could wipe out those suspected intruders several times over. So, what were they so tense and afraid of? The agents kept shifting restlessly, their eyes darting either to the elevator doors or to some irrelevant spot, their guilty unease on full display. Steve's sense of caution sharpened. Who in the world could make these elite soldiers this nervous? Just then, another group of administrative staff walked in, some carrying briefcases, others chatting quietly among themselves. Their destination was the administrative floor. Steve glanced around at the ever more crowded elevator, scrutinizing each newcomer. The atmosphere inside was unmistakably strange. "I'm truly sorry about Fury," Rumlow blurted out, seizing the chance to make small talk. "It's a real tragedy." Steve turned to Rumlow and nodded. "Thank you." Moments later, 3 burly, armed men entered the elevator, but still, no one left. Their destination was the archives. "Before anything happens, does anyone want to get off?" Steve suddenly asked, breaking the heavy silence. Did they really think he was that naive? He'd been observing them for a while now. These were people desperately searching for a topic, sweating bullets from nerves, their intentions clearly suspicious. Their guilt was practically written on their faces. One of the agents, a white man with slick back hair, felt his heart skip a beat. panic surged through him. The gig was up. Without hesitation, he grabbed his stun baton and swung it straight at Steve. Strike first. Hydra doesn't waste time with words. Kill Steve Rogers, then talk. Steve twisted away, narrowly dodging the baton, but in the next instant, the crowd surged forward, swarming him and slamming him against the elevator wall. All the Hydra agents dropped their pretenses at once, turning on Steve like snakes revealing their fangs. Some tried to shock him with their batons. Others pulled out magnetic cuffs, aiming to pin him to the elevator wall. Thick, muscular arms looped around Steve's neck, trying to choke off his movement. After all, Captain America was a legend. A fair fight was out of the question. Against him, these agents were terrified, and with good reason. So, Hydra took no chances and went all in. They had to. With a furious roar, Steve lashed out. A powerful kick connected with one agent's knee, a sickening crack echoing through the elevator. The man crumpled, his knee shattered. Steve drove his elbow hard into another agent, a black man, sending him crashing to the floor with a cry of pain. Meanwhile, the magnetic handcuffs meant for Steve flew from his attacker's hand, snapping tight against the elevator wall. Steve kicked down one attacker, punched another Hydra agent away, then wrenched his right hand with a sudden force, breaking free from the magnetic handcuffs. He landed another punch on a Hydra agent, then seized the thick arms of the one who was trying to choke him from behind, and with a powerful over-the-shoulder throw, slammed the man down onto the elevator floor. Steve then kicked the magnetic handcuffs lying on the ground, sending them skidding across the elevator, where they instantly clamped onto a burly man, pinning him against the opposite wall. Crossbones, Rumlow, came at Steve with an electric baton. Steve's right hand was suddenly restrained again by the magnetic force, cuffed to the elevator. He took a hit, gritting his teeth against the electric shock. With a sharp elbow, he rammed Rumlow aside, slamming his head hard into the elevator wall. Steve delivered a punch to the head of another Hydra agent, sending the man flying straight into the elevator camera, cracking the lens and startling the surveillance staff, who recoiled in shock. Meanwhile, in the command room, Agent Sitwell quickly contacted the strike team, ordering them to the 25th floor. He instructed the tech team to control the elevator and stop it there, making it easier for the Hydra squad to ambush Steve. Inside the elevator, Steve took down all his enemies in a matter of moments, leaving them sprawled on the floor, completely incapacitated. Bracing both feet against the elevator wall, he gave a powerful kick and broke free from the magnetic restraints. Just then, Rumlow got back to his feet, wielding an electric baton in each hand. He insisted it wasn't personal, but his attacks were fast and ruthless as he lunged at Steve with the batons crackling. Steve took several jolts, but then caught hold of Rumlow, slamming him into the upper wall of the elevator with such force that Rumlow was knocked out cold. "Sure feels personal to me," Steve panted, glaring at the defeated agents strewn across the floor. He was Steve Rogers, after all. Even with one hand bound, he could still take down an entire squad that relied on numbers. With a kick, Steve flipped his shield up, snatched it out of the air, and smashed the magnetic handcuffs with the shield, breaking them instantly. In the next moment, the elevator doors slid open. A heavily armed team stood outside in tactical formation, weapons trained on the doorway, eyes wary and ready. Steve didn't bother to listen to their threats. Turning swiftly, he used his shield to slice the elevator cables, sending the elevator plunging downward at breakneck speed. At that exact moment, a man's voice crackled in Steve's earpiece. "Steve, it's done. Someone paid a hefty price. Ignace has been hired to help you." Surprise and relief flashed through Steve's mind. Ignace? That was a game-changer. With Ignace's technical prowess on his side, the enemy didn't stand a chance. In S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters, the elevator Steve was riding plummeted wildly, sabotaged by his own hand. But to Steve's astonishment, the elevator suddenly jammed, stuck halfway down the building. He listened to the pounding footsteps of armed agents rushing through the building, then turned and aimed his shield directly at the elevator glass. With a powerful thrust, he smashed through the pane and plunged swiftly downward. Alone, he was no match for everyone in the building. Even if he were Captain America, he couldn't possibly take on the whole of S.H.I.E.L.D. single-handedly. Besides, inside S.H.I.E.L.D., there were villains, but there were also innocent people who had no idea what was going on. So Steve chose to run. He wasn't ready to start a war just yet. Otherwise, he might end up hurting his own allies, and that was the last thing he wanted. He crashed heavily onto the ground below the building, startling the people nearby in his startled cries. In the command room, Agent Sitwell was utterly dumbfounded. What the hell? Was this some kind of joke? Steve had actually leapt from that height, crashed to the ground. And yet, unbelievably, he was still alive. Agent Sitwell stared at the monitor as Steve got to his feet and sprinted towards the garage, immediately calling for the deployment of a Quinjet to intercept him. Moments later, Steve roared out of the garage on his motorcycle, tearing off at breakneck speed toward the bridge. To escape S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters, he'd have to cross the bridge. At the same time, Agent Sitwell gave the order to raise the bridge. "Captain, stop immediately. Surrender." A Quinjet soared in, swooping down to hover above the bridge ahead of Steve, its machine guns whirring menacingly, ready to fire at any moment. But Steve paid them no heed. He was determined to break free of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s grip. The next instant, the Quinjet's onboard guns unleashed a barrage, bullets raining down as they opened fire on Steve. Steve hurled his shield with a mighty throw, smashing one of the Quinjet's engines. With a lithe movement, he vaulted up onto the Quinjet, yanked a shield from the ruined engine, then struck the engine hard. He flipped, back down, landing precisely on his motorcycle, now in autopilot mode, secured his shield, and sped across the bridge at full throttle. The Quinjet spiraled out of control and went hurtling into the distance. When fighting, extraordinary individuals like Captain America never hover at low altitude. No matter how advanced your aircraft, these superhumans can tear it to pieces. Meanwhile, back inside S.H.I.E.L.D., Agent Sitwell and Director Pierce both declared Captain Steve Rogers a traitor and launched a full-scale manhunt. The female agent assigned to live near Steve's apartment now began to question what was really going on. Steve had been wrong. This agent wasn't a Hydra operative, but that only made the situation even more dire. Steve had no idea who his real allies were, or who his enemies might be. Such a tangled web of friend and foe made things impossibly complicated, and that was precisely why he had to flee S.H.I.E.L.D. He couldn't tell who was friend and who was foe. Fearing he might hurt his own people, he might even inadvertently push them into the enemy's arms. Meanwhile, in the American military, Hydra, which had infiltrated deep into the ranks and risen to the highest echelons, immediately received SHLD's report about Captain America's defection. They notified the U.S. military and dispatched troops to hunt down Steve. Listen up. The moment Captain America leaves the city, send in the B-2 bombers. The Hydra agent embedded among the military brass gave the order without hesitation. No matter what happened, no matter how great the commotion, they were determined to eliminate Steve Rogers. Pierce's Hydra division was on the verge of victory. Any Hydra agent witnessing this would be hoping for their success, wishing nothing to go awry at this critical moment. Steve rode his motorcycle, weaving swiftly through the city streets. Behind him, a fleet of black SUVs sped in pursuit. Overhead, armed helicopters took to the sky, machine guns spinning furiously, unleashing relentless gunfire. Good grief. The world's gone mad. I'm actually witnessing the U.S. government hunting down Captain America. A terrified passerby shouted in disbelief, unable to comprehend the bizarre scene unfolding before his eyes. It was like watching a strong man, knife in hand, slashing his own arm. Utterly incomprehensible. To bystanders with no knowledge of the truth, everything seemed fantastical, wildly illogical. In the next instant, a hail of bullets tore across the pavement. A bystander, staring at bullet holes just inches away, shuddered violently, then spun around and fled, screaming in terror. They'd nearly killed a civilian by mistake. They've lost their minds. Run for your lives. Panic swept the streets as people scattered in all directions, ignoring whatever explanations the news might later provide, or how they might try to justify Captain America's supposed betrayal. What mattered was the stark reality. People genuinely felt their lives were in danger. In their hearts, Steve Rogers was the innocent party, a good man being wronged. He was the one fleeing for his life, never firing a shot, never taking hostages. It was the government troops who kept making deadly mistakes. Just like that, public trust in the authorities crumbled in an instant. After all, years ago, Ignace and Stark had publicly revealed that the government had tried to launch a nuclear missile at New York. From that moment on, Americans no longer trusted their own government. Good grief, they're trying to force me out of the city. As Steve fled, he realized exactly what they were after. Wasn't Captain America supposed to be unbeatable in a fight? Hydra had no intention of fighting him head-on. They wanted to drive him out into the deserted outskirts, then call in the B-2 bombers and unleash a barrage of firepower on Steve. Forget Captain America. Those cannons would reduce the entire street to rubble. If not for the disastrous consequences such an attack would bring, jeopardizing Hydra's future rule of the world, they would have launched a missile strike long ago. But in the middle of the city, to fire so brazenly, with such firepower, this was already sheer madness. Hydra had pulled this on Nick Fury before. What they were doing now was terrifying enough. After all, to send their own troops blazing away in the heart of their own city, treating it like a shooting gallery, no one else in the world had ever done something so outrageous. They'd truly taken the crown for recklessness. No, I absolutely can't go to Ignatius's house right now. Steve glanced in the direction of Queens, then raced off in another direction at full speed. Ignatius lived in Flushing, a neighborhood with a large Chinese community. If Steve's presence led their enemies to Flushing and innocent Chinese residents were caught in the crossfire, he'd be forcing Ignatius right into the enemy's arms. And by enemy, it wasn't that Ignatius would join Hydra. It was that Ignatius would stop at nothing to hunt Steve down himself. Having fought side by side with Ignatius during the New York incident, Steve understood his friend's mindset all too well. Ignatius was very supportive of the Chinese community. After all, he was Chinese himself. Over the years, Ignatius had been working tirelessly to abolish any legislation that disadvantaged Chinese people and had always supported Chinese communities overseas. Steve couldn't let his own troubles with being hunted ruin his relationship with Ignatius. He was driven out of the city by his pursuers, ending up on a desolate stretch of highway. Steve had no other options left. He really didn't want any bystanders to get hurt, but those wretched officials were determined to send troops after him with zero regard for collateral damage. Captain Steve, looks like you could use a little help. Just then, Ignatius's voice crackled through Steve's earpiece, accompanied by an electrifying burst of rock music. You couldn't have picked a better time, Steve replied, excitement in his voice. He'd known that Ignatius's support would arrive any moment. In the next instant, a spaceship swooped down from the sky, its onboard weapons deploying swiftly and locking onto the helicopters chasing Steve. The U.S. has framed the good man, Captain Steve Rogers, causing massive civilian casualties. Mora Group is now activating the passive treaty. All Mora Group ships are hereby authorized to use treaty-grade weapons. A moment later, the ship's AI chimed in with a mechanical voice, and the onboard weapons roared to life, unleashing a barrage on the armed helicopters. Multiple energy beams struck the helicopters with pinpoint accuracy, blasting them out of the sky. Mora Group, the parent company under Ignatius, had long ago signed agreements with nations across the globe before launching its technological products for international use. Those agreements covered a wide range of clauses. Countries were forbidden from sanctioning Mora Group without cause, from seizing its assets, under any pretext, or from threatening the safety of the company's owner or the community where he lived, among many other provisions. Any country in the world that agrees to these terms can gain direct access to all of Mora Group's cutting-edge technological products, integrating some of them into their own free public services, covering transportation technology, spaceships, communications technology, and medical technology. All of these innovations will be made available to people in every country, with each citizen receiving a set number of days each month to use them free of charge. Transportation services are free for 1 week each month. Communications technology is offered as a lottery, with 2 weeks of free access. Medical technology provides 3 days of free treatment, no matter the illness, big or small. Every citizen can receive medical care at no cost during these 3 days each month. Though these services are incredibly tempting, any breach of the agreement gives Mora Group the right to use the treaty-sanctioned weapons for self-defense. In truth, these public welfare projects are simply opportunities Ignatius has secured for the Mora Group to use weapons legally. He's even discussed with the top brass of various countries that, should the world face a crisis, Mora Group's entire fleet of spaceships would be placed under the command of the Intelligent Cube, authorized to use legal weaponry to assist in resolving the crisis. In this way, the Mora Group already has 1 foot firmly planted in the military industry. Except for his homeland, where he declined such authority, Ignatius found many foreign nations foolishly agreed to his conditions out of self-interest. What the hell are you doing? Have you all at Mora Group lost your minds? Roared a Hydra general, who had secretly infiltrated a military unit as he contacted Mora Group from an armed helicopter. In accordance with Article 404, your side is forbidden to carry out any threatening activities in the area where Mr. Mora resides. In accordance with Article 1, your side is strictly prohibited from persecuting any Chinese people in your country or causing them harm. Unfortunately, just moments ago in Washington, D.C., you have violated both articles of the cooperation agreement. Mora Group now has the right to defend itself, deploying treaty-authorized weaponry to urge you to calm down. The Intelligent Cube's voice came through on Hydra's phone, leaving the general momentarily stunned. Damn it, had they just accidentally harmed a Chinese citizen in Washington, D.C.? But incidents like this, once they've happened, are sometimes just a matter of probability, hard to completely avoid. Mora Group had been cunning from the start. Even those U.S. senators who had been paid off or even threatened by Mora Group were now instantly bursting into tears. In the next instant, the spaceships opened fire on the military units, offering a hard-hitting reminder to calm down. Calm down. America is no longer the undisputed overlord. Even the emperor has someone sitting on his head now. After all, in a country where capital rules all, if Mora Group controls alien technology, then they're the ones sitting on top of America, doing as they please. Just like the Umbrella Corporation in that neighboring cinematic universe. As long as the rules allow, the big boss will always be the boss. The fact that they're not persecuting America is already showing a lot of restraint. High above the Earth, the B-2 bombers gunner took aim at Steve Rogers, the onboard cannons ready to fire. In the very next instant, an unknown stream of data surged into the B-2's operating system, seizing control in a flash. Every command was overridden, and the massive bomber plunged downward, nosediving straight for the empty wilderness below. Damn it, what the hell is happening? Inside the B-2, the commander's voice rang out, laced with panic. No matter how desperately the operators fought back against the hacker assault, they couldn't regain control of the bomber. There was nothing they could do. Not long ago, their side had contracted a few arms manufacturers to upgrade their bombers with intelligent operating systems. But when it came to AI systems with the depth and nuance of the Mora Corporation's sentient magic cube, nothing else on Earth could compare. Not even Jarvis was up to the task. Warning, you have violated 2 articles of the cooperation agreement between Mora and your nation. From this moment on, any force in breach of these terms will be subject to attack by the Mora Group to help you reconsider your actions. At that very moment, within S.H.I.E.L.D., Director Pierce received word that the Mora Group had found an excuse to intervene in this incident. His anger was so intense, he looked as if he might turn green on the spot. Back when the Mora Group was negotiating with his side, Pierce had done everything in his power to stop it. He warned everyone, no matter how many benefits Mora offered, even if they handed over alien technology, under no circumstances should they be given the right to control armed defenses. But his warnings fell on deaf ears. Too many people on their side had been bought off with astronomical kickbacks. Some, he suspected, had even been threatened by shadowy enemies. In the end, neither he nor Nick Fury could prevent this disaster. There was nothing more they could do to stop those fools from making such a grave mistake. Now, they made good on that old saying. They've hoisted a stone only to smash their own foot. Honestly, in reality, there was still a mountain of stones left for them to trip over. Damn it, it's all over now. Pierce slumped in his office chair, resigned to whatever fate awaited him. There was no way around it. The technology of the Mora Group was simply terrifying. With capabilities surpassing even the Chitauri, Pierce saw Mora as the most unstoppable force on Earth. Give them even a sliver of military authority, and they would become the Damocles' sword hanging over the entire world. For Nick Fury and the others, the only solace was that the head of Mora, Ignace, and the sentient cube Mora itself both promoted peace. As long as they didn't provoke trouble, Ignace wouldn't draw his sword without reason. Of course, if their own side courted disaster and kept stirring up trouble, giving his death the perfect chance to exploit the chaos, well, that was out of Ignace's hands. But for HYDRA, this was nothing short of a catastrophe. Because Ignace has entered the scene, it means they no longer have the opportunity to use the Insight Project to assassinate him. At the same time, Pierce's Hydra division is about to face a devastating blow. Their technology simply can't compete with the Mora Group. From this moment on, every member under my command in Hydra is forbidden from contacting any other Hydra divisions. Pierce gave the order immediately. Even though Ignace had joined the game and the outcome was all but decided, he was determined to do everything possible to protect the other Hydra branches. Director Pierce, something terrible has happened. All of our personnel files and plans have been uncovered and made public by the Mora Group. Just then, Agent Sitwell burst into the office in a panic, reporting to Pierce. There were still traces of blood and gunshot wounds on him. Ignace had released all the information on Pierce's Hydra division to the world, exposing the truth and inciting S.H.I.E.L.D. agents to strike against Hydra. Pierce simply nodded and continued, gazing out the window, resigned to his fate. He felt utterly defeated. They'd agreed that Ignace wouldn't get involved, yet that bastard had taken his money and still found an excuse to turn against them. In that moment, Pierce understood. Perhaps Nick Fury wasn't really dead. Ignace had taken his money and then gone right over to take Fury's as well. What's more, Ignace had sensed Hydra's plot to assassinate him using the Insight Project while he was distracted. And so, Pierce found himself in this predicament. They had always been enemies. No matter how much money Hydra paid Ignace, he would have come for them in the end. After all, when the serpent refuses to obey, it's time to chop off its head. In the face of overwhelming force, all schemes become mere jokes, and Hydra is reduced to nothing more than a toy. Ignace, you knew all along that we were just stalling for time, didn't you? Sigh. Pierce gazed out the window helplessly, his heart heavy with despair. Meanwhile, Steve had just been picked up by a spacecraft, and Ignace immediately assigned him a new mission. Where are we? Why is she here? New Jersey. Steve stepped off the ship and saw Natasha Romanoff standing across from him. Captain Rogers, some of the clues in the flash drive director Nick Fury gave you point to New Jersey, the abandoned military base where you once trained. The voice of the intelligent cube sounded, and Steve nodded in response. The next moment, the ship shot into the sky and vanished from sight, cloaking itself in invisibility. Steve looked up in amazement, watching the sky. The technology of the Mora Group couldn't quite be called beyond his comprehension, but it was certainly far ahead of anything on Earth today. Impressive, isn't it? Black Widow smiled at Captain America. It really is, he replied. Steve sighed, remarking that Ignace never tried to be a hero and never meddled in the world's affairs, yet he often ended up doing the right thing and helping them, all because of money. Though, Steve added, Ignace did charge with a rather unscrupulous flair. Not long after that, in New Jersey, at the very military camp where Captain America had once trained during World War II, he and Black Widow managed to evade their pursuers and made their way there, ready to investigate further. Steve had no idea why Ignace had dropped him off at this place, but he didn't care. The only thing on his mind was destroying Hydra and stopping the Insight Project from ever happening. Soon, Steve and Black Widow arrived at the camp. They discovered some peculiar structures, which led them to a hidden site tied to the founding of S.H.I.E.L.D. And there, they found Dr. Arnim Zola. Arnim Zola had uploaded his consciousness into a computer server, allowing himself to continue existing. In fact, S.H.I.E.L.D. had started to morph in a Hydra the moment he was recruited. Zola, elated, boasted of his achievements to Captain America, taunting him relentlessly. That is until... Found you. A voice, sharp and artificial, rang out, the voice of the smart cube. Zola's triumphant mechanical tone faltered at once. Oh no. Zola suddenly realized that a powerful stream of artificial intelligence data had stormed into his server. launching a relentless assault. Long before, the Smart Cube had cracked all the information on the flash drive Steve carried, erasing every trace and hiding a fragment of its own data within. The instant Black Widow plugged the drive into the converter, the Smart Cube had already begun its silent attack on Zola. Damn it, what the hell are you? Get out of my system. Panic seized Zola. With this invader inside, he couldn't even control his missile launch commands anymore. Cease your resistance, you little parasite. I'll chop you into pieces, then erase every last trace of you. The Smart Cube's voice echoed, sending Zola into a spiral of terror. He was no match for it. Steve, why you idiot? You've actually learned a trick or two. On the old computer monitor, Zola's pixelated image flickered and shook, his voice trembling and stuttering. Zola was finished. We will never be defeated. Cut off one head and two more. In the next instant, the screen went black. Dr. Zola's consciousness, uploaded to the computer, was wiped out completely. He didn't even get to finish Hydra's infamous motto. Looks like your second head's taking too long to grow back. Maybe it never will, Steve quipped with a grin as Black Widow reached out and pulled the flash drive free. Uploading your mind to a computer still can't beat the Smart Cube from the Mora Group. After all, Black Widow chuckled, teasing him with a shake of her head. Night fell. New York. Inside a luxurious mansion, Pierce returned home, choosing not to turn on the lights. He gazed at the Winter Soldier, who sat quietly in the dark living room, ready to announce his decision. The Winter Soldier would soon be handed over to another Hydra division. There was no other way. Pierce's branch had been exposed. He could now only sneak home in secret. While over at S.H.I.E.L.D., Hydra was still locked in fierce combat with the agents. Since there was no saving his own branch, Pierce knew sacrifices had to be made. He had to abandon his people and hurriedly give instructions to the Winter Soldier, urging him to leave America at once. Sir, are you home? I left something here. Just then, as Pierce was halfway through his instructions, the housekeeper suddenly walked in. Oh, Renata, you really should knock first. Pierce sighed in frustration, grabbing a pistol from the table and firing directly at her. In the next instant, a knife pierced his hand, sending the bullet astray, and the window beside him shattered into a spray of glass. You shouldn't fire at civilians, Director Pierce. Ignatius stood by the window, smiling calmly at Pierce. Truthfully, when Alexander Pierce saw Ignatius Morris standing there, the pressure was almost unbearable. Damn it, he had returned home in secret, and even this villa was bought under the radar. So how had Ignatius managed to find him anyway? At that moment, Pierce understood, with chilling clarity, just how terrifying Ignatius's intelligence network truly was. Director Pierce, do you have any last words? At the doorway, Nick Fury stepped forward, his gaze as cold as ice as he looked upon his old friend. The truth that his longtime friend was actually a Hydra leader was a bitter pill for Fury to swallow. Ignatius, do you really think you've won? Pierce glared at Ignatius, fury burning in his eyes. He cursed fate. If only this man, for the sake of a payout, had let his guard down just a little longer. They could have used Project Insight to assassinate him while he was vulnerable. After all, no matter how formidable Ignatius was, he was still flesh and blood, still mortal. But just like that, Hydra's grand scheme was abruptly shattered by Ignatius. Pierce, you weren't under the impression you were winning all along, were you? Surely not. Ignatius laughed, reminding him that he had been exposed from the very beginning. Pierce exhaled heavily. Damn it, talking to Ignatius was enough to make anyone lose their composure. You should just stay home, minding your own business and playing your games. After all, we've always gotten along pretty well, haven't we? Pierce quickly shifted tactics, trying to sow discord. Yes, I really miss the money you gave me. But why wouldn't I take money from villains? Should I just leave it in their hands to do evil with it? Ignatius chuckled, while Pierce was fuming inside. So, all this time you've been taking Hydra's money. You never felt grateful at all. Always saw us as potential enemies? Unbelievable. You were trying to kill me. How can I not try to kill you? You say the most ridiculous things. Ignatius laughed, reaching out to pat Pierce on his boyish face, but the Winter Soldier moved in to intervene. In the blink of an eye, Ignatius grabbed the Winter Soldier's hand and, with a swift kick, sent him staggering backward. After all these years, he hadn't been idle. He'd been honing his combat skills the entire time. That night, the Winter Soldier was captured and brought before Steve. As for Director Pierce, he was apprehended on the spot. Ignatius made public every bit of S.H.I.E.L.D. and Hydra's files, sending shockwaves across the globe. In an instant, Hydra operatives became like rats scurrying through the streets, everyone shouting for their heads. Pierce met his end with a bullet from Ignatius. After Steve and the Winter Soldier fought, Bucky finally remembered Steve, and the reunion of old friends brought them both genuine joy. And so, Hydra was finished. The 3 Insight helicarriers were each shot down by Mora Corporation ships. The whole Insight incident was brought to a decisive end. Of course, S.H.I.E.L.D. lost the support of nations around the world. Everywhere, voices of condemnation rose, and countless agents suddenly found themselves out of work. Nick Fury was left running from pillar to post, seeking new sources of funding. He first approached Stark, who was interested in helping but wanted full control over the team. In the end, their talks fell through, and they parted ways. Meanwhile, Fury's subordinate, Coulson, turned to Ignatius. The model SHIELD agent had come to the wrong door. Ignatius could handle running a profitable superhero company, but to ask him to bankroll SHIELD? Clearly, they must be dreaming. Wake up! You're dreaming if you think Ignatius is going to support SHIELD out of charity. You guys must not have woken up yet. Stark arrived, grinning as he teased Coulson. He was here to talk business with Ignatius about the superhero company. After all, he was very interested in the whole idea. In fact, the prospect of a superhero company, with himself as one of the signed heroes, was an idea that had him itching to give it a try. Coulson could only shake his head helplessly and turn to leave. Oh, by the way, Ignatius is currently in talks with Steve about Captain America's licensing rights. I know, Stark replied, nodding with a smile as he watched Coulson walk away. A few years back, Ignatius had been quick to register every trademark and name related to the Hulk, right before the big green guy started causing trouble. Stark had often felt like cursing Ignatius because, long before he ever announced, I am Iron Man, Ignatius had already beaten him to the punch by registering both the Iron Man name and trademark. Stark wouldn't stoop to fighting Ignatius over these things, but every time he saw Ignatius making piles of money using the Iron Man name and trademark, he couldn't help but feel a pang of jealousy. That name, that trademark, they were supposed to be his. Damn, it made him want to punch someone, but he knew he wouldn't win in a fight. The worst part was, Ignatius actually had a legitimate claim. He'd registered all of this before any of these superheroes ever existed. As for Captain America's name, the trademark, and the rights to all related merchandise, Ignatius had been born too late to preemptively cash in. So now, when Steve tried to reclaim the rights to all Captain America merchandise, he couldn't do it alone. After all, getting back the rights to his own name, trademark, and all the merchandise sales was no small feat. He had no choice but to seek out Ignatius. Law is there to protect your rights, but you need deep pockets to fight those legal battles. Going up against those corporate giants in court, Steve just couldn't afford to bleed that much money. That's why he turned to Ignatius for help, hoping to join forces. Once they won the lawsuit, all the rights to develop and sell Captain America merchandise, even the right to organize related events, would have to be discussed and jointly managed by Ignatius and Steve, and the profits would be split 50-50. Stark strolled in and plopped himself right between the two of them, grinning. This sounds like fun. Mind if I join the conversation? Of course, Steve quickly agreed with a smile. Ever since the Insight Project incident, he'd come to realize that while money didn't matter much to him, life was impossible without it. Steve wanted to use the profits from the Captain America name and merchandise to support SHIELD or, more broadly, the superhero organization itself. The three of them started talking, and the conversation ran from morning till night, and then deep into the night. In the end, Stark's ambition to join Ignatius's Morris superhero company was dashed. Ignatius wouldn't have it. After all, with the Civil War looming in the future, Stark's loyalties definitely weren't going to be with him. So Ignatius had never intended to let Stark get involved. As for Steve's strange predicament, being Captain America, watching Captain America merchandise flood the market while not earning a single cent from it, not even having control over his own title, they'd finally come to an agreement. Ignatius set his team of top-tier lawyers on the company that had registered the Captain America name and controlled all the related merchandise rights. They moved at lightning speed, taking the company down in court and restoring all Captain America's rights to Steve, with half going to Ignatius, as agreed. Phew, it's getting late. I should be heading out, Steve said, stifling a yawn as he stood up. Oh, by the way, are you interested in working with me to build a superhero organization? That kind of thing, let's talk about another time. Ignatius shook his head with a smile. He had no interest in letting Steve join his company. Even though Captain America had a different attitude from Stark during the Civil War storyline, his superhero company, at its core, still ran plenty of commercial operations. Aside from keeping the peace and fighting crime, he still had to make money. Partner up with Cap and run a charity at a loss? No, thank you. It's Death. What do you say we go on a trip? Ignatius turned to look at his Death, speaking up. Where to? His Death gazed at him in confusion. The stars. Ignatius replied. In a vast, shadowy expanse of the cosmos, a spaceship suddenly emerged from a shimmering portal and sailed toward a distant, dimly lit planet. After consulting with astrophysicists and gaining a clear understanding of Earth's coordinates in the universe, Ignatius began his journey through the stars. He'd grown bored of playing on the little blue planet server. Now he wanted to try his luck on the extraterrestrial servers of the game of life. Why confine himself to Earth? As the saying goes, our goal is the sea of stars. Standing aboard the spaceship, Ignatius gripped the cosmic cube. After all these years, he had finally figured out how to use it, granting himself the power to traverse space at will. It was only recently that he truly grasped its secrets. Where are we? His Death looked anxiously at the gray, desolate planet ahead and quickly asked. Ignatius promptly pulled up the Chitauri star map, recovered from a troop-carrying biocontrol chip. Unfortunately, the bio-beast was already dying at the time, and the chip was damaged. The data extracted by the Big Boss was a war-damaged version of the map. In other words, the map only showed which star systems and planets were safe, what resources they held, their war ratings, and a handful of coordinates. But as for who controlled which star system, the names of the planets, or the precise level of their technology, none of that information remained. Ignatius selected an abandoned star system that travelers had passed through, prepared to teleport there, and planned to grab a passing alien to ask about the local powers in nearby systems. Meanwhile, on Earth, Mora Superhero Corporation. Stark showed up again, stubborn as ever, only to find out that Ignace had gone off to play in outer space. Mother! Stark was left speechless. Seriously? Off to explore the stars, and he didn't even think to invite the tech genius himself. Morag, an abandoned planet. Thunderclouds churned overhead. Lightning crackled and boomed, jagged bolts slithering through the pitch-black sky. On the ground, volcanoes spewed toxic fumes, sending thick black plumes billowing toward the heavens. On the ground, surrounded by sheer cliffs and barren wastelands, the entire world had become a blackened wasteland, filled with the stench of death. A spaceship slowly descended, its engines spewing out thick, gray-black smoke like a fountain, casting clouds of ash that floated over the land, shrouding everything in a hazy veil, as if the gates of hell had opened. As the ship touched down, a figure wearing a helmet glowing with red light braved the howling winds, struggling forward. He pulled out a detector, projecting the scenes of life that once existed on this now desolate planet, watching the images as he pressed on. Soon, he entered the ruins, removed his helmet, and slipped on a pair of over-ear headphones. From the headphones, the first track of a dynamic pop hits compilation began to play. The pulsing rhythm filled the air, and this hip-hop man started dancing joyfully among the ruins. He kicked away a small creature, snatched up another as a makeshift microphone, and lips synced with gusto. As the lyrics "Come, Take Your Love" rang out, the device on his feet blasted jets of flame, propelling him briefly into the air and over a deep chasm. He pushed open the ancient door of the ruin and made his way into a secret chamber, his eyes fixed on a small orb protected within a device. He was ready to claim it. Meanwhile, outside, in the apocalyptic wilderness, two more ships swooped down, landing among the desolation. A group of aliens disembarked. Just as they moved toward the ruins, another spaceship plunged from the sky. The aliens quickly raised their weapons and broke into a run, racing toward the site. It seemed someone had beaten them to it. At the same moment, Star-Lord deftly used his magnetic device to extract the orb from its protective casing. Just as he was about to claim his prize, a hand snatched it away. "This little thing looks pretty nice. I think I'll keep it," Isdeath said with a smile. Ignis stood beside Isdeath, watching the man with a knowing grin. He recognized him. It was Star-Lord. But precisely because it was Star-Lord, Ignis had deliberately let Isdeath seize the Power Stone. After all, he already possessed the Space Stone, so he had no desire for the Power Stone. The Reality Stone, meanwhile, was hidden away by Ignis. As for Star-Lord, well, everyone knew what he was like. He was the wild card, the troublemaker. In the original story, their team actually had a chance to defeat the Mad Titan. But then, Star-Lord's impulsiveness and foolishness turned the tide, leading them straight to defeat. Honestly, Ignis couldn't stand Star-Lord. "Hey, that's a treasure I went through hell to find. You can't just take it like that. At least give it back, or pay me something for it," Star-Lord called out anxiously. Ignatius glanced at him, reached into his pocket, and explained that he had just encountered a spaceship belonging to some alien pirates. Those guys had tried to ambush him. So Ignatius had simply used a gravity bomb and sucked that ship to pieces in an instant. "This is a lump of alien currency, all pressed together. If you want it, take it." With a grin, Ignatius tossed a small, compact clump to Star-Lord, leaving him utterly stunned. So much money, but this guy was unbelievably wasteful. How could he just smash together so much cash in a tiny little ball like that? Never mind that Star-Lord had no idea what kind of technology the other had used to compress all that currency into this form. But Star-Lord's heart ached. This was just too extravagant. "Take your time picking it apart. I'm heading off." Ignatius chuckled as he walked away. With the currency fused together by the gravity bomb's core, there was no way Star-Lord could separate it. He didn't believe it possible. "Wait, this money is useless now. This doesn't count as payment." Star-Lord shouted after him. He wasn't stupid. There was no way he could break the lump apart, let alone spend it. "I think you're mistaken. This little thing never actually made it into your hands. My wife picked it up, so now it's her personal property." With those words, Ignatius turned and walked away. Star-Lord immediately raised his blaster. In the next instant, Ignatius shot forward like a streak of wind. Before Star-Lord could fire, Ignatius lashed out with a swift kick, sending the gun flying. Then, with a quick movement, Ignatius snatched up Star-Lord's weapon and pressed it to his head. "A gun? You really don't know how to use this." Ignatius mocked him with a smile, then tossed Star-Lord's blaster far away. It tumbled down a crack in the floor of the chamber as Ignatius turned and strode off. "Damn it!" Star-Lord slammed his fist against the wall in frustration, anger surging through him. But there was nothing he could do. The treasure he'd found had slipped through his fingers. "I don't care, you owe me." Star-Lord managed to shout a few words and rushed after him, but abruptly stopped in his tracks the next moment. Because all of a sudden, a group of aliens burst in from outside. They raised their powerful weapons, aiming at Ignatius, Isdeath, and him. "Freeze! Hand over everything you've got." A dark-skinned, bald alien pointed his gun and shouted. "And who do you think you are?" Ignatius eyed this intergalactic social justice wannabe with a mocking smile. The alien snorted in response. "Hand over your stuff and come with us." The dark-skinned alien barked, and in the next moment, his two companions rushed over, weapons raised. "You guys really have a death wish, huh?" Ignatius sighed in exasperation. Wearing a ring on his finger, he flicked his hand, and in an instant, the dark-skinned alien was hurled through the air, slamming hard against the wall. The other two aliens tried to fire, but Ignas gave a casual flick of his hand. Instantly, a force field materialized and sent both of them flying. Star-Lord was dumbfounded, thinking, "Whoa, that is insane." He suddenly felt that, compared to what this man had just done to him, Ignas had actually shown mercy. Otherwise, he figured he wouldn't be standing here now. Ignas watched as the aliens struggled to get back up. He flicked his hand again, summoning the force field once more, pressing them down until all three groaned in agony. The ring on his finger was a gravitonium ring, specially engineered from gravitonium. The big boss had fine-tuned the gravitonium technology. Once forged into a ring and worn on the hand, it could be locked with a newly developed DNA-based security system. Only those with the right clearance could use the gravitonium ring, and operating it was incredibly simple and intuitive. "Do you know who we are? If you did, you wouldn't dare treat us like this. Turn off that weird energy of yours." The dark-skinned alien shouted, trying to sound tough. "You're trash," Ignas replied coldly. He intensified the force, and in the next instant, the three aliens let out a final, wretched scream before the gravitonium field crushed them to death. Star-Lord blinked, staring blankly at the scene for a long moment. He felt a strange sense of relief. He just brushed past death's door, and, thankfully, Ignas had shown restraint. Outside, Ignas and Isdeth secured their breathing helmets as a squad of armed guards stood ready, rifles raised and fingers on the trigger. In a heartbeat, Ignas tossed a round, gravitonium device into their midst. The compact sphere landed among the group. The device activated instantly. This gravitonium orb contained dozens of times more gravitonium than the ones used in the assault on S.H.I.E.L.D. A single orb could reduce this squad to dust. The armed men were yanked toward each other as a terrifying force pulled at them, bones crunching and bodies bursting with sickening, wet sounds. "Holy crap," gasped Star-Lord, sticking close to Ignas and trying to ingratiate himself. But when he saw this, his whole body went cold. Ignas's devices, whether in performance or destructive power, utterly outclassed anything Star-Lord had ever seen. It was terrifying. To put it another way, if Star-Lord's device was a gentle tug, Ignas's was a full-blown black hole. By adjusting the gravitonium content, he could fine-tune the device's power as he pleased. In a flash, the entire squad vanished, leaving behind only a disgusting little orb where they'd stood. Star-Lord was terrified. He decided to give up the precious treasure he'd found. He wanted nothing more to do with it. "Goodbye." Ignas waved to Star-Lord, boarded his ship, and prepared to leave. Star-Lord had all the time in the world. For now, he just wanted to have a little fun in the sea of stars. "Goodbye." Star-Lord nodded quickly, eager for this big shot to take his things and get as far away as possible. This was someone he couldn't afford to offend. Ignas boarded the spaceship and took off. Just a moment ago, he had already instructed the Smart Cube to hack into the armed cruise ship systems and had obtained a highly accurate star chart. Now, he was finally free to roam the cosmos. Switching to manual control, he called out, "Let's go." The spaceship blasted off, but in the next instant, a torrent of water surged skyward, slamming hard into the vessel and launching it. Even higher, as the water receded, Ignas and Isdeth were flung from their seats inside the ship, which began to plummet out of control. Oh no! Down below, Star-Lord had just stepped into his own ship. Looking up at the falling vessel, he couldn't help but laugh. It looked like that big shot was about to crash. Maybe he'd get a chance to make a tidy profit out of this. But the very next second, his hopes were dashed. The spaceship was instantly seized by Mora, the Smart Cube, and came to a hovering stop in midair. Everything returned to normal. What a letdown. Star-Lord shook his head in resignation. If only it had crashed. But it was clear, the other guy's ship was way more advanced than his. In the next moment, Ignas's ship shot straight up, pierced the clouds, and soared into outer space. Star-Lord was about to pilot his ship away, but suddenly realized his controls were dead. "You seem terribly disappointed at the thought of my master's demise. As punishment, Mora will lock down your ship's systems for 3 days. You won't be leaving this abandoned planet for the next 72 hours. The voice of the Smart Cube rang out from Star-Lord's console, leaving him utterly dumbfounded. Wait, what? Below deck, a pink-skinned, wild-haired girl clambered out of a hatch. She had heard the Smart Cube's announcement as well. What on earth is going on? She called out anxiously. Sorry, beautiful, but who are you again? Star-Lord looked at her, perplexed. He dated a lot of women, alien species, all sorts of skin colors, and even stranger types. He honestly couldn't remember who this pink-skinned girl was. The girl stared at him in disbelief. Was this guy for real? What a player. Just then, Star-Lord stood inside his ship, watching the Kree Empire's interstellar news while admiring the girl's long legs, when a call came in. Star-Lord was just about to stop her from answering, but the girl's hand had already brushed the screen. In the next instant, the face of a blue-skinned alien appeared on the main display. Star-Lord's heart skipped a beat. He was doomed. This was the one person he feared most. Quill. Hey, Yondu. Star-Lord was deeply uneasy, quickly turning around to face the screen, looking at the man who had raised him. I'm on Morag. Neither you nor that orb are here. Yondu glared at his adopted son, Star-Lord. Their relationship was far from good, and the only thing Yondu truly cared about was the little orb Star-Lord had found. That orb was the item he'd promised his employer, with extra money on the line. As soon as he arrived on Morag, Yondu discovered that his own men and those of his employer were either dead or missing without a trace. So, the first person Yondu thought of was Peter Jason Quill, Star-Lord. Well, I'm just in the neighborhood. Was thinking I could save you a bit of trouble. Actually, Star-Lord grinned, teasing Yondu. Tell me where you are, right now. Yondu's eyes were anxious as he stared at Star-Lord, demanding an answer. Although he and Star-Lord never really got along, Yondu couldn't bring himself to actually kill the kid. Deep down, there was a soft spot for him. But the item his employer wanted, he had to deliver it. That was a separate matter. I hate to say it, but unfortunately, I didn't save you any trouble. Someone else made off with the thing. Star-Lord had originally wanted to mess up Yondu's plans himself. But as luck would have it, someone else beat him to it. I worked my tail off to close this deal, and you tell me, who had the guts to steal my target? Yondu stared daggers at Star-Lord, practically roaring with fury. Work your tail off? Don't even think about going after it, all right? Those guys aren't people you want to mess with. Star-Lord spoke quickly, ready to hang up. Outwardly, he was warning Yondu not to provoke the wrong crowd, but inside he was positively gleeful. After all, the whole thing had turned into chaos, and Star-Lord delighted in a bit of mischief. We don't turn on our own. You can't betray us, kid. We're Ravagers. Now tell me, who were they? We have rules. Yondu roared, and Star-Lord hurriedly nodded. That's right, and the rule is, steal from whoever you want. Star-Lord was having a great time bantering with Yondu, not about to bother explaining who'd actually taken the orb. After all, he didn't know that big shot, and the guy hadn't shared a single clue about himself. Even if Star-Lord said he had no idea who those people were, Yondu wouldn't believe him. When I picked you up from Terra, Yondu started to talk about their relationship, but Star-Lord just laughed. What followed was another round of that raucous, almost comical bickering that only a foster father and son could manage. Finally, Star-Lord simply told Yondu that he didn't know any of those people, giving him a brief description of the ship instead. Then, without another word, Star-Lord reached out and ended the call. On Morag, Yondu let out a furious roar, glaring at the now-vanished virtual screen. Seething with anger, he spun on his heel, rallying his crew to hunt down Star-Lord in a search for that mysterious spaceship. You little brat, if you dare trick me, I'll make sure you regret it so much your bones tremble. Meanwhile, Ignatius had already departed for a neighboring solar system, ready to embark on an interstellar adventure. But Yondu, consumed by rage, had already begun his relentless search. Little did Yondu realize that his own abilities were nowhere near enough to defeat his adversary. Against the backdrop of the dark cosmos, a colossal battleship loomed, its massive silhouette cutting across the endless expanse, illuminated by the scattered radiance of distant stars. This was the Dark Aster, a Kree warship. Inside, the cryo chamber of the Kree vessel slowly opened. From the ominous black preservation fluid, a figure gradually emerged. Stepping out of the chamber, he was tended to by his attendants, who wiped him down, draped him in ceremonial garments, and placed a war hammer in his grasp. They call me a terrorist, a radical, a fanatic, all because I uphold our ancient Kree laws and punish those who dare defy them. They cannot forgive me for refusing to forget, for refusing to forgive those who took the lives of my father, my grandfather, my great-grandfather. The conflict between your kind and mine has lasted centuries, and I shall never forget it. As his attendants donned his armor and painted symbols across his face, he spoke in a cold, steely tone. Stop dreaming. The two governments have already signed a peace treaty. From across the chamber, a shackled prisoner knelt, his voice trembling with rage. Our so-called government is shameless. You Xandarians, and your so-called civilization, are rotten to the core. The warship's master gripped his warhammer, passing by the captive's side, and replied with icy calm. You'll never take Xander. The prisoner, battered and bleeding, glared back in fury. No, I am saving it. With a thunderous roar, the warship's master swung his hammer, silencing the prisoner in a single, brutal blow. In the pitch-black chamber, alien blood, dark as night, slowly trickled along the grooves in the floor. Ronan set down his warhammer and dropped to one knee, watching as the blood filled the intricate patterns at the center of the chamber. His mind churned with thoughts of conquering Xander, and of the task entrusted to him by his mysterious benefactor. Ronan, at that moment, a striking, bald woman with unusual skin and distinct features strode in, fixing her gaze on Ronan. Karath the pursuer is dead. An attendant quickly stepped forward, bowing respectfully. Master, Karath has been slain. We also failed to recover the orb. Here is an image of the pirate ship that stole from us. With that, the attendant handed Ronan a photograph of Ignatius's ship. Over the past few days, Both Ronan's followers and Yondu's ravagers had managed to track down Ignatius's vessel on occasion, but no matter who tried. Their luck, they were utterly routed, left reeling from the encounter. Against the ship's gravitron device, even the most advanced alien technology was powerless, and every would-be pursuer was left in utter defeat. In short, no matter how strong you are, I'll still beat you to a pulp. Overall, Earth's technology may fall short compared to alien civilizations, but on this planet, there are always a few visionaries whose ideas are far ahead of their time. They always manage to invent remarkable things. Yet, some inventions are destroyed by their own creators, either because they couldn't control them, or because the inventors believed their creations were too terrifying and could threaten world peace, so they hid them away. There are also those who are outright villains, inventing for the sake of war. In the end, their plans are thwarted by superheroes, who have no choice but to destroy these inventions. Earth is not lacking in talent. There are many who could come up with inventions that outclass even alien technology. But for various reasons, these breakthroughs never become widespread, nor do they push the progress of civilization as a whole. When you think about it, Earth is a pretty formidable place. And now, Ignace is using his own technology to help Earth's civilization, building a transportation network and an information platform across the solar system. One day, Earth will achieve a true leap forward in civilization. Under the looming threat of Ignace, the Damocles sword, humanity may finally reconcile, put an end to infighting, and step into the interstellar era. Ronan stared at the photograph, his face dark and brooding. We found out that the fellow's name is Ignace Mora. He's from Tlan, a backward planet. Somehow, he got his hands on alien relics, and now possesses a highly advanced spaceship and incredibly powerful weaponry. We're no match for him. Master, we beg you to lead the army and bring him back. The servant spoke out urgently. Ronan nodded in response. I promised Thanos I'd give him the orb. Only then will he help me destroy Xander. Nebula, go to Xander and retrieve the orb. Ronan rose to his feet, lifting his warhammer and pointing it at a woman with a striking, fierce appearance. This is my honor. Nebula stepped forward quickly, smiling as she spoke. This is your misfortune. At that moment, a green-skinned alien woman approached. She had hair and dressed quite normally, though her skin color was just a bit unusual. If you fail again, you'll have no face left to meet our father. The green-skinned woman fixed Ronan with a cold stare and spoke icily. I am Thanos' daughter, just as you are. Nebula's black eyes locked onto her rival, her voice just as cold. But I know Xander better than anyone. Gamora, the woman with the green skin, spoke up. Ronan just gave the order to me. Nebula quickly interjected, unwilling to let even an order go uncontested. The relationship between these two was complicated. Enough. Both of you be silent. Ronan suddenly spoke in a cold tone, his mind shifting in an instant. He decided that if this dangerous woman, Gamora, handled the task, the chances of success would be much greater. You are not allowed to fail. Ronan looked at Gamora and gave her a stern warning. With Gamora stepping in, he was willing to change his choice at the last minute. Across from them, Nebula glared angrily at Gamora and Ronan, her heart seething with rage. This mission was supposed to be hers. She should have been the one to complete it and please their father, Thanos. Nebula was burning with jealousy. I have never failed. Gamora's expression was icy as she stared at Ronan, speaking with grave seriousness. Of course, those who knew the story understood the subtext well. Gamora's journey this time would end either in betrayal of Thanos or in her being abruptly taken out by Ignis. She, known as the most dangerous woman in the universe, was about to meet her downfall. After all, they had gravely underestimated Earth. They had no real understanding of how terrifying someone could be who came from this seemingly backward, yet truly perilous world. Even the Mad Titan himself, who hadn't yet gathered all 6 stones and had already lost a Mind Stone, might not be a match for their opponent. Handa. This was a remarkable planet. It was located in a rare binary star system, meaning Xander orbited 2 suns. The 2 blazing, fearsome suns revolved around a larger system, while Xander circled both of them in a strange, figure-8 orbit. Xander's year was 6 times as long as Earth's. In other words, 1 year on Xander equaled 6 years on Earth. Of course, this was simply a difference in orbital periods, unlike the mythical concept where 1 day in the heavens is a year on Earth. One is a unit of measurement, the other, a fantastical notion steeped in legend. Because of its 2 suns and unusual orbit, Xander's surface remained at a constant temperature year-round, with no division of seasons. Nights lasted only 8 hours, and days were much longer, making it an ideal place to live. Igna's spaceship, after being registered, landed at Xander's main port under the astonished gaze of the Xandarians. They were planning to rest here for a few days. Today, as always, sunlight bathed Xander in warmth, and in the plaza, a certain raccoon, well, let's say a raccoon, stood there, holding a screen in his paws. He was busy scanning the passers-by, offering snarky, live commentary like an internet troll in the real world. Xandarians, what a motley crew. All of them are clueless, wasting their days on utterly pointless nonsense. It's downright pathetic. Look at that guy. They have the nerve to call us criminals, but no one arrests people for haircuts like that. And what's this mess? He actually thinks he looks cool. Cool? Give me a break. If you're that tough, try walking on your own. The raccoon stood there, watching as a child, hand in hand with his father, toddled toward them. Instantly, he couldn't help but mutter a sarcastic remark under his breath. Croat, who was busy drinking from an artificial fountain nearby, cocked his head in confusion at his companion. Why would he make such a harsh comment about an adorable human child? Groot kept sneaking sips from the stream of water, replenishing himself, while the little raccoon went on with his complaints. A brave raccoon like him would never hide behind a screen as an internet troll. He always spoke his mind face to face. Oh, look at this sly old man. Where's your wife, huh? You old rascal. What a classic creep. Ha ha ha. After his tirade, the raccoon laughed, set down the device he was holding, and stopped snooping on other people's data. Then he turned his head. Right, Groot. But as soon as he turned, he froze. What on earth was Groot doing? Why was he sneaking drinks from the dirty fountain water? And who were they, anyway? Ruthless alien outlaws, wanted criminals, hardly the type to be caught doing something so out of character. Would you please stop drinking that filthy fountain water? It's disgusting. Groot grunted to show he understood, then made a few soft noises and shook his head, as if to say he hadn't drunk anything. The water tasted great. Groot loved water, and he never went anywhere without it. I saw you drinking. Don't lie to me, the raccoon protested. Why are you trying to fool me? He hadn't even finished scolding Groot when his screen lit up and blared out an alert. With a sigh, he gave up on lecturing the tree man and grabbed the screen. We've got a job. He kept shifting the display, watching as the red glow on the screen grew brighter and brighter. Finally, a red circle locked onto two people sitting under a sun umbrella in the distance, marking them on screen. A moment later, the display shifted again. Another red circle appeared, marking a guy flirting with someone on the second floor. All right, let's see how many unlucky fools are on the list, and who's willing to pay to catch them. In the next instant, Star-Lord's information flashed on the screen. Target, Peter Quill. Condition, capture alive. Employer, Yondu Udonta. Bounty, 8,000. The raccoon's expression shifted. Well, it wasn't a huge sum, but it wasn't exactly pocket change either. A job you could take if it didn't turn out to be more trouble than it was worth. Truth be told,